Chapter 1. Return from Hell. Outside the Hall of Yama. After 10 days of relentless interrogation, the judge could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. Enough. You're already dead. Why do you resist your fate? In response to the accusation, Su-chan slowly lifted his head, blood tears streaming from his eyes. In his previous life, he was a notorious playboy in Hangzhou. At the height of his success, he crossed paths with the affluent young lady, Yu Wei. He thought they were a match made in heaven, only to discover that Yu Wei's intentions were not pure. She sought to usurp his family's wealth and desired his organs to prolong her father's life. In merely 3 years of acquaintance, not only was his company devoured, but he also lost half of his organs. His father was brutally beaten to death due to insurmountable debts, while his mother, unable to cope with the trauma, jumped to her demise. Even his beloved sister was dragged away to settle debts, ultimately meeting a tragic end. With such a fate befalling him, how could Su-chan acquiesce? How could he dare to accept it? Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the doors of the Hall of Yama swung open. A decree resonated through the abyss. Enough. Considering your accumulated merits over 10 lifetimes, you are granted the chance to live again. Young Master Su, wake up. I have already prepared the bath for you. In a hazy state, Su-chan heard an enticing voice whispering beside him. His head throbbed painfully, and he instinctively opened his eyes. However, the moment he did, his gaze turned crimson. Before him lay a woman clad only in a bathrobe. Gu-shan-shan, the marketing manager of the Su Corporation, and one of the key figures responsible for ensnaring him in Yu Wei's web. Had it not been for her seduction and false accusations of rape, the Su family would not have faced such a tragic fate. Filled with rage, Su-chan gritted his teeth and said, "Long time no see. Gu-shan-shan. How rude. I merely took a bath. How could it be long?" Gu-shan-shan purred as she crawled towards Su-chan. Yet, as she drew near, the ominous expression on his face startled her. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "Young Master Su, why do you look so grim?" Faced with Gu-shan-shan's inquiry, memories of his previous life flooded back, igniting Su-chan's ire. Without hesitation, he swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to Gu-shan-shan's face, exclaiming, "Why do you think I look this way?" Gu-shan-shan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden blow, but as realization dawned, her expression shifted to one of fury. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Su-chan coldly replied, producing a contract from his bag and flinging it at her face. "Tell me, what does this mean?" Boom. As Gu-shan-shan laid eyes on the contract, her expression paled dramatically. She could not comprehend how Su-chan had come to possess it. Yet, reborn with his memories, Su-chan understood all too well that this contract had rendered him trapped in a living hell. Seeing the scene unfold, emboldened by his fury, Su-chan slapped Gu-shan-shan again, his face twisted in rage. "Speak. Otherwise, they'll ensure your brother, deep in debt, meets a grim fate. Do you believe me?" Boom. Realizing Su-chan was aware of this matter, Gu-shan-shan trembled uncontrollably. It dawned on her that everyone had underestimated Su-chan. He was not a mere idle waste, but a ravenous wolf, capable of devouring anyone who dared to oppose him. Suddenly, as the gravity of the situation struck her, Gu-shan-shan collapsed to her knees, pleading, "Young Master Su, it was all yes orders. Please spare me." "Spare you?" Gazing at Gu-shan-shan's stunning beauty and figure, Su-chan, fueled by his desires, ripped off her bathrobe and said with a sinister smirk, "Then let us see how you perform." At that moment, as the springtime light flooded the room, Yu Wei, standing before her father on the hospital bed, heard the butler's report. "Miss, they've become intimate. Shall we go over now?" In response to the inquiry, Yu Wei cast a glance at her father undergoing dialysis, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. "Of course. I've borne this humiliation for far too long. It's time to put an end to it." Approximately an hour later, Yu Wei arrived at the hotel. The watchful observer immediately approached, bowing submissively. They're still in the room." Upon hearing this, Yu Wei surveyed the closed door and coldly commanded, "Break it down." Bang! With those 4 words uttered, the door to Su-chan's room was smashed open. Just as Gu-shan-shan had settled down, she let out a scream, hastily pulling the covers up to her neck. Trembling, she greeted, "Why you? Miss you?" Upon hearing her voice, Yu Wei's gaze fell upon the red imprint of a slap on Gu Shanshan's face. She then fixed her icy stare on Su Chun, enunciating each word. Su Chun, do you realize you are committing a crime? If Shanshan were to report you, you could face at least 7 years in prison. What do you propose? Hearing those familiar words, Su Chen's previously suppressed rage flared anew. In his past life, he had been intimidated into signing a contract of servitude by Yu Wei. Now, witnessing her attempt the same tactic, Su Chen scoffed. What do you want me to do? Étourdi donc comprend. Huh? Taken aback by his response, Yu Wei was momentarily bewildered. To her, Su Chen was a brainless fool, someone who had become overly excited just hearing his name. But what was happening today? Caught in the act, he showed no signs of panic. Just as she pondered this, the young man standing beside Yu Wei stepped forward, angrily rebuking, Su Chen, are you still pretending to be ignorant? What did you do to Gu Shanshan while in the room? In response to the young man's inquiry, Lin Fan's eyes glinted with malice. He recognized this young man Song Bin, son of Song Jiaxing, the second largest shareholder of the Su Corporation. Their family's crisis had been brought about by his family. Thus, faced with Song Bin's questioning, Su Chun, aware that Gu Shanshan was indeed Song Bin's girlfriend, replied playfully, what do you think I could possibly do with a lone woman in a room? You. This is rape. Upon hearing Su Chen's indirect admission, Song Bin's eyes reddened with fury. Yet, Su Chen remained nonchalant. Does it become rape simply because you say so? Shanshan, did I force you? Facing Su Chen's indifferent inquiry, Gu Shanshan shivered. Recalling the events of the past hour, she perceived Su Chun as a demon returned from hell, fully aware of their every scheme, even possessing skills she had never dared to. Imagine, realizing the futility of opposing Su Chun, Gu Shanshan chose to concede. No, everything was my own choice. Boom. Her declaration was akin to a heavy bomb dropped into a serene lake, instantly shocking everyone in the room. Even the typically aloof Yu Wei furrowed her brow, her expression serious as she reassured, Shanshan, do not fear, I will support you. Su Chun would not dare to harm you. Tell me, was it Su Chun who struck you and threatened you? Miss you truly misunderstand. Everything was indeed my own choice. Gu Shanshan resolutely declared, but her response clearly failed to satisfy Yu Wei and the others. Especially Song Bin, who had long pursued Gu Shanshan, erupted in anger. Gu Shanshan, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize what you were saying? How could a person as worthless as Su Chun ever make you willing? He must have coerced and threatened you, right? Just tell me, and I promise to help you deal with that beast. As he spoke, feeling as though he had been cuckolded, Song Bin, with a face full of fury, strode up to Su Chun, grabbing his bathrobe and roaring, Su, what exactly have you done to Shanshan? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'll bang. Before Song Bin could finish his sentence, Su Chun, who had long been displeased with him, grabbed the ashtray from the bedside table and smashed it violently over Song Bin's head. Subsequently, he seized Song Bin by the hair, repeatedly grinding his cheek against the floor. The gruesome scene left everyone in the room dumbfounded. After a long while, Yu Wei was the first to reprimand him. Su Chun, how could you hit Song Bin? Stop it now. Am I disciplining my own dog? Does it pain you? Su Chen asked coldly. Faced with Su Chen's icy interrogation, Yu Wei was at a loss for words. After all, this was completely different from what she had imagined before coming. Just as she didn't know what to do, an enraged voice rang out from outside the door. Su Chun, stop this instant. Chapter 2, If I Hadn't Come, Would You Have Ascended to the Heavens? With a furious voice echoing, everyone, including Su Chun, turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Just a glance was enough for Su Chen's eyes to reveal a glimmer of excitement. The reason for this was that the individuals entering were not only Song Bin's father, Song Jiaxing, but also his own father, Su Winshan. Recalling the horrific scene of his father's tragic demise in his past life, Su Chen hastily cast aside the bloodied Song Bin and rushed forward. A hint of eagerness in his voice, Dad. What brings you here? If I hadn't come, would you have ascended to the heavens? Su Winshan's expression darkened. Yet, amidst his words, his eyes continuously scanned Su Chun, clearly anxious to ascertain whether his son had been harmed. Feeling the weight of paternal love, Su Chun felt a lump in his throat. Dad, what are you saying? I merely taught that disobedient dog at home a lesson. How could that be considered ascending to the heavens? Hmm? Upon hearing this response, Su Wenshan appeared somewhat bewildered. He seemed unable to fathom how such a well-articulated statement could come from his otherwise unremarkable son. Just as Su Wenshan began to doubt whether the Su Chun before him was an impostor, Song Jiaxing, seeing his son bloodied and battered, was the first to interrogate. Su Chun, how has my son offended you to warrant such brutality? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, this matter is far from resolved. Far from resolved? Having been granted a second chance at life, Su Chun was taken aback by Song Jiaxing's audacity to confront him. He promptly seized Song Jiaxing by the collar, coldly inquiring, "And if I refuse to explain, what can you old dog do about it?" Caught off guard by Su Chen's sudden inquiry, Song Jiaxing found himself at a loss for words. After all, this was far removed from the script he had anticipated. Confused, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the director, Yu Wei, seeking guidance on how to proceed. Yu Wei, too, had not anticipated Su Chen's unorthodox behavior that day. However, wielding the advantages of timing, location, and support, she remained confident that Su Chun could not escape her grasp. She immediately drew upon her trump card, coldly addressing Su Chun. "Su Chun, you've gone too far. How dare you speak to my uncle in such a manner? Kneel and apologize to him at once, and I will consider this matter as if it never occurred. Otherwise, we shall part ways." "How dare you?" Realizing that Yu Wei was still underestimating him, Su Chun raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. With an expression of cold indifference, he questioned, "Now, do you still wish to apologize?" You. Suddenly struck by Su Chun, Yu Wei stood in shock. She could hardly believe that the fierce Su Chun before her was the same man who had once fawned over her. Unable to accept this stark contrast, she erupted. "Su Chun, how dare you hit me? Do you believe that without the Yu family lending money to your Su family, you would be able to repay the Zhao family and Oppos as bridge fees?" Confronted with Yu Wei and Oppos as threats, Su Chun, having returned to life, scoffed. "The Zhao family is nothing more than a minor obstacle. With a single word, I can absolve that debt. What are you trying to portray before me?" "What?" At Su Chen's declaration, the entire gathering fell silent in disbelief, only to erupt into raucous laughter moments later. Especially Song Jiaxing, who at that moment looked upon Su Chun with utter disdain. "Su Chun, what level of ignorance do you possess to utter such foolishness? Do you comprehend the stature of the Zhao family? You boast without even preparing a draft." Seeing Song Jiaxing continue to mock him, Su Chun picked up an ashtray from the table and hurled it at him, exclaiming, "Old dog, who permitted you to speak out of turn? Mr. Su, I am merely considering the company's interests. Are you really going to allow Su Chun to behave this way?" At that moment, Song Jiaxing, having been struck by Su Chun, shouted in frustration. Though his target was Su Chen's father, Su Wenshan, from the very beginning, Su Wenshan had been in a state of confusion. After all, the Su Chun before him was unlike any he had ever known. Concerned that Su Chun might have suffered a blow to his head, he could not help but interject. "Su Chun, stop this nonsense. If you drank counterfeit wine, let's head to the hospital and ensure you aren't talking nonsense." Realizing his father did not believe him, Su Chun understood that his past behavior had been far too reckless. Thus, in an effort to repay his parents in this lifetime, he decisively pulled out his phone and dialed the Zhao family. Remembering the details, "Come pick me up at room 888 at the Hilton Hotel. I can cure Zhao Shana's ailment." After hanging up, Su Chun earnestly added, "Dad, do not worry. I will settle the debt owed by the Zhao family." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Wenshan was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Yu Wei glared at him with venomous eyes. "Su Chun, what is the point of pretending to be someone you are not? We are fully aware of your capabilities. You are nothing more than a useless piece of clay that cannot be molded." Slap! Before Yu Wei could finish her statement, Su Chun struck her once more, declaring, "Silence. No one is mistaking you for a mute. Very well, Su Chun. I will see how your Su family fares without the support of the Yu family." After being struck again, Yu Wei was completely enraged. She promptly stormed out, taking Song Jiaxing and his son with her. This prompted Su Wenshan to bellow in frustration. "Su Chun, are you out of your mind? Do you not realize how crucial the Yu family is to us? Without their assistance, the Zhao family will annihilate us. Do you understand? Observing his father's anxious demeanor, Su Chun felt a swirl of emotions within him. He understood that if possible, his father would not want him to engage in such humiliating actions. However, Su Chun was no longer the same as before. The predicament of the Su family was easily surmountable for him. Dad, I am serious. I can truly resolve the Zhao family's troubles. Resolve what? Just as Su Wenshan was about to admonish Su Chun for his stubbornness, an extremely serious voice echoed from outside. May I inquire which gentleman possesses the ability to cure my father's illness? The Zhao family, Zhao Lingyin, has come to extend an invitation. Chapter 3. Silence before the storm with a resounding bang from outside the door. Even Su Chun was taken aback. After all, Zhao Lingyin was one of the 10 most beautiful women in Hangzhou, a woman he had long admired in his previous life. Unfortunately, his reputation had been so tarnished that she never even granted him the opportunity to approach her. To his astonishment, however, Zhao Lingyin sought him out immediately upon his rebirth. This made Su Chun, filled with excitement, raise his hand and declare, "It is I. I can cure your father's illness." You? Upon hearing Su Chun's response, Zhao Lingyin looked up, her heart brimming with hope. Yet, in an instant, the smile vanished from her face, leaving her as cold as ice. Her words sent chills down his spine. Does young master Su find his debauched life too dull and seek a thrill? As her words fell, 4 or 5 burly men in suits surged into the room. Before Su Chun could utter a word, Su Wenshan, with a face of terror, stepped forward apologizing. "Miss Zhao, my son has had too much to drink. Please forgive him." Forgive him? Zhao Lingyin, who had come here with joy, now wore an expression of fury. Do you dare to jest with my father's life? If I were to pardon him, how could I save the Zhao family's face? Bring him here. Cut off his hands as a lesson. With that, Zhao Lingyin turned to leave. After all, Su Chen's infamous reputation in Hangzhou was known to all. While he might excel in wooing women and playing the fool, healing the sick, surely that was a jest. Just as she was about to depart, however, Su Chun calmly remarked, "Do you not feel a tightness in your chest? Is your right arm not somewhat numb? And have doctors been unable to determine the cause?" Hearing this, Zhao Lingyin halted her steps. Turning to Su Chun with a serious expression, she slowly asked, "Have you investigated me? Do you really think that with my capabilities, I would not be able to investigate you?" Su Chun replied with a smile. "How intriguing. Can you truly heal?" Zhao Lingyin asked, her tone grave. "Certainly. It is a simple matter," Su Chun stated with unwavering confidence. "What if you are deceiving me?" Zhao Lingyin pressed, her voice firm. "Then I shall jump from this window." Su Chun gestured toward the large floor-to-ceiling window, a broad smile on his face. Seeing Su Chun's confidence, Zhao Lingyin decided to take the plunge. "Very well. How do you intend to treat me? Do you have silver needles? Do you also practice acupuncture?" Zhao Lingyin queried, surprised. After all, traditional Chinese acupuncture was not easily mastered. The depth of the needle, its placement, all these factors influence the outcome. Su Chun, fully aware of Zhao Lingyin's concerns, decided to put her at ease. He revealed his diagnostic findings. You have a rare toxin within you, which typically remains dormant. However, upon exposure to a rose, it can activate, leading to symptoms such as chest tightness and limb numbness. In severe cases, it could even result in respiratory failure. I need to use acupuncture to expel the toxin. Do you consent to this treatment? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingyin and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. A rare toxin? Yes. It must be an incense from Persia. Typically, it poses no danger. But when paired with roses, it produces a chronic neurotoxin. Su Chun stated matter-of-factly. Hiss. Zhao Lingyin inhaled sharply for indeed. She had long used a type of Persian incense in her office, and her discomfort had indeed begun after she placed a pot of roses there. Realizing this, Zhao Lingyin's perception of Su Chun transformed significantly. She respectfully bowed to him, saying, "Please, Mr. Su, assist me. Just a minor task." Su Chun smiled as he took the acupuncture kit handed to him by a Zhao family bodyguard. He then retrieved a slender needle, flicking it until it emitted a buzzing sound before coming to a halt. Witnessing this, Zhao Lingyin grew even more convinced that Su Qian spoke the truth. For his technique was a rare form of acupuncture known as trembling needle, a skill possessed by only a handful of practitioners in the entire region. Yet, not only could Su Qian perform it, but his technique surpassed that of many seasoned experts. As Su Qian approached her, Zhao Lingyin could not help but ask, "Mr. Su, when did you learn traditional medicine?" "Guess." Su Qian teased enigmatically, and in the moment Zhao Lingyin was taken aback, he swiftly inserted the silver needle. With a soft gasp, Su Qian nearly lost his composure. He promptly smacked Zhao Lingyin's backside, sternly reminding her, "Behave yourself." "You." Feeling the sudden warmth at her rear, Zhao Lingyin instinctively wanted to retort. However, seeing Su Qian's serious demeanor, she swallowed her words. In an instant, the feeling of breathlessness dissipated. This revelation made Zhao Lingyin exclaim in astonishment, "It truly works. How refreshing. Would I claim to heal your father if it were not so?" Su Qian rolled his eyes, flicking the needle again. Zhao Lingyin found herself at a loss for words. After all, if one were to randomly ask someone in Hangzhou about Su Qian, most would likely respond with an utter fool. Yet, who could have imagined that beneath such a reckless exterior lay a heart devoted to healing? "All right, your issue is resolved. However, your father's case is a bit more complicated, and I will require a fee. Is that acceptable?" At this moment, Su Qian was unaware that his display of skill had successfully captured Zhao Lingyin's attention. He merely stated his intentions after completing the acupuncture. Zhao Lingyin immediately understood. She nodded earnestly, "Of course. As long as you can heal my father, the debts owed by the Su Corporation will be wiped clean. How does that sound?" "Excellent." Seeing Zhao Lingyin's understanding demeanor, Su Qian wasted no time. Casting a reassuring glance at Su Wenshan before effortlessly taking a seat in Zhao Lingyin's car as they headed toward the Zhao family residence. Chapter 4. No filial sons by the sickbed. As the saying goes, in the face of illness, all beings are equal. Zhao Shanhe, a top-tier tycoon in Hangzhou, had amassed a fortune exceeding 50 billion at the tender age of 48. However, just 6 months prior, he fell gravely ill and became bedridden. Despite seeking both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medical treatments, none proved effective. This left the Zhao family in a state of agitation, akin to ants on a hot skillet. Even before Su Qian entered the room, he could hear the discontented shouts from within. "Useless. All of you are useless. My Zhao family spends so much on you every year. Yet at this critical moment, you are of no help. Get out, all of you." As the words echoed, Su Qian observed several doctors and nurses in white coats exiting the room, their faces drawn with concern. Zhao Lingyin, fearing Su Qian might misconstrue the situation, quickly clarified, "These are my father's private doctors, responsible for monitoring his health." She added, "My mother tends to speak harshly when she is anxious." Upon hearing this, Su Qian nodded in understanding. After all, there are no filial sons by the sickbed. When illness strikes, it is the family of the patient who endures the greatest suffering. Therefore, empathizing with the gravity of life and death, Su Qian urged, "Let's see the patient at once." "All right, Mr. Su, please follow me." At that moment, as Su Qian followed Zhao Lingyin into the bedroom, they were met by a beautiful woman who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Lingyin, rushing towards them with urgency. "Lingyin, has that doctor who claims he can cure your father arrived?" she inquired. "Your father's heart just stopped again. Those inept doctors say if they cannot identify the cause soon, he may only have 3 months left to live." Upon hearing this, both Zhao Lingyin and Su Qian instinctively turned to gaze at Zhao Shanhe, who lay frail on the bed. Just one glance made Zhao Lingyin and Appo's eyes redden, while Su Qian was taken aback by the sight of Zhao Shanhe's emaciated figure. In his previous life, he had only known that Zhao Shanhe had contracted a peculiar illness, and that the Zhao family had sought out renowned physicians without success. He had never imagined that Zhao Shanhe would suffer to such an extent. While Su Qian was meticulously assessing the situation, Zhao Lingyin introduced him. "Mother, this is Mr. Su." "Mr. Su?" At the mention of those words, the woman, whose real name was Lu Rushi, could not suppress her excitement. "Is he from the esteemed Su family in the capital?" He's from a Su family in Hangzhou," Zhao Lingyin replied. a bit embarrassed. The Su family in Hangzhou, the one belonging to Su Wenshan? Lu Rushi asked, astonished. Yes, he is Su Wenshan and Amp, Oppo's son, Su Chun. Zhao Lingyin nodded resolutely. Are you out of your mind, Lingyin? You were supposed to invite a miraculous doctor to save your father, yet you bring back a good-for-nothing? Are you hoping for your father's swift demise? Faced with a reprimand, Zhao Lingyin, aware of Su Chen's capabilities, hastily defended him. Mother, Su Chen is not as everyone claims. He possesses genuine skills. What genuine skills? You could pull any dog off the street, and it would have more capability than him. Make him leave at once. As Lu Rushi and Oppo's attitude grew increasingly hostile, Zhao Lingyin found herself at a loss for words, glancing at Su Chen in hopes that he might prove his worth. Su Chen understood that Lu Rushi's disdain stemmed from his reputation. However, his purpose for visiting Zhao Shanhe was a business endeavor, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. With a serious expression, he asserted, "Give me half an hour, and I will make Zhao Shanhe speak." What did you say? Lu Rushi, her face a mask of anger, was momentarily taken aback. Su Chen, undeterred, reiterated solemnly, "I said, give me half an hour, and I will make Zhao Shanhe speak." You're talking nonsense. So many experts and professors have failed. What makes you think you can? Lu Rushi coldly demanded. Simply because this so-called Amp, Oppo's, good-for-nothing and Amp, Oppo's, dares to come here to treat him. If I had no real skills, do you think I would risk my life? Caught off guard by Su Chen's boldness, Lu Rushi found herself momentarily speechless. She suddenly realized that there might be some merit to his claims. If he truly lacked ability, how could he have the audacity to act so brazenly in the Zhao household? With a hint of uncertainty, Lu Rushi asked again, "You really can make my husband speak in half an hour? If you fail, you will face the consequences." With unwavering confidence, Su Chen replied, "Absolutely. Very well. Then let us see what you can do." Seeing Su Chen's confidence, Lu Rushi stood up and made way for him. Without hesitation, Su Chen retrieved his medical kit and laid it out on the bed. He then selected 5 silver needles of varying lengths and, using a trembling technique, began to insert them into Zhao Shanhe's acupoints: Zhongji, Renying, Tanchong, Jiwei, and Guanyuan. As the scene unfolded, Lu Rushi, who had previously doubted Su Chen, now gazed at him with astonishment. After all, years of illness had rendered her somewhat knowledgeable about medical practices. Since Zhao Shanhe and Oppo's illness began, she had consulted numerous traditional healers, but none possessed the skill that Su Chen demonstrated. Thus, astounded by Su Chen's technique, Lu Rushi turned to Zhao Lingyin and whispered, "Lingyin, it said that Su Chen is a good-for-nothing? How does he possess such remarkable medical skills?" Uncertain of the truth, Zhao Lingyin could only relay Su Chen's words. He mentioned that the Su family encountered troubles, and he can no longer afford to live frivolously, which is why he reluctantly revealed his talents. "Is that so?" Lu Rushi replied, intrigued. It trendy to feign incompetence while hiding true talent? Perhaps that is his nature. Zhao Lingyin concocted a rationale that satisfied her curiosity. Before Lu Rushi could further inquire, a jubilant voice rang out from outside. "Aunt Lu, guess who I brought for you?" Startled, both Lu Rushi and Zhao Lingyin instinctively turned towards the doorway. Just one glance transformed their expressions. Lu Rushi wore curiosity, while Zhao Lingyin's face clouded with displeasure. The newcomer was Jiang Tao, the eldest son of the local wealthy Jiang family, who was infatuated with Zhao Lingyin. The very thought of him filled her with irritation. Nevertheless, societal standing held significant weight. The Jiang family's influence far surpassed that of the Zhao family. Although Zhao Lingyin harbored no fondness for Jiang Tao, in Lu Rushi's eyes, he was undoubtedly a commendable young man. Therefore, upon seeing Jiang Tao, she welcomed him with open arms, inquiring curiously, "Little Jiang, who did you bring?" Jiang Tao beamed with pride. From the capital, the renowned Dr. Su. Chapter 5. The clay figure still retained some fire. What? The mention of the name Su Shini elicited an involuntary gasp from Lu Rushi. "Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? How could I possibly jest about such a matter? Look, Su Shini is right here." Jiang Tao gestured toward the car door. Soon, Zhao Lingyin and the others witnessed an elderly man, exuding an ethereal presence, gracefully emerging from the vehicle. Upon recognizing that it was indeed Su Shini, even Zhao Lingyin, who had previously harbored a disdain for Jiang Tao, could not suppress her excitement. After all, Su Shini is an illustrious national physician, renowned throughout the land of Yansha. His clientele typically comprises the elite and dignitaries of the capital, and securing his services is no small feat. Even the Zhao family had faced rejection on multiple occasions when attempting to summon him. Thus, with such a distinguished figure standing before her, how could Zhao Lingyi not feel thrilled? In an effort to create a favorable impression, she promptly approached Su Shini upon his alighting from the vehicle, bowing respectfully. I am immensely grateful, Su Shini, for taking the time amid your busy schedule to treat my father. You need not express your gratitude to me, he replied. It is the Jiang family that has paid a substantial price to invite me here. Direct your thanks to them. With that, Jiang Tao basked in the limelight, becoming the center of attention. Lu Rushi, who had always held a fondness for him, beamed with satisfaction and remarked, Jiang, I truly owe you my thanks. Without your efforts, we would never have been able to engage Su Shini. Ah, Aunt Lu, my father has already consented to my marrying Lingyin, so we shall be family from now on. There is no need for such formality. Jiang Tao corrected her with a smile. Indeed, indeed, Lu Rushi exclaimed, her smile growing even more radiant. In her exuberance, she called out to Zhao Lingyin, Lingyin, why haven't you thanked Jiang yet? Feeling somewhat displeased with her mother's insistence, Zhao Lingyin muttered, you agreed to the marriage, but I have yet to agree to the union. No need for such fervor. Upon hearing her response, Lu Rushi instinctively opened her mouth to reprimand her. But before she could articulate her thoughts, Zhao Lingyin had already turned away. This left Lu Rushi feeling somewhat awkward as she glanced at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao, a man of considerable composure, chose not to press the issue further upon realizing Zhao Lingyin's reluctance. Instead, he deftly redirected the conversation, saying, Aunt Lu, now is not the time for thanks. We should let Su Shini attend to Uncle Zhao's health first, considering how busy he is. Ah, yes. Let us first request Su Shini's assistance in examining old Zhao. We could discuss other matters once he recovers. Lu Rushi gestured for Su Shini to enter the house. However, at that moment, Zhao Lingyin interjected, furrowing her brow. Mom, Su Chun is still treating him inside. Oh dear, I completely forgot about him. Lu Rushi exclaimed, momentarily embarrassed. Jiang Tao, perplexed, inquired, what is going on, Aunt Lu? Su Shini's presence is a rare opportunity. Why isn't he allowed to enter? Lu Rushi, with a look of discomfort, explained, well, before you arrived, Lingyin found another doctor who claimed he could treat Uncle Zhao. He has only just begun, and it may not be appropriate to switch physicians now. Oh, who is this esteemed doctor capable of treating Uncle Zhao? Jiang Tao inquired, intrigued. The ailment afflicting Zhao Shanhe was well known within the upper circles of Hangsheng, and numerous doctors had failed to provide relief. If someone could indeed heal him, Jiang Tao would not mind making their acquaintance. It's Su Chun from Hangsheng, Lu Rushi divulged, noticing Jiang Tao's interest and not concealing the information. What? Su Chun? The same one who was mocked by Yu Wei as a fool? Jiang Tao exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, that's him. Lu Rushi nodded affirmatively. Aunt Lu, you must be mistaken. Su Chun is nothing but an imbecile. How could you allow him to treat Uncle Zhao? Are you trying to hasten his demise? Jiang Tao retorted harshly. Hearing such disparaging remarks, Zhao Lingyin, who had remained silent, could no longer contain herself. Jiang Tao, how can you speak like that? Su Chun is not as you portray him. What do you mean he is not as I portray him? Everyone in Hangsheng knows who Su Chun is. Jiang Tao replied disdainfully. You. Zhao Lingyin was about to counter with further argument when Lu Rushi, eager to prevent a quarrel, interjected, Jiang, I believe Su Chen's medical skills are rather commendable. His acupuncture seems quite proficient. Acupuncture? Upon hearing this, Su Shini suddenly adopted a grave expression and inquired, is the doctor inside employing acupuncture for treatment? Yes, why? Lu Rushi responded, her anxiety palpable as she observed Su Shini's serious demeanor. That is sheer folly. The purpose of acupuncture is to invigorate blood flow and resolve stagnation. I have already heard from Jiang Tao that your husband's condition is likely due to poisoning. If acupuncture is administered, it will not be healing, but rather an act of murder. The weight of Su Shini's words struck Zhao Lingyin and her mother like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned. Lu Rushi, particularly, was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, shouting at Zhao Lingyin, "Quick, stop him! Don't let him proceed!" "Mom, Su Qin." Zhao Lingyin instinctively sought to defend Su Chun, but before she could finish her thought, Jiang Tao interjected, "Lingyin, this is Su Shini's diagnosis. Do you not believe him?" Faced with the accusation, Zhao Lingyin found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Tao, sensing the urgency, barged into the room and shouted, "Su Chun, halt immediately!" Suddenly confronted with such vitriol, Su Chun, who was diligently treating Zhao Shanhe, turned slowly. Upon seeing two additional men in the room, he raised an eyebrow in annoyance. "Didn't your mother tell you that doctors should not be disturbed while treating patients? Get out!" he barked, resuming his work with the silver needles. Yet, as the saying goes, prejudice is a disease. Although Su Chun was earnestly engaged in treatment to the onlookers, it appeared as though he was committing an act of murder. Thus, Jiang Tao, eager to present himself favorably before the Zhao family, erupted in anger. "You worthless fool! Are you trying to act all high and mighty? Do you even know how to spell in Oppos, death in Oppos? I command you to stop immediately, or I swear I will end you." Indeed, as the saying goes, even a clay figure retains some fire, and how much more so for Su Chun, who had been granted a second chance at life. Hearing Jiang Tao and Oppos' relentless taunts, he turned a dark gaze towards Zhao Lingyin and asked, "Is the Zhao family still seeking treatment?" Faced with Su Chun's inquiry, Zhao Lingyin was caught in a dilemma. She was unsure whom to trust, and with a resolute heart, she finally articulated, "Su Shini from the capital claims that my father's illness is due to poisoning and cannot be treated with acupuncture. You speak utter nonsense. He knows nothing." Chapter 6. Death is irreversible, are you certain? How audacious! Dr. Su, the esteemed president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association and a distinguished expert at the Concord Hospital, is not someone you, a mere dog, can defame. At that moment, upon hearing Su Chen's astonishing remarks, Jiang Tao could not contain his anger. However, Su Chun, upon hearing this, expressed even greater disdain. How could someone who utters such nonsensical words be worthy of the title of president? It seems our traditional Chinese medicine in Yinxia has indeed fallen into decline. This impudent child, upon hearing Su Chen's words, the previously dismissive Dr. Su erupted in fury. "You, at such a tender age, are unaware of the immensity of the world. Who is your teacher? Is this how they instruct you? Who are you?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and slowly inquired. "I am Su Yuntian," Dr. Su declared haughtily. Clearly, he held immense confidence in his own name, believing that once he revealed it, Su Chan would surely kneel and admit his mistake. However, while aspirations may be grand, reality often proves starkly different. Upon introducing himself, rather than evoking admiration from Su Chan, he instead faced a devastating retort. "Su Yuntian? I'm not familiar with you. You, as the saying goes, a person values their face as a tree values its bark." Su Yuntian's face turned an alarming shade upon being so ridiculed by Su Chun. He intended to eloquently present his achievements, but his pride left him at a loss for words. Fortunately, Jiang Tao was present and, with great understanding, exclaimed, "Su Chun, you truly are blind to the truth. You dare not recognize Dr. Su? With such limited insight, how can you claim to save lives with traditional Chinese medicine?" After uttering these words, Jiang Tao hastily turned to persuade Lu Rushi, saying, "Aunt Lu, can you see now? This fellow Su Chun is nothing but a fraud. He doesn't even know who Dr. Su is. How could such a person possibly possess any medical skills?" Lu Rushi was already shaken by Su Yuntian's earlier remarks. Now, upon witnessing Su Chen's ignorance of the renowned traditional medicine master, she grew increasingly anxious, urging, "Su Chun, please stop. We no longer require your treatment." "Are you certain?" Upon hearing this, Su Chun ignored Lu Rushi and instead looked intently at Zhao Lingyin. After all, she was the one who had invited him. Theoretically, Zhao Lingyin was his employer, whether to treat or not lay in her hands. This, Zhao Lingyin appeared conflicted. Her intuition suggested that Su Chun was not boasting. He genuinely possessed the ability to heal her father. Yet, Su Yuntian and Appo's illustrious reputation was undeniably formidable. Anyone would know how to choose between a wastrel and a medical sage. Thus, after a few moments of silence, Zhao Lingyin ultimately chose to trust Su Yuntian. However, to avoid offending Su Chun, she inquired in a conciliatory tone, "Mr. Su, you have been busy for quite some time. Why not take a brief rest and allow Dr. Su to take a look? What about the compensation?" Upon hearing this, Su Chun raised an eyebrow. The Zhao family certainly does not lack in remuneration. How about we consider the bridge fee owed by the Su group to be completely waived? Zhao Lingyin took a deep breath and asked slowly. Very well. Upon hearing that the debt would be fully forgiven, Su Chun ceased his lengthy discourse. After all, he had come to treat Zhao Shanha precisely for the sake of the Su group's debt. Now that the issue of the debt was resolved, he had little interest in further involvement. However, as the old adage goes, one should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against others and Appo's designs. Zhao Shanha's illness was indeed quite troublesome. To avoid any disputes later, Su Chun stood up but did not leave immediately. Instead, he added, "I may cease treatment, but I must state clearly that should I not be allowed to treat him, any issues arising thereafter will not concern me. Is that understood?" Nonsense. With Dr. Su personally intervening, even if you wish to take responsibility, there would be no opportunity. Dr. Su, wouldn't you agree? In response to Jiang Tao and Appo's flattery, Dr. Su, with an air of arrogance, replied, "Young man, having learned a mere fraction, you aspire to practice medicine? You still have a long way to go. Is that so?" Upon hearing such brazen words from Su Yuntian, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Chen's eyes. "Then I, Su, shall see just how capable you truly are to dare to instruct me in the art of healing." With that, Su Chun, visibly displeased, stepped aside, awaiting the unfolding drama. Jiang Tao, seizing the moment, eagerly implored Dr. Su to teach that little wretch a lesson, so he might understand that there are always those greater than oneself. Naturally. With that, Su Yuntian, brimming with pride, approached Zhao Shanha, prepared to diagnose him. However, the moment his hand rested upon Zhao Shanha's wrist, his expression shifted dramatically. This occurred primarily because he could not feel Zhao Shanha's pulse. Yet, the nearby heart monitor displayed normal readings, leaving Su Yuntian momentarily bewildered. He could not comprehend what was happening. This disconcerting situation did not escape the attention of those present. However, due to Su Yuntian's stature, Zhao Lingyin and the others hesitated to inquire further. Meanwhile, Su Chun, with a playful glint in his eye, questioned, "Dr. Su, why have you not begun treatment? Could it be that you are unable to heal him?" With that remark, Su Yuntian's countenance darkened further, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Jiang Tao, witnessing this scene, could no longer deny that Su Yuntian was at a loss. However, to evade blame, he immediately twisted the narrative, retorting, "Su Chun, what nonsense are you spouting? Dr. Su's hesitation is due to your reckless treatment, which has caused him considerable trouble, is it not, Dr. Su?" Upon hearing this, and wishing to safeguard his reputation, Su Yuntian gritted his teeth and, with a facade of righteousness, declared, "Yes, it is due to this little wretch's reckless acupuncture treatment that Zhao Shoufu is now poisoned throughout his body. Even I cannot remedy such a condition." What? At Su Yuntian's proclamation, both Zhao Lingyin and Lu Rushi's expressions transformed dramatically. Lu Rushi, in particular, became agitated and shouted, "Bring me this little wretch, and have him dealt with." At once, 4 or 5 burly men surged into the room at Lu Rushi's command. Su Chun, witnessing this, felt his expression darken. Yet, he did not cower. Instead, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Zhao Lingyin, stating emphatically, "If you have me apprehended, your father will surely perish. Allow me to treat him, and he may yet live, but the remuneration must be negotiated anew." Boom. Upon hearing that Su Chun could still provide treatment, a glimmer of hope illuminated the otherwise bleak world for Zhao Lingyin. She excitedly inquired, "Is what you say truly genuine?" Of course, Su Chen replied, brimming with confidence. Very well, then, I shall trouble you, Mr. Su. Zhao Lingyin respectfully bowed her head. Yet, no sooner had the words left her mouth than Jiang Tao stepped forward to obstruct her, exclaiming, Lingyin, you cannot permit this man to continue treating Uncle Zhao. If he proceeds, Uncle Zhao may not survive. Then what do you propose? Have Dr. Su cure my father instead. Zhao Lingyin shouted in frustration. If he cannot heal him, then cease your incessant prattling and clear out of my sight. Boom! Faced with Zhao Lingyin's fury, Jiang Tao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Su Yuntian, perhaps sensing a loss of dignity, coldly scoffed, It is not that I cannot cure him. Rather, I am but a man, not a deity, and cannot achieve the impossible. Boom! As Su Yuntian's words fell, Zhao Lingyin's body trembled violently. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, What did you say? Zhao Shoufu has already departed this world. Once a life is lost, it cannot be regained. This is, just as Su Yuntian was about to finish his sentence, Zhao Shanhe, who had seemingly been lifeless on the bed, suddenly sat up, expelling a torrent of black blood. At this moment, the entire room fell into a hushed silence. Only Su Chun, with an expression of indifference, asked, Dr. Su, what did you just say? Could you kindly repeat that? Chapter 7. The higher you stand, the smaller your courage. No, impossible. This cannot be true. At that moment, as Su Chun's indifferent voice echoed in the air, Su Yuntian could not help but exclaim in shock. After all, misdiagnosing a patient to the point of death was a grave matter that could tarnish one's reputation. If such an accusation were substantiated, it would indeed be a severe embarrassment. Thus, in a fervor to defend his honor, Su Yuntian argued passionately. Just now, Zhao Shoufu clearly had no pulse. I could not have mistaken it. It must be your foul play, right? Upon hearing Su Yuntian's accusation, Su Chen's expression turned cold as he reprimanded. If you cannot even discern the technique of preserving life, known as Gui Shi, what right do you have to speak? Do you not feel ashamed? Boom! With Su Chen's words, Su Yuntian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, left utterly speechless. Zhao Lingyin, observing the exchange, curiously inquired, Mr. Su, what is Gui Shi? To which Su Chen elucidated, in Western medicine, it is referred to as extracorporeal circulation. However, in traditional Chinese medicine, it does not require bloodshed, so that is how it is. Zhao Lingyin's face brightened with understanding. Yet, before she could voice any further thoughts, the indignant Su Yuntian interjected, You're talking nonsense. Even if I, Su Yuntian, am not at my best, I would still be able to detect Gui Shi. Just moments ago, Zhao Shanhe had no pulse. Noticing Su Yuntian's obstinacy, Su Chen's displeasure grew as he remarked, Did you learn your medical skills from your stepmother? Do you not need to ascertain the cause of illness before treating it? Let me ask you, what poison has Zhao Shanhe been afflicted with? The icy inquiry left Su Yuntian dumbfounded. It was only then that he recalled the peculiarities surrounding Zhao Shanhe. At this moment, seeing Su Yuntian rendered speechless, Zhao Lingyin's expression turned grave as she asked, Mr. Su, what poison has my father been poisoned with? Corpse poison, Su Chun replied with utmost seriousness. What? Upon hearing the term corpse poison, Zhao Lingyin could not contain her shock. How could he have been poisoned by such a thing? That is a question for your father to answer. Su Chen solemnly gazed at Zhao Shanhe. Hearing this, Zhao Lingyin glanced at her father, whose breathing had become considerably steadier, and slowly asked, When will my father wake up? The toxins within his body have been fully purged. His bodily functions are now recovering. He should awaken soon. Su Chen contemplated before responding. Indeed, as Su Chen had predicted, no sooner had he spoken than Zhao Shanhe, who had been in a coma for half a year, emitted a faint sound. Though it was but a single syllable, it resonated like a thunderclap, causing everyone in the room to tremble, especially for Zhao Lingyin and Lu Rushi. Tears of joy streamed down their faces. No one could fathom the trials Zhao Lingyin had endured during her father's prolonged unconsciousness. Thus, to spare Zhao Shanhe further suffering, she hurriedly stood and choked out, Quick, bring some congee. My father is hungry. Understood, miss. Outside the door, servants were already waiting. Upon hearing Zhao Lingyin's command, A servant swiftly entered, carrying a bowl of meticulously prepared rice porridge. However, just as Zhao Lingyin reached out to take it, Su Chun intervened, stating, "Your father has been in a coma for half a year. His body is too weak to eat now. If he does, even the deities cannot save him." With Su Chun's words, the once warm atmosphere in the room felt as if it had been paused. Having fully acknowledged Su Chun's abilities, Zhao Lingyin trembled as she asked, "Then what should we do? He cannot go without food." "Of course, food must be consumed." Su Chun narrowed his eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. "But not just yet. His body is too depleted. It requires medicinal nourishment first. Here's what we'll do. I will provide you with a list of medicinal herbs. You shall procure them and bring them to me for preparation. After completing a course of treatment, he can gradually begin to consume light foods." With that, Su Chun retrieved a notebook from beside the bed and swiftly penned down a list of several precious herbs. He then handed this extensive list, which exceeded Zhao Shanha's actual needs, to Zhao Lingyin. However, as the old saying goes, the king is easy to appease, but the little ghosts are troublesome. The moment Zhao Lingyin accepted the list, Jiang Tao, who had just lost face in front of Su Chun, immediately erupted. "What are you doing? Are you here to stock up? So many herbs? Fugu liver? Isn't that highly toxic? Why would you need that?" Seeing Jiang Tao pick a fight, Su Chun, determined to keep his plan intact, straightened his face and replied, "These are what I need for treatment. If young Master Jiang or anyone accompanying him possesses superior skills, Su, can step aside. However, I must remind you, his body cannot endure any more torment. If you persist in this nonsense, I will be powerless to assist." Yu Jiang Tao instinctively tried to retort, but his words were cut off by Zhao Lingyin's sharp interjection. "Jiang Tao, enough. If you continue to make a scene, get out of my house." Faced with Zhao Lingyin's reprimand, Jiang Tao, who yearned to win her affection, became agitated. "Lingyin, this person is clearly trying to exploit your herbs. You mustn't trust him." Yet, Jiang Tao failed to comprehend the meaning of the phrase beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Zhao Lingyin, already grateful to Su Chun for saving her father, found herself favorably inclined towards him, especially in light of Jiang Tao's inadequate presence. As soon as Jiang Tao finished speaking, Zhao Lingyin exploded. "Listen here, Jiang Tao. Setting aside whether Mr. Su is indeed exploiting the herbs, even if he were, I would willingly accept it. After all, he has saved my father, unlike you, who brought along a useless person. Therefore, I kindly ask you to be quiet." Although Jiang Tao still had words on the tip of his tongue, he could only relent. As this scene unfolded, Su Chun nodded repeatedly, thoroughly satisfied. What pleased him even more was Zhao Lingyin's open-handedness. She not only gathered all the herbs he requested, but also provided extra portions of each. This bolstered Su Chun's confidence in proceeding with his plans. Indeed, Su Chun's purpose in treating Zhao Shanha extended beyond merely alleviating the debts of the Su Corporation. He had grander aspirations. That was to leverage the Zhao family to procure certain medicinal herbs, testing whether the ancient prescriptions and techniques he recalled were truly effective. After all, in this world, the higher one stands, the smaller one's courage. Su Chun was acutely aware that to live freely in this realm, mere wealth was insufficient. One must also possess power. Only with sufficient might could one ensure their existence was acknowledged. While contemplating his future path, Zhao Lingyin approached with a contract in hand. "Mr. Su, this is the remuneration for the second treatment from our Zhao family. Please accept it." Upon hearing Zhao Lingyin's words, Su Chun instinctively took it and asked with curiosity, "What is this?" "The Jinshui Bay project." Zhao Lingyin replied earnestly. "Oh." At the mention of this project, Su Chun's eyes gleamed with interest. If his memory served him correctly, this project held significant potential. Chapter 8. Astonishingly, you've returned alive? With the Zhao family matter concluded, it was already late into the night. As soon as Su Chun returned home, he found two women and a man in the living room, nestled together, dozing off. Seeing the anxious expressions etched on their faces, Su Chun felt a pang of emotion. The cherished memories of family washed over him like a tidal wave. He gently picked up a blanket from the sofa and carefully draped it over his sister, Su Xiao. However, despite Su Chen's caution, the now 18-year-old Su Xiao was startled awake. "Brother, you and Appos, back?" she exclaimed. "Dad, Mom, brother is alive." Su and Shan and his wife, Chun Meilan, who were also exhausted, hastily rose to their feet and began to examine Su Chun intently. Witnessing their worried expressions, Su Chun could no longer hold back his tears. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine." "Nonsense," Chun Meilan retorted. "I heard from your father that you went to the Zhao family to treat Zhao Shan, he for our family's debt. How could you be fine? Lift up your shirt and let me see if they've taken any of your organs." Feeling his mother's trembling hands rummaging through his clothes, Su Chun proactively lifted his shirt. "Mom, I'm really okay." Chun Meilan, seeing that Su Chun was indeed unharmed, couldn't help but ask, "Chin Chun, are the Zhao family so magnanimous? You impersonated a doctor to treat Zhao Shanhe, and they just let you go?" Hearing his mother's words, Su Chun was somewhat amused. However, he could understand why his mother would think that way. After all, he had been quite the disappointment in his previous life. So, to alleviate his family's worries, Su Chun took out the Golden Bay contract and said, "Yes, the Zhao family is very generous. Not only did they not kill me, but they also entrusted our Su family with the Golden Bay project they and Appos, redeveloping this year." "What?" Su and Shan, who had been silent until now, exclaimed in surprise. "You and Appos, saying the Zhao family gave us the Golden Bay project?" "Yes, the contract is right here. You take a look." Seeing that Su Chun didn't seem to be joking, Su and Shan eagerly snatched the contract. With just one glance, his body trembled with excitement. Su Xiao, witnessing this, also asked in astonishment, "Dad, is this contract real?" It's real, it's real. The Zhao family really gave us the Golden Bay project, worth billions. Our Su family won't go bankrupt, and we won't end up on the streets." Su and Shan exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "My goodness, let me see." Hearing Su and Shan's words, Su Xiao immediately reached for the contract. Chun Meilan, equally shocked, also leaned in for a closer look. Soon, expressions of excitement lit up their faces. Su Xiao grabbed Su Chen's arm and asked excitedly, "Su Chun, how did you do it? Did you sell yourself? Or were you chosen as an auspicious son-in-law for the family?" "Stop reading those low-quality novels. What auspicious son-in-law? Didn't I say I want to treat Zhao Shanhe?" Su Chen said, exasperated. "Treat? Then tell me, what medicine does this Latin term refer to?" Su Xiao asked, pointing to a wavy line. "Ah, I and Appos am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Su Chan scratched his head awkwardly. "Traditional Chinese medicine? Then take my pulse and let me see your skills." Su Xiao offered her arm. Seeing this, Su Chan realized that he wouldn't be able to enter the house today without a proper explanation. So, to convince them, Su Chen placed his fingers on Su Xiao's wrist. Perhaps due to Su Chen's professional demeanor, Su Xiao was taken aback. "Wow, I think my brother is even more skilled than those old professors at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital," she exclaimed. "Brother, are you suddenly going to say, 'Congratulations'? It's a joyful pulse." "What are you thinking?" Su Chan tapped Su Xiao on the head. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "You've been drinking too much lately. Your liver is almost failing. You need to drink some Chinese medicine. I'll write you a prescription later." As Su Chen's serious words fell, Su Xiao, who had been about to retort, was stunned. She looked at Su Chan in disbelief, not expecting him to know about her drinking. Su and Shan, who knew more about Su Xiao than Su Chun, frowned and scolded, "Xiao Xiao, did you go back to the bar to earn that dirty money? Didn't it Appos? You promised Dad you wooed and Appos. Go anymore?" "Dad, my brother's lying. I didn't Appos. Go." Su Xiao replied nervously. "Nonsense. I've seen your brother's medical skills with my own eyes." Even Zhao Ling Yin was impressed. Su and Shan said sternly. "I." Hearing this, Su Xiao didn't know how to explain herself. Chun Meilan sighed and said, "Xiao Xiao wants to participate in a talent show. But the organizers said that to guarantee success and exposure, she needs to invest 3 million yuan. She knows our family's current situation and doesn't want to put pressure on you, so." Chun Meilan trailed off, but everyone in the room understood her meaning. However, these words made Su and Shan and Su Chen's ears burn with shame. They were men. and it was already a sin to not be able to provide a good life for their family. To have their family members show their faces in public and rely on selling their talents to earn money was an even greater sin. So, Su Chen, who was acutely aware of who was responsible for the family situation, said with teary eyes, "Xiao Xiao, it's all my fault for holding you back. Don't worry, I'll get the 3 million for you." Hearing Su Chen's apology, Su Zhao's eyes also welled up with tears. "Brother, forget it. Let's pay off the debt first. My dream doesn't matter. No, I'll make you the most popular star." With that, Su Chen turned to Su Wenshan and asked earnestly, "Dad, how much liquid capital do we have right now?" We still have 20 million, but it's due tomorrow afternoon." Su Wenshan replied awkwardly. "Only 20 million, and it's due tomorrow afternoon? Dad, haven't you made any money over the years?" Faced with Su Chen's question, Su Wenshan's face immediately flashed with resentment. "I used to make a lot, but it was all squandered by a good-for-nothing who had the ability but didn't show it." Suddenly being indirectly criticized by his own father, Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. "All right, 20 million it is. Let me use it first, and I'll turn it into 20 billion tomorrow." Chapter 9. You should just be reckless and avoid investments. What nonsense is this? 20 million turning into 2 billion? Are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? At this moment, as Su Chen uttered his astonishing proclamation, Su Wenshan could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Beside him, Su Xiao, equally astonished, asked, "Brother, are you serious? Are you planning to squander a large portion of that money and convert the rest into Vietnamese dong, indulging in self-deception? I must remind you, this money is meant to repay Sherwin Long. Please do not act foolishly." Sherwin Long? Upon hearing this name, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. His impression of this individual, who was notorious in Hangzhou, was profoundly etched in his memory. In his previous life, it was his fear of Sherwin Long that led him to be manipulated by Yu Wei, ultimately resulting in the sale of his own organs. Now, confronted with him once more, a glint of ferocity flickered in Su Chen's gaze. "It is not Vietnamese dong. It is renminbi. Is it really renminbi?" Seeing Su Chen's unwavering stance, Su Xiao helplessly turned to Su Wenshan and said, "Dad, perhaps we should take brother to the hospital for a checkup. He seems rather off today." "Indeed, I share your concern. Please call an ambulance." Su Wenshan nadidernistri. "I am not joking. Hand me the 20 million, and I assure you, I will at least turn it into 2 billion by tomorrow." Su Xiao rolled her eyes at Su Chen's stubbornness, exclaiming, "Brother, even if you had a money-printing machine, it wouldn't be possible to convert 20 million into 2 billion in a day. Let us not entertain such folly. We cannot afford to owe Sherwin Long anything." Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized the challenge of convincing them. However, during this year of his rebirth, one event had indeed created a myth in the investment realm. The world's richest man, Elon Musk, promoting Dogecoin. He had transformed what was once worthless into a sensational success overnight, with soaring prices. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon would be the moment Musk announced it on Twitter. At that point, turning 20 million into 2 billion would be an understatement. Thus, to steer the Su family back on track, Su Chen decided to reveal his plan. Traditional investments would undoubtedly fail to yield such astronomical returns. However, investing in virtual currency was an entirely different matter. Virtual currency? Su Xiao paused slightly, asking, "Do you mean Bitcoin?" But its price is already saturated. Even if you purchase it, there won't be significant fluctuations in the short term. It was evident that Su Xiao possessed substantial experience in investments. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, she immediately elaborated on the current state of virtual currency. Being a reborn individual, Su Chen was well aware of this. Therefore, he promptly corrected her, saying, "I am not buying Bitcoin. I am investing in Dogecoin." Dogecoin? Su Xiao was taken aback by this name. Is there such a virtual currency? Indeed, you can look it up. Su Chen replied seriously. Seeing Su Chen's earnestness, Su Xiao quickly took out her phone and began searching for information about Dogecoin. Meanwhile, Su Wenshan and Chen Meilin also leaned in to listen. After all, the prospect Su Chen painted was simply too enticing. If it were true, with the Zhao family contract and substantial cash flow, the Su family could truly turn their fortunes around. However, as Su Xiao began her search for information on Dogecoin, the expressions of the three faded. They scoured the internet for what felt like an eternity, only to find a handful of irrelevant tidbits related to Dogecoin. The scarcity of credible information led them to believe that Su Chun was not making a genuine investment, but rather falling back into his old habits of squandering wealth. To prevent Su Chun from such absurd notions, Su Xiao bluntly suggested, "Brother, why not come up with a different excuse to ask for money? Even if you say you need it for a night out at a bar, our parents would probably oblige. But investing? That is out of the question. We cannot afford to squander that 20 million. Sigh. Faced with the disbelief of his family, Su Chun felt utterly helpless. He understood that convincing them of Dogecoin's potential was indeed a tall order. Nevertheless, the reality remained. Tomorrow, Musk would send its price soaring. If the Su family missed this opportunity, they might recover in the future, but Su Chun could not afford to wait too long. After all, with his falling out with Yu Wei, given her ruthless nature, she would undoubtedly resort to extreme measures to ensure the survival of her father. If he lacked the means to protect himself by then, the consequences would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chun resolved to share his identity as a reborn individual. Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to speak, a sense of impending danger clouding his thoughts. It felt as if revealing his rebirth would lead to immediate doom. In that moment, Su Chun comprehended that disclosing his rebirth was a taboo, a truth best left unspoken. Thus, after a few seconds of silence, he feigned helplessness and said, "Oh, you are all so boring. You want to even let me boast a little." Fine. It was Zhao Lingyin who shared this insider information with me. She told me that a significant figure will be boosting Dogecoin tomorrow. Really? Upon hearing Zhao Lingyin and Appo's name, Su Chun's family remained skeptical. After all, Su Chun's reputation had been so tarnished in the past. He had employed various means to procure money from his parents. Who would dare to trust him with such a sum, especially when it was meant for repaying debts? Su Chun understood this logic and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Of course it's true. If she had informed me, how would I know about Dogecoin? Wouldn't you agree?" Hearing this, the three members of the Su family could not help but nod in agreement. They felt that Su Chen's assertion held merit. If Zhao Lingyin had not tipped him off, how could Su Chun have known about such advanced matters? Thus, after some contemplation, Su Wenchan ultimately decided to advance the funds to Su Chun for investment. After all, the opportunity Su Chun described was too grand and enticing. If it were genuine, the Su family could indeed experience a remarkable turnaround. "Su Chin, you may withdraw the 20 million from the company's account tomorrow. However, remember to return the money before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Otherwise, Shi Wenlong will not let us off lightly. Rest assured, I am well aware of that." At that moment, upon receiving his father's consent to access the final 20 million from the family, Su Chin ceased his chatter and promptly took the medicinal herbs given by Zhao Lingyin. Returning to his room, after all, he had a significant task to undertake tonight. Chapter 10. Why hasn't that useless Su Chun come to apologize yet? It is often said that wealth is inferior to power, and power is inferior to strength. Su Chun understood all too well that if he wished to establish himself in this society, he must learn martial arts. Fortunately, in his memories from a past life, he had been a prodigy of the Taoist sect. He knew precisely how to empower himself. Thus, upon returning to his bedroom, Su Chun hesitated not a moment. Immediately retrieving all the medicinal herbs bestowed upon him by the Zhao family, he carefully selected the portion needed by Zhao Shanhe, discarding the remainder into the bathtub. As the warm water soaked the herbs, they seemed to undergo a grotesque transformation, reminiscent of a chemical reaction. Yet, Su Chun showed no hesitation. He stripped himself bare and stepped into the concoction. The moment his foot touched the liquid, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, instinctively causing him to lift his foot. However, after taking several deep breaths, he gritted his teeth and stepped back in. This time, as his veins throbbed and threatened to burst, Su Chun remained steadfast, lying in the bathtub. He understood that a man who does not impose hardship upon himself will merely become a stepping stone for others, trampled underfoot and subjected to humiliation. That night felt exceptionally long for Su Chun. Meanwhile, another soul shared in his torment, Yu Yaowei, who anxiously awaited Su Chun's apology at home. At that moment, gazing at the dawn breaking in the sky, she lamented once more, Why hasn't that useless Su-chan come to apologize? Perhaps this was a question she had posed dozens of times throughout the night. Song Bin, with his head wrapped in bandages, could no longer contain himself and solemnly inquired, Wei Wei, do you think Su-chan might actually be serious about not coming to apologize? He wouldn't dare, Yu Yaowei exclaimed vehemently. The Su family is at a critical juncture. If he does not come to plead with me, his family will be reduced to begging on the streets. How could he possibly not come to seek my forgiveness? But now that dawn has arrived, should we continue waiting? Song Bin replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. I faced with this dilemma. Yu Yaowei's expression darkened considerably. Ever the proud individual, she struck Gu Shanshan, who stood nearby, across the face, exclaiming, It's all your fault for betraying us at the last moment. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be stuck waiting here. You wretched harlot. Is Su-chan's life truly so precious that you neglect your own brother's life? Confronted with the accusations, Gu Shanshan, her face bruised, hastily shook her head and replied, No, Yuzong, Su-chan is not a waste. He is fully aware of our plans. You're talking nonsense. Who in Hangzhou doesn't know that Su-chan is a fool? How could he possibly know our plans? It must be your carelessness that alerted that fool. Gu Shanshan was left utterly speechless by Yu Yaowei's words. Just then, her phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. Seeing this, Song Bin's face lit up with joy. Wei Wei, it's a call from that dog Su-chan. Su-chin's. Upon hearing this, Yu Yaowei yanked Gu Shanshan's hair and dragged her to the table. Her voice icy. You should know what to say, right? Yes, yes. Gu Shanshan nodded frantically, her fear palpable. She then set the phone to speaker mode. Trembling as she spoke, Young Master Su, what is it you need? Dressed in a crisp new shirt, Su-chan adjusted his cuffs and spoke calmly. Come to the company shortly and withdraw 20 million from the account. Invest it all in a virtual currency called Dogecoin. What? That still sure Wenlong's money. Gu Shanshan exclaimed in disbelief. Su-chan and Oppo's wrist paused momentarily, irritation flickering across his features. Just do as I say. Other matters are not for you to ponder. With that, he abruptly ended the call. As the phone went silent, the atmosphere in Yu Yaowei's home turned grave. No one could fathom what they had just heard. Su-chan was contemplating an investment in a virtual currency they had never even heard of. Dogecoin? Did he wish for his demise to come swifter? Unable to comprehend, Yu Yaowei turned to Song Jiaxing. Uncle, what do you think Su-chan is playing at? I have no idea. However, I believe it presents an opportunity for Su-chan to willingly sacrifice himself. Oh, how so? Yu Yaowei asked, intrigued. The fund Su-chan is using are meant to repay Shi Wenlong's debt. If he spends that money, how do you think Shi Wenlong will treat him? Yu Yaowei gasped at Song Jiaxing's words. Her excitement grew as she exclaimed, with Shi Wenlong's methods, he will undoubtedly force Su-chan into a position where he cannot live, nor can he die. Precisely. Song Jiaxing nodded, amusement dancing in his eyes. Shi Wenlong will surely leave Su-chan and his family with no means of survival. All we need to do is appear at the opportune moment and offer Su-chan and his family a lifeline, and he will have no choice but to comply. Hearing this, Yu Yaowei's lips curled into a cruel smile. Uncle is right. I shall call Shi Wenlong immediately to inform him. After uttering those words, her gaze shifted to Gu Shanshan. Noticing this, Song Bin shouted at Gu Shanshan, You wretched harlot, what are you still doing here? Hurry and help that dog Su-chan with his operations. If you dare to play tricks again, don't blame us for being unkind. I understand. Gu Shanshan hurriedly made her way to the Su group. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Su family home, Zhao Lingyin approached the impeccably handsome Su-chan as he exited. Greeting him with a smile, Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, he replied. This is the traditional medicine I prepared for your father. Take it once a day for 3 days, and then he can begin consuming some light meals. With that, Su-chan beamed as he handed over the medicine. Zhao Lingyin, filled with genuine gratitude, replied, Thank you, Mr. Su. No need for formalities. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. Su-chan said, and with that, he departed. However, just as he lifted his foot, Zhao Lingyin called out, Mr. Su, wait. What is it? Su-chan looked back, puzzled. Zhao Lingyin felt her heart race at the sight of his handsome visage. She sensed an unusual change in him today, though she couldn't quite articulate what it was. Steeling herself, she shyly asked, I was wondering if you have some time now? I wanted to know. I have matters to attend to today. We'll have to discuss it another time. Without waiting for Zhao Lingyin to respond further, Su Chun promptly got into his car and sped off to the company. Zhao Lingyin stood there, dazed and unsure, unable to believe that her first attempt to invite a man had ended in failure. Just as she began to doubt her charm, a commotion erupted at the Su family's door. Suddenly, Su Xiao was pushed out by her parents, exclaiming, Hey, don't push me. I'm too shy to ask. Are you Su Xiao? Zhao Lingyin gazed at the scene before her. Having familiarized herself with Su Chen's family circumstances, she immediately broke into a smile and gently inquired, What question would you like to ask me? Faced with Zhao Lingyin's question, Su Xiao awkwardly scratched her head and replied, My parents asked me to find out if it was you who encouraged my brother to purchase Dogecoin. Dogecoin? What is Dogecoin? I don't oppose. Do you have any? Chapter 11. I offer you the opportunity to be a dog. You must cherish it. You don't? At that moment, upon hearing Zhao Lingyin's words, Su Xiao could not help but exclaim, Didn't you ask my brother to buy Dogecoin? I didn't even know what Dogecoin was. Zhao Lingyin replied, utterly bewildered. This is a disaster. I knew my brother couldn't be trusted. Mom and Dad, stop watching and let us hurry to the company to stop my brother. With that, Su Xiao, without hesitation, rushed her parents, Su Wanshan and Chun Milan, towards the company in a flurry. This scene left Zhao Lingyin even more perplexed. To understand what was happening, she slowly turned to a woman dressed in an OL skirt and asked, Secretary Liu, could you please explain what is going on? In response, the woman, Lu Na, answered respectfully, Miss, the Su Group owes Sure One Long 20 million, and today is the repayment day. However, Dogecoin is a virtually worthless cryptocurrency. If someone invests, they are very likely to be trapped. So that's it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingyin immediately grasped the crux of the matter. She then looked at Lu Na meaningfully and enunciated, If our Zhao family were to intervene, could we elevate its value? Very difficult. Lu Na adjusted her glasses professionally and replied, The market is too large. Even the richest man in Yinsha cannot influence it. If that's the case, then Mr. So os me a life sabing favor. Zhao Lingyin's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of clarity. Seeing this, Lu Na nodded understandingly. I will arrange for someone to assist at the critical moment. No need, I will go myself. With a smile, she gazed in the direction where Su Chan had vanished and added, By the way, don't forget to spread the news of my father's recovery. Let us help others to the end. At this moment, as news of Zhao Shana's recovery spread throughout Hangzhou, Yu Yaowei, who was in a vehicle heading to the Su Group to force Su Chan to sign a servitude contract at a crucial moment, received a call from friend. She then exclaimed joyfully, Wonderful. If this works out, I will reward you handsomely. Perhaps Yu Yaowei and Appo's excitement was too exuberant, prompting Song Jiaxing, who was driving, to curiously inquire, Wei, what is you so elated? In response, Yu Yaowei, not hiding her excitement, exclaimed, A friend just told me that an unparalleled divine doctor has arrived in Hangzhou. And last night, Zhao Shana's illness was cured by this doctor. My friend also mentioned that they could help me connect with the Zhao family to have the divine doctor treat my father. What? Hearing this, Song Jiaxing and Appo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is this news credible? Absolutely. The Zhao family has already confirmed this. Yu Yaowei replied enthusiastically. Then can I take action against that useless Su Chun? At this moment, Song Bin, sitting in the passenger seat, asked with a sinister look. No, we haven't even begun. It's still uncertain whether the divine doctor will agree. We must proceed according to our original plan. But rest assured, once everything is settled, you can do whatever you wish with that useless Su Chun. At this moment, the entire upper class of Hangzhou was undergoing a transformation due to Su Chun's rebirth. However, the instigator, Su Chun, remained oblivious. He sat in his office, observing the trembling Gu Shanshan, and calmly asked, Did Yu Yaowei and her group bully you? Upon hearing Su Chen's indifferent question, Gu Shanshan's eyes reddened involuntarily, and tears of grievance swelled in her eyes. She wanted to complain to Su Chen because, had he not disrupted Yu Yaowei's plan, She wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Yet, she hesitated to voice her feelings. After all, throughout, Su Chen appeared far more formidable than Yu Yaowei in Gu Shanshan's eyes. Thus, when she noticed Su Chan's playful gaze upon her, she bit her lip and boldly declared, "Young Master Su, you cannot invest in that Dogecoin. Yu Yaowei and her group have colluded with Shi Wenlong to trap you." Seeing Gu Shanshan speak to him, Su Chen, with a playful grin, patted the sofa beside him and asked, "Is this your way of showing allegiance?" In response, Gu Shanshan, sitting nervously beside Su Chen, replied timidly, "I believe following you is better than following them." Ha! Upon hearing this, Su Chen pulled Gu Shanshan into his embrace and smiled, asking, "Is it my skills that you admire?" Feeling an unfamiliar sensation coursing through her body, Gu Shanshan cursed herself internally for her weakness. However, she responded with palpable trepidation, I think there is potential in following you. You are hard to read." Noticing that Gu Shanshan seemed serious, Su Chen chose not to press further. Instead, he casually patted her on the back and said, "All right then, I shall grant you the chance to be a dog. Invest all your money, just like me, into Dogecoin, and I will accept your allegiance." Boom! Upon hearing that Su Chen wanted her to invest as well, Gu Shanshan's expression shifted dramatically. She earnestly advised, "Young Master Su, this cryptocurrency has a high supply and low value, lacking any property to retain worth. So, are you buying or not? Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Su Chen asked coldly. Seeing Su Chen's anger, Gu Shanshan felt a wave of panic. Yet, recalling his methods from the previous day, she gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, "All right, I will invest alongside you." With that, Gu Shanshan quickly invested the entirety of Su Chen's 20 million in a Dogecoin, followed by her own 200,000. Just as Gu Shanshan was about to inquire about the next steps, the office door suddenly burst open. Subsequently, Su Chen's family was brought in by a group of burly men. Witnessing this, Su Chen immediately stood up from his seat and questioned with a menacing tone, "Shi Wenlong, what do you mean by this?" One of the bald men with a scarred face responded flatly, "A life for a life, a debt for a debt. Today is the day your Su family repays the 20 million debt. What do you think I mean? Is it time for repayment already? And you dare to harm my family?" Su Chen asked coldly, enunciating each word. Shi Wenlong was taken aback by Su Chen's unwavering demeanor. Just as he instinctively wanted to respond, a mocking voice echoed from outside. Su Chen, still pretending. Chapter 12. Wealth is demanded, poverty is life. What are you pretending? As Song Bin and Yu Yue walked in, Su Chen coldly inquired, "What brings you here? Surely it is your foolish decision to invest all 20 million in virtual currency." Song Bin replied with a playful smirk. Su Chen, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "And what does that imply? It signifies that you are trapped, unable to repay Master Long and Appo's debt today." Song Bin's irritation grew as he saw Su Chen's calm demeanor. "Oh, is that so? Are you a prophet? How do you know I cannot repay Shi Wenlong today?" Su Chen asked, maintaining his indifferent tone. Song Bin was at a loss for words. Fortunately, he was not alone. Song Jiaxing stepped forward, sneering at Su Chen. "I truly do not comprehend your pretense. Look at your mother's trembling legs. Do you believe you can conceal the truth?" Hearing this, Su Chen turned to his mother, approached her, and gently took her hand. "Mother, what are you doing standing here? This is our territory. As the host, you ought to be seated. Please take a seat." He guided Chun Mylan toward the sofa. However, at that moment, Shi Wenlong's subordinate barred their path, stating coldly, "She cannot leave." "Step aside." Su Chen glared at the obstruction. The subordinate was about to retort, but was interrupted by Shi Wenlong's calm command, "Xiao Lu, clear the way." "But, Dragon Lord." The burly man named Xiao Lu hesitated. "This is Hangzhou. No one dares to owe me, Shi Wenlong, and not repay." With that, Shi Wenlong slammed a gun onto Su Chen's desk. The sight terrified Chun Mylan, who exclaimed, Chun, let us not invest anymore. Quickly gather the money to repay Master Long." "Yes, Chun, hurry and redeem the money from Master Long. Let's not take any risks," Su Wenshan urged, anxiety evident in his voice. But as his words fell, Yu Yue, who had remained silent, spoke with a mocking tone. He wishes to redeem the money. Yet who would be foolish enough to take on Dogecoin? That worthless currency? Su-chun, do you not agree with my assessment? Listening to you, Yue and Amp, oppose. As sardonic remarks, Su-chun coldly countered, considering you were my ex-girlfriend. I suggest you hasten to buy some Dogecoin. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will regret your foolishness. Seeing Su-chun brave enough to retort, Yu Yue's demeanor turned even colder. Do not flaunt your bravado before me, Su-chun. Regardless, when the time arrives and you cannot repay Master Long, it is your concern, not mine. It is merely unfortunate for your family, who will have to bear your debts in your old age. At this juncture, an idea struck Yu Yue, and she turned to Shi Wenlong, asking, by the way, Dragon Lord, how do you usually handle those who cannot repay their debts? Those with money must pay. Those without must pay with their lives. The younger ones, flesh compensation. Hearing the term flesh compensation, Chun Milan panicked, urging Su-chun, think of a way to quickly retrieve that Dogecoin, or I will not let this go. Mother, do not worry. It will surely be profitable. Su-chun replied, somewhat helplessly. You are deceiving us. We have already inquired with Miss Zhao. She knows nothing about Dogecoin. You little beast, do you truly wish to plunge our family into despair? At this moment, Su Wenshan could no longer contain his frustration and shouted. Su-chun awkwardly scratched his head. Did you ask Zhao Lingying? Fine, I admit I lied yesterday. But I assure you, Dogecoin will soar today. Still dreaming? At that moment, as Su-chun and Appo's words fell, Song Bin, who had longed to torment him, smirked maliciously. I have some unfortunate news for you. I just checked the price of Dogecoin, and it has plummeted to 0.001 cents. If it continues to fall, Dogecoin will truly be worthless. What? Upon hearing this, Su-chun and Appo's parents were utterly dismayed. They hurriedly urged, Su-chun, let us cut our losses. Quickly sell off whatever you can. Dad, Mom, sell what? That is precisely how a market manipulator operates. It is bound to rebound. Su-chun dismissed their concerns. Seeing Su-chun's obstinacy, Su Wenshan and Chun Milan fell into despair. Yet, to prevent their daughter from facing flesh compensation, Su Wenshan humbly turned to Song Jiaxing for assistance. Old Song, we have shared many years of friendship. I implore you to lend me 20 million. I wish I could. But as you know, I recently invested in a project. My funds are tied up. However, I am aware that Miss Yu has been waiting for Su-chun to apologize. If he is willing to do so, she might lend you the 20 million. Upon hearing this, Su Wenshan anxiously looked at Yu Yue. Wei, is that true? Certainly, as long as Su-chun kneels and apologizes, promising to heed my words in the future, I will agree to lend you the 20 million to repay your debts. Yu Yue grinned mischievously. But before she could finish, Su-chun resolutely rejected her offer. I shall apologize only when the universe shatters. Very well, Su-chun. The clock is nearing 3. Let us see how you will repay. Yu Yue's expression turned fierce. As her words settled, Shi Wenlong glanced at his watch and coldly stated, Time's up. The Su family must repay. With that, Shi Wenlong's subordinates advanced towards Su-chun and his family. In that moment, Su Wenshan and the others turned as pale as ghosts. Even Gu Shanshan cursed herself inwardly for having believed Su-chun and Appo's words. However, just as despair enveloped them, Su-chun calmly interjected, Wait, what? Do you still wish to act like a big shot? Shi Wenlong questioned with displeasure. Could you kindly check your phone for the trending news? Su-chun lit a cigar nonchalantly and waved his hand. Impudent. Before Xiao Lu could react, Shi Wenlong, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. This better be worth your audacity, otherwise. Before he could finish, Song Bin, who had been eager to torment Su-chun, suddenly screamed. This is impossible. How can this be? Hearing Song Bin's exclamation, Yu Yue could not help but ask, What are you shouting about? Has the sky fallen? Vivi, it is terrible. Just now, the world's richest man, Elon Musk, declared that Dogecoin is the greatest currency in existence. He even stated that one can purchase Tesla cars using Dogecoin. The price of Dogecoin is skyrocketing. Chapter 13. Are you trying to intimidate me with that old man? As the saying goes, a single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. Song Bin's exclamation was akin to dropping a heavy bomb into a tranquil lake, instantly rendering Yu Yue and the others with expressions of disbelief. Among them, Song Jiaxing, visibly displeased, slapped Song Bin on the head and scolded. "Have you lost your mind again? What nonsense are you spouting? Dad, I and Oppos am not talking nonsense. You could check the trending topics right now." In an uproar, everyone in the room, except for Su Chun, immediately pulled out their phones to investigate. It was Su Xiao who first broke the silence, exclaiming, "My goodness. It's all true. Brother, at what price did you buy in?" "Not much, just 0.001 cents. Su Chun replied, nonchalantly picking up a cigar from the table with an air of arrogance. Boom! At Su Chen's audacious remark, the room fell into an eerie silence. The reason for this was that the price of Dogecoin had soared to 0.11 cents. In other words, if Su Chen were to sell now, he would have made a staggering 100-fold profit. Realizing this, everyone's gaze towards Su Chen shifted dramatically, particularly Yu Wei, who couldn't help but ask, "How did you know that Musk was going to ignite the Dogecoin craze?" "Would you like to know?" Su Chen replied with a smile, gazing at Yu Wei, his tone leisurely. "Indeed, I want to know." Yu Wei nodded, her pride evident. "Why should I tell you?" Su Chen countered playfully. Yu Wei, maintaining her aloof demeanor, replied, "Su Chen, I'm aware that there are misunderstandings between us. How about this? If you tell me, I might consider being your girlfriend." "Ha ha!" At Yu Wei and Oppos' lofty proclamation, Su Chen suddenly erupted in laughter. Perhaps his laughter was a bit too ungracious, as Yu Wei shot him a displeased look and demanded, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your sheer arrogance. You think you can just break up and then reconcile it? Well, what do you believe yourself to be?" "Su Chen, you are out of line." As Su Chen and Oppos' words cut through the tension, before Yu Wei could respond, Song Jiaxing coldly interjected, "How dare you speak to Wei Wei like that? Have you forgotten who her grandfather is? Are you trying to intimidate me with that old man?" Su Chen asked, his expression icy and deliberate. This isn't intimidation, but a warning. In this society, money isn't everything. You might earn a fortune, but what good is it if you cannot spend it? Song Jiaxing retorted, his demeanor unyielding. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it at Song Jiaxing's head. With a resounding crash, blood was drawn. Seeing his father attacked, Song Bin furiously grabbed a golf club from the room and charged at Su Chen, shouting, "You dare strike my father? I'll kill you. Get away from me." With a single kick, Su Chen sent Song Bin flying across the room. The atmosphere instantly became deathly silent. Even Shi Wenlong, who had navigated Hangzhou and Oppos' underworld for over 20 years, furrowed his brow in disbelief. Though not a martial arts master, he had been in more fights than he could count, and witnessing Su Chen's ability to send a grown man flying was a first. Thus, Shi Wenlong began to view Su Chen as someone extraordinary. Yet, while he could see Su Chen's potential, Yu Wei could not. Seeing her trusted aide so easily overpowered by Su Chen, she angrily shouted at Shi Wenlong, apprehend this useless Su Chen. Unamused, Shi Wenlong shot Yu Wei a disdainful glance and firmly stated, "I'm here to collect a debt, not to fight. My grandfather is Han Fuching. I command you to assist me immediately." Yu Wei shouted in frustration. "Otherwise, I will have my grandfather send someone to shut down your operations." Hiss! At Yu Wei and Oppos' words, Shi Wenlong and Oppos' expression darkened intensely. This was primarily because Han Fuching was no ordinary figure in Hangzhou, with a reputation for dealing ruthlessly with criminals. Offending him could jeopardize all of Shi Wenlong and Oppos' business dealings. However, as the old saying goes, dignity must be preserved. Setting aside his fear of Han Fuching, Shi Wenlong knew that if he complied today, he would lose all respect among his subordinates in the future. Therefore, he resolutely declared, "I have said it before, I am here only to collect a debt. Even if Han Fuching were to come, I would still be here for the same reason." Seeing that Shi Wenlong refused to help her, Yu Wei's eyes filled with rage. She glared at both him and Su Chen, gritting her teeth. "Just you wait. This matter is not over." With that, Yu Wei left in a huff, accompanied by the Song family. To avoid further complications, Shi Wenlong promptly turned to Su Chen and said, "Now, settle the debt you owe me. Transfer 2 million to Long Yi." Su Chen waved his hand at Gu Shanshan. All right, my dear. At this moment, Gu Shanshan was utterly captivated by Su Chen's prowess. In no time, she reported with a flattering smile, Master, the transfer is complete. Okay, did you receive it? Su Chen casually asked Shi Wenlong. After glancing at the text notification on his phone, Shi Wenlong nodded indifferently. The money has arrived. Our debt is settled. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave. Yet, just as he did, Su Chen suddenly called out, Wait. Shi Wenlong turned back, puzzled. Is there something else? The financial debt is settled, but how do you plan to address the rough treatment my family received from your subordinates? Su Chen inquired calmly. Huh. Hearing this, Shi Wenlong chuckled coldly and retorted. How do you propose we resolve that? Whoever laid a hand on my family should lose a finger as an apology. Su Chen stated emphatically. Are you tired of living? At that moment, as Su Chen's words hung in the air, Shi Wenlong's subordinate, Xiao Lu, erupted in furious protests. But Su Chen remained undeterred, even pointing at Xiao Lu and asserting, he should lose 2 fingers. You. Xiao Lu instinctively wanted to retort, but Shi Wenlong silenced him, turning his icy gaze towards Su Chen and asked, What if I refuse? If you don't comply, when I come knocking, it won't be just a finger at stake. Su Chen deep a grin spreading across his face. Ha ha! Upon hearing Su Chen and Appo's response, Shi Wenlong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fine. If you dare to come looking for me, don't think I won't offer you the same treatment. With that, Shi Wenlong left with a haughty laugh, clearly unconvinced that Su Chen would dare to confront him. As the atmosphere in the office settled back into tranquility, a soft and melodious voice broke the silence. Would you like me to have him come back right now to apologize? Chapter 14. Are you instructing me, my lady? What brings you here? Upon seeing Zhao Lingyin walk through the door, Su Chen inquired, slightly taken aback. In response to his question, Zhao Lingyin, with a solemn expression, replied, I heard from my younger sister that you invested in Dogecoin, and I was concerned you might encounter difficulties. However, it seems I was overly worried. I never anticipated that Mr. Su would not only possess profound medical skills, but also excel in the realm of business. I am genuinely impressed, suddenly receiving such praise. Su Chen felt a hint of pride swelling within him, yet he waved his hand dismissively, saying, It is merely a trivial matter, hardly worthy of note. Mr. Su is being modest. If your investment acumen is considered trivial, then the business world would surely lack any true expertise. Zhao Lingyin sincerely complimented, for she had witnessed everything Su Chen faced that day. To be frank, she had never dreamed that the world's richest man, Elon Musk, would promote Dogecoin. Thus, once again astonished by Su Chen, Zhao Lingyin could not contain her curiosity and turned to Su Wenshan, asking, Uncle Su, may I have a moment to consult with Mr. Su privately? Su Wenshan, seasoned and astute, immediately understood and smiled, nodding, Very well, you two converse. We have some matters to attend to. He then took Su Xiao and Chen Milan away without considering their willingness. Seeing this unfold, Zhao Lingyin felt her cheeks flush slightly. After all, it was her first experience alone with a man. Yet, curiosity soon overcame her shyness, prompting her to ask, Mr. Su, may I inquire how you accomplished this? What exactly do you mean? Su Chen responded, somewhat perplexed. About Elon Musk and Appo's influence on Dogecoin. Zhao Lingyin answered earnestly, having pondered this question for quite some time. Despite her efforts, she could not unravel the mystery, which is why she had emerged from the shadows to seek answers. Su Chen had also contemplated this question when Yu Wei had asked him. He understood that failing to provide a satisfactory answer could lead to more complications in the future. Thus, to avert such troubles, Su Chen suddenly stood, moved beside Zhao Lingyin, and whispered into her ear, Do you believe I possess the ability to predict the future? The sudden closeness caused Zhao Lingyin's face to flush deeply. However, perhaps due to the shocking nature of Su Chen's response, her surprise overrode her embarrassment as she asked incredulously, Can you really predict the future? Indeed, I shall confide a secret. Every time I slumber, an ancient sage visits me in my dreams to impart knowledge. Su Chen whispered softly, yet his answer was so fantastical that even a 3-year-old child would struggle to believe it. Consequently, Zhao Lingyin's expression shifted to one of displeasure as she retorted, "If Mr. Su does not wish to share the truth, you need only say so. Why resort to such childish fabrications to deceive me? I was hoping to bring you some significant news." "Significant news, you say? How significant?" Suchen inquired curiously. "Could you enlighten me on whether there is still an opportunity to invest in Dogecoin?" Zhao Lingyin pouted, adopting a jealous girlfriend in Appo's demeanor. Observing Zhao Lingyin and Appo's expression, Su Chan and Appo's mood brightened as he asked, "Are you also in need of funds?" "Indeed, the Zhao family is burdened with debts. We are in dire straits," Zhao Lingyin lamented. Upon hearing this, Su Chan chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, having returned to this life, he could empathize with Zhao Lingyin's predicament. To speak frankly, despite their outwardly glamorous lives, they often found themselves less content than farmers toiling in the fields. Thus, Su Chan straightforwardly conveyed, at present, it would be unwise to invest. Dogecoin lacks scarcity. Once Musk liquidates his holdings, that is when the investors will lament their decisions. "Very well, it seems I have no chance to seize a great opportunity," Zhao Lingyin responded, her expression tinged with bitterness, clearly disheartened by the prospect of missing out on substantial earnings. Noticing her distress, Su Chan suddenly wrapped his arm around Zhao Lingyin's waist and whispered in her ear, "It is not entirely impossible. It merely depends on whether your significant news is indeed substantial enough." Startled by Su Chen's sudden advance, Zhao Lingyin's body stiffened, her cheeks burning as if they might bleed. After a long pause, she stammered, "Han Yao, the granddaughter of Han Fuqing, reached out to inquire about the miracle doctor. I am aware of your connection with Yu Wei, and I wish to understand what that entails." "Oh." Upon hearing Zhao Lingyin's words, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. He had long sought an opportunity to let Yu Wei experience the futility of her pursuits. However, until now, it had always been Yu Wei and Appo's, as two pet dogs barking incessantly. Inflicting harm upon them would not evoke sorrow in her. But with Zhao Lingyin and Appo's revelation, Su Chan discerned a chance for vengeance. After all, nothing is more cruel than offering someone hope only to snatch it away. With this in mind, a playful glint appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he remarked, "This indeed is quite the significant piece of news. Inform Han Yao that I am willing, but it must be in a public setting where Yu Wei personally requests it." Understanding Su Chen's implication, Zhao Lingyin playfully smacked his arm, chiding, "You are quite mischievous. Do you enjoy it?" Su Chen instinctively replied, "I." Faced with such a direct inquiry, Zhao Lingyin faltered. Then, as if recalling something, she stated earnestly, "Mr. Su, please maintain your decorum. We are not suited for one another. I shall relay the message to Han Yao, but I must take my leave now." Without waiting for Su Chan to interject further, Zhao Lingyin hurriedly exited, her expression flustered. Witnessing this, Su Chan raised an eyebrow and beckoned to Gu Shanshan, who had been eavesdropping at the door, asking, "My dear, am I not exceptional enough?" In response to Su Chen's inquiry, Gu Shanshan, thoroughly impressed by his prowess, replied, "No one in the world compares to you, young master." "Then why did she reject me so decisively?" Su Chen questioned, puzzled. "I have heard from Yu Wei that the young master of the Jiang family has taken a liking to her. Is protective." Gu Shanshan contemplated. "Ah, I see. Do you think I could win her over?" Su Chen asked, pulling Gu Shanshan closer. Feeling a shift in the atmosphere, Gu Shanshan and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson as she replied, "If the young master were to make a move, who could stand in your way? But, young master, could you perhaps be a bit gentler today?" "I." Before she could finish, Su Chan playfully swatted her backside, proclaiming, "Are you instructing me on how to act, my lady? Watch how I choose to discipline you." Chapter 15. No retreat, no surrender, take action. Vivi, this time I shall ensure that Su Chan meets his end. I want him to be trapped in a fate worse than death. At this moment, within a private hospital in Hangzhou, Song Bin, who had finally regained consciousness, roared with a fierce expression. This time, his father, Song Jiaxing, did not hold him back. In fact, he even supported Song Bin and Appo's fervor. "Vivi, the Su family is no longer lacking in wealth. It seems implausible to think we could persuade Su Chan to sell his organs for money. Shun and Oppos. We consider an alternative method? Alternative method. Yu Yue and Oppos. S face darkened as she questioned. Let us not hesitate any longer. Let us simply kidnap him and take whichever part we desire. What do you think? Song Jiaxing inquired with a dispassionate demeanor. What if the Su family causes a scene? Yu Yue asked, her concern evident. Is that a problem? Song Jiaxing scoffed. Your grandfather has significant influence in Hangsheng, while Su Chun and Oppos' family consists merely of small-time merchants. Even if they raise a ruckus, what could they possibly achieve? All right. Hearing Song Jiaxing's words, Yu Yue felt a surge of courage. Let us proceed as you suggest. However, who shall we enlist for this task? Shi Wenlong has a sworn brother named Xiao Lu, who has harbored resentment toward Shi Wenlong for years. I believe he would be more than willing to assist you with this. Song Jiaxing replied with a knowing smile. Good. I will leave this matter in your hands. But make sure to inform them to avoid harming Su Chun. If any of his organs are damaged, it will be disastrous. Yu Yue asserted. Rest assured, I know precisely how to handle this. Song Jiaxing nodded with an icy composure. However, just as he was about to leave, Yu Yue suddenly called out, Uncle, wait. What is it? Song Jiaxing asked, puzzled. Bring Ben along. You both should collaborate on devising a plan against Su Chun. A sly smile crept across Yu Yue's lips. Observing her expression, Song Jiaxing grew increasingly confused. Didn't you just say not to resort to violence? My cousin Han Yao just messaged me. The Zhao family has stated that the miracle doctor is willing to assist my father. Furthermore, he claims that my father's illness is merely a minor issue and does not require an organ transplant. Vivi, is that truly the case? At this moment, upon hearing Yu Yue and Oppos' words, Song Bin Kuden and Oppos' contained his astonishment. After all, he had already been defeated by Su Chun twice. 3 times would be intolerable. He now dreamt of ensuring that Su Chun could neither live nor die. Yu Yue was well aware of Song Bin's intentions and smiled reassuringly. Of course it's true. Would I dare jest about my father's life? Wonderful. This news has arrived just in time. Upon hearing this, Song Bin immediately sat up from his hospital bed, hastily dressing himself. Taking advantage of the moment, Song Jiaxing curiously inquired, Vivi, did the miracle doctor mention any conditions? Han Yao said that the miracle doctor is quite eccentric, and his demands vary each time he makes an appearance. This time, he requires me to kneel and plead for his help in front of everyone at the charity gala hosted by the Zhao family. Is that truly a request? Isn't that an insult? Song Bin, now fully dressed, could not help but scoff at Yu Yue's response. Song Jiaxing, overhearing this, reprimanded, well, you know, individuals of great ability often possess peculiar temperaments. That does not mean Vivi should have to kneel. That would be humiliating. Song Bin muttered, it's all right. As long as the miracle doctor can treat my father, I am willing to endure any embarrassment. Yu Yue clenched her fist resolutely. Well done, Vivi. Your father has not raised you in vain. However, if you proceed with this, will your boyfriend object? After all, his family is not ordinary. If this affects your prospects of marrying into their family, wouldn't that be a significant loss? Upon hearing Song Jiaxing's inquiry, Yu Yue's confidence blossomed. Uncle, do not worry. Their family values loyalty and filial piety. The more I dedicate myself to my father, the more they will appreciate me. Perhaps, if I kneel in public, they will regard me with favor and hastily marry me into their family. Very well. Hearing her response, Song Jiaxing nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I shall go capture that wretched Su Chun. Yes, go ahead. Just don't kill him on the spot. Remember to bring him back so that I may have my turn at tormenting him. I want Su Chun to understand the consequences of his arrogance. At that moment, the moon hung high above the western window. Su Chun glanced at the utterly exhausted Gu Shanshan and reprimanded, you must exercise more. How is it that you are already spent after such a short time? Young master, you are simply too formidable. I am no match for you. Gu Shanshan gasped, attempting to explain. Still attempting to argue? Su Chun raised an eyebrow. Gu Shanshan hurriedly knelt. Shaking her head, I dare not. Indeed, I believe you would not. Su Ching wubbed dismissively. All right, go rest. I have matters to attend to. With that, he playfully smacked Gu Shanshan's backside before departing with an air of relaxation. However, just as he reached the door, he turned back, slowly speaking, oh, there's one more thing. Upon hearing this, Gu Shanshan's heart, which had just relaxed, leapt to her throat, and she trembled as she asked, "Young master, what is your command? Do not be so alarmed. You are merely my subordinate. I have no intentions of mistreating you. Here, take this and apply it to your face. Otherwise, it may dampen the mood while you are working." Su Chan tossed her a remedy he had concocted for bruises and injuries before striding away without a backward glance. After all, the conversation he had earlier with Shi Wenlong was no jest. Since Shi Wenlong refused to show him respect, he would have to confront him directly. Yet, not long after Su Chan exited the company, two Toyota Hiace vans came to an abrupt halt before him, one on either side. Instantly, over 10 young men wielding machetes emerged from the vehicles, surrounding him completely. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's brow furrowed in concern. He then turned to Xiao Lu and asked nonchalantly, "Did Shi Wenlong send you? With a useless person like you, do you think you could rouse the Dragon Lord into Appo's attention?" Xiao Lu scoffed dismissively. "Not Shi Wenlong? It must be the Song family or Yu Wei." Su Chen probed again. With a mocking applause, Song Bin, seated in the car, could not help but exclaim, "Su Chen, I never expected you to be so perceptive. However, since you are aware of our presence, why do you not kneel and apologize?" Upon realizing it was indeed the Song family, a sly smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he asked nonchalantly, "Is that foul? Weren't you Yu Wei indifferent to her father's fate?" "What do you know?" Song Jiaxing's brow furrowed tightly. "I know her father is awaiting my organs for salvation. So how dare you all take action against me? Are you not afraid of his demise?" Su Chen boldly challenged. "Surprisingly, you are aware of such things. However, it is of no consequence. A miracle doctor has arrived in Hangsheng and has agreed to assist Vivian Amp, Appo's father. Therefore, you are of no value to us." Song Bin sneered cruelly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's smile widened. His words took on a playful tone as he retorted, "Oh, is that so? No wonder you fools have come to deliver yourselves to death. How dare you maintain such bravado at this juncture?" At this juncture, upon witnessing Su Chen's continued defiance, Song Bin vociferously commanded Xiao Lu and his cohort to initiate a severe beating, stopping just short of a fatal blow. Xiao Lu, who had long harbored a desire to assault Su Chen, promptly responded to Song Bin and Appo's as directed by launching a fist aimed squarely at Su Chen and Appo's cheek. However, in the instant before his fist made contact, a sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. A metallic shard, seemingly materializing from nowhere, cleanly severed Xiao Lu and Appo's entire arm. The spectacle engendered a collective stupefaction among all present. Su Chen, remaining composed, observed Xiao Lu writhing on the ground, his anguished cries filling the air. With a serene demeanor, Su Chen remarked that since Xiao Lu had previously declined the offer of forfeiting 2 fingers, Su Chen was now claiming both arms, presuming there were no objections. Chapter 16. Do you have any final words to say? Damn it, everyone attack. Kill him. At this moment, as Su Chen's cold voice resonated, Xiao Lu's emotions erupted completely. His subordinates, upon hearing the command, ceased their hesitation, brandishing their machetes and charging towards Su Chen. However, rather than retreating, Su Chen advanced, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, plunging into the fray. Within mere moments, several spirited young men collapsed to the ground, their fates uncertain. This scene left both Wu Xiao Lu and the Song father and son dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. Particularly, Wu Xiao Lu could not contain his emotional outburst. "Song, is this what you refer to as trash? You have truly misled us." In the face of Wu Xiao Lu's accusation, neither Song Bin nor Song Jiaxing knew how to respond. For today, Su Chen had indeed presented an entirely unfamiliar persona. Damn it, he can invest and make money. And now he can fight. This revelation left Song Bin, who had always regarded Su Chen as worthless, struggling to comprehend as he interrogated. "When did you learn martial arts? How was I not aware?" In response to Song Bin and Appo's inquiry, Su Chen coldly retorted, "Am I your son? Must I inform you of everything?" Hearing Su Chen's scornful words, an overwhelming fury ignited in Song Bin's eyes. Consumed by rage, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Su Chen, You are utterly outrageous. Do not think that merely knowing a bit of martial arts makes you invincible. What, are you defying me? Su Chan raised an eyebrow, his indifference palpable. How dare you be so arrogant? Upon witnessing Su Chan and Appo's audacity, Song Bin drew a gun from his waist, pointing it at Su Chan as he shouted, "Apologize to me now, or I will take your life." Seeing Song Bin brandish the firearm, a dark cloud settled over Su Chen's expression. Are you trying to intimidate me? You may test it if you wish. Song Bin, with a cold demeanor, clicked off the safety. Go ahead, shoot. Su Chan leaned his head against the dark muzzle of the gun. How? Witnessing Su Chen's unwavering stance, Song Bin's face turned ashen. He could not fathom why Su Chan remained unfazed by the weapon he held. In his bewilderment, he instinctively glanced at his father. At this moment, Song Jiaxing, too, was taken aback by Su Chen's formidable attitude. Yet, being seasoned by life, he had a deeper understanding than Song Bin. Having dined at the table of experience for over 20 years, he recognized that if Su Chan were not dealt with today, his inherent resilience and ruthlessness would undoubtedly lead to future retribution. Therefore, to eliminate the threat, Song Jiaxing snarled, "Xiao Bin, shoot him. Kill him." Understood. With his father's command echoing in his ears, Song Bin no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. However, in the next instant, Song Jiaxing and Song Bin witnessed a scene that would forever remain etched in their memories. The bullet, which should have shattered Su Chan and Appo's skull, astonishingly hovered before his head, unable to advance another inch. This bizarre occurrence left Song Bin gasping. What? What is happening? It and Appo's true chi protection. He is a master, a true master. As the Song father and son grappled with the unfolding events, Wu Xiaolu, a man of the underworld, could no longer contain his astonishment. He began to bow fervently, imploring Su Chan, "I am blind to the greatness before me. I beseech you, Master, spare my life." Master? Upon hearing this, the Song father and son were momentarily stunned. They could not help but retort, "Wu Xiaolu, are you jesting? Every master is an otherworldly figure. How could Su Chan possibly be one? Why can't I be?" Su Chan queried with an air of indifference. "Because you." Song Bin instinctively sought to counter, but found the words dying on his lips, replaced by a hiss of disbelief. The bullet he had fired now seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling around Su Chan. True chi manifestation, control over the elements. Behold, he is indeed a master. At this moment, as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Wu Xiaolu could not suppress his exclamation once more. This time, the Song father and son remained silent, their expressions a mixture of terror and confusion as they gazed at Su Chan. They simply could not comprehend why this once deemed worthless individual could be a master. Su Chan, evidently unwilling to clarify the situation, instead addressed the now subdued Song father and son directly. "Very well. I have other matters to attend to today. Do you have any final words for Yu Yue? You intend to kill us?" Song Jiaxing gasped in disbelief. Hearing this, Su Chan could hardly contain his laughter. How utterly ridiculous! You conspired with Yu Yue against my company and plotted against my life, and you believe I should spare you? Faced with Su Chan and Appo's accusations, even Song Jiaxing found himself at a loss for words. Yet, unwilling to accept a fatal resolution, he called out, "Su Chan, since you are a master, you cannot kill me. There are rules in the underworld. If you harm a common person, the world will unite against you." Upon hearing this, Su Chan chuckled. "At this point, you still dare to threaten me? I am not threatening you. It is a fact. If you attack someone like me, there will be dire consequences." Song Jiaxing maintained a serious demeanor. "Then I, Su Chan, shall see who dares to uphold justice for you scoundrels." With that declaration, Su Chan could no longer contain his fury and swung his arm. In an instant, the bullet fired by Song Bin, alongside a multitude of machetes, struck down both Song Jiaxing and Song Bin, leaving their bodies mutilated and drenched in blood. Witnessing this brutal display, Wu Xiaolu's pants became soaked. He had once believed himself to be formidable in the underworld, but after encountering Su Chan, he realized what true ruthlessness entailed. Thus, when Su Chan's gaze fell upon him, Wu Xiaolu voluntarily extended his arm, saying, "Master Su, I was blind to your greatness. Take this arm as well, but please spare my life." Do you know where Shi Wenlong is? Su Chen inquired, his tone indifferent. I know. I know where he is. Wu Xiaolu replied, groveling in humility. Take me to him. I wish to see what gives him the audacity to deny me an explanation. Chapter 17. If you're unconvinced, are you now convinced? At 9 in the evening, the nightlife commenced in full swing. The bar street was bustling with energy, filled with countless young men and women, exuberantly celebrating their youth under the influence of alcohol. However, the man responsible for managing this street was far from pleased at that moment. With a fierce slap, he struck a man in a floral shirt across the face, his voice icy as he demanded, "Who permitted you to sell these items in my territory?" "It was Sixth Master. Sixth Master instructed me to sell." The floral shirt-clad man responded, his face pale with fear. "Where's Wu Xiaolu?" Shi Wenlong asked, his expression darkening. The younger men in the room exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Observing their silence, Shi Wenlong and Appo's tone turned ominous. What? Has Wu Xiaolu taken charge of the company now? He took a private job to deal with a spoiled rich kid. Someone hastily explained upon witnessing Shi Wenlong's rising anger. Utter nonsense. Shi Wenlong's expression shifted dramatically. How many times have I warned you not to provoke spoiled rich kids? Especially not to involve yourselves in aristocratic disputes? Why do you never listen? Call Wu Xiaolu immediately and tell him to return. As the saying goes, in a world of Jianghu, one is often not in control of their own fate. Although Shi Wenlong was quite reputed in Hangzhou's underworld, his age, over 40, had diminished his daring compared to the younger Wu Xiaolu. Consequently, many younger men did not share his views. Thus, when he voiced his concerns, not only did his subordinates remain unmoving, but some even scoffed, muttering, "Master Long, why be overly cautious about dealing with a useless rich brat? This time, they offered us 10 million for the job." 10 million? Who are we capturing? Shi Wenlong and Appo's expression changed abruptly upon hearing the sum. After all, unusual circumstances often signal trouble. A wealthy family willing to pay such a hefty price for a task was certainly no trivial matter. Shi Wenlong feared attracting the ire of individuals he could not afford to antagonize. Others, clearly aware of Shi Wenlong's character, stepped forward to clarify, "Master Long, the target is not a big shot. It's that Su Chen we went to collect from today. His girlfriend, Yu Wei, was displeased with his attitude and wants us to capture him for a severe reprisal. It's as simple as that." Su Chen? Upon hearing this name, Shi Wenlong and Appo's face paled. He immediately exclaimed, "Call Wu Xiaolu back right now. Do not engage Su Chen." "Why?" One of the subordinates questioned defiantly. "Because I think that fellow is quite formidable. He is not someone to be trifled with." As Shi Wenlong uttered these words, his expression turned grave. After all, Su Chen had left a profound impression on him that day, particularly the way Su Chen had looked at him, a gaze that still sent chills down his spine. The more Shi Wenlong contemplated the situation, the more troublesome it appeared. He urged, "Bring me my phone. I will call myself." One of the younger men, noticing Shi Wenlong's seriousness, promptly handed him his phone. Shi Wenlong took it, not daring to hesitate, and dialed Wu Xiaolu's number. However, the moment the call connected, an unexpected ringtone erupted from Wu Xiaolu's phone, singing, "Let us learn to meow together, meow, 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 meow. Sixth Master is back." As the familiar ringtone echoed, Wu Xiaolu's subordinates displayed expressions of excitement. One of them, with a mocking tone, remarked, "In just 2 or 3 hours, Sixth Master earned the company 10 million. I doubt Master Long could match that." "Exactly. I suggest we reconsider our leadership. Society has changed, and we must keep our eyes on the profits." At that moment, as Wu Xiaolu's ringtone drew nearer, his subordinates began to cheer him on. Shi Wenlong's face darkened considerably. His subordinates were rolling up their sleeves, preparing for confrontation. But in the next moment, they were stunned by the sudden entrance of Wu Xiaolu. Shi Wenlong could not help but rise, questioning, "Xiaolu, where's your arm?" "I had it removed," Su Chen replied calmly as he stepped into the room. Boom! Upon hearing this, Shi Wenlong's pupils constricted, an ominous sensation spreading through his chest. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaolu's subordinates, oblivious to Su Chen's menace, were enraged by Wu Xiaolu's condition. They shouted, "How dare you lay a hand on Sixth Master? I will kill you." As one of them grabbed a beer bottle to hurl at Su Chen's head, Shi Wenlong shouted to stop him. Clatter! His command was obeyed. Yet he could not quell the fury of his men. Some questioned, Master Long, sixth master has lost an arm, and you remain calm? Faced with the inquiries of his subordinates, Shi Wenlong's complexion turned ashen. He gazed at Su Chun, then at Wu Xiaolu, clenching his fist as he grit his teeth. Young Master Su, this is excessive. I assent it? Excessive? Su Chun slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Shi Wenlong as he asked, which part do you find excessive? Is it his attempt on my life or the disrespect shown to my family? Shi Wenlong found himself at a loss for words. From his perspective, Wu Xiaoyu's fate was a small price to pay, as he had aimed for Su Chen's life. Su Chun not taking it was a stroke of fortune, was it not? Realizing that Su Chun was a force to be reckoned with, he ceased his inquiries about Wu Xiaolu and, with a grave expression, asked, So, young Master Su, are you here to demand accountability? Indeed, there is a saying, debt should be repaid. This afternoon, when you collected the debt, your men behaved inappropriately towards my family. I require an explanation from those responsible. Su Chen studied bluntly. However, as the old adage goes, good words cannot persuade a stubborn ghost. Su Chun's youthful appearance contrasted sharply with the burly men surrounding him. Thus, when he displayed such audacity, one of Wu Xiaoyu's subordinates picked up a beer bottle and hurled it at Su Chen's feet, shouting, What gives you the right to demand an explanation from us? Ignoring the provocation, Su Chun coldly addressed Shi Wenlong, speaking deliberately, Will you give it or not? Seeing Su Chen's formidable demeanor, Shi Wenlong swallowed hard. Attempting to ease the pressure within himself, he scanned the furious faces of his subordinates, then steeled himself, stating, Young Master Su, if you seek an explanation, it must be something that can earn my respect. Otherwise, my hundreds of brothers will not be convinced. Upon hearing this, a playful smile curled at the corners of Su Chun and Appo's lips. Not convinced. Are you convinced now? Boom. With that declaration, Su Chun stomped down with force. Subsequently, the entire floor of the private room, along with the tables, wine bottles, and other items, was instantaneously reduced to mere powder. Chapter 18. Mr. Su, I'm burning up. The sight within the private room was one of utter devastation, with every object reduced to mere dust. Everyone present, including Shi Wenlong, was utterly dumbfounded. After a long silence, it was Wu Xiaolu who broke the spell, dragging them back to reality. Lord Long, summon those responsible to offer an explanation to the Grandmaster. Do not incur his displeasure. Boom, boom, boom. Upon hearing the title Grandmaster, Shi Wenlong felt as though his heart would cease beating. With an incredulous gaze fixed upon Su Chun, he trembled as he asked, You are a Grandmaster? However, Su Chun did not deign to answer his question. Instead, he issued a cold and indifferent inquiry. Will you offer it willingly, or shall I take it myself? We will offer it willingly. Realizing the magnitude of the trouble they had stirred, Shi Wenlong dared not allow Su Chun to seize it himself. Immediately, he bellowed at those who had participated in the debt collection, Each of you shall sever a finger as an apology to the Grandmaster. With that, Shi Wenlong took the lead, drawing the cleaver from his waist and severing his own little finger without hesitation. His subordinates, though displeased, had no choice but to follow suit. After all, even a fool could discern that Su Chun was not to be trifled with. Mr. Su, is this explanation satisfactory? At that moment, with beads of sweat upon his brow, Shi Wenlong gritted his teeth as he inquired, after each participant had lost a finger. Insufficient. Su Chun did not even glance at them, uttering the words with utter finality. Boom. These two words alone caused Shi Wenlong and Appo's countenance to darken further. However, unwilling to suffer Wu Xiaoyu's fate, Shi Wenlong could only clench his jaw and issue another command. Sever another. With that, he was once again the first to wield the blade. Subsequently, trembling from head to toe, he asked, Mr. Su, is it sufficient now? Upon hearing this, Su Chen cast a glance at the resolute Shi Wenlong and nodded faintly. Very well. Who? Upon hearing these words, everyone in the private room could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Shi Wenlong, in particular, bowed deeply towards Su Chun with utmost humility. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your mercy. You are courageous and responsible, a man of your word. Bring your daughter to see me tomorrow. My daughter? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Shi Wenlong's expression underwent a drastic change. He could not help but exclaim, Mr. Su, my daughter is only 10 years old. If you harbor any dissatisfaction directed at me, I shall not bat an eye. But you must not harm my daughter. What are you thinking? I meant that I can cure your daughter's illness. Su Chan retorted, his face darkening. What? Upon hearing this, Shi Wenlong asked in astonishment, You are not jesting with me, are you? Do you believe you are worthy of such a jest? Su Chen countered indifferently. I. Upon hearing Su Chan and Appo's less than pleasant words, Shi Wenlong did not grow angry. Instead, his body began to tremble. After all, every family has its own troubles. Despite Shi Wenlong and Appo's outward success, his daughter suffered from a rare ailment. Over the years, he had taken her to numerous hospitals, only to be met with repeated disappointment. Just when he was on the verge of despair, Su Chan claimed that he could cure her. How could Shi Wenlong not be excited? After all, the Su Chan before him was a grandmaster. Realizing this, Shi Wenlong, at a loss for words, prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing to Su Chan with utmost reverence. Mr. Su, may I ask why? Because I, Su, desire a loyal hound to watch over my home in my absence. In the face of Shi Wenlong's inquiry, Su Chan did not conceal his intentions, stating them directly. After all, since his rebirth, nearly all the events related to him had undergone changes. Su Chan himself was not concerned due to his immense strength, but his family might not be able to withstand the retaliation of his enemies. Therefore, finding a loyal bodyguard for his family was one of the primary reasons for his personal visit. Shi Wenlong was no fool. Upon hearing this, he instantly understood. Immediately, he prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing to Su Chan. As long as Mr. Su can cure my daughter, I, Shi Wenlong, shall be your most faithful dog from this day forth. I shall do whatever you command. Very well, bring her to me tomorrow. With that, Su Chan, not waiting for Shi Wenlong to say more, turned and departed from the bar. However, as soon as Su Chan emerged, his expression turned grim. Subsequently, he strode towards a Toyota Alphard, exclaiming sternly, Release her. Su Chen's words were like a lit fuse, instantly igniting a conflagration. A young man clad in designer clothing erupted in curses. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you, or I shall kill you. Get lost. Ignoring the young man's outburst, Su Chan addressed the woman, half of whose body was already inside the vehicle, with a tone of gentle reproach. Why did you drink so much? In response, Zhao Lingyin, her face flushed, replied in a trembling voice, Save me. Upon hearing this, Su Chan realized that Zhao Lingyin appeared to be poisoned. Immediately, he reached out to pull Zhao Lingyin from the car. However, just as he extended his hand, the young man, feeling ignored, erupted in curses. Damn it, you dare ruin my plans. Kill him for me. Upon hearing his words, several young men who appeared to be thugs prepared to attack. Seeing this, Su Chan immediately punched the side of their van, creating a dent, and asked coldly, Are you certain you wish to proceed? You. Seeing that Su Chan had created a hole in the car with a single punch, the young man, whose name was Chao Jia, underwent a drastic change in expression. Instantly, he roared, You just wait. This matter is not over. With that, not daring to provoke Su Chan further, he immediately summoned his subordinates and fled in disarray. Seeing this, Su Chan spat in disdain. Just as he was about to inquire about what had happened to Zhao Lingyin, he suddenly felt a pair of soft arms entwine around his neck. Subsequently, a seductive voice whispered slowly into Su Chan and Appo's ear, Mr. Su, I and Appo's am burning up. Chapter 19. You have been poisoned by the tears of the maiden. This toxin is difficult to cure. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Su Chan gazed at the enchanting Zhao Lingyin in his arms, unable to suppress a gulp. He vowed that, despite being the notorious playboy of Hangzhou, he had never encountered a woman of Zhao Lingyin's caliber. Thus, recognizing the poison afflicting her, Su Chan awkwardly remarked, The poison you have is the tears of the maiden. It is indeed hard to resolve. Even I. At that moment, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Lingyin's body suddenly slumped against him, her delicate face gasping, Mr. Su, help me. I feel so unwell. This, feeling a peculiar sensation coursing through his body, Su Chan and Appo's expression turned troubled. He wished to remind Zhao Lingyin to maintain her composure, but seeing her genuine distress, he finally sighed helplessly. Ah, as a healer, it is my duty to aid my patients. With that, he scooped Zhao Lingyin into his arms and dashed towards the nearby Atour Hotel, commencing his treatment. The following morning, as warm sunlight playfully infiltrated Su Chen's room, Zhao Lingyin, curled up like a charming kitten in his embrace, slowly opened her eyes. However, the next instant, excruciating pain transformed her once serene face into a frown. Su Chen, who had been awake for quite some time, noticed this and furrowed his brow. I'm afraid the poison has penetrated too deeply. Aside from this method, I can think of no other remedy. But rest assured, I will take responsibility. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Lingyin gazed at the specks of fallen plum blossoms on the sheets, remaining silent for a while. Then, like a soulless being, she picked up her discarded clothes from the floor and stiffly began to dress. Yet perhaps due to the intensity of last night's activities, as soon as she lifted her leg, she couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Witnessing this, Su Chen, feeling a pang of sympathy, grasped her arm and gently advised, "Please, take a moment to rest." However, Zhao Lingyin, undeterred, stubbornly raised her leg and slipped into her clothing. Observing her determination, Su Chen found himself at a loss for words and shifted the topic. "Could you tell me who administered the poison?" Indeed, Su Chen intended to assist Zhao Lingyin in addressing this matter as a form of compensation. Yet, Zhao Lingyin retrieved an invitation from her bag, handing it to him with an official demeanor. "At 7:00 and Oppos, clock tonight, at the Hilton Hotel. Yu Wei will be there, requesting your assistance for her father's ailment. I will support you tonight, and then we shall settle our accounts." With that, Zhao Lingyin grasped her Hermes handbag and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Su Chen felt a surge of agitation. "Zhao Lingyin, I have stated that I will take responsibility for you. Do you not comprehend my words?" Upon hearing Su Chen's assertive declaration, Zhao Lingyin, who had already opened the door, trembled slightly. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes, and her tightly clenched lips nearly bled. However, she ultimately did not turn back, suppressing her sorrow, and uttered the coldest words, "Mr. Su, it would be best to forget what transpired last night. It would be for your own good." With that, without waiting for Su Chen to respond, she left. Her eyes reddened. Witnessing this, Su Chen clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. He sensed that Zhao Lingyin was entangled in some predicament and wished to keep him out of it. Thus, for Su Chen, who was resolute in his intentions, a glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes. "In my previous life, perhaps I was unworthy, but in this lifetime, I shall see who dares to touch the woman I desire." After uttering these words, Su Chen took out his phone and coolly stated, "Come to the Atour Hotel to find me." 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at Su Chen's door, accompanied by the exceedingly humble voice of Sherwin Long. "Master Su, did you summon me? Are you aware of the recent happenings in the Zhao family?" Su Chen inquired directly. "There are two matters. First, Zhao Shanha has been cured of his unknown ailment by an unparalleled divine doctor. Second, the Zhao family intends to form a marriage alliance with the Jiang family." Sherwin Long replied humbly, "Oh, so the Jiang family holds considerable influence?" Su Chen mused, rubbing his chin. After all, in his previous life, he had not been privileged enough to engage with the Jiang family's circle. He was genuinely unaware that there existed a family in Hangsheng even more formidable than the Zhao family. Noticing Su Chen's ignorance regarding the Jiang family, Sherwin Long promptly elaborated. "Indeed, in this realm of Hangsheng, families like the Zhao family are merely classified as secondary families. Above them are the prestigious noble clans." "Noble clans?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Which families are considered noble in Hangsheng?" "The 4 families that can be deemed noble in Hangsheng are Zhang, Qian, Yi, and Jiang. These 4 families essentially control all commercial enterprises in Hangsheng. Anyone wishing to engage in business must secure their approval." "Zhang, Qian, Yi. Are you familiar with a person named Yi Kai?" Su Chen inquired, his expression serious. "Yi Kai is the young master of the Yi family." "Does Master Su have a conflict with him?" Sherwin Long and Oppos' demeanor shifted to one of gravity, fully aware of the devastating consequences of inciting the wrath of a powerful figure. Seeing Shi Wenlong's tense expression, Su Chun understood his concerns and waved his hand dismissively. There is no misunderstanding. I simply harbor a strong aversion to a certain ambitious woman. Indeed, in his previous life, Su Chen had known that Yu Wei had been secretly flattering a man named Yi Kai. Initially, he had thought little of it, but now it seemed that she was ensnaring a golden husband. Shi Wenlong, evidently having done his homework the previous night, observed the fierce glint in Su Chen's eyes and humbly inquired, "Shall I assist you in teaching Yu Wei a lesson?" "No need. I already have a plan to deal with that vile woman. For now, let's focus on treating your daughter." Chapter 20. Can and Oppos. Do you discern that he is more esteemed than all of you? It is a truism that human beings, subsisting on earthly sustenance, are invariably susceptible to illness. In contemporary society, disease remains one of humanity and Oppos' most formidable challenges. This is particularly true for the affluent and influential, who harbor a profound dread of succumbing to maladies. For in the face of severe illness, even vast fortunes are rendered impotent. Consequently, upon hearing of a miraculous physician in Hangzhou, the city and Oppos' elite echelons converged upon a charity gala, each vying to cultivate a rapport with this medical prodigy, anticipating future exigencies. Among them, Yu Wei was particularly zealous. Having received reliable intelligence from the Zhao family, she knew that if she were to publicly beseech the divine doctor to heal her father, the physician would reveal himself. Thus, with the aim of securing the doctor's favor, Yu Wei anxiously inquired of her cousin, Han Yao, "Yao, could you examine my makeup? Is everything in order?" Han Yao, about to affirm that all was well, was interrupted by a startling apparition. "Heavens, what is he doing here?" she exclaimed. "Who?" Yu Wei asked, perplexed. "Who else but Su Chun, the man you tasked Song Bin and his cohort to apprehend?" Han Yao replied, "Har Kunstensdorkening." "What?" Yu Wei echoed, taken aback. She swiftly turned her gaze in the direction Han Yao indicated. A mere glance sufficed to transform her complexion into one of profound displeasure. The Song family is truly inept. She seethed. They couldn't even manage this simple task. I'll berate them severely upon their return. With that, Yu Wei, her face etched with discontent, prepared to confront Su Chun. Han Yao, puzzled, questioned, "What are you intending to do?" "To expel that good-for-nothing, of course," Yu Wei retorted coldly. "I refuse to be disgusted when I kneel before the divine doctor." Han Yao nodded sagaciously. "Indeed, you are correct. He must be ejected. I suspect he is here solely to cause disruption." Spurred by Han Yao and Oppos' words, Yu Wei quickened her pace. In mere moments, she stood before Su Chun, her voice laced with scorn. "Su Chun, what brings a wastrel like you here?" Startled by Yu Wei's voice, Su Chun, who was sampling refreshments, turned languidly. Upon beholding his quarry glaring at him, a glint of icy resolve flickered in his eyes. "My presence here is none of your concern," he retorted. "Insolent!" Yu Wei exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation at Su Chen's temerity. "This is a charity gala hosted by the Zhao family. Only Hangzhou's most esteemed figures in politics and commerce are entitled to attend. Whereas does a dissolute wastrel like you have to be here? The presence of a beautiful woman invariably draws attention." Consequently, the altercation between Yu Wei and Su Chun immediately captured the gaze of all present. The hotel security, responsible for maintaining order, swiftly intervened. "Ms. what is amiss?" The head of security inquired. "What is amiss?" Yu Wei retorted, her displeasure evident. "I should be asking you, how is it that you allow any Tom, Dick, or Harry to enter? Do you intend to expose the young ladies present to harassment from Hangzhou and Oppos' as foremost degenerate?" Yu Wei and Oppos' words were undeniably acerbic. With a single utterance, she cast Su Chun as the object of universal condemnation. Several wealthy daughters, having previously endured Su Chun and Oppos' unwelcome advances, voiced their loathing. How is Su Chun, that scoundrel, permitted entry? What is the security detail doing? Remove this wretch immediately, or our safety is compromised. Luo Chong, evict Su Chun, that good-for-nothing, and prevent him from spoiling the occasion. The director of the Hangzhou Hilton Hotel, observing the deteriorating atmosphere, promptly rebuked the security captain, Luo Chong. However, appeared discomfited. Mr. Wang. He gained entry with an invitation. What? Wang Yong, the hotel director, was momentarily embarrassed. The Zhao family and Oppo's directive was to admit those possessing invitations. If Su Chan had indeed presented an invitation, Wang Yong lacked the authority to expel him. Yu Yue was cognizant of this fact. However, deeply ingrained prejudices are notoriously difficult to dislodge. Thus, despite Luo Chang's assertion that Su Chan had entered with an invitation, Yu Yue vehemently protested. False. It must be false. How could a wastrel like him be entitled to an invitation from the Zhao family? I strongly suspect it is either counterfeit or stolen. Precisely. Many of Hangzhou's elite were denied invitations from the Zhao family. Why would a useless degenerate receive one? Han Yao added, her voice filled with scorn. Her words ignited a murmur of indignation. Many of the dignitaries present began to whisper among themselves. Wang Yong, the director, frowned and stepped forward. Su Chun, would you present your invitation for inspection? Su Chun, his expression impassive, retrieved the invitation provided by Zhao Lingyin from his pocket. Wang Yong seized it and examined it. His face instantly paled. Su Chun, how dare you attempt to enter with a forged invitation? Are you tired of living? What? Su Chun was taken aback. Forged? What are you implying? Implying? Wang Yong, seeing Su Chen's attempt to dissemble, produced his own invitation. Examine them closely. Is your invitation identical to the others? As Wang Yong's invitation was juxtaposed with Su Chen's, a collective gasp swept through the room. Yu Yue erupted in triumphant laughter. What did I say? How could a useless individual like Su Chen be entitled to attend? It is indeed a forgery. If you're going to forge an invitation, Su Chen, at least put some effort into it, Han Yao sneered. Everyone else has a plain black one. What is the meaning of the gold trim on yours? Are you trying to appear distinguished? Wang Yong, his face contorted with rage, threatened, Su Chen, you wretch, leave at once, or I will beat you to death. Su Chen's face hardened, and he prepared to retort. However, a voice, frigid and imperious, echoed through the hall. Wang Yong, where do you intend to banish our Zhao family and Oppo's esteemed guest? Zhao Lingyin and Oppo's pronouncement was met with stunned silence. Wang Yong, visibly shaken, stammered, Ms. Zhao, he is your esteemed guest? Are you blind? Zhao Lingyin retorted. Can you not see that his invitation is more distinguished than all of yours? Chapter 21. I knelt. But where is the divine doctor? Boom. In that moment, as Zhao Lingyin's furious admonition resonated through the air, everyone present found it difficult to accept the gravity of the situation, especially Yu Yaowei, who felt as though the very sky had collapsed upon her. She hurriedly inquired, Zhao Lingyin, you cannot be serious. What merit does Su Chan possess to be regarded as a distinguished guest of the Zhao family? Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing Yu Yaowei's question, all eyes in the room turned to Zhao Lingyin. Clearly, everyone present was eager to understand the rationale behind this declaration. However, to their disappointment, Zhao Lingyin, instead of responding, darkened her expression and retorted, Are you questioning the Zhao family? No, I'm merely... Yu Yaowei instinctively sought to explain. But before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Lingyin interrupted coldly. If you have nothing to say, then be silent. The Zhao family has deemed Mr. Su a distinguished guest for good reason. If you disagree, you may leave. You. Faced with Zhao Lingyin's formidable stance, Yu Yaowei's complexion soured immediately. Though she yearned to retort in her quest to see the divine doctor, she reluctantly conceded, I submit. Submit? Then you must apologize to our distinguished guest. Zhao Lingyin articulated each word with precision. Miss Zhao, isn't this excessive? Wei Wei is the girlfriend of young Master Yi. At that moment, Han Yao, witnessing Yu Yaowei's plight, could not refrain from voicing her discontent. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Lingyin's demeanor grew even colder. Even if Ye Kai were present today, she would still need to apologize. Or else she may leave. You. Han Yao, increasingly dissatisfied with Zhao Lingyin's domineering attitude, thought it absurd. After all, in her view, the Zhao family was already on shaky ground. Had it not been for the timing of the rankings, they would have long since lost their position as the wealthiest family. What grounds did they have for such arrogance? Thus, Han Yao sought to clarify the current situation with Zhao Lingyin. However, Before she could voice her thoughts, Yu Yaowei, seeing the arrival of the Yi family, hastily interjected, feigning innocence, Yao Yao, let it go. I was the one who initially offended the Zhao family's distinguished guest and should apologize. With that, Yu Yaowei cast a seemingly pitiful glance at Su Chun and said earnestly, Su Chun, I apologize for my previous actions and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Upon hearing her words, a smirk of amusement crept across Su Chun and Appo's lips. He could distinctly taste the insincerity in Yu Yaowei and Appo's words. Nevertheless, the now transformed Su Chun chose not to expose her clumsy act. After all, as the old adage goes, to bring about one's downfall, one must first allow them to become reckless. He resolved to let Yu Yaowei reveal her true self before he made his move, ensuring that she would have no place to hide when the time came. With that thought in mind, Su Chun, uninterested in engaging further with Yu Yaowei, bluntly remarked, It's fine. I've grown accustomed to your habitual blindness. You. Enduring Su Chun's mockery, Yu Yaowei suppressed her anger and slowly turned to Zhao Lingyin, asking, Zhao Lingyin, is it acceptable now? Since Mr. Su has forgiven you, I have no objections. Zhao Lingyin, devoid of any emotion, replied, Of course. I can introduce you to the divine doctor. However, he possesses a peculiar temperament. To invite him to treat your father, you must demonstrate sincerity. That is no issue. For my father, I am willing to do anything. Yu Yaowei immediately assured, pounding her chest in promise. Yet as her words fell, Su Chun, with a playful glint in his eye, reminded her, Yu Yaowei, do not speak so confidently. What if you end up with egg on your face? That is impossible. After all, who in Hangzhou does not know of my filial piety? Yu Yaowei retorted with a hint of pride. Oh, is that so? Then let me ask you, if the divine doctor were to request that you donate a kidney to save your father, would you be willing? Su Chun inquired with a smile. Of course I would. I would not hesitate to give him my heart if necessary. Yu Yaowei declared boldly. Her proclamation evoked nods of approval from several elders in the hall. Some, leveraging their connections with the Zhao family, even urged, Miss Zhao, Yu Yaowei's devotion is well known in Hangzhou. If the divine doctor can cure her father, perhaps you should consider making an introduction. Indeed, saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. They continued, emphasizing the potential benefits to her father's recovery. In response to their words, Zhao Lingyin, her expression now serious, nodded in agreement. I would certainly be willing to make the introduction. However, the divine doctor has already laid out his requirements. Should Yu Yaowei fulfill his conditions, he will undoubtedly appear. Seeing that matters were finally progressing, Yu Yaowei lifted her chin, akin to a brave warrior marching toward the gallows, exclaiming, I am unaware of the divine doctor's conditions, but I, Yu Yaowei, will not hesitate to comply. It is not too difficult. The divine doctor has stated that if you kneel and bow 3 times, humbly requesting his assistance in saving your father, he will appear to treat him, Zhao Lingyin said with a calm demeanor. Very well. I, Yu Yaowei, am willing to do anything for my father's recovery, she declared, feigning valor as she knelt upon the ground. Then, with tears streaming down her face, she cried out in Hangzhou, Yu Yaowei beseeches the divine doctor to show mercy and save my father. I bow before you. Thud, thud, thud. As the 3 resounding bows echoed throughout the hall, the atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone, save for Su Chun, who stood directly before Yu Yaowei, held their breath, searching the hall for any sign of the divine doctor. After an exhaustive search, however, they found nothing, which caused Yu Yaowei to grow increasingly anxious. Unable to contain herself, she demanded, Zhao Lingyin, what is the meaning of this? Where is the divine doctor you spoke of? The divine doctor is indeed here. Zhao Lingyin replied with an icy demeanor. Here? Where? I see no one. Are you deliberately deceiving me? Yu Yaowei shouted in a fit of agitation. The commotion reignited the atmosphere, with nearly everyone unable to restrain their whispers. Zhao Lingyin, witnessing the scene unfold, remarked coldly, it seems Mr. Su was indeed correct. Your eyes are truly blind. The divine doctor stands right before you, yet you are still looking around. Kneel and beseech Mr. Su to heal your father. Chapter 22 What? You say he is the miraculous physician? What? You assert that Su Chun is that divine healer. Indeed, Mr. Su Chun is the unparalleled physician who cured my father. With Zhao Lingyin and Amp, Appo's solemn declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall. Everyone stared at Su Chun, utterly astonished, unable to fathom what they had just heard. After all, what manner of person was Su Chun? He was a figure known throughout Hangzhou, often dismissed as a worthless individual, barely worthy of mention. Yet Zhao Lingyin proclaimed him to be an extraordinary healer. Who could possibly believe such a claim? Thus, after mere seconds of stunned silence, the atmosphere erupted into a flurry of whispers among acquaintances. In this moment, Yu Yaowei, unable to contain her emotions, shouted passionately, "Zhao Lingyin, you have gone too far. I know you have always resented me for taking a man you admire, but you cannot toy with my father's life like this." Her outburst was akin to unleashing Pandora's box, instantly heightening the tension in the room. Even Su Chun looked at Zhao Lingyin in surprise, evidently unaware of the underlying feud between her and Yu Yaowei. Zhao Lingyin, equally taken aback, retorted with a pained expression, "I am not toying with you. My father was indeed cured by Mr. Su Chun. How can you treat me as a fool? How can a woman possess such malice?" At this juncture, Yu Yaowei sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Her display of vulnerability resonated deeply with the audience, shifting their gazes towards Zhao Lingyin with an air of reproach. After all, everyone has parents, and no one relishes the notion of their loved ones being reduced to mere playthings. Sensing the disapproving stares from the crowd, Zhao Lingyin's expression darkened further. She instinctively wanted to persuade Yu Yaowei to cease her theatrics, but before she could utter a word, a chilling voice rang out from the entrance. "Zhao Lingyin, your actions today are indeed excessive. Yu Yaowei has already humbled herself to save her father. Why must you continue to humiliate her?" This rebuke captured everyone's attention immediately. Acknowledging glances exchanged among acquaintances turned into submissive gestures as they bowed to young Master Yi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Yaowei, resembling a pitiful creature wronged, rushed into Yi Kai and Appo's embrace, her voice trembling. "Kai, you finally arrived. You must stand up for me. Zhao Lingyin is truly bullying me." "I did not. You are the one slandering me," Zhao Lingyin retorted, her visage marred with distress. "Who in Hangzhou does not know that Su Chun is a useless individual? You are deliberately humiliating me out of spite." At this moment, Yu Yaowei, sensing her ally's arrival, grew emboldened, her stance more assertive than ever. "I have stated my innocence." "If you," Zhao Lingyin began, but her words were abruptly silenced by Yi Kai's stern interruption. "Zhao Lingyin, enough. I do not care whether you are guilty or innocent. You must apologize to Wei Wei at once." "Why should I?" Upon hearing Yi Kai and Appo's demand, Zhao Lingyin and Appo's fury ignited. Internally, she cursed herself for ever being involved with such a person. Yet Yi Kai, oblivious to being used as a pawn, continued earnestly, "Given Yu Yaowei's character, which is well known throughout Hangzhou, you must apologize. Otherwise, the Zhao family shall not hope to seek assistance from the Yi family in this dire situation." Zhao Lingyin's countenance turned a shade of green upon hearing Yi Kai's foolish remarks. However, she understood the Zhao family's desperate need for support from a prominent family. Thus, to avoid an unwanted marriage with Jiang Tao, she resolved to concede. Just as her words were about to escape her lips, a figure stepped in front of her, calmly stating, "She has done nothing wrong. Why should she apologize?" With Su Chun and Appo's unassuming declaration, the entire venue fell into an even deeper silence. Everyone gazed at Su Chun in disbelief, astonished that he dared to assert himself at such a moment. Zhao Lingyin, particularly, was taken aback by Su Chun and Appo's unexpected support, warming her previously wounded heart. Recollections of the previous night and Appo's fervor caused a blush to rise on her cheeks. However, perhaps it was this blush that darkened Yi Kai's expression. "What are you to speak here? Su Chun, you worthless fool, get lost and stop being an eyesore." Yu Yaowei coldly interjected. "Are you dismissing me because you no longer wish to save your father?" Su Chun inquired with a smile. Or do you perceive your father merely as a pawn to entice men? Yu Yaowei and Appo's complexion shifted dramatically as Su Chun unveiled her innermost thoughts. Su Chun, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I not want to save my father? Then why not kneel and earnestly beg me? Su Chun countered indifferently. Beg you? Yu Yaowei, upon hearing this, nearly laughed in anger. You are nothing but a useless individual. Just because Zhao Lingyin claims you are a miraculous physician, do you genuinely believe it? You have never sought my treatment. How can you assert that I am not? Su Chun replied with a smile. How dare you? Yu Yaowei seethed, her body trembling with rage. She had successfully captured Yi Kai and Appo's affections today and was unwilling to allow any distractions. Yet Su Chun clung to her, provoking a desire to eliminate him on the spot. Yi Kai, clearly unaware of Yu Yaowei's intentions, sensed her anger. Without waiting for her to speak, he coldly asserted, Kneel and apologize to Wei Wei, and I shall spare you. Hearing this, the audacious Su Chun replied with a mischievous glint. Why don't you have Yu Yaowei kneel and call me daddy? I will reveal to you why your first morning urine is blood-tinged. What did you say? Yi Kai and Appo's expression shifted dramatically as he processed Su Chun and Appo's words. For an entire month, his first morning urine had indeed been blood-tinged, a secret known only to him. How could Su Chun possibly know? I said, have Yu Yaowei kneel and call me daddy, and I will tell you what illness you have. Su Chun reiterated with a playful demeanor. Before Yi Kai could respond, Yu Yaowei interjected, Su Chun, you are utterly despicable for insulting young Master Yi. Seize him. As her command echoed, Yu's family bodyguards surged forward, ready to apprehend Su Chun. Yet at that moment, Yi Kai interrupted with a grave expression. Wait. Wei Wei, kneel before Su Chun. Call him an Appo's, daddy, and Appo's. Chapter 23. Are you so filial that you can an Appo's? Part with a kidney? Brother Kai, why? With Yi Kai and Appo's words hanging in the air, Yu Yaowei wore a displeased expression. She found it incomprehensible that Yi Kai would utter such a statement. In response to her inquiry, Yi Kai did not conceal his thoughts, but spoke with a grave demeanor. Because he speaks the truth. For the past month, I have been experiencing hematuria every morning, but then it returns to normal. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Yaowei was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Su Chun would be correct. Yi Kai was also acutely aware that making Yu Yaowei kneel and call someone else father was hardly an appealing situation. Yet, in the face of an unknown illness, he valued his life even more. Thus, upon seeing Yu Yaowei frozen in place, he earnestly asked, Wei Wei, would you be willing to help me? For Brother Kai, I would do anything. In that moment, despite her inner turmoil, Yu Yaowei felt compelled to kneel before Su Chun, gritting her teeth as she said, Father, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Su Chun, with a smile, feigned a listening pose as he regarded Yu Yaowei, who appeared filled with resentment. Furious, Yu Yaowei yelled, Su Chun, don't go too far. Call him whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. Su Chun crossed his arms, adopting a condescending posture. Seeing Su Chun deliberately provoking her, Yu Yaowei and Appo's eyes turned red with anger. She was ready to order her subordinates to deal with him. However, before she could give the command, Yi Kai hastily urged, Continue, speak up. Brother Kai, what if he is just toying with us? Yu Yaowei shouted in agitation. If you call him, and he doesn't provide an explanation today, he deserves to die. Yi Kai's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. All right. With Yi Kai's encouragement, Yu Yaowei immediately repeated father 3 times. Then, with a face full of resentment, she pressed, Su Chun, can you speak now? In response to Yu Yaowei and Appo's inquiry, Su Chun revealed a satisfied expression. This and Appo's, father and Appo's, sounds quite pleasant. May I ask, Yi Xiao, has Yu Yaowei ever called you that when she was with you? Are you seeking death? Upon hearing Su Chun's teasing, Yi Kai's face darkened with a cold, murderous intent. The elder beside him also wore an ominous expression as he approached Su Chun. Seeing this, Su Chun raised his hands in surrender. Calm down. If you kill me, who will treat your terminal illness? Do you want your life to only last 3 more months? Boom. As the saying goes, a single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. With Su Chun's words, Yi Kai's heart trembled, and he could not help but exclaim, "You mean I only have 3 months left?" "Yes. If the worm in your body is not removed, you will undoubtedly die within 3 months." Suchin spoke each word deliberately. Worm. The revelation startled everyone present, especially Yi Kai, who exclaimed, "Are you implying that someone has placed a curse on me?" "Indeed." Suchin nodded earnestly. However, before he could finish, Yi Kai erupted in fury. "Nonsense. I have never been to Miaojiang. How could I be cursed?" "Fu Bo, extract this boy's teeth so he understands the consequences of his lies." "As you command." With Yi Kai's order, an elder nearby immediately approached Suchan with a menacing demeanor. Disappointment washed over the faces of everyone present. They had come seeking to meet a miraculous doctor, only to find themselves entangled in a love triangle. Many were not only dissatisfied with Suchan, but also with Zhao Lingyin. Zhao Lingyin, taken aback by Suchan's misdiagnosis, rushed forward to explain. However, just as she stepped forward, Suchan coldly interjected, "Before young Master Yi acts, you might want to tap the joint of your right arm." At this point, Suchan still wished to maintain his act. Did he truly think they were fools? In that moment, Yu Wei, witnessing Suchan's audacity, erupted in anger. "How dare you still play tricks at this time?" Yet, Suchan ignored her, focusing on Yi Kai, and said deliberately, "Young Master Yi, you might want to check. As not having visited Miaojiang does not mean you haven't encountered someone from there. You little rascal, dare to speak nonsense? Just wait until I extract all your teeth." Fu Bo threatened, raising his hand to strike. But at that moment, Yi Kai, remembering something, spoke gravely. "Fu Bo, wait. Let me try." With that, Yi Kai extended his left hand and solemnly tapped the joint of his right arm. Then, everyone, including Yi Kai, was horrified as a bulging object began to move beneath the skin of his right arm. "What? What is this?" "A curse worm, as I mentioned." Suchan replied indifferently. Seeing that Suchan had spoken the truth, the air grew tense and breaths quickened. Especially Yi Kai, who urgently asked, "Can this be treated?" "Of course, it's a minor issue." Suchan grinned. "Then treat me quickly, please," Yi Kai shouted, filled with emotion as he gazed at the worm writhing beneath his skin. However, Yi Kai remained oblivious to the fact that Suchan had not come to treat anyone today. He was there to instill despair in Yu Wei. Thus, upon hearing Yi Kai's plea, Suchan adopted a stern expression and rebuked, "Why the haste? Don't you understand the order of priority? Yu Wei has already scheduled an appointment for treatment for her father, whose condition is far more severe than yours and requires urgent attention." Hearing this, although Yi Kai felt displeased, he could not afford to lose face in front of everyone. He feigned generosity. "All right, let's treat Wei Wei's father first. After all, she has been tirelessly caring for him." Yu Wei, hearing Yi Kai's words, felt a surge of satisfaction within. She adopted a filial demeanor and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Kai, for your understanding." "No problem. You should thank young Master Su," Yi Kai suggested amicably. While Yu Wei felt disgruntled, she maintained her image and pretended to express gratitude, saying, "Mr. Su, I admit my earlier oversight. Please forgive me. No need for thanks. After all, a healer must have a compassionate heart. However, your father and Amp, Appo's, his condition is quite serious, and to treat him successfully, I will need your cooperation. Is that acceptable?" Suchan asked with a facade of seriousness. "Of course. As long as Mr. Su requires my assistance, you have only to ask." Yu Wei responded with a forced smile, suppressing her displeasure. "Excellent. I knew you, Yu Wei, are the most filial woman in Hangcheng. Since you say so, I will be direct. Your father's uremia is severe, and the only way to treat it is through organ transplantation. I have checked, and your organ is highly compatible with your father's. I assure you, if you donate a kidney, your father will live. I believe that your filial piety would enable you to make such a sacrifice, wouldn't it?" Chapter 24. Suchan, spare me this time. I will comply with your whims. Boom. Upon hearing Suchan's words, Yu Wei was left utterly stunned. She could scarcely believe that Suchan's offer of assistance entailed her sacrificing a kidney to save her father. This demand made Yu Wei, who valued her own well-being above all else, involuntarily smile awkwardly and say, "Mr. Su, I understand I have offended you in the past, but I implore you, do not jest. Who has the time for jokes? Are you not aware of the severity of your father's condition? Su Chen's relentless demeanor left Yu Yue's expression utterly grim. She was no fool. It was evident that Su Chen was seeking retribution. In that moment, she inwardly cursed Gu Shanshan and the Song family, acknowledging that if it weren't for their incompetence, she would not be in such a precarious position. However, Yu Yue recognized that it was too late to protest. The only course of action was to appease Su Chen. After all, the Yi family was present today, and her aspirations of marrying into wealth hinged on this moment. With this thought in mind, and knowing Su Chen's desires, Yu Yue took a deep breath and declared, "Very well, I am willing to donate a kidney, provided it saves my father. I only ask that Mr. Su expedite my father and Appo's treatment." As these words left her lips, many in the room regarded Yu Yue with admiration. Even Yi Kai's parents found her commendable. Only Su Chen understood that Yu Yue's response was merely a stalling tactic. Therefore, with a knowing smile, he nodded, "Of course. Shall we proceed now?" "Yes, Mr. Su. Please follow me. My father is in the suite above." Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, Yu Yue let out a sigh of relief. In her mind, as long as Su Chen was willing to accompany her, she could be assured of his leniency. What Yu Yue was oblivious to, however, was that as she led Su Chen toward the room she had reserved, Shi Wenlong was approaching the large screen with a contingent of people. This unexpected action piqued the curiosity of many, who inquired, "Dragon Lord, what are you doing?" In response to the inquiries, Shi Wenlong turned slowly and stated deliberately, "I merely wish for everyone to enjoy a film." A film? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed incomprehensible that anyone would have the leisure to watch a movie at this juncture. Yet, due to Shi Wenlong's stature, no one dared to intervene, and they resumed their conversations with familiar acquaintances. However, as the large screen illuminated, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. They were astonished to see none other than Su Chen and Yu Yue on the screen. This revelation caused many to sense something amiss. Yi Kai's expression turned icy as he demanded, "Shi Wenlong, what does this mean?" Shi Wenlong did not shy away from the question. He candidly recounted Su Chen's instructions. "I am merely helping young Master Yi see the truth about someone." "Oh no." Upon hearing this, Han Yao, still within the hall, felt a tremor of foreboding. Meanwhile, the others were confused, especially Yi Kai, who asked, "See the truth about whom? You cannot be implying that Su Chen is." Before Yi Kai could voice the word fraud, the image on the screen revealed Su Chen entering the room with Yu Yue, who then turned to embrace him, sweetly suggesting, "Su Chen, I know you've always desired me. How about this? Spare me the organ donation, and I will let you have your fill, all right?" The impact of Yu Yue's words was akin to a bomb dropped into a still lake, sending ripples throughout the hall. Many affluent guests waiting to meet Su Chen wore expressions of discomfort. After all, none of these wealthy individuals were fools. They quickly discerned that Yu Yue had no intention of sacrificing her organ to save her father. In fact, she was willing to betray Yi Kai to maintain her facade. This behavior was indeed despicable. At that moment, as Yu Yue shed her outer garments, Yi Kai could no longer remain seated in the hall. Enraged, he stormed toward the booth where Yu Yue was situated. Inside the room, the two were oblivious to the unfolding events. While Su Chen caressed Yu Yue's form, he inquired with a smile, "Yu Yue, without jest, your father indeed requires a transplant. Will you not save him?" His objectives achieved, he thought, let her be damned. Yet, he expected her to take the blame upon herself later. "That's not an issue, is it?" Indifferently, Yu Yue replied, "Why should I care? Let me know how you wish to silence me. You are not concerned that Yi Kai might discover your lack of virtue and abandon you?" Su Chen asked with a sly grin. "Isn't that simple? A little money to fix things up, and what could he possibly discern?" Yu Yue retorted, "Enough talk. I can hardly contain my anticipation." With that, Yu Yue moved to remove Su Chen's clothing. Just as her fingers grazed his attire, the door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a grim-faced Yi Kai. "Yu Yue, what are you doing?" Boom! Yu Yue was momentarily taken aback by Yi Kai and Appo's sudden entrance. She hastily feigned distress. "Kai, you arrived just in time. This man, Su Chen, attempted to assault me." "Assault you?" Yi Kai was infuriated upon hearing her absurd claim. With a swift motion, he struck her hard, scolding, "You still dare to lie? Do you take me for a fool?" "Kai, I swear I didn't." Yu Wei protested, feigning innocence. "Didn't he you?" Yi Kai produced his phone and played the footage recorded outside, demanding, "So what does this mean, you deceitful wretch?" Boom! Upon witnessing her own actions captured on film, Yu Wei's fury erupted as she lunged at Su Chun, exclaiming, "You deceived me. I will kill you. Su Chun immediately scoffed. "Kill me? Who will treat young Master Yi then? This ungrateful, disloyal woman is yours to deal with. Do not tarnish our masculine dignity." With that, Su Chun laughed heartily and exited the booth. Yet, upon reaching the hall, he was met with an icy command. "Which one of you is Su Chun? Step forward." Chapter 25. Do not speak. Leave through the back door. It is Jiang Yun and Amp. Opposer. Why is she searching for Su Chun? At this moment, as the crowd discerned the identity of the furious individual, whispers of trepidation filled the air. After all, the young lady of the Jiang family, known in Hangzhou's elite circles as the Living Yama, commanded a fearsome reputation. Once targeted by her, one was bound to face dire consequences. Zhao Lingyin clearly recognized Jiang Yun'er's notorious title. Upon realizing Jiang Yun'er was after Su Chun, she hurried to his side, earnestly advising, "Do not utter a word. Quickly exit through the back door." "Why?" Su Chun inquired, perplexed. "Because Jiang Yun'er is the young lady of the Jiang family. She is not someone you can afford to provoke." Zhao Lingyin responded. Urgency etched across her face as she grasped Su Chen's hand, intent on leading him away. In her eyes, despite Su Chen's medical knowledge and investment acumen, he remained an ordinary individual, incomparable to the scions of affluent families like Jiang Yun'er, especially in a situation fraught with peril. However, as the adage goes, the more one fears something, the more it manifests. Just as Zhao Lingyin had barely clasped Su Chen's hand, a cold voice erupted nearby. "Miss Jiang, Su Chun is right here." With a sudden clarity, Han Yao's words acted like a beacon in the fog, capturing the attention of Jiang Yun'er and her entourage. Simultaneously, Chao Jia, who stood beside Jiang Yun'er, exclaimed with heightened emotion, "Miss, he is the one who abducted Zhao Lingyin last night." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun'er's gaze fell upon Su Chun and Zhao Lingyin. Yet, with her fiery temperament, she instantly bellowed, "What a pair of adulterers! Holding hands brazenly in broad daylight. Such audacity! Someone seize them." At her command, 4 or 5 servants emerged from behind her, grim-faced and advancing menacingly towards Su Chun. Witnessing this, Zhao Lingyin's heart raced with panic. She was acutely aware of the reason behind Jiang Yun'er's fury. After all, it was she who had administered the drug the previous night and had chosen to remain complicit. Yet, Zhao Lingyin never anticipated that despite her resignation to fate, the heavens would mock her so cruelly. The drug had taken effect, only for Su Chun to intervene, leaving Zhao Lingyin at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. Nevertheless, one thing was certain in Zhao Lingyin's mind. This incident was not Su Chen's fault. He was merely acting heroically. Thus, to shield Su Chun from the impending danger, she fervently positioned herself in front of him as the Jiang family's servants approached. Her voice trembling, "Jiang Yun and Amp, Oppos. This has nothing to do with Su Chun. If you have grievances, direct them at me." "Silence. This wretch must die. Otherwise, where will the Jiang family's honor lie?" Jiang Yun'er roared, her fury palpable. At that moment, Jiang Yun'er was enraged to see Zhao Lingyin daring to defend Su Chun. Zhao Lingyin's face paled, her inner turmoil threatening to spill over in tears. Yet, even as the Jiang family's servants drew nearer, she stood her ground before Su Chun, unwilling to yield an inch. This concern warmed Su Chen's heart. It was the first time he felt such unwavering care from someone other than his family. As the servants approached, Su Chun gently pulled Zhao Lingyin behind him, his tone icy as he declared, "Impudent. If the Jiang family values its reputation, does Su Chun not value his? I can overlook this if an apology is made." With Su Chen's unemotional proclamation, the Jiang family's servants erupted in outrage. They represented the Jiang family in this territory, and no one dared to speak to them in such a manner. The audacity of Su Chun, a mere scion, to challenge them was intolerable. They raised their fists, ready to teach him a lesson. However, just as their fists were about to connect with Su Chun, They were sent sprawling by a well-placed kick. Each servant found themselves under the boot of a burly man in a suit. The scene fell into an eerie silence. As everyone recognized the individual daring to obstruct the Jiang family's affairs, gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. It was inconceivable that Shi Wenlong would dare intervene. But then realization dawned. After all, the hearts of parents are filled with concern. The elite of Hangzhou were well aware of Shi Wenlong's daughter's plight. Given Su Chen's exceptional medical skills, it was reasonable for Shi Wenlong to pledge his loyalty to him. Yet, as the old saying goes, those in power only see interests and servants. The Jiang family, being a top-tier aristocracy, held little regard for even wealthy families like Zhao Lingyin's, let alone someone like Shi Wenlong who mingled in the underbelly of society. Thus, when Jiang Yuner witnessed her command thwarted, she erupted in fury. Shi Wenlong, are you seeking death? Do you dare meddle in Jiang family affairs? Unfazed by Jiang Yuner's ire, Shi Wenlong replied, Mr. Su saved my daughter's life. Anyone who opposes Mr. Su is opposing me. Very well, Jiang Yuner hissed, her eyes narrowing with malice. You will regret this, Shi Wenlong. With that, she turned to leave, having come prepared with only a handful of ordinary servants, not anticipating any resistance. She intended to return home and summon formidable allies to teach these insolent interlopers a lesson. Yet, just as she pivoted, Su Chen's indifferent voice reverberated through the hall. Did I grant you permission to leave? As his words fell, a throng of Shi Wenlong's subordinates surged into the hall, swiftly blocking all exits. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Even Zhao Lingyin felt a surge of anxiety as she asked, Su Chen, what are you planning? Nothing much, merely requiring her to apologize. Su Chen stated firmly, I, Su Chen, will not allow my woman to endure even the slightest injustice, not even from the king himself. With those words, Zhao Lingyin and Appo's heart quaked. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, causing her eyes to brim with tears. She felt it was worth it. Even if she were to die at that moment, she would feel fulfilled. Conversely, Jiang Yuner, upon hearing Su Chen and Appo's declaration, felt a deep humiliation. She roared, You want me to apologize to Zhao Lingyin? Only if you kill me first. Very well. Consider it done. Chapter 26. Do not tear my clothes. I acknowledge my mistake. Bring her here, strip her bare, and hang her up for a beating. Only when she apologizes will this end. With Su Chen's indifferent command, the venue fell into a hush, punctuated only by the sound of gasps. Everyone was incredulous at Su Chen's audacity. Even Shi Wenlong could not help but confirm, Master Su, are you serious? Do you think I am one to jest? Su Chen glanced at Shi Wenlong's severed fingers, his tone icy. Upon witnessing this, Shi Wenlong trembled, hastily nodding, As you command. With that, he approached Jiang Yuner with a fierce expression. Seeing this, Jiang Yuner panicked. Shi Wenlong, if you dare touch me, I assure you, I will not let you off. Faced with her threat, Shi Wenlong, more afraid of Su Chen, replied coldly, Miss Jiang, do not blame me. Blame yourself for not knowing your place. Do not come near. If you dare touch me, my family will ensure you have no place to rest. As Shi Wenlong showed no fear, Jiang Yuner screamed in desperation. Zhao Lingyin, standing beside Su Chen, could not help but advise, Su Chen, perhaps we should let this go? Why should we relent? Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Zhao Lingyin hesitated, wanting to express her concern about the formidable Jiang family. But upon seeing Su Chen's serious demeanor, she could not voice her thoughts. Ultimately, she sighed, it is nothing. As a reincarnated individual with memories spanning 10 lifetimes, Su Chen understood Zhao Lingyin and Appo's worries. To help her adapt to the future, he calmly stated, Zhao Lingyin, remember, the kind are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are often ridden upon. You must be more ruthless than your enemies, where you will only suffer humiliation. With that, he urged Shi Wenlong, be quicker, do not waste my time. Boom! At Su Chen's insistence, Shi Wenlong dared not hesitate any longer. He steeled himself and reached out toward Jiang Yuner. However, before his hand could touch her, Jiang Yuner could no longer withstand the pressure and began to wail, No, do not tear my clothes. I know I was wrong. Upon seeing this, Shi Wenlong let out a sigh of relief. He straightened his face and declared, "You are begging the wrong person." Realizing the futility of her situation, Jiang Yun'er quickly turned to Zhao Lingyin, pleading, "Sister Lingyin, please do not let them tear my clothes. I promise I will no longer interfere in your matters with my brother." Witnessing Jiang Yun and back down, Zhao Lingyin felt a moment of disbelief. After all, Jiang Yun'er was notorious in Hangzhou, a figure that many avoided at all costs. It was astonishing that such a formidable presence could be reduced to tears by Su Chun. Truly, evil begets evil. Thinking this, not wanting Su Chun to become irreparably at odds with the Jiang family, she softly suggested, "She has apologized. Are you satisfied?" I'm quite satisfied." Zhao Lingyin hesitated for a moment before nodding sincerely. After all, she had never dared to dream of Jiang Yun'er apologizing to her. "Well, as long as you are satisfied, let her go." With Su Chen's command, the crowd that had blocked the exit dispersed. Jiang Yun'er, seizing the opportunity, hurriedly left with her attendants. Yet, as she reached the doorway, she turned back, seething with anger. "You all wait. This matter is not over." Upon seeing Su Chen's change in expression, she fled at an astonishing speed. At this scene, Su Chun chuckled, while the others in the hall maintained a grave demeanor. After all, only a fool would believe that Jiang Yun'er and Appo's departure meant the end of the conflict. Everyone understood that while Jiang Yun and Appo's had left, the Jiang family's retaliation was just beginning. Thus, the wealthy and powerful, wary of becoming embroiled in the Jiang family strife, rose and declared, "Miss Zhao, I have pressing matters at home. We shan't partake in this evening's gathering." "Very well." Zhao Lingyin, perceptive as ever, recognized their intent to distance themselves and did not insist, merely smiling and nodding. In mere minutes, the once crowded hall was left empty, save for one family still seated, none other than the Yi family, one of the four great clans. At this moment, Yi Kai, seeing the hall devoid of guests, smiled and inquired, "Mr. Su, do you have any plans for where to settle in the future?" "What do you mean?" Su Chen asked, his tone indifferent. "No special meaning. I merely wish to know where I might find Mr. Su in the future." Yi Kai replied with a grin. Realizing Yi Kai assumed he would flee, Su Chen laughed, "I will remain in Hangzhou." "Oh, are you a guest of the Zhang family or of the Qin family?" Yi Kai asked, surprised. After all, he thought, if no one were backing Su Chun, how could he dare to stay in Hangzhou? Su Chun, aware of Yi Kai's thoughts, chuckled. "Neither. I'm simply the foremost scoundrel in Hangzhou. As long as no one troubles me, I am fortunate enough." "Mr. Su, you jest. You are merely hiding your true self. If you desire to join a prominent family, it is but a word away. Let us do this. Considering we have both been deceived by the same woman, let us be friends. You may stay with the Yi family for a decade or so. We will arrange for you to marry and have children. What do you think?" Yi Kai asked with a grin. Seeing Yi Kai finally reveal his true intentions, Su Chun smiled and waved his hand. "There is truly no need. I can manage on my own. Mr. Su, do not be willful. The Jiang family is no minor clan. Their vengeance is not something an ordinary person can withstand." At that moment, as Su Chen spoke, the family head of the Yi family, Yi Nantian, who had remained silent, reminded him coolly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced at Yi Nantian's demeanor and nodded with a smile. "I understand, but I am not afraid." "Ah, indeed, a hero emerges from youth." Yi Nantian noted Su Chen's obstinacy, but chose not to elaborate further, shifting directly to the matter at hand. "Please, Mr. Su, tend to my son's ailment first." "Very well," Su Chan said, not wishing to linger with the Yi family. He took out 2 silver needles and tossed them onto Yi Kai. "You may use a knife to cut the skin and extract it yourself. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." With that, Su Chen departed. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Kai fumed. What arrogance! Just a mere ordinary person with some medical knowledge, utterly oblivious to his own mortality. "Father, the Jiang family is poised to take action against him. What shall we do? His organs are already reserved by significant figures." Hearing this, Yi Nantian and Appo's expression turned grave. "There is no other choice. We must strike first." Chapter 27. In the face of life and death, can you be serious? As the steel behemoth outside the car window gradually vanished, Su Chun, seated in the passenger seat, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "This doesn't seem like the way home, does it?" Zhao Lingyin remained silent, her expression grave as she continued to drive. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Su Chun, having guessed the underlying tension, playfully extended his hand with a mischievous grin and asked, "I say, dear lady, taking me down this secluded path, you aren't planning something thrilling, are you?" Feeling an unwelcome hand on her thigh, Zhao Lingyin abruptly slammed on the brakes. Turning to Su Chun with utmost seriousness, she enunciated, "If you do that again, I might as well let you leave by boat, all right?" "Leave?" Su Chun exclaimed, bewildered. "Where to?" "To Northern Europe, to a sparsely populated country. Anywhere but in the scorching summer." Zhao Lingyin replied, her voice trembling. "Are you worried I might perish from the Jiang family and Apo's as retribution?" Su Chun, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped her implication. Zhao Lingyin, however, was blunt. "It's not just worry. If you don't leave, you will undoubtedly die. Even sure, Wenlong cannot protect you." Seeing Zhao Lingyin and Apo's earnest demeanor, Su Chun shrugged off her fears with a careless grin. "It can't be as exaggerated as you say." "You." She felt the insistent hand wandering, and in her desperation, Zhao Lingyin finally exclaimed, "You only think about groping. You're on the brink of losing your life and still thinking about that." "Su Chun, can you be serious? I'm trying to save you. How can you still have the leisure to think about other matters?" With tears streaming down her face, Zhao Lingyin's expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions, aggrieved, unwilling, anxious, and frightened, all reflecting the immense pressure the Jiang family imposed on her, pushing her to the brink of emotional collapse. Su Chun hadn't anticipated the magnitude of Zhao Lingyin's distress. This realization sobered him, and with genuine concern, he asked, "Are you worried they will send ancient warriors to kill me?" Boom! Zhao Lingyin's head snapped up, shock etched on her features as she looked at him. "You know about ancient warriors?" "Of course. I'm an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. How could I not know about ancient warriors?" Su Chun replied with a smile. "Then why aren't you leaving?" Zhao Lingyin questioned, puzzled. "Why should I leave?" Su Chun chuckled. You witnessing Su Chun and Apo's dismissive attitude, Zhao Lingyin was slightly taken aback. "You can't possibly be an ancient warrior, right?" "No, that's impossible. You're only 25. Is 25 too young to be an ancient warrior?" Su Chun inquired. Curiosity piqued. "No, because there isn't enough time to cultivate." Zhao Lingyin replied earnestly. Su Chun nodded in agreement. After all, martial arts truly required relentless practice. Those with any accomplishments were typically elderly. Even the rare prodigies had to endure rigorous training from a young age under the guidance of esteemed masters. Su Chun, who spent his days sleeping and nights courting, was already a stretch, let alone being an ancient warrior. Yet, he genuinely liked Zhao Lingyin and didn't wish for her to worry over trivial matters. After careful consideration, he resolved to reveal his true situation to her. "You're right. I'm not an ancient warrior, but I am more formidable than one." "Stop joking. Are you some kind of grandmaster?" Zhao Lingyin retorted. "I'm not a grandmaster. I'm a qi cultivator," Su Chun declared, revealing his trump card. However, Zhao Lingyin's expression darkened upon hearing this. Curious, Su Chun asked, "What with that expression?" "Su Chun, I'm discussing something critical here. Can you please focus? After I get you out of the country, I need to figure out how to get your family out too. I don't have time to waste. Just tell me, do you have a trump card for not leaving?" Faced with Zhao Lingyin's disbelief, Su Chun's lips twitched. He wanted to explain that he wasn't lying, but seeing her expression that warned him against further nonsense, he chose to concede. "Actually, I do have a trump card, which is why I want to leave." "What trump card?" Zhao Lingyin asked, her excitement rising. "My master is also in Hangzhou. He won't allow anyone to breach the rules and attempt to kill me." Su Chun fabricated earnestly. "Is that true?" Zhao Lingyin inquired, even more animated. "Of course it is. Why would I joke about this?" Su Chun feigned seriousness. Seeing Su Chun's solemn demeanor, Zhao Lingyin felt her tense heartstrings relax. "You should have mentioned this sooner. You nearly scare me to death." "Hey, you didn't ask." Su Chun replied with a playful smile. "All right, since you're not afraid of the Jiang family, Let us head back, Zhao Lingyin said, as she prepared to turn the car around. Su Chen quickly placed his hand on hers. Wait. We've come this far. Why return so soon? Look around. It's a beautiful night. The moon is bright, and the forest is dense, perfect for a date. Su Chen, Zhao Lingyin was exasperated, unable to comprehend how he could think of such things at a time like this. I beg you, please stop. This time with the Jiang family. We can no longer cooperate. I need to hurry back to manage the aftermath. If I delay, the Jiang family will plunge us into despair. Hearing her words, Su Chen instinctively wanted to protest, but as the words lingered on his lips, he felt a slight tremor in his heart. He then subdued his playful demeanor and nodded seriously. All right, you go handle everything, and if you encounter any difficulties, just call me. Aren't you coming back with me? Zhao Lingyin was taken aback, noticing Su Chen was about to exit the vehicle. I just remembered. I have some matters to discuss with Sherwin Long. If the Jiang family retaliates, he won't escape either. Su Chen fabricated a reason. Okay, you take care. I need to prepare before the Jiang family makes a move. Zhao Lingyin said without further thought. All right, if any trouble arises, feel free to call me. I can handle anything. With that, Su Chen's expression turned serious as he slowly exited the vehicle. Once Zhao Lingyin and Appo's car was en route back to the city, he casually remarked, "You've been lurking for quite a while. Come out." Intriguing. How did you notice me? From a nearby tree, a cold-looking elder descended. However, upon landing, Su Chen did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, his gaze fixated intently on the medical freezer strapped to his waist, designed for the preservation of organs. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his words piercing the stillness. Have you come to harvest my organs? Chapter 28. Did affluence inflate your ego, causing you to overestimate your capabilities? How perceptive of you, young man, to discern that. At that moment, upon the conclusion of Su Chen's statement, the elder, whose given name was Luan San, responded with candid amusement, devoid of any concealment. Conversely, upon hearing Luan San's jesting words, Su Chen's countenance darkened. He refrained from addressing Luan San and Appo's query and instead inquired with an icy tone, "Did Yue dispatch you?" Luan San remained taciturn, opting instead to narrow his eyes slowly, advising, "It is imprudent for a young man to possess excessive knowledge. Pray, consume this to mitigate your suffering." Observing the anesthetic drug cast at his feet by Luan San, the menacing glint in Su Chen and Appo's eyes intensified. "I am not extending an invitation for negotiation. Oh, has your newfound affluence inflated your ego, causing you to overestimate your capabilities?" Luan San inquired with a playful tone upon hearing Su Chen's words. Noticing Luan San's recalcitrance, Su Chen approached him, retorting in a frigid tone, "I am disinclined to repeat myself thrice. Disclose whether Yue dispatched you. Refrain from inciting my ire." Oh, observing Su Chen and Appo's escalating audacity, Luan San, emboldened by his prowess, sneered in response, "What if she did, and what if she did not? Do you, perchance, envision yourself transforming into a vengeful specter? You spurn my benevolence." Courting a thrashing. Witnessing Luan San's continued pretense, Su Chen dispensed with further ado and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The scene unfolded, leaving Luan San utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe that Su Chen dared to strike him. Incensed by this unprecedented humiliation, Luan San erupted in fury. "You vile cur, how dare you strike me? Today, I shall vivisect your organs, leaving you in a state of perpetual agony." With that, Luan San extended a claw-like hand toward Su Chen. However, before his claws could make contact, Su Chen, his face contorted in rage, retaliated with a slap, retorting, "You court death. Did you truly believe I was engaging in frivolous games with you? Kneel before me." Bang! As Su Chen and Appo's words reverberated, Luan San and Appo's body was propelled 3 or 4 meters away. Upon landing, Luan San was utterly bewildered. After all, if his memory served him correctly, the mission briefing portrayed Su Chen as a mere traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with some medical knowledge. But what was transpiring now? He, a novice ancient martial artist, have been sent flying with a single slap. Could a mere traditional Chinese medicine practitioner accomplish this? Even a paragon of ancient martial arts would be hard-pressed to achieve such a feat, realizing that Su Chun likely possessed the strength of a grandmaster. Luan San inwardly cursed the ancestors of the individual who issued the command. Especially as he witnessed Su Chun advancing toward him, he hastily explained, "Esteemed senior, a misunderstanding has occurred. I may have mistaken the individual. Pray, grant me an opportunity. I am inquiring whether Yue dispatched you. Cease your sophistry. It appears you are truly courting death." At that moment, realizing that Luan San had yet to grasp the crux of the matter, Su Chun delivered another resounding slap. This blow, delivered with considerable force, instantly jolted Luan San back to his senses. Subsequently, he explained with utmost sincerity, "I am uncertain whether it was the Yue you mentioned. I accepted this assignment from the dark web. Someone has placed a bounty on all of your organs, totaling over 100 million. The dark web? Hearing this response, Su Chun and Appo's brows furrowed. Subsequently, he inquired with an exceedingly frigid tone, "How can you substantiate the veracity of your statements?" "I possess a record of accepting the assignment." Realizing that he had stumbled upon an indomitable force, Luan San promptly logged into his dark web account and presented the chat logs from when he accepted the assignment. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with an exceedingly frigid intent to kill, remarking, "Where is the rendezvous point?" This I do not know," Luan San explained with considerable embarrassment. "After all, those engaged in our line of work typically place a high premium on their privacy. We await contact after the assignment is completed." "It will contact this phone?" Su Chun inquired calmly, brandishing the phone. "Precisely that phone." Luan San dared not conceal the truth. "Very well. I shall confiscate this phone. You have no objections, correct?" Su Chun inquired once more. No. Whatever pleases you." Luan San hastily shook his head. Subsequently, upon noticing a slight softening in Su Chen's countenance, he could not resist inquiring, "Esteemed senior, may I take my leave?" "Leave?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, faintly. "Where do you intend to go?" I wish to return home. After all, I have an octogenarian mother and children awaiting my return to care for them." Luan San responded with a hint of trepidation. After all, he was a hitman from the dark web, having long operated in the shadows. He was acutely aware that he was currently in the gravest of danger. As expected, his premonition proved accurate. As his words concluded, Su Chun and Appo's lips curled into a playful sneer. "You wish to return home? Allow me to escort you on your final journey. In your dreams." Hearing Su Chun and Appo's words, Luan San immediately deployed a smoke pellet and fled. Upon witnessing this, Su Chun refrained from giving chase. Instead, his lips curled into a disdainful sneer, retorting, "To attempt to flee from my grasp, who is truly deluded." Bang! As Su Chen's words reverberated, a slender twig, akin to a lance, pierced Luan San's temple, extinguishing his final breath. Damn it! Why has no call arrived yet? Having disposed of Luan San and Appo's corpse, it was already 10:00 and Appo's clock in the evening. Su Chun, who had been awaiting a call for nearly an hour, grew somewhat impatient. After all, his initial plan was to use Luan San's phone to lie in wait, hoping to ascertain who desired his organs. However, he now realized that passively waiting was not a viable strategy. Consequently, Su Chun resolved to return home first. After all, numerous events had transpired that day, and he was concerned about the safety of his family. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the phone suddenly rang. This abrupt sound sent a tremor through Su Chun and Appo's body, prompting him to hastily retrieve his phone. However, upon extracting the incessantly ringing phone, his countenance darkened. The reason for this was that the phone currently ringing was not Luan San and Appo's, but his own. Observing Sure Wenlong and Appo's name displayed on screen, Su Chun composed himself and answered calmly, "Hello, this is Su Chun. What is the matter?" "Before midnight, the Imperial Dynasty bar. If you fail to appear, Sure Wenlong shall perish." Chapter 29, I advise you to kneel and admit your mistakes now. With a click, as the call ended, Su Chen's expression instantly darkened. Realizing that the extent of the Jiang family and Appo's retaliation might be broader than he had anticipated, Su Chen quickly dialed Su Wenshan and Appo's number. However, the line was dead. This discovery sent a chill through Su Chen and Appo's heart. He then called his mother, Chun Mylan, but again, the phone was off. Witnessing this, Su Chen began to feel a sense of panic. After all, his family had always haunted him like an unshakable nightmare. He was deeply concerned that the tragedies of his past life might repeat themselves in this one. Therefore, to ensure the safety of his family, Su Chen immediately contacted Su Xiao. Fortunately, Su Xiao's phone was still operational. It was quickly answered. However, the first words that greeted him were Su Xiao's agitated inquiry. "Brother, what trouble are you causing now? Why are people after us?" Hearing Su Xiao's anxious words, a wave of guilt washed over Su Chen. He recognized that he had become complacent, feeling powerful enough to disregard others, forgetting that any retaliation would not solely target him. With a newfound determination, Su Chen solemnly asked, "Xiao Xiao, are Mom and Dad with you?" "Yes, we are being held in a basement at Green City Villa by Shi Wenlong." A sigh of relief escaped Su Chen upon hearing that his family was safe. He had genuinely feared that with Shi Wenlong captured, his family might also be in peril. Now that he confirmed their safety, Su Chen spoke earnestly. "Stay put and do not go anywhere, understood? Brother, we can and Appo's stay here. Shi Wenlong and Appo's wife and child have also been captured. Yuan and Appo's Su Xiao trailed off, but the implication was clear. Su Chen had not anticipated the Jiang family's ruthlessness. With a surge of determination, he declared, "You stay there. Shi Wenlong should not betray me." After uttering these words, Su Chen hung up and plunged into the sea before him. Strangely, upon diving in, he did not sink but instead floated on the surface, swiftly propelling himself toward Hang City across the water. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was witnessed by a stunningly beautiful woman. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Bar, a young man clad in a designer suit and adorned with a Vacheron Constantine watch spoke coolly, "Shi Wenlong, it and Appo's. It's nearly midnight. Will you not make a decision?" In response to the inquiry, a bloodied Shi Wenlong slowly raised his head and rasped, "In life, I am Su Ye's man. In death, I am Su Ye's dog. So dream on. If you wish to kill me, do so, but if I so much as frown, I will take your surname. Shi Wenlong, are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing Shi Wenlong's steadfast reply, the young man, whose real name was Chao Jie, immediately reprimanded, "Your daughter has recovered. Why are you still espousing loyalty to Su Chen? Do you think he will come to save you? If he comes, I am fortunate. If he does not, I have no regrets," Shi Wenlong replied calmly. Yu Chao Jie was about to retort, but before he could speak, Chao Hongsheng, seated on a tiger skin chair, interjected, "Xiao Long, I have watched you rise. I know your character and integrity better than anyone. Therefore, I am curious as to what kind of spell Su Chen has cast upon you to earn such unwavering loyalty. Would you care to enlighten me?" Reflecting on past events, Shi Wenlong slowly replied, "Chao Yi, considering your past assistance, let me give you a piece of advice. Kneel and await your fate. There is still time. Otherwise, when Su Yi arrives, there will be no opportunity for repentance." Upon hearing this, Chao Hongsheng and Appo's expression darkened. "Xiao Long, are you jesting with me?" "Every word is sincere. Believe it or not," Shi Wenlong stated solemnly. Truly an ignorant fool. Observing Shi Wenlong's attitude, Chao Hongsheng's face reflected displeasure as he coldly commanded, "Bring them to me. Dad. Brother Long." At that moment, as Chao Hongsheng's command was issued, two women, one young and one older, were dragged from the private room. Upon seeing the bloodied Shi Wenlong, they immediately burst into tears. Bound on the ground, Shi Wenlong's emotions shattered as he saw his wife and daughter brought in, and he roared in anguish, "Chao Hongsheng, do not involve my family. How can you call yourself a man of the underworld? Xiao Long, I am giving you a chance. Tell me where Su Chen and Appo's family is hidden, and I will spare yours." Chao Hongsheng and Appo's words trailed off, yet their meaning was unmistakable. Consequently, his grandson, Chao Jie, approached Shi Wenlong's wife with a sinister grin. Witnessing this, Shi Wenlong's eyes turned bloodshot with fury as he roared, "Chao Jie, if you dare touch my wife, I will kill you. If you want to protect your wife, then tell me where Su Chan and Appo's family is hidden, and I will let her go. Chao Jie taunted, tugging at Shi Wenlong's wife's hair. However, before Shi Wenlong could respond, his wife, Wang Yue, interjected, Brother Long, we cannot betray Su Yi. He has done us a great favor. Damn it, you wretched woman. I see you are begging for it. Enraged by Wang Yu and Appo's defiance, Chao Jie slapped her across the face. You bastard. Witnessing his wife being assaulted, Shi Wenlong stood in a fury and lunged at Chao Jie. Yet, despite his immense strength, he was overpowered by several henchmen. Desperate, Shi Wenlong screamed, Chao Jie, may you die a miserable death. How dare you curse me? Bring his daughter to me. I will have my fun with her first. I want to see just how long you can maintain your bravado. With that, Chao Jie began to unbuckle his belt. Shi Wenlong and Appo's emotions spiraled into complete despair. Just as he was about to relent, a chilling voice echoed throughout the room. Stop. Chapter 30. I moved. What can you do about it? Master Su, please save my daughter, save my daughter. In this moment, as Su Chen arrived, Shi Wenlong, whose heart was already filled with despair, felt as if he had found a lifeline and began to plead earnestly. Hearing this, Su Chen felt an immense sorrow within him. He had initially thought that upon his daughter and Appo's abduction, Shi Wenlong would likely capitulate. However, to Su Chen and Appo's astonishment, Shi Wenlong had endured until now, refusing to betray his own even with the child in peril. This act of loyalty prompted Su Chen to turn cold, addressing Chao Jie with steely resolve. Bring the child to me. Yet, upon hearing his command, Chao Jie not only disregarded it, but also responded with a mocking sneer. Su Chen, do you still believe this is the Zhao family banquet where you can flaunt your numbers? Who do you think you're talking to? With that, dozens of henchmen armed with clubs surged into the room. Observing this, Chao Jie, feeling victorious, chuckled maliciously. When you were boasting at the Zhao family, did you ever consider how swiftly retribution would arrive? In the face of Chao Jie's taunt, Su Chen remained unperturbed, his expression one of icy indifference. I have repeated my request. Bring the child to me. What if I refuse? Chao Jie asked, a smirk on his face. Then we shall see whether your life is more resilient or my fist is harder. Su Chen retorted, preparing to strike. At that moment, a voice, cold and devoid of warmth, interjected, take another step forward, and you shall die. Boom! At the sound, Su Chen instinctively turned toward its source. Just one glance caused him to halt, his expression turning grave. The reason for this was simple. He recognized the speaker. No, to be precise, he had known him in a previous life. This man was his sworn enemy, the one who had first wronged his sister. In his past life, Su Chen had wished for nothing less than to see him suffer, but lacked the power. In this life, he was determined to seek justice. At that moment, Chao Hongsheng was oblivious to Su Chen's thoughts. He expressed his surprise. Old Master Lin, is it really necessary for you to intervene for such a trivial child? Indeed, Old Master Lin, a mere wretch like Su Chen cannot stir any significant trouble. Chao Jie chimed in. It's merely setting an example. Otherwise, today's youth might mistakenly believe that their petty skills allow them to act with impunity. The elder known as Old Master Lin replied with utmost seriousness, and his words garnered the enthusiastic support of the Chao family duo. Particularly, Chao Jie shouted at Su Chen. Did you hear that, Su Chen? Don't think that just because you possess some dubious skills, you can act recklessly. You must understand that there are always greater powers at play. The adage rings true. When one can no longer endure, there is no need for further patience. Su Chen had never been known for his temperance, especially since his rebirth. He had no desire to engage in petty banter with his enemies. Thus, upon hearing Chao Jie's arrogant words, Su Chen coldly inquired, is that your confidence in defying my commands? Indeed, Old Master Lin is our assurance. As long as he is here, Su Chen, you shall find it impossible to escape today. Chao Jie boldly declared. Escape? Upon hearing that word, an icy glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. No one is leaving here today. Having said that, Su Chen's gaze fell upon Old Master Lin, and he enunciated each word with clarity. Do you dare repeat what you just said? I warned you. If you take another step forward, you will die. Old Master Lin coldly inquired. What? Are you dissatisfied? Indeed, I am quite curious to see how you intend to bring about my demise. Su Chen replied defiantly, stepping forward. You have some nerve. Upon witnessing this, Old Master Lin's expression darkened to an extreme. He had not expected Su Chen to be so audacious. Realizing that Old Master Lin appeared enraged, Chao Jie could not help but laugh derisively. Su Chen, you truly do not know the extent of your folly. Do you realize who you are offending? Old Master Lin is a distinguished ancient martial artist. Prepare to meet your end. An ancient martial artist? Su Chen's eyes glinted with disdain. I would even use you as a stepping stone. Arrogant. Su Chen, do not think that your medical skills render you invincible. I assure you, in today's society, it is still the might of one's fist that holds sway. At this juncture, Chao Hongsheng clasped his hands together and addressed Old Master Lin. Old Master, this fellow is the root cause of Miss Jiang and Amp Oppo's troubles. I implore you to take action and subdue him. Naturally, provoked by Su Chen's arrogance, Old Master Lin adopted a stern demeanor, speaking with deliberate emphasis. Are you prepared for death? And are you ready? Su Chen retorted coolly. Unruly, you shall die. Seeing Su Chen still pretending, Old Master Lin, dissatisfied, struck towards Su Chen's face, intending to snap him out of his delusion. However, before his hand could reach Su Chen, it was met with a resounding slap as Su Chen retaliated. Still pretending, old man? Boom! Suddenly struck, Old Master Lin was momentarily stunned. The rest of the individuals present, save for Shi Wenlong, were equally astonished. After a long pause, it was Chao Jie who finally exclaimed, How can this be possible? You study medicine, yet you also know martial arts? You'll learn soon enough. With that, Su Chen seized Shi Wenlong's daughter from Chao Jie's grasp and kicked Chao Jie toward Shi Wenlong, stating emphatically, Handle this. I have a score to settle with this old fool. Chapter 31. A teacher's indulgence breeds laziness. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their prowess at the first strike. After Lin Lao was struck across the face by Su Chen, he immediately realized that Su Chen was not someone he could afford to offend. Thus, upon seeing Su Chen approach him with a grim expression, he hastily explained, My friend, there has been a misunderstanding. I merely came here for leisure and happened upon this incident. Your conflict with the Chao family has nothing to do with me. Oh, nothing to do with you? Upon hearing this explanation, Su Chen raised his hand and struck Lin Lao again, furiously retorting, Did you not just claim to be their pillar of support? And now you say it is none of your business? Do you take me for mere child? As he spoke, Su Chen seized a cleaver from a frightened thug and, with a cold demeanor, advanced toward Lin Lao. In his previous life, he had longed to exact vengeance on this individual. However, back then, he was merely a pawn in someone else's game, and attempting to confront a martial artist would have been laughable. But in this life, he would not let these detestable individuals escape. Perhaps Su Chen's murderous intent was too palpable. Lin Lao, upon witnessing Su Chen approach with the knife, was visibly shaken and asked, You intend to kill me? How astonishing. You harm my brother, plot against my family, and just moments ago sought to kill me. Do you not think you deserve to die? Su Chen questioned with a fierce expression. Faced with Su Chen's interrogation, Lin Lao stammered. It was truly a misunderstanding. I was merely passing by. He was about to add something, but Su Chen coldly waved his hand, saying, No need for explanations. That is irrelevant. Irrelevant? What is important then? Lin Lao, agitated, inquired. The important thing is that you are here now, and you must die. Indeed, Su Chen cared little whether Lin Lao was truly the Chao family supporter. He only knew that this man had been present at the scene. Observing Su Chen's unwavering resolve, Lin Lao, desperate to save his own life, immediately revealed his trump card. No, you cannot kill me. My master is the Pingyang master, and he is nearby. If you kill me, he will surely take your life. Oh really? When you come to me in a dream tonight, do not forget to bring him along. With that, Su Chen raised the knife, ready to finish Lin Lao. However, just as the blade was about to descend, a cold voice suddenly echoed. Presumptuous. Huh? At the sound, Su Chen instinctively turned around. He then saw a chopstick flying toward the cleaver in his hand. In an instant, the cleaver was shattered by the chopstick. Witnessing this, Su Chen's pupils dilated as he murmured, "Qi emanation, a master-level expert?" As Su Chen's words fell, an imposing elder entered the room, radiating authority without raising his voice. His arrival left Su Chen, who was witnessing a master for the first time, taken aback. Lin Lao, on the other hand, was ecstatic. "Master, you have come?" Ignoring Lin Lao, the Pingyang master glared at Su Chen, questioning with deliberate enunciation. "At such a young age, how could you be so malicious? Who permitted you to disrupt the mundane world with your martial prowess? Who permits you or your disciple to harm the innocent and violate women?" In response to the inquiry, Su Chen pointed at Wang Yue and the others, coldly retorting, Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the Pingyang master slowly turned to the Shi family, his expression darkening as he asked, "Lin Can, is this true?" "Master, I did not. He is speaking nonsense." "Lin Lao instinquito, hotet." The Pingyang master turned his cold gaze towards Su Chen. Enunciating, he claims he did not. "You are his son, and you believe him so readily?" Su Chen coldly countered. Presumptuous. Perhaps emboldened by the presence of his master, Lin Can felt a surge of confidence. Thus, without waiting for the Pingyang master to speak, he shouted, "Su Chen, how dare you insult my master? An indulgent teacher is at fault for their students' failings. A lax educator breeds a scoundrel such as you. Shouldn't that be scorned?" Su Chen coldly retorted. "You." Lin Can instinctively wanted to argue, but before he could voice his thoughts, the Pingyang master coldly interjected. "You claim I am lax in my teachings. Do you have any evidence?" "His very presence here stands as evidence. My brother's family being here is also evidence. My words are further evidence." Boom. Perhaps Su Chen's assertion was simply too astonishing, or perhaps Lin Can felt guilty, for as soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Lin Can could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "Presumptuous! Su Chen, who do you think you are? Why should your words count as evidence? Just this?" With a flourish, as Su Chen spoke, every movable object in the room began to levitate. This spectacle rendered everyone present, be it the Pingyang master, Lin Can, or the Chao family, speechless in shock. After a long silence, the Pingyang master finally exclaimed, "Telekinesis. You have reached the pinnacle of mastery. I assert that your disciple is a scoundrel deserving of death. Do you have any objections?" Su Chen coldly questioned. Seeing all the items in the room focused on him, the Pingyang master's heart raced with fear, and he quickly shook his head. "No, no." Su Chen raised his voice an octave higher. "And no, I dare not." The Pingyang master immediately knelt in submission, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. "Since you acknowledge your fear, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to annihilate your entire family?" Boom! At Su Chen's icy words, the Pingyang master felt a shiver run down his spine. He regretted coming to Lin Can's aid, for had he not intervened, he would not have attracted the attention of such a formidable presence. Yet, there was no remedy for regret in this world. The only course left for him was to appease Su Chen's demands. With that thought, the Pingyang master slowly turned to Lin Can. Upon seeing this, Lin Can's body trembled uncontrollably as he shouted, "Would you rather believe his words than mine? Who would dare serve you in the future?" Confronted with Lin Can's threat, the Pingyang master, already fed up with him, coldly stated, "Lin Can, I tasked you with monitoring the Chao family, yet you conspired with them. Did you truly think I was unaware?" Lin Can's face paled at this revelation. With a guilty conscience, he instinctively attempted to escape through the window. But just as he made a move, a chopstick shot through his forehead, ending his life. This scene plunged the entire room into a suffocating silence. No one dared to breathe, fearful of attracting their own demise. After what felt like an eternity, the Pingyang master clasped his hands in apology towards Su Chen, saying, "Senior Su, I have failed to educate my disciple. I beseech your mercy." Seeing the Pingyang master's attitude of contrition was quite satisfactory, Su Chen slowly turned to Shi Wenlong, asking, "Do you believe he deserves to be spared?" Boom! Faced with Su Chen and Appo's inquiry, Shi Wenlong, who had never imagined he would hold the power to determine the fate of a master, felt that his life had reached its pinnacle. However, he was not one to act thoughtlessly. Understanding the meaning behind Su Chen's words, he slowly nodded and said, "Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its master. This matter has nothing to do with Master Pingyong. I only seek that the Chao family does not escape justice. Very well, you are my brother, and I shall heed your wishes. Fear not, create a ruckus without restraint. If the sky should fall, I shall bear the burden. Senior Su, you must not." Chapter 32. He harmed my brother. Thus, I must annihilate his entire family. Upon encountering Master Pingyong's obstruction, a flicker of displeasure ignited in Su Chun and Appo's eyes. What? Does Master Pingyong intend to stand up for the Chao family? After being swept by Su Chun and Appo's icy gaze, Master Pingyong felt a tremor in his heart. He hastily explained, "I wooed and amp, Appo's. Dare. What do you mean by that?" Su Chun inquired coldly. "It is because the Chao family may be implicated in a significant case, hence." Master Pingyong trailed off, not daring to continue. However, Su Chun grasped the implication of his words. Master Pingyong was connected to higher authorities, and the Chao family appeared to be suspects. Not wanting to offend Su Chun, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What case?" "It concerns the matter of organs being extracted," Master Pingyong disclosed directly, without reservation. "What? Organs being extracted?" Su Chen exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that there are others whose organs have been taken? Senior Su, do you perhaps know something?" Master Pingyong regarded Su Chun with surprise. "Just prior, an assassin from the dark web sought to harvest my organs, but now they have become shark bait in the sea," Su Chun replied after a moment's contemplation. Hiss! At this revelation, even Master Pingyong, nearing his twilight years, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. He had thought Su Chun possessed some knowledge, yet it turned out he too was embroiled in this sinister web. This realization excited Master Pingyong. Thus, it seemed that Senior Su had also become a target of that formidable force. Force? Upon hearing this term, Su Chen's brows knitted tightly. "You spoke of a force, not an individual act." Indeed, in recent years, numerous vagrants and ordinary individuals in Yinxia have mysteriously vanished, only to be found later with their organs missing. After extensive investigation, we discovered that this is a vast and powerful organization, replete with ancient martial artists. Intrigued, Su Chun and Appo's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. In his previous life, he had merely been a useless scion raised by Yu Wei. Thus, until his demise, he believed Yu Wei was the architect of his suffering. His organs had been extracted to treat her father. However, it now appeared that Yu Wei might merely be a pawn, with a colossal entity lurking behind her, beyond his imagination. With this thought, the frostiness in Su Chen's gaze intensified as he inquired deliberately, "May I ask how far your investigation has progressed?" "Well," Master Pingyong, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Su Chun, awkwardly scratched his head. "To be frank, the adversary is deeply concealed and possesses immense resources. Currently, we have only confirmed that Hang City might be one of their transaction points, but we know nothing beyond that." "Is that all you have?" Su Chun felt a tinge of disappointment. Master Pingyong, clearly aware of the inadequacy of his response, pressed on earnestly, "Senior Su, have you uncovered any leads? If so, please share, for many in Yinxia have suffered from this grave injustice." Su Chun understood well the plight of being raised as livestock for slaughter. Thus, he did not withhold information. Producing a phone, "I possess a communication device left behind by an assassin. They should contact their affiliates." The sight of such a crucial item in Su Chen's hand filled Master Pingyong with elation. Their team, having journeyed from the capital, had lost numerous lives over this case. Yet they had only ascertained that Hang City was a trading point, lacking any substantial evidence. And now, Su Chun, a formidable individual, was a target of that force. Master Pingyong could not resist asking, "Might you be willing to assist us, Senior Su?" "Assist?" Su Chun raised an eyebrow, slowly inquiring, "Do you intend to use me as bait?" "Yes. With your capabilities, surely the adversary would suffer heavy losses, and you would be best suited to ascertain their true identity." Master Pingyong's voice trailed off, his head bowed in embarrassment, not daring to continue. Yet, Su Chun comprehended his unspoken words. Using him as bait was indeed the most effective method. However, after returning to this life, Su Chan was no longer the frivolous young master of his past. Armed with the memories of 10 lifetimes, he understood the depths of human depravity. Thus, in order to assert his significance and procure personal gain, despite having accepted Master Pingyang's proposal internally, he maintained a stern facade and declared, "No, no. My life's aspiration is to live as a carefree scion. What you propose seems fraught with peril. I am unwilling to partake." Upon hearing this, Master Pingyang found himself at a loss. After all, their generation had always regarded sacrificing oneself for the greater good as the highest honor. The notion that someone as capable as Su Chan wished to live as a debauchee was truly perplexing. However, the most vexing part was that Su Chan and Appo's prowess surpassed his own, and even if he wished to admonish him, he lacked the courage. Thus, with no other choice, he knelt before Su Chan, pleading, "I implore you, Senior Su, show us mercy. Seek justice for the oppressed in Yinxia." Seeing Master Pingyang kneel, Su Chan realized the moment had come. He hurried forward to assist him. "What are you doing? Are you trying to coerce me? Senior, I beg you to help. Feel free to state any demands. We shall not refuse as long as it is within our means." Finally, this was the moment Su Chan had awaited. After feigning reluctance for a while, he sighed, All right. To have a grown man kneel before a youth like me is quite the affront to my dignity. I shall assist in your investigation, but as a skilled individual, what sort of remuneration can you offer?" Master Pingyang pondered before replying earnestly. "I must report this to my superiors. Your stature is truly significant. Very well, inform them as you see fit. I shall continue to address matters concerning the Chao family." Su Chan waved his hand with a smile. "Continue addressing? Has Senior Su uncovered any issues with the Chao family?" Master Pingyang inquired, perplexed. "Whether they are guilty or not is of no concern to me. They harmed my brother. Therefore, I must eradicate their entire family. Otherwise, where will my dignity lie?" Chapter 33. Speak up. Why are you silent? As the saying goes, a man without resolve cannot secure his kingdom. Since his rebirth, Su Chan has been acutely aware that kindness towards enemies is akin to cruelty towards oneself. He shudders to think of the consequences had he not arrived in time today. If Sherwin Long had faltered and disclosed the whereabouts of his family, the repercussions would have been dire. Thus, striking fear into the hearts of others is a necessity for Su Chan. He must craft an impression that anyone who dares to threaten his family will face fatal consequences. Therefore, the status of the Chao family, whether they are innocent or not, is now inconsequential. What matters is that they must perish. Master Pingyang, seasoned and astute, quickly comprehended Su Chen's intentions. Hence, he refrained from unnecessary chatter regarding the Chao family and promptly reported Su Chen's situation to his superiors. After all, a 25-year-old master at the pinnacle of his craft could be a valuable ally if relations were nurtured properly, a potential benefactor for life. The priorities were clear. At the same time, the Zhao family's living room was packed with people, each face marred by expressions of indignation. Particularly, Zhao Lingyin's aunt Zhao Wenping was beside herself with rage, exclaiming, "Speak up. Why are you silent? You have the audacity to commit those acts, yet no courage to propose a solution? Speak." At this, Zhao Wenping, noticing Zhao Lingyin's downcast demeanor, pushed her in frustration. Lu Rushi, standing nearby, stepped in to mediate, saying, "Aunt, you cannot blame Lingyin. Who could have anticipated that Su fellow would be there? Who could have anticipated?" Zhao Wenping retorted angrily. "I suspect she was colluding with that Su character." Enough. Zhao Shanhe, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "What good does it do to dwell on this? The incident has occurred. What more is there to say?" Zhao Shanhe, the esteemed head of the Zhao family, commanded respect. Even though many relatives felt discontent, none dared to voice their objections. Even Zhao Wenping could only mutter in grievance. "I am merely anxious for our family. After all, Lingyin has offended the Jiang family and even lost her virtue. Now that the Jiang family demands an explanation, how can we respond?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanhe, feeling somewhat recovered, sighed resignedly. As the public figurehead of Hang City, he understood the gravity of Zhao Lingyin's actions. Yet, As her father, he could not simply allow her to face the consequences unchallenged. With a heavy heart, he asked, "My dear, is Su Chun truly worth this sacrifice?" Zhao Lingyin, having kept her head bowed, slowly raised it and replied, "Yes, he is worth it. But do you understand the fate that awaits you should you persist in this course?" Zhao Shanhe inquired gently. "I do, but I have no regrets," Zhao Lingyin said, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Very well, then let us invite that young man to our home. I shall discuss your engagement with him." Zhao Shanhe sighed, resigned. The moment his words left his lips, it was as though a bomb had been dropped into a tranquil pond, causing a stir of gasps throughout the living room. Particularly, his sister Zhao Wenping reacted with fervor, exclaiming, "Brother, are you out of your mind? The Jiang family is already seeking retribution against us. And you want to consider that wastrel as a son-in-law? Lingyin is my daughter. I cannot cast her into the fire," Zhao Shanhe replied coldly. "Fire?" Jiang Tao has already said that Lingyin is not to blame, and he won't hold a grudge. If Lingyin marries into their family, she will still be a young mistress. Zhao Wenping protested. As soon as her words were uttered, Zhao Shanhe's expression hardened. "Nonsense. A man will always care about whether his wife is a rightful one. If Lingyin marries into that family, once the novelty wears off, it would be a miracle if she could live a semblance of a normal life. I will not sacrifice my daughter's happiness for mere financial gain." Zhao Wenping found herself momentarily speechless. From a father's perspective, Zhao Shanhe's stance was, indeed, justified. A man would never disregard whether his wife was a legitimate one. Marrying Zhao Lingyin into that family would undoubtedly lead to unhappiness. Yet, from her perspective, she could not condone the repercussions that Zhao Lingyin would face due to the Jiang family's vendetta. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wenping shifted the conversation. "Brother, I understand you have Lingyin's best interests at heart, but do you truly believe there is a future for her with that wastrel? After all, he has bullied Jiang Yun'er. How could the Jiang family possibly let him off the hook? Moreover, I have heard that Shi Wenlong and Appo's family has already been captured by Chao Hongsheng. They intend to use him to lure Su Chen out." At this revelation, Zhao Shanhe remained silent, but his wife Lu Rushi became agitated, saying, "Old Zhao, what shall we do? If that young man falls into Chao Hongsheng's hands, he is as good as dead." Upon hearing that Su Chen was in danger, the once ailing Zhao Lingyin could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Father, we must find a way to rescue Su Chen. We cannot allow him to fall into Chao Hongsheng's grasp. Rest assured, I will handle it," Zhao Shanhe said, his expression weary as he pulled out his phone. However, as he did so, Zhao Wenping interjected, "Brother, you aren't considering using the favor left by our father, are you? Indeed, if we want to gain the Jiang family's favor, we must enlist the help of a martial artist." Zhao Shanhe replied solemnly, "No, that is our Zhao family's lifeline. How can it be squandered on a useless person?" Zhao Wenping's expression soured as she vehemently opposed. Yet, Zhao Lingyin, unsatisfied with her aunt's dismissal, insisted, "Su Chen is not useless. He is an extraordinary doctor. Without him, my father would not have recovered. Our Zhao family must not forget our roots." But Zhao Wenping began, but her words were cut off by Zhao Shanhe and Appo's firm declaration, "Enough. No more arguing. My decision is final." With that, Zhao Shanhe dialed their family's greatest trump card. Meanwhile, within the confines of the imperial bar, a state of high alert had been established. Chun Pingyan, summoned to this location, gazed at his mentor with a profound sense of disbelief. Just as he pondered how his new ally Su Chen had cultivated his skills, his phone suddenly rang, drawing the attention of everyone present. Even Su Chen turned to look. Seeing this, Master Pingyang erupted in fury. "Chun Pingyan, do you not know to silence your phone when meeting with elders? Do you not understand the etiquette?" "Yes, I apologize, Master. I will turn it off immediately." Chun Pingyan Appo's and stammered, his face pale as he prepared to end Zhao Shanhe and Appo's call. However, before he could do so, Su Chen interjected calmly, "A call at this hour likely bears significance. Answer it." Chun Pingyan Appo's and instinctively hesitated, wanting to refuse. Yet, before he could voice his intention, he was met with another reprimand from Master Pingyang. "If Su Chen has asked you to answer, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." "All right, I will answer." Chun Ping and Oppos, and, close to tears from the pressure, finally connected the call, his tone brusque. Hello, what is it? Master Chun, my daughter's boyfriend has offended someone. I kindly ask for your assistance in smoothing things over. Is that possible? Zhao Shanha humbly inquired. Could you please leave? Upon hearing these words, Chun Pingon erupted in anger, cursing under his breath. How dare you disturb me at this hour, seeking my assistance? Is this some sort of trick? While lost in thought, Master Pingyong, who had already reported the situation to Su Chun, chastised, Xiao Chun, how can you speak so disrespectfully in front of Senior Su? Such behavior lacks integrity. How will you serve Senior Su in the future? Apologies, Master and Senior Su. I was overwhelmed with frustration. An ungrateful businessman called me in the dead of night, requesting that I intercede on his behalf. I simply could not contain myself. Chun Pingon lamented, his expression one of grievance. Hearing this, Master Pingyong sympathized with Chun Pingon's plight. He turned to Su Chun with a smile. Senior Su, this child, Xiao Chun, possesses genuine ability and has indeed faced provocation. You see there in Oppos, there's no need for concern. I understand the ways of human relationships, Su Chun replied, waving his hand with a smile. He then addressed Chun Pingon. Xiao Chun, rest assured that as you follow me, I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss. How about this? Considering your status as Master Pingyong's esteemed disciple, I shall arrange for you an important position. I guarantee your future will be quite comfortable. What say you? Thank you for your graciousness, Senior. I'm immensely grateful. Chun Pingon responded, his face alight with joy. Very well, then go to the Zhao family. Zhao Lingyin is my girlfriend, and if our enemies cannot subdue me, they may well turn their attention to her. I need you to stand guard at their residence. Su Chun instructed. Wait, Xiao Chun, why are you sprawled on the ground like that? Chapter 34. Often, those who hurt you the most are your family. At this moment, as Zhao Shana hung up the phone, Zhao Lingyin rushed forward, her face etched with anxiety. Dad, what did Master Chen say? Before Zhao Shanha could respond, Zhao Wenping interjected with a sarcastic tone. What else could he say? He didn't even bother to ask for a name. Clearly, he has no desire to engage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingyin and Oppos' expression darkened. Lu Rushi could no longer contain her shock, exclaiming, Does that mean our plan has failed, and we've lost our most crucial trump card? Indeed, I warned you not to seek Master Chun because of that little wretch. Now look where we are. Our greatest asset is gone. Are you all satisfied now? Zhao Wenping's face was a mask of disdain. As these words resonated in the air, the atmosphere in the Zhao family's living room turned increasingly sinister. Many distant relatives cast resentful glances at Zhao Lingyin, for it was the presence of a martial artist that allowed the Zhao family to thrive. Now, with their ace lost due to an outsider, their discontent was palpable. Realizing the magnitude of their loss, Zhao Lingyin felt tears prick at her eyes as she choked out. Dad, does that mean there is no hope left? There is no hope, indeed. Master Chun was in a meeting. I called at the wrong time, Zhao Shana explained, his face tinged with embarrassment. Yet, even he struggled to believe his own words, for he was no stranger to the business world. How could he not perceive the anger threaded through Zhao Ping and Oppos' earlier remarks? Sensing the tension escalating, Zhao Shanha sighed. All right, it's getting late. Let us all return home and discuss this tomorrow. No, the Jiang family has only given us one night. Tomorrow, they will retaliate. We cannot afford to disrespect them. Zhao Wenping replied coldly. What do you mean by that? Zhao Shanha asked, his displeasure evident. My meaning is simple. Either Lingyin marries into the Jiang family, or she's disowned by the Zhao family. We are a prominent family. We cannot suffer because of Lingyin's choices. Zhao Wenping's demeanor was as stern as her words. Upon hearing his sister's declaration, Zhao Shana's expression darkened further, enunciating each word. What if I choose neither? Brother, if you continue to be so obstinate, I suggest you retire. You may not care for your life, but we still wish to live. The room erupted with the fervent agreement of the Zhao family shareholders, all clamoring in unison. Indeed, we too have families. We cannot be punished for your misguided decisions. Lingyin must marry Jiang Tao, or you both will be expelled from the Zhao family. It should have happened long ago. The Zhao family, a company of such magnitude, has suffered under your management for too long. In that moment, as the voices demanding Zhao Shanha's resignation crescendoed, both he and Zhao Lingyin realized that the true intent of their so-called friends and relatives was to seize control of Zhao Shanha's company. Stunned by the malice of human nature, Zhao Lingyin could not help but shout, "How can you do this? My father has treated you well. Business is a battlefield. This is no place for sentiment. If you truly wish to aid your father, go to the Jiang family and atone for your actions," Zhao Wenping replied with chilling indifference. "You." Zhao Lingyin felt her heart shatter at her aunt's callous words. Just as she was about to confront Zhao Wenping, Zhao Shanha interjected, sighing, "I have said I will not sacrifice my daughter into Oppos as happiness for money. I agree to withdraw from the Zhao group." "Very well. Since you agree to withdraw, we shall not linger here any longer. Please sign this settlement agreement," Zhao Wenping said, taking a contract from her husband. Upon seeing this, Zhao Lingyin's eyes filled with rage as she pointed at the compensation figure. "My father holds 20% of the Zhao Group shares. What does 100 million mean? 100 million is already generous, considering he is my brother. If we go by company policy, you would receive nothing for causing such turmoil," Zhao Wenping retorted. As Zhao Lingyin bristled to respond, Zhao Shanha raised his hand. "Enough, Lingyin. Bring me the contract to sign." "Dad!" Zhao Lingyin exclaimed, her voice laden with emotion. She could not bear to witness the company her father had built being dismantled, nor see him cast aside so unceremoniously. However, Zhao Shanha, having endured illness, had cultivated a newfound peace. He smiled and said, "Didn't you say that Xiao Su is a miracle worker? With him around, how could I possibly go hungry?" Upon hearing her father's words, Zhao Lingyin gritted her teeth, declaring, "You will all regret your actions tonight." Zhao Wenping, seeing that Zhao Shanha had signed, snickered derisively. "Still dreaming? Let us see if Su Chun survives the night first. We're leaving." With that, as Zhao Wenping called for departure, the once bustling Zhao residence fell into an eerie silence. Zhao Lingyin, gazing at her aging father, could no longer restrain her tears. "Dad, I just want to pursue my own happiness. Is that so wrong? Why must they treat us this way?" Gently stroking Zhao Lingyin's head, Zhao Shanha replied, "Often, those who hurt you the most are your family. Just being alive is enough." These words struck Zhao Lingyin to her core. She understood their meaning and the reason behind her father's poisoning. Human greed, insatiable and relentless. Determined not to be cast aside so easily, she clenched her jaw, vowing, "I will ensure they regret this. Let go, Lingyin. We cannot contend with them now. It is best to pack our belongings and leave Hangcheng for a place where no one knows us, to live out our days in peace." Zhao Shanha responded, weariness evident in his voice. "I will not leave. Su Chun's master is also a martial artist. I believe he can protect me," Zhao Lingyin declared, pulling out her phone to call Su Chun, recalling his assurance that he would always be there for her. However, just as she reached for her phone, Zhao Shanha halted her. "Child, let it go." "Why?" Zhao Lingyin questioned, bewildered. "Because even martial artists cannot contend with them," Zhao Shanha sighed, realizing the impact of his words on his spirited daughter. "If you truly care for him, gather your things and go find him. Bring his family along too. Martial artists cannot help." Zhao Lingyin was left speechless. To her, martial artists were invincible, and the revelation that they too were powerless against such adversities filled her with despair. Understanding the weight of his words on a young spirit, Zhao Shanha chose not to elaborate further, instead urging Lu Rushi to help pack their belongings. Soon, the family had gathered all their valuables. However, as they stepped out to leave, the sight that greeted them at the door left them utterly astonished. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression knelt on the ground, his face filled with trepidation as he tremulously implored, "Uncle Zhao." It was merely young Chun who spoke too harshly before. "I beseech you, Uncle Zhao, to forgive me. Young Chun bows before you." Chapter 35. At such an age, one should know how to conceive, yet it seems impossible. Upon witnessing Chun Ping genuinely preparing to bow, Zhao Shanha hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. With a bewildered expression, he inquired, "Master Chun, what on earth are you doing? Why is Uncle Zhao involved in this?" Chun Ping earnestly replied, "Well, since I am associated with Mr. Su, I ought to address you as Uncle Zhao." Shouldn't I? What? Upon hearing this response, Zhao Shanhe and the others were left utterly speechless. Zhao Lingyin could not help but ask, "Are you referring to Mr. Su Chen?" "Indeed, it is Mr. Su Chen." Chen Ping and Amp oppose and said, casting a gaze filled with envy towards Zhao Lingyin. After all, in Chen Ping and Amp oppose, and Amp oppose size, it was a tremendous fortune for Zhao Lingyin to have caught the attention of someone as esteemed as Su Chen at such a young age. Conversely, after receiving confirmation, Zhao Shanhe and the others felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. In particular, Zhao Lingyin felt as though she were in a dream. She believed she had held Su Chen in high regard, yet never could she have imagined that her family's reliance would appear so humble before him. They even rushed to apologize on their knees for merely raising their voices during a phone conversation. This prompted Zhao Lingyin, concerned about being deceived, to inquire about the relationship between Chen Ping and Oppos and Su Chen. "Master Chen, did you also come to know him because of his medical skills?" Chen Ping pondered Su Chen's instructions upon hearing this question. He then replied with utmost seriousness, "I was introduced to him through Master Su Chen." "Master?" Upon hearing this term, Zhao Lingyin could not resist asking, "Who is his master, if it's not too much trouble to disclose?" Well, noticing that Zhao Lingyin had touched upon a particularly sensitive topic, Chen Ping hesitated before quietly saying, "Actually, I cannot reveal who Master Su is. However, considering that you are about to become family with Su Chen, I can discreetly share it with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone else." "Naturally, we possess enough discretion," Zhao Shanhe immediately assured, patting his chest. Zhao Lingyin and Lu Rushi also nodded earnestly in agreement. Observing this, Chen Ping and Amp oppose and adopted a grave expression and whispered, "Master Su is none other than the esteemed master of Pingyang from our Yinxia." My heavens! Upon hearing the words master of Pingyang, Zhao Lingyin, Zhao Shanhe, and Lu Rushi could not help but exclaim in astonishment. To individuals of their standing, a master was akin to a divine being. They had not anticipated that Su Chen's master would be a formidable figure of such caliber. Thus, feeling a surge of hope for the Zhao family, Zhao Lingyin excitedly asked, "Master Chen, may I inquire, is Su Chen doing well? Has Chao Hongsheng caused him any trouble?" "Gao Hongshan," Chen Ping and oppose, and scoffed disdainfully, "the Chao family has been disbanded. What remains of Chao Hongsheng?" Boom! Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shanhe, standing beside Zhao Lingyin, could not contain his astonishment. The Chao family has been annihilated? Indeed, it was the esteemed master of Pingyang himself who intervened. Chen Ping earnestly recounted Su Chen's instructions. Hiss! The three members of the Zhao family collectively gasped in disbelief. They now thoroughly comprehended why Chen Ping and oppose, and had come to apologize in the dead of night. It was all due to Master Pingyang and oppose's fierce protection. Realizing this, Zhao Shanhe, now perceiving Su Chen as an excellent son-in-law, urgently called out to Zhao Lingyin, "Child, quickly return and lie down. Do not just stand here." "Huh? What do you mean by lying down?" Zhao Lingyin asked, perplexed. Seeing her confusion, Zhao Shanhe, frustrated, exclaimed, "TSK, you are already 24. How can you not know the basics of conception? Su Chen's offspring need to travel within you for 7 days. Hurry back and lie down to assist them." What? At Zhao Shanhe and oppose's words, Zhao Lingyin was utterly stunned. She could hardly believe that her normally serious father would utter such phrases. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she grasped the reason behind Zhao Shanhe's words. It was simply because Su Chen was exceptionally remarkable. Not only was his medical expertise profound, but his mentor was also a master. Who would not wish to possess such a man? With this thought, Zhao Lingyin immediately broke into a sweet smile and declared, "Dad, rest assured, I will do my utmost." Useless, useless, useless. As the saying goes, there are no secrets that do not eventually come to light through the whispers of the observant. The news that Su Chen was a disciple of Master Pingyang spread like wildfire throughout Hangzhou. Alongside this revelation, the tale of the Chao family's destruction was also disseminated. However, not everyone reacted with the same joy as the Zhao family upon hearing this news. Among them, the Jiang family, particularly Jiang Yuner, was consumed with fury upon receiving this information. She smashed everything within her reach and, with fiery eyes, shouted at the steward reporting to her. I don't care what methods you employ. I will have my revenge. I will ensure that Su Chun, that scoundrel, pays with his life. But the old master has decreed that we must not take action against Su Chun, nor against his family. The steward, who had come to inform her, reminded her with a troubled expression. Yet his words fell on deaf ears as Jiang Yuner, unyielding, bellowed, Idan and Appos. Take care. They must pay the price. Little sister, do not act impulsively. Since grandfather forbids you from taking action, you must heed his words. At that moment, Jiang Tao interjected with a stern demeanor. However, his words had a similar effect as the steward's, provoking Jiang Yuner's wrath. Your fiancé, he has betrayed you, and you are willing to let slide? Jiang Tao, do you still consider yourself a man? Faced with the unearthing of his wounds, Jiang Tao and Appos' expression hardened. Of course, I wanted Appos to let it go just like that. Then what do you mean? Jiang Yuner pressed, visibly displeased. Grandfather has personally gone to meet with Master Pingyang. I believe the ultimate outcome will be a contest of skills between our young generation. By that time, do you not have confidence in crushing Su Chun, that scoundrel? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuner's emotions slightly softened, and she cautiously asked, does that make sense? I believe it does. After all, Master Pingyang is affiliated with Yinxia. There are moments when, for the sake of stability, they may choose to yield. Thus, we should not cause a scene here, but rather contemplate how to ensure Su Chun, that scoundrel, meets his end without resorting to violence. Chapter 36. The Jianghu is divided into 9 ranks, each rank a heavens apart. Senior Su, do you sense any issues with the Jiang family? At this moment, in the Imperial Bar, Master Pingyang, having just concluded his meeting with the patriarch of the Jiang family, approached Su Chen's private room with a grave expression, earnestly inquiring. Upon hearing this, Su Chan slowly opened his starry eyes and replied softly, it doesn't seem that way, but I cannot be entirely certain. Hearing this, Master Pingyang raised an eyebrow and solemnly asked, what do you think of his suggestions? Instead of answering directly, Su Chan posed a question he was quite concerned about. What do you think my standing is in the realm of Yinxia? Am I within the top 100? Indeed, Su Chan was well aware that the reason he received such preferential treatment from Master Pingyang was due to his superior strength. Thus, he was eager to ascertain his true standing in Yinxia as it pertained to his forthcoming plans. Do you wish to hear the truth or falsehood? Master Pingyang responded with a serious counter-question upon realizing Su Chan was inquiring about his strength. Certainly the truth. Su Chan narrowed his eyes slightly. If I were to speak the truth, you might not even rank at all. Master Pingyang pondered for a moment before delivering the unvarnished truth. What? I don't even rank? Su Chan was taken aback by Master Pingyang and Appos' evaluation. Despite not having revealed his full strength, his current combat capability was already at the pinnacle of a master. The realization that such strength did not even qualify him for a ranking genuinely astonished him regarding the combat prowess of others. Master Pingyang recognized the potential uproar his words might incite, yet he had no intention of retracting his statement. Instead, he reiterated earnestly, indeed, you do not rank in Yinxia. This is not to belittle you, but rather to illustrate that the Jianghu is divided into 9 ranks, each a realm apart. Masters do not factor into this ranking. Hiss. Upon hearing this, a memory was stirred in Su Chun's mind. He recalled an ethereal old Taoist who had once smiled as he stroked his forehead, imparting similar wisdom. At that time, he was too young to grasp the meaning behind those words. Yet now, upon hearing Master Pingyang and Appos' proclamation, Su Chan realized the long road ahead of him. He was not suited for ostentation just yet. To stand out, he needed to elevate his cultivation further. With this thought, Su Chan took a deep breath and, with an exceedingly serious expression, stated, very well, I understand. Then let the Jiang family persist for a while longer. Senior Su is indeed sagacious. Upon witnessing Su Chen's acquiescence, Master Pingyang couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. However, just as he was about to escort Su Chen to the door, Su Chen's phone suddenly rang. Ringing. Hearing the unfamiliar ringtone, Su Chun abruptly halted. Master Pingyong, following closely behind, turned pale and asked urgently, "Is that the assassin and Appo's phone?" "Yes." As he spoke, Su Chun retrieved his phone and switched it to speaker mode. However, he chose to remain silent, patiently waiting, uncertain if Wan San had established a code with the other party. Fortunately, his concerns proved unwarranted. Mere seconds later, a processed voice emanated from the phone. "Tomorrow night at 7, at Nanchingui Street." Beep, beep, beep. With the sound of the call ending, Master Pingyong, who had been tracking the other party for some time, burst into laughter. "Wonderful. We've finally uncovered a lead on these individuals. I will arrange for someone to monitor the location immediately." As he spoke, Master Pingyong pulled out his phone, ready to give orders. Yet at that moment, Su Chun interjected. Choosing to meet at the crowded Nanchangui Street indicates that he possesses counter-surveillance awareness. Sending someone there may not be wise. "What do you mean?" Master Pingyong raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Su Chen's insight. "I shall act as bait and see if we can catch a big fish this time." A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Upon hearing this, Master Pingyong contemplated for a moment and agreed that it was indeed a sound strategy. Nevertheless, now that he recognized Su Chun as a precious asset, he was reluctant to allow him to take such risks. After careful thought, he said earnestly, "Very well. You may proceed, but we must assign you a bodyguard." "A bodyguard?" Su Chun laughed lightly in response. "Do I truly need one? This is the directive from above. After all, Senior Su is currently a key figure for our protection," Master Pingyong firmly reminded him. Seeing Master Pingyong's serious demeanor, Su Chun decided not to press the matter further. He nodded. All right, as you wish. However, please refrain from calling me Senior all the time. You can simply call me Xiao, Su, or Su Chun. Either is fine. I would want you to become too accustomed to it and slip up." "Very well, Su." "Su Chun, where shall I send the bodyguard to meet you tomorrow afternoon?" Master Pingyong asked, his expression grave. "Let them wait outside our Su family group. The Jiang family will undoubtedly take action against our company tomorrow, and I need to be present to oversee things." Su Chun contemplated and replied, "Understood. I will have her there to meet you. As the saying goes, to make a person wish for life but find it unattainable, the best method is to render them utterly destitute." In that moment, with Master Pingyong and Appo's agreement, the Jiang family commenced their plan of retaliation. Thus, early the next morning, while Su Chun was still lost in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a series of loud knocks on his door. Hearing the familiar commotion, Su Chun groaned. "Su Xiao, what on earth are you doing so early? Do you not realize how exhausted I was last night? Brother, wake up. Something terrible has happened." Su Xiao, standing outside the door, exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Su Chun scoffed. What could possibly be so catastrophic? Commercial suppression is quite normal. No matter how the Jiang family stirs things up, you need not worry. He was about to settle back into his slumber when Su Xiao's words jolted him awake. "Brother, this is no ordinary suppression. Our family's restaurant has had fatalities this morning. Now Mom and Dad are surrounded by dozens of grieving families, demanding answers." "What? You mean Mom and Dad are surrounded by so many people?" Su Chun, startled, quickly opened the door to inquire further. "Yes, brother, they're extremely agitated. You must have Sherwin Long send someone immediately. We cannot afford for anything to happen," Su Xiao urged, her face filled with urgency. "All right, I understand. I shall head over right away." Chapter 37. The man is not dead. Why are you crying? As the saying goes, it is not the thief and Appo's stealth that one fears, but rather the thief and Appo's intentions. Su Chun had long anticipated that the Jiang family would seek vengeance against him. However, he did not foresee that their retaliation would stem from the food and beverage industry. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of his parents, Su Chun, while driving toward the scene, did not forget to call Sherwin Long. It was evident that Sherwin Long had received news of the incident even earlier than Su Chun. As soon as Su Chun and Appo's call connected, Sherwin Long immediately reported, "Su Yi, the old man and madam are safe for now. But Han Fuqing has brought many people and is trying to take them away. We can barely hold on." Han Fuqing? Upon hearing the name, Su Chun and Appo's expression turned grim. His impression of this old man was deeply etched in his mind. Not only was he the grandfather of Yu Wei, but he was also the mastermind behind the obstruction of his parents' and sister's efforts to clear his name. Previously, Su Chen had been preoccupied with more pressing matters and had no time to deal with him. He never expected that Han Fuqing would dare to take action against him first. Su Chen's face darkened as he spoke deliberately. I should arrive in about 5 minutes. During this time, no matter what means you employ, you must not allow Han Fuqing to take my parents away. Do you understand? Understood. With that, Shi Wenlong hung up the phone. A young man beside him stepped forward with a serious expression and asked, Dragon Brother, what did Su Yi say? Su Yi said that we must protect the old man and madam at all costs. Shi Wenlong replied, his expression tense. But how can we protect them? The younger brother said, pointing at the armed men surrounding them, his voice trembling. Faced with the intimidating scene, Shi Wenlong felt a wave of panic. He was uncertain how to respond to his junior. Yet, he knew that if he allowed Han Fuqing's men to take the old man and madam today, his fate would be sealed. After a moment of silence, Shi Wenlong gritted his teeth and declared, Then we can only protect them with our lives. You all go inside. I'll hold them off for a while longer. Upon hearing Shi Wenlong's words, the younger brothers were at a loss for what to say and could only reluctantly retreat indoors. Witnessing this scene, Han Fuqing and Appo's granddaughter, Han Yao, shouted, Shi Wenlong, why did you let them go inside again? What does that mean? Are you planning to protect criminals and resist to the end? With her question, the reporters who had rushed to the scene turned their cameras on Shi Wenlong, flooding him with flashes. Shi Wenlong looked at the unfolding spectacle, his eyes filled with helplessness. In an effort to buy more time, he sternly corrected, Ms. Han, the case has yet to be thoroughly investigated. Please refrain from hastily drawing conclusions. Evidence and witnesses are present. Do you still wish to deny it? Han Yao pressed, her face cold. Who can guarantee that they are not arranged by you? Shi Wenlong retorted, visibly displeased. You. Han Yao was about to respond when Han Fuqing, leading the operation, cut in with a stern expression, Enough. We are following procedures, not here to quibble with you, a mere social idler. Now I ask you again, will you let us take Su Wenshan and Chun Milan away? Seeing Han Fuqing and Appo's aggressive stance, Shi Wenlong and Appo's face darkened to the extreme. He hesitated to reply, feigning difficulty to buy more time. However, Han Fuqing quickly saw through his intentions and snapped, I'm asking you, will you let us take them away to investigate? Not for me, Shi Wenlong exclaimed, having no choice but to stand firm. A street punk dares to obstruct us? You truly do not know the meaning of danger. Men, go in and bring Su Wenshan and Chun Milan out. If anyone dares to obstruct, kill them on the spot. Yes, with Han Fuqing's orders. A dozen armed men formed a fan-shaped formation and advanced toward Shi Wenlong. He attempted to resist, but as soon as he moved, he found himself targeted by multiple infrared beams. He could not help but shout, Han Fuqing, abusing your power like this will invite retribution. Retribution? Han Fuqing scoffed. When you in the food industry use diseased pigs and rotten vegetables to harm others, did you ever think about retribution? You, Shi Wenlong and Appo's fist clenched in anger at Han Fuqing and Appo's retort. He wanted to accuse him of slander, but the evidence of rotten ingredients and employee testimonies from the restaurant made it impossible for him to defend Su Wenshan in front of the reporters. Han Fuqing clearly had the upper hand. Seeing Shi Wenlong fall silent, he arrogantly taunted, Why are you not speaking? Are you at a loss for words? Then hurry and get out of the way, or else you will die. Boom! As Han Fuqing and Appo's words fell, those charged with capturing Su Wenshan pushed Shi Wenlong aside. However, just as they were about to enter, an extremely cold voice rang out, Stop right there. Upon hearing this sudden command, everyone's gaze shifted towards the source of the voice. In an instant, the reporters, sensing a story, began snapping pictures frantically. The reason for their excitement was that the speaker was not Su Chun, but rather the esteemed Yang Tianxi, the foremost figure in Hangsheng. Han Fuqing clearly did not expect Yang Tianxi to appear at this moment. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he asked, Old Yang, what brings you here? I received a report indicating that someone was framing others, abusing power, and disregarding human life, so I came to investigate. Yang Tianqi replied coldly, articulating each word. Rumors, purely rumors. Han Fuqing retorted passionately. We are here to apprehend a heartless boss. How could there be any framing or disregard for life? Is that so? Yang Tianqi questioned with a frosty demeanor. Of course not. Everyone present can testify for me, Han Fuqing asserted with seriousness. As he spoke, many in the crowd immediately echoed his claims, especially the relatives of the deceased, who knelt beside Yang Tianqi, choking back tears. Old Yang, please help us. My husband went to Su and Appo's restaurant this morning and unknowingly consumed expired or diseased ingredients, resulting in his death. You must help us. Hearing the bereaved family member and Appo's words, Yang Tianqi's expression became somewhat awkward. He did not respond to their plea immediately, but instinctively glanced at Su Chun, seeking to understand the situation. However, before he could speak, Su Chun coldly retorted, "The man is not dead, so why are you crying?" Chapter 38. Distorting Truth and Spouting Nonsense. As the saying goes, silence is golden. But once one speaks, astonishment follows. Su Chen's words fell upon the tranquil atmosphere like a thunderous bombshell. In an instant, the attendees were rendered speechless, unable to fathom what they had just heard. The journalists present, after a brief moment of shock, quickly raised their cameras, eager to capture the unfolding drama, sensing the scent of a significant news story. Seeing this, Yang Tianqi pointed at the man lying on the ground, now covered with a white sheet, and inquired cautiously, "Su Chen, are you suggesting he is still alive?" "Indeed, he is not dead," Su Chen replied earnestly with a nod. However, as his words echoed, they were met with immediate rebuke from Han Yao. "Su Chen, cease this distortion of truth and nonsense. The forensic expert has already confirmed the death of the individual," she exclaimed. "How can you, relying on your connections, utter such heartless statements to absolve your father?" Boom! Han Yao and Appo's furious retort ignited a volatile reaction, stirring the ire of the deceased and Appo's family and the onlookers. In today's society, resentment towards privilege has become a prevailing sentiment, and the common folk detest injustice above all. Therefore, seeing Yang Tianqi stand beside Su Chun, the crowd erupted in condemnation. Yang Tianqi's expression darkened at this scene. He had been summoned by the master of Pingyang to deal with a minor issue, yet it had escalated into a major predicament. Rising to calm the crowd, he declared, "Please remain calm. Since I am here, I assure you a satisfactory resolution. I guarantee that anyone guilty of wrongdoing shall face consequences." After his declaration, Yang Tianqi turned to the group of forensic experts, instructing them, "Please present your findings." With that, a handsome young man stepped forward from the crowd, reporting solemnly, "The deceased, Chao Daong, exhibits cyanosis of the lips, rigidity of the limbs, and a body temperature below 35 degrees. At this moment, as the forensic expert relayed these details, murmurs spread throughout the crowd. It was evident from the forensic conclusions that Chao Daong was indeed deceased. After all, how could one survive with a body temperature so low? Similarly, upon hearing the forensic report, Yang Tianqi began to doubt Su Chen's assertions. Therefore, in an effort to distance himself from any fallout and to save face for the master of Pingyang, he hesitated for a few seconds before sternly advising, "Su Chen, such distortions of truth are ill-advised. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Realizing this was a chance for him to retreat gracefully, Su Chen understood the implications of Yang Tianqi and Appo's words. However, he was no longer the powerless individual from his previous life, easily manipulated and humiliated. Confident in his medical expertise, he steadfastly replied, "I am not mistaken. He is indeed alive." The crowd began to murmur once more at Su Chen and Appo's unwavering assertion. Han Yao, filled with a desire for vengeance against Su Chen, fervently shouted, "Yang Lao, Su Chen is causing chaos here, clearly trying to absolve his family. I implore you to investigate the Su family thoroughly for any past misdeeds. Absolutely. We demand a thorough investigation into the Su family to restore justice." As the saying goes, once someone takes the lead, matters become increasingly complicated. With Han Yao as call to action, the deceased and Apo's relatives joined in, raising their voices in unison. The onlookers, eager for drama, also began to chime in, escalating the chaos further. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Yang Tianqi's expression grew increasingly grim. He realized if this continued, he too could be implicated. Thus, to safeguard himself, he adopted a stern demeanor, addressing Su Chan directly. If you assert that Chao Daong is alive, can you clarify the forensic findings? After all, with a body temperature below 35 degrees, what would you consider a sign of life? As Yang Tianqi displayed a hint of anger, Su Chan decided it was time to be forthright. With an indifferent expression, he responded, "A deceased person is one who can be subjected to an autopsy." What? Yang Tianqi was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's statement. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you suggesting an autopsy for the deceased?" If he dared to pursue an autopsy, he clearly sought to test the waters. Su Chan replied with a hint of significance. As Su Chan and Apo's words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew tense and peculiar as everyone discerned the underlying implications. All eyes turned to the covered figure of Chao Daong, eager to ascertain whether he was truly deceased or merely feigning death. Perhaps feeling guilty, Han Yao couldn't end Amp, Apo's contain her anger as the crowd and Amp, Apo's gaze fell upon Chao Daong. Su Chan, are you even human? Chao Daong is dead, and you wish to desecrate his corpse? How can your heart be so vile? Vile? Su Chan feigned shock at Han Yao's reproach. Your assertions are unfounded. If you accuse our Su group of selling diseased pigs and rotten produce, which poison customers, is it not within our rights to demand an autopsy to prove the deceased was poisoned by us? What is wrong with that? Han Yao found herself momentarily speechless, as Su Chen's demands were, by procedural standards, not unreasonable. However, how could she dare allow him to conduct an autopsy? Su Chan, sensing her unease, provocatively inquired, "What is the matter? Are you afraid to permit the autopsy? Or is it that you're feeling guilty?" With that, Han Yao was compelled to step back, overwhelmed by Su Chan's assertiveness. Just when she was at a loss, Han Fuqing spoke up. "It and Apo's, it's not that we prohibit the autopsy, but the deceased and Apo's, as family is customs. Death is a grave matter, and autopsies are not permitted. Indeed, we cannot allow an autopsy." Correct. We refuse the autopsy. We seek justice for the murder. At this moment, as Han Fuqing's words echoed, many of the deceased's relatives began to shout in unison. With some instigators urging chaos, disorder began to ensue. Yang Tianqi, witnessing this turmoil, grew increasingly troubled. He slowly turned to Su Chan, his silence speaking volumes. As his gaze reflected his dissatisfaction, clearly indicating that an autopsy was unlikely to happen, understanding that those in positions of authority dread complications. Su Chan calmly stated as the uproar intensified, "Enough of this charade. If an autopsy is out of the question, I have my means to make him stand up. You should start considering how to bear the consequences of my wrath." Chapter 39. The countdown ends. You are doomed. Boom. As Su Chen's emotionally detached words reverberated through the air, a chilling sensation surged from the soles of everyone's feet straight to the crown of their heads. Han Yao, in particular, felt as if she were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, prompting her to exclaim, "Did you all hear that? Su Chan, in this public setting, dares to seek revenge against us. Is this not utterly outrageous?" Indeed, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Su Chen's arrogance instantly incited disdain among many present. Even Yang Tianqi wore a displeased expression as he coldly admonished, "Su Chan, this is a society governed by law. Do not engage in unlawful conduct, or the law will show no mercy." Noticing Yang Tianqi's rising anger, Su Chan refrained from further provocation. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Elder Yang, rest assured, I am a physician. How could I possibly commit illegal acts? I simply refuse to treat certain individuals suffering from terminal illnesses." Terminal illness? The moment this term was uttered, the previously agitated crowd fell into a profound silence. After all, while life may present various challenges, a terminal illness strikes the deepest fear in the human heart, for modern medicine is capable of treating only a handful of ailments. Once one is afflicted by a terminal condition, Even survival may lead to a slow demise at the hands of hospital treatments. Thus, even Yang Tianqi, upon hearing Su Chen and Appo's words, felt a twinge of anxiety and inquired, "Whom do you refer to as certain individuals? For instance, her." Su Chen grinned as he pointed at Chao Dayong's wife, Chun Kaling. Suddenly named, Chun Kaling, who had been sobbing on the ground, froze in disbelief. She then shot up, her emotions surging as she shouted, "Your family poisoned my husband, and now you wish to curse me? Do you still consider yourself human?" Su Chen, Donotist. Yang Tianxi interjected sternly. "Elder Yang, I assure you, I am not joking. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with this woman. Does she not experience stomach pain every night at 1 o'clock?" Su Chen replied with a smile. Swish. As Su Chen's words settled in, Yang Tianqi had yet to ask further questions when Chun Kaling and Appo's expression abruptly shifted, and she could not help but ask, how do you know this? Did they not inform you that I am a rather skilled physician?" Su Chen countered with a grin. Faced with Su Chen and Appo's inquiry, Chun Kaling and Appo's complexion darkened. She genuinely had no idea Su Chen was a doctor. She only knew that completing this task would yield a considerable reward. However, hearing that she was afflicted with a terminal illness left her in a state of panic. Just as she was instinctively about to question further, Han Yao, fearing exposure, interjected, "Sister Chun, do not believe what he says. This guy is nothing but a spoiled rich kid. Everyone in Hangzhou knows that. He is merely using his connections to bully and mock you." As Han Yao's insinuation echoed, onlookers eager for drama chimed in. "Indeed, we can all attest that Su Chen is a notorious playboy in Hangzhou. We've only heard rumors of his prowess with women. As for his medical skills, let's just say they are questionable." Listening to the surrounding voices, Chun Kaling began to feel that Su Chen was indeed deceiving her. After all, in today's society, who does not suffer from some gastrointestinal ailment due to irregular eating habits? With this thought, Chun Kaling prepared to refute Su Chen. However, before she could voice her rebuttal, Su Chen turned to Han Yao and casually remarked, "You too have a terminal illness. Do you believe what I say?" Boom. Upon hearing Su Chen's declaration, Han Yao and Appo's previously haughty demeanor faltered, her face paling instantly. After all, while it is easy to empathize with others in Appo's tragedies, facing one in Appo's own misfortunes is an entirely different matter. Realizing Su Chen's medical prowess, Han Yao trembled as she stammered, "Why, you're not trying to scare me, are you?" "Scare you?" Su Chen smirked, a hint of amusement in his cold smile. "Do you believe I have any reason to do so? You must be trying to frighten me. I am perfectly healthy, indulging in delicious meals daily. How could I possibly have a terminal illness?" Han Yao shouted, her emotions in turmoil. Yet, Su Chen maintained his teasing tone. "When you bathe at night, do you not notice that one of your breasts is larger than the other?" Boom. At this, Han Yao's face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. The reason for her reaction was that she had discovered this very discrepancy a week prior. She simply had not yet made time to see a doctor. Never did she expect Su Chen to diagnose her condition today, which sent her into a panic as she asked, "Are you implying that I have a terminal illness?" "Yes, if I am not mistaken. The lump in your left breast has already metastasized. Oh, by the way, this condition is known as breast cancer in Western medicine." Boom, boom, boom. As Su Chen uttered the words breast cancer, Han Yao and Appo's body shook uncontrollably. In today and Appo's society, once someone is diagnosed with cancer, they find themselves trapped in a desperate struggle for survival. Han Yao could not accept that she, so young, had been struck by such a deadly ailment. As her heart crumbled, Han Fuqing coldly interjected, "Yao Yao, do not listen to his nonsense. He is a spoiled brat who knows nothing. Yes, he must be toying with me. How could I possibly have cancer? He is merely playing a trick on me." At this moment, encouraged by Han Fuqing and Appo's words, the despondent Han Yao clung to a semblance of hope. However, Su Chen's subsequent remarks darkened Han Fuqing's expression. "Han Yao, if I were you, I would prefer to go to the hospital for a mammogram rather than listen to the words of a dying man." "Doing man? What do you mean by that?" "Su Chen?" Han Fuqing questioned with a glower. "Nothing much. I merely observe that you are on the brink of death. Su Chen replied with a smile. Nonsense. How could I possibly die? Han Fuching and Amp. Appo's expression darkened to an extreme. Yet, as his words fell, Su Chen remained silent, indifferently commencing a countdown. 10, 9, 8. Su Chen, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, Yang Tianxi, taken aback by Su Chen and Amp, Appo's remarkable display, could not help but inquire. Su Chen, upon hearing this, did not conceal his intentions and replied straightforwardly. It is simple. When the countdown ends, Han Fuching will surely perish. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 40. Is it not time for you to perish yet? Haha. Su Chen, who are you trying to frighten here? As Su Chen and Appo's countdown reached 0, Han Fucheng, realizing he was still alive, erupted into an ecstatic laugh. Those around him, including those whom Su Chen had called out, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, especially Han Yao, who, upon witnessing Han Fucheng's survival, mockingly questioned, Su Chen, how long will you continue this charade? Do you still wish to drag old Yang down with you into this disgrace? Before Su Chen could respond, Yang Tianxi could not contain himself and declared, Su Chen, let me make this clear. I am merely here to observe whether anyone is framing others or engaging in corruption, not to support you. If you fail to provide any evidence that Chao Yong is alive, I strongly advise you not to obstruct the course of justice. Otherwise, you will be held accountable as well. Click, click, click. As Yang Tianxi's words echoed, the journalists on site frantically captured the moment with their cameras. Observing this, Su Chen smiled and replied, Old Yang, the entire city of Hangzhou knows that I, Su Chen, am the epitome of lawfulness. You seek evidence? Allow me to present it. Han Fucheng, is it not time for you to perish yet? Boom. Su Chen's calm words seemed to possess an enchanting power. The previously amused Han Fucheng suddenly let out a wretched wail, collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. This scene left Yang Tianxi and everyone present utterly stunned. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Tianxi was the first to regain his composure, urgently calling out, Quick! Someone check on Han Fucheng. With Yang Tianxi's prompt, the forensic expert rushed forward to examine him. However, after merely a few seconds, the expert stood up with a grave expression, reporting, Old Yang, Han Fucheng is dead. Dead? Upon hearing this shocking news, Yang Tianxi and Appo's complexion changed dramatically. He pressed on, how did he die? It appears to be due to aortic dissection. The forensic expert replied earnestly. Hiss. Everyone's faces reflected understanding as they grasped the gravity of the situation. After all, the dangers of aortic dissection have been widely publicized in recent years, making the public acutely aware of its threats. However, curiosity enveloped the crowd. How did Su Chen possess this knowledge? Thus, those sharing the same questions turned their gazes towards Su Chen, including a visibly intrigued Yang Tianxi. Sensing the collective focus upon him, a faint smile blossomed on Su Chen and Appo's face, yet he refrained from explaining how he had foreseen Han Fucheng and Appo's demise. Instead, he turned to Han Yao, asking deliberately, Han Yao, are you feeling anxious now? Aye. The moment Han Yao heard Su Chen's playful inquiry, her face drained of color. She yearned to retort, but found herself unable to voice her defiance, for Su Chen and Appo's words had materialized into reality. She dared not show him any disrespect, aware of his formidable medical prowess, which had been tested on numerous occasions. With this realization, Han Yao lowered her head, falling silent. Su Chen then turned his attention to Chen Kai-ling, inquiring with a smile, Are you anxious as well? Please, Mr. Su, save me. Unlikahan Yo, who clung to her pride. Chen Kai-ling was in a complete state of panic, kneeling before Su Chen. Observing her desperation, Su Chen cheerfully stated, If you wish for my assistance, it is simple. You must reveal to everyone whether your husband is truly dead. This, faced with Su Chen's demand, Chen Kai-ling fan de. Recognizing her predicament, Su Chen casually remarked, The greatest agony in life is to earn wealth only to lack the life to enjoy it. I am offering you a chance. Should I intervene personally, do you believe I cannot awaken the turtle breathing technique? Boom! The mention of the turtle breathing technique was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. As Su Chen's words hung in the air, Chun Kai-ling promptly confessed, "My husband is not dead. He merely employed some minor tricks to feign death." With her declaration, the journalists swarmed like sharks sensing blood. Directing their cameras at Chun Kai-ling simultaneously, questions erupted from the crowd. "Ms. Chun, is what you just said true?" "Indeed, my husband is very much alive." As she spoke, Chun Kai-ling slowly approached Chao De-yong, whispering something in his ear. Moments later, the audience beheld the figure beneath the white cloth suddenly stir. Chao De-yong sat up, albeit with a grim countenance. However, he bore no resentment towards Chun Kai-ling's honesty. Instead, he knelt before Su Chun, bowing his head in supplication. "I implore you, Mr. Su, save my wife. I accept any punishment for my greed. Punishment is a matter for the law. My concern lies with who orchestrated this charade," Su Chun inquired coolly. "It was the Jiang siblings." Chao De-yong replied earnestly. "And their motive?" Su Chun feigned ignorance. "The aim was to exploit public opinion to dismantle your Su corporation and what?" Su Chun pressed with a cold demeanor. "To bring about the demise of your parents, forcing you to live in perpetual torment." With Chao De-yong and Appo's final revelation, the crowd in Appo's fury surged. They had not anticipated that their pursuit of justice had merely been a manipulation of their goodwill. This realization incited many onlookers to shout in outrage. "The Jiang family must pay. An investigation into the Jiang family is essential. The Jiang siblings must be held accountable. Su Chen, I was wrong. Please save me." At this moment, as the case unraveled fully, Han Yao, realizing her utter defeat, shed her facade. Trembling with fear, she clung to Su Chun and Appo's side, whispering, "I will do anything you desire if you save me." "Is that so?" Su Chun replied with a smile. "Absolutely. Just save me." Han Yao trembled in desperation. "Very well. Accompany old Yang and confess all of Han Fu Cheng's misdeeds from these years. I will ensure your safety." "All right, I will confess. I will reveal all the evidence of my grandfather and aunt, Appo's wrongdoings." In that moment, as Han Yao was led away, Su Chun felt a sense of satisfaction. Today, he would not only ensure Han Fu Cheng's demise, but also bring about his disgrace. After all, in his previous life, it was Han Fu Cheng's corruption that led to his family's ruin. In this life, he would ensure they paid double for their transgressions. As the crowd dispersed, Yang Tianqi pulled Su Chun aside and quietly asked, "Little Chun, did Han Yao truly have breast cancer?" In response to the inquiry, Su Chun smiled and replied, "No, I merely frightened her." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianqi appeared somewhat disheartened. "I thought you possessed the ability to cure cancer. It turns out you were just scaring her." Noticing Yang Tianqi's low spirits, Su Chun recalled that in his previous life, he had heard his father mention that Yang Tianqi's wife had also suffered from cancer. If anyone could cure another in Hangzhou, they would surely walk with an air of confidence. Upon realizing Yang Tianqi's intentions, Su Chun spoke with utmost seriousness, acknowledging, for truly terminal illnesses, I may indeed be powerless to provide a remedy. However, for certain common forms of cancer, I am willing to make an attempt. What constitutes a common cancer? A shiver ran through Yang Tianqi and Appo's heart. For instance, thyroid cancer, cervical cancer, and, notably, bone cancer. Boom. Upon hearing the term bone cancer, Yang Tianqi and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "You can treat bone cancer? If the medicinal resources are ample, I assure you that I can facilitate a complete recovery." Chapter 41. Among the myriad of words in the world, none can wound the heart quite like the word love. Is this assertion true? Upon hearing this, Yang Tianqi seized Su Chun by the collar, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, it is true," Su Chun replied slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly. "However, the medicinal materials for treating bone cancer are rather unique." Yang Tianqi immediately grasped the implication and confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, no matter how rare the materials may be, as long as he is in Yinxia, I will find a way to procure them. All I wish for is my wife's recovery." "Very well, I shall prepare a list for you. Simply gather the herbs as indicated," Su Chun said. taking a pen and notepad from Yang Tianxi's secretary and swiftly began to write. Yet, much like the previous encounter with the Zhao family, this list also contained numerous special controlled herbs that Su Chun intended to use to elevate his own strength, ensuring that he would no longer compromise when faced with challenges in the future. At that moment, as Yang Tianxi departed with the list, a furious Jiang Yun and Apos, seated in a business car and observing the scene, yelled, "Brother, look at the ineptitude of those you've gathered. They can't even maintain a favorable situation." Jiang Tao's expression darkened upon receiving his sister's scolding, yet he remained far more composed than Jiang Yun'er. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Yun'er, that little brat, Su Chin and Amp, Apos, S temper has flared. It might be somewhat challenging for just the two of us to eliminate him. I believe you may need to make a sacrifice." "Sacrifice?" Jiang Yun and Amp, Apos, was taken aback by his words. "What do you want me to do?" In response to her inquiry, Jiang Tao and Apos' eyes glinted ominously. "ISN and Apos. T, that young master of the Qian family keen on being with you? Why not ally with him to deal with Su Chun? Even if Su Chun has the support of the Pingyang master and Yang Tianxi, he will undoubtedly perish." "All right." Without a moment and Amp, Apos' hesitation, Jiang Yin and Amp, Apos, nodded in agreement. However, as if struck by a thought, Shikuden and Amp, Apos, T helped but ask, "By the way, I heard that wretched Zhao Lingyin has been cast out by the Zhao family." "Indeed." Jiang Tao's expression soured at the mention of Zhao Lingyin. "What do you plan to do about that wretched girl?" A fierce glint flickered in Jiang Yun'er's eyes. After all, she believed that if it weren't for Zhao Lingyin, she would not have found herself in such a precarious situation. Jiang Tao, equally filled with disdain for Zhao Lingyin, responded bluntly, "Zhao Lingyin is left with only an entertainment company now. I've arranged for someone to secretly sign a betting agreement. That wretched girl is doomed." At this very moment, at the entrance of the Su group, upon receiving a call from her secretary, Zhao Lingyin could not suppress her exclamation. "Luna, you can Napos. Be serious. Who signed this betting agreement?" Standing in the Lingyin Entertainment office, Luna and Apos' face was grim. "It was your cousin Zhao Lingyu who signed it last night. She has already announced her resignation." "Damn it." Upon hearing that Zhao Lingyu had resigned after signing, Zhao Lingyin furiously threw her phone. This moment coincidentally coincided with Su Chen's arrival at the company, causing him to intervene. "Tell me, woman, has your family struck it rich? Over 10,000 for a phone, and you just toss it aside? You, what are you doing here?" Zhao Lingyin and Amp, Apos. His anger dissipated at the sound of Su Chen and Amp, Apos' voice. "How novel. This is the Su group. What do you think I and Amp, Apos, am doing here?" Su Chen replied with a smile. "I." Zhao Lingyin, realizing her outburst, quickly adopted a more demure demeanor and mumbled, "How annoying. Ken and Apos. TUC I and Apos. In a bad mood?" Noticing the redness in her eyes, Su Chun understood something was amiss. He promptly dropped his playful demeanor and asked earnestly, "What's wrong? Why are your eyes so red? Tell me, and I shall help you." As the saying goes, among the myriad of words in the world, none can wound the heart quite like love. Su Chen's calm words felt like the most beautiful utterance to Zhao Lingyin, causing her to choke back tears as she confessed, "I and Apos, we've been cast out by the Zhao family. I had hoped to develop my entertainment company, but my cousin Zhao Lingyu secretly signed a betting agreement with the Zhang family. They aim to ruin me." At this point, Zhao Lingyin could no longer hold back her tears, which fell like beads from a broken string. Upon hearing the name of the Zhang family, Su Chun and Apos' brow furrowed, and he asked with a grim expression, what was the amount of the betting agreement? 3 billion in box office revenue. Zhao Lingyin stammered. 3 billion is not insurmountable. Why are you so worried? Su Chan sighed in relief at the figure. However, Zhao Lingyin, agitated, retorted, "Su Chun, 3 billion is a staggering amount. The film market is currently sluggish. Even during the Spring Festival, a film grossing 3 billion is no easy feat." Seeing Zhao Lingyin and Amp, Apos' emotions flare up again, Su Chan smiled reassuringly and waved his hand. "Calm down. While the film market is indeed challenging, it is not without solutions. I happen to have my eye on a promising film. Investing in it $3 billion should be quite feasible. Just so you know, Zhao Lingyu has already secured $3 billion in the contract, so we cannot afford a large production. Zhao Lingyin, taking Su Chen's words seriously, cautioned. And we cannot use your funds for investment. Otherwise, it would be a violation. Upon hearing there was already $3 billion, and recalling the production cost of the film, Su Chen grinned. That's more than sufficient. We will have a surplus. Intrigued, Zhao Lingyin inquired, is $1.5 billion enough to produce it? Which director is behind this? Wu Jing. Have you heard of him? Su Chen asked with a smile. Wu Jing? The one from Wolf Warrior? Zhao Lingyin pondered for a moment before asking slowly. Yes, we are investing in his new film, Wolf Warrior 2. It is guaranteed to be a lucrative venture. Su Chen nodded earnestly. Can this really work? Despite her trust in Su Chen, Zhao Lingyin hesitated momentarily. Rest assured, I have a knack for calculations. This film will surely be a profitable success. However, he is likely currently troubled for funds, so if you wish to act, you must hurry. With Su Chen's unwavering confidence, Zhao Lingyin no longer hesitated. She swiftly snatched the phone from Su Chen and sent her requirements to Luna. Soon, Luna's phone rang. Director Wu Jing, the one you mentioned, is currently securing funds for North Sea Entertainment. It seems they are about to finalize a deal. Damn it. Hearing this, Zhao Lingyin disregarded Su Chen's willingness and dashed towards the North Sea Entertainment location. After all, Wolf Warrior 2 was her final hope. If she failed to fulfill the betting agreement, even with the backing of the Pingyang Master, she would not withstand the might of the Zhang family. Chapter 42. How do you wish to repay me? It is often said that when a man possesses great capabilities, a woman will go to great lengths to please him. At this moment, en route to Beihai Entertainment, Zhao Lingyin observed the slightly displeased expression on Su Chen and Amp Oppo's face and realized that her previous domineering behavior was rather inappropriate. Therefore, in an effort to lift Su Chen's spirits, Zhao Lingyin immediately lowered her posture and implored, Good brother, please don't be angry. I understand you are busy, but I'm merely anxious about securing that film. Could you assist me, please? Rest assured, I shall repay you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Su Chen, who merely intended to establish some boundaries with Zhao Lingyin, slowly turned his head and feigned seriousness, inquiring, How do you intend to repay me? Zhao Lingyin pondered for a moment before blushing and replying, How about I keep you company tonight? Upon realizing that she was only offering companionship, Su Chen immediately shook his head, insisting, No, I have other matters to attend to. Please pull over quickly. I must return. Please don't go. As Su Chen prepared to leave, Zhao Lingyin grew anxious, exclaiming, If you leave, I fear I won't be able to handle Beihai Entertainment. But I have my own affairs to manage. Su Chen feigned difficulty. Yet, upon his words, Zhao Lingyin could not help but roll her eyes. After all, as the daughter of a former tycoon, her perspective, intellect, and emotional intelligence were far from lacking. It was evident that Su Chen was purposefully making things difficult for her. Thus, realizing Su Chen's intention to negotiate, Zhao Lingyin sighed in resignation. Why don't you tell me how I should repay you? Hearing this, Su Chen lifted his gaze and scrutinized Zhao Lingyin and Amp Oppo's delicate lips. Feeling electrified by his stare, she swiftly exclaimed, No, let us forget it. I truly have matters to attend to. Seeing Zhao Lingyin's refusal, Su Chen adopted a serious demeanor and said, You. Confronted with Su Chen's firm stance, Zhao Lingyin felt at a loss. Deep down, she was a rather traditional woman, and Su Chen's proposition made her feel somewhat bashful. However, reflecting upon the fact that she had already given herself to Su Chen, she realized that even if she did not satisfy him now, she could not escape the future. Thus, she boldly declared, If I were to allow you the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, could you guarantee to help me through this crisis? Hiss. Upon hearing Zhao Lingyin's significant temptation, even Su Chen could not help but take a sharp breath. Subsequently, he earnestly patted his chest and assured, That is absolutely feasible. All right, I accept your terms. As long as you assist me in overcoming this crisis, I shall grant you the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. At this moment, within the conference room of Beihai Entertainment, Wu Jing remained unaware of the impending success of his film. With only 80 million in assets, he lacked the funds for promotion. Hence, In a bid to ensure his film's timely release, Wu Jing humbly approached the head of Beihai Entertainment, Li Zikai, pleading, Li Xiao, this film is bound to be profitable. All you need is to invest 100 million in promotion. Hearing this, Li Zikai, seated in the main chair with a beautiful woman in his arms, did not lift his head, but asked indifferently, how much profit can it generate? Wu Jing felt a pang of embarrassment in response to the inquiry. After all, until the film premiered, no one could accurately predict its profitability. Yet, to secure investment, he mustered the courage to state his predicted figure. Given the current patriotic sentiments among the audience, it should earn at least several tens of millions. Several tens of millions? Upon hearing this figure, Li Zikai regarded Wu Jing with a look of incredulity, sneering, I invest 100 million, and you expect me to earn only several tens of millions? It might be more. You are an industry insider, and you should be aware that until the film is released, no one can ascertain the final figures. Wu Jing awkwardly attempted to salvage the conversation. However, Li Zikai, well-versed in the film market, dismissed Wu Jing's words with a wave of his hand, stating, spare me the theatrics. If you lack confidence in your film, why should I believe I'll profit? Faced with his ruse being exposed, Wu Jing felt utterly embarrassed and unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Li Zikai playfully slapped Zhao Lingyu's backside and said coolly, if you wish for my investment, let my darling star as the lead. That should not be a problem, right? Upon hearing Li Zikai and Amp, Oppo's demand, Wu Jing and Amp, Oppo's face flushed with embarrassment. His film had already been completed in a foreign location. To change the lead actress now would mean starting everything from scratch. Was this a joke? Yet, to the director, a film might be akin to a beloved child, but to men like Li Zikai, films were merely tools for profit and seduction. Thus, witnessing Wu Jing's hesitation, Li Zikai's expression hardened as he impatiently questioned, what is the matter? Are you unwilling? Li Xiao, the film is already finished. Changing the lead now would render the effort futile. Wu Jing voiced his concerns. Li Zikai, however, was disinclined to engage in lengthy discussions, cutting straight to the point. I ask you once more, will you change or not? There is no need for excessive dialogue. Director Wu, with modern editing techniques, you only need to film my scenes and splice me in. It's not a complicated task. Zhao Lingyu interjected calmly. However, upon her suggestion, Wu Jing appeared troubled and did not immediately acquiesce. His hesitation stemmed from Zhao Lingyu and Oppo's notorious reputation for lacking acting skills and being difficult to work with. Even with an esteemed actor leading, her presence could undermine the film. Thus, Wu Jing was reluctant to jeopardize his hard work by involving Zhao Lingyu. Yet, he dared not offend Beihai Entertainment, finding himself in a stalemate. Li Zikai understood Wu Jing's concerns, but was indifferent to the film's fate. He only cared about whether the beauty could provide him with satisfaction. Thus, seeing Wu Jing and Oppo's silence, Li Zikai stood up and declared, if you have not made a decision, then return to contemplate. I have plenty of funds, and it's up to you to navigate this. Without waiting for Wu Jing to respond, Li Zikai turned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, it was abruptly swung open, and Zhao Lingyin, visibly agitated, exclaimed, hold on. Before you accept Beihai Entertainment and Oppo's investment, consider Lingyin Entertainment. We are willing to offer you 150 million for promotion. Chapter 43. The highest bidder wins. What's the harm? Suddenly, upon hearing Zhao Lingyin's words, Wu Jing, who had been engulfed in despair, felt a jolt of hope surge through his body. He couldn't and Oppo's help but confirm. Is what you said true? Yes, it is indeed true. Our Lingyin Entertainment is willing to invest 150 million for promotion. Zhao Lingyin asserted with utmost seriousness. Do you have any conditions? Wu Jing asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. No conditions at all, just a revenue share. Lingyin Entertainment will take 60%. That should be acceptable, right? Zhao Lingyin inquired according to industry norms. Upon hearing that they were only asking for 60%, Wu Jing nodded without hesitation, exclaiming, of course, that is perfectly fine. When shall we sign the contract? Right now, you can accompany me back to the company to sign. Zhao Lingyin swiftly replied, seizing the moment. All right, I will go with you. Wu Jing responded with enthusiasm. However, just as they were about to depart, Li Zikai, who had been silent until now, interjected coolly, "Wait." At the sound of his voice, all eyes in the room turned towards him. Li Zikai then coldly questioned, "In my company, you are stealing my project, Zhao Lingyin. Is that not a bit inappropriate?" In response, Zhao Lingyin calmly retorted, "In business, the highest bidder prevails. What is inappropriate about that?" Before Li Zikai could respond, Zhao Lingyu, who was standing nearby, chimed in angrily. "This project was clearly negotiated by young Masterly first, and he hasn't finished negotiations yet. Is this how business is conducted?" Seeing Zhao Lingyu daring to speak out at that moment, Zhao Lingyin's expression turned icy as she exclaimed, "As my cousin, you conspire with outsiders against me. Is this how you conduct yourself?" Faced with Zhao Lingyin's reprimand, Zhao Lingyu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, her actions from the previous night had indeed been rather distasteful. As Zhao Lingyu struggled to respond, Li Zikai slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Enough! 150 million. We at Beihai Entertainment will provide it. Let an Oppos S sign now." With Li Zikai and Oppos S declaration, both Zhao Lingyin and Wu Jing and Oppos S expressions darkened, particularly Wu Jing, who wished he could find a hole to hide in, hoping to avoid the conflict between Zhao Lingyin and Li Zikai. Yet, life is often fraught with disappointments. Despite Wu Jing and Oppos S good intentions, the execution proved to be exceedingly difficult. In his uncertainty, he chose to bow his head in silence. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingyu, oblivious to the tension, arrogantly urged, "Director Wu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign. 150 million is 50 million more than what you previously discussed. This is pure profit for you." Hearing this, Wu Jing glanced at Zhao Lingyu and Oppos S smug expression and quietly inquired, "May I ask, if we sign now, will the female lead still need to be changed?" "Change her if you wish. I want you to sign now." Li Zikai replied coldly. This left Wu Jing feeling quite awkward as he turned to Zhao Lingyin for guidance. Zhao Lingyin's expression was equally grim. However, when she recalled Su Chan and Oppos S assurance that the film would surely earn 3 billion, she boldly declared, "I will invest 200 million. Boom! As the figure of 200 million was uttered, the expressions of Li Zikai and the others shifted dramatically. Zhao Lingyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhao Lingyin, have you lost your mind? 200 million for an unknown director? Do you have money to burn? Thanks to you, I currently possess 300 million in funds. I can invest as I please. Who are you to dictate?" Zhao Lingyin snapped back defiantly. "You." Zhao Lingyu was taken aback by such crude words, struggling to reconcile this version of Zhao Lingyin with the polite and gentle person she once knew. Unfazed by Zhao Lingyu and Oppos S presence, Zhao Lingyin turned to Wu Jing and asked, "What do you say? 200 million for you. Are you willing to sign with me?" Faced with the inquiry, the well-meaning Wu Jing awkwardly admitted, "If you invest 200 million, you might not make a profit. Are you certain about this investment?" Zhao Lingyin fell into contemplation. To be candid, had it not been for Su Chan's advice, she would never have considered investing 200 million. After all, the film industry is not as straightforward as simply collecting ticket sales. Profits must be shared with multiple entities, primarily taxes and cinemas. Thus, a 200 million investment would require the film to gross at least 800 million for a return, or else it would incur losses. Yet, propelled by her trust in Su Chan, Zhao Lingyin boldly affirmed, "I'm certain." "Li, what do you think?" At that moment, Wu Jing observed that Zhao Lingyin was serious, glancing awkwardly at Li Zikai. After all, Beihai Entertainment is a renowned company in the industry, boasting numerous artists, including many popular stars. Even though Wu Jing was eager to sign with Zhao Lingyin, he was hesitant without Li Zikai's approval. As Zhao Lingyu's partner, Li Zikai was evidently involved in the scheme against Zhao Lingyin. Observing her reckless courage, he smirked and said, "What are you looking at me for? 200 million? You can't and Oppos. Do you possibly think I would be foolish enough to give that to you, can you?" Hearing Li Zikai and Oppos S unflattering remarks, Wu Jing cast a troubled glance at Zhao Lingyin and asked, "Miss Zhao, shall we sign now?" "Yes." Zhao Lingyin, seeing that Li Zikai was not opposing her any longer, resolved to proceed. To prevent any further mishaps, she swiftly retrieved a sheet of A4 paper from the printer and began signing in front of everyone. However, just as the contract was finalized, Zhao Lingyu could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Zhao Lingyin, I was curious why you chose to be with Su Chen instead of young Master Jiang. Now, I believe I finally understand. You must be out of your mind. When investing in a film, don't you check what other films are set to be released?" Upon hearing Zhao Lingyu's words, Zhao Lingyin's heart sank. Indeed, due to her trust in Su Chen, she had neglected to consider which films were about to premiere. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to inform you that Beihai Entertainment is releasing in AMP, Oppos, Demon Slayer and AMP, Oppos, on the same day as Wujing and AMP, Oppos, S-film. Do you think the combination of a renowned director and a popular star will earn profits, or will your little film?" It dawned on Zhao Lingyin that they were deliberately setting her up for failure. The distinction between large productions and smaller ones, as well as renowned directors versus lesser-known ones, is abundantly clear to the audience. Realizing she was about to be severely outmaneuvered, Zhao Lingyin frantically turned to Su Chen, seeking guidance on what to do next. What Zhao Lingyin had not anticipated was that as soon as her gaze fell, she witnessed Su Chen exuding an air of arrogance, boldly proclaiming that, of course, it was the film directed by Wu Jing that was lucrative. The mere Demon Slayer was not even worthy of carrying Wu Jing and Oppo's shoes. Chapter 44. A Daring Gamble. "Sir, you exaggerate. I am not that exceptional at this moment." As Su Chen's flattery lingered in the air, Li Zikai and Zhao Lingyu had yet to respond. But Wu Jing could no longer bear it and waved his hand dismissively. Noticing this, Su Chen stepped forward, a smile adorning his face as he patted Wu Jing on the shoulder, saying, "Director Wu, why are you being so modest? Surely, you must believe your film is far superior to that Demon Slayer." Faced with Su Chen's inquiry, Wu Jing's expression grew more awkward. After all, those familiar with their own affairs know best. He made films merely to earn money. If he genuinely had confidence surpassing Demon Slayer, he would not have sought a guarantee from Beihai Entertainment to make a modest profit. However, at this crucial moment, Wu Jing naturally refrained from voicing his true thoughts. Instead, he mustered an official response, stating earnestly, "Determining which is better ultimately depends on market feedback. If you ask me now, I can't say for certain." Seeing Wu Jing's timidity, Su Chen, who had been quite fond of him in a past life, grew impatient and swiftly shifted to the main point, saying, "Don't be so self-deprecating. You are quite talented. I predict your film will gross at least 3 billion. What?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wu Jing was rendered speechless. A box office of 3 billion? Such a thought was beyond his wildest dreams. Just as he was about to inquire about Su Chen's reasoning, Zhao Lingyu, who had been observing the spectacle, could no longer contain her laughter. "Zhao Lingyin, you wouldn't have invested 2 billion just because you listened to Su Chen, would you? That's rather foolish, don't you think? How could you believe such nonsense?" Zhao Lingyin instinctively wanted to retort against Zhao Lingyu's mockery. However, before she could speak, Su Chen interjected, "Since you all look down on director Wu's film, how about we sign a betting agreement?" "Huh?" Zhao Lingyu and Li Zikai were momentarily taken aback. Li Zikai then inquired with a grin, "What kind of betting agreement?" "A wager on whether director Wu's film will outperform your company's Demon Slayer," Su Chen declared with a serious demeanor. "Oh." Li Zikai regarded Su Chen with a playful glint in his eye and asked, "Wu Jing himself lacks confidence in surpassing our Demon Slayer. And you dare to bet against me?" "Indeed, I wager that director Wu's film will exceed your box office by 3 billion. Su Chen articulated emphatically. "Are you serious?" As Su Chen's declaration echoed, the entire conference room erupted in a frenzy. Everyone regarded him with expressions akin to that of a madman. Even Zhao Lingyin was somewhat astonished at Su Chen's audacious claims. Nevertheless, due to her trust in him, she refrained from probing further. Instead, it was Li Zikai, visibly excited, who asked, "Was everything you just said true?" "Absolutely. Do you dare to take me up on this bet?" Su Chen asked indifferently. "Of course. Why would I hesitate? How do you wish to wager?" At this moment, Li Zikai, seeing Su Chen actively courting danger, could barely contain his glee. Without further ado, Su Chen retrieved his phone, opened the online banking interface, and stated calmly, I possess 2 billion. If I win, you owe me 2 billion. If I lose, this money is yours. This upon witnessing the staggering 2 billion in Su Chun's bank account. Lee Zakai's breath quickened. After all, 2 billion was no trivial sum. Even someone born with a silver spoon like him would be tempted by such an amount. Hence, confident in his own film, he declared, all right, I accept the bet. Boom. With Lee Zakai's words, the atmosphere in the conference room reached a fever pitch. After all, a wager of 2 billion could only be described as a breathtaking gamble. Thus, even Zhao Lingyin, who had unwavering faith in Su Chun, couldn't he help but ask, Su Chun, are you confident? Understanding Zhao Lingyin's concern, Su Chun knew she was worried he might be overreaching. However, as a reborn individual, he was acutely aware of how successful Wu Jing's film had been in his previous life, and that Demon Slayer had seemingly failed to reach 100 million. Thus, with steadfast assurance of his victory, Su Chun smiled and replied, rest assured, I possess the foresight to ensure my triumph. What a pretense! If Wu Jing's film can surpass our Beihai Entertainment's Demon Slayer by 3 billion, I will stand on my head while defecating for you. Lee Zakai scoffed derisively. Upon hearing this, Su Chun, who had already set his sights on Lee Zakai's prized possession, feigned seriousness and retorted, before you go to such extremes, I have 2 billion in cash. Kindly bring forth your wager. This sudden request left the previously amused Lee Zakai momentarily stunned. For if he were to inquire about the Lee family's total assets, he would retort, who do you think you're looking down on? However, when asked whether he could produce 2 billion in cash for a wager, he found himself at a loss. Su Chun dizen Lee Zakai's reaction instantly. Affectedly, he pressed on, what is this? You and T happen to be short on funds, would you? My cash is all tied up in the stock market. I truly cannot withdraw that much at present, but I can offer collateral. Lee Zakai replied, his expression grim as he sought an excuse. Anticipating this response, Su Chun cheerfully inquired, what collateral? How about the Beihai Entertainment Company? Lee Zakai offered solemnly, your company is worthless to me. I have no interest. Su Chun fudraitri yiktiv. Then how about I use the properties in Modu and Daidu as collateral? Lee Zakai countered. Yet Su Chun shook his head once more. Seeing Su Chun's continued refusal, Lee Zakai, now feeling anxious, pressed, then what would you accept as collateral? I've heard your family possesses a celestial herb. Upon mentioning the celestial herb, Lee Zakai immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Lee Zakai's certainty stemmed from the fact that the celestial herb was a treasured possession of the Lee family, used by his grandfather for survival. The responsibility for its loss or wager would be unbearable for him. However, as the old saying goes, one need not fear thieves. One should fear those who covet. Su Chun had coveted this treasure from his past life to restore his health. In this life, how could he possibly let it slip away? Thus, upon hearing Lee Zakai's refusal, Su Chun remained unperturbed, casually stating, since you cannot provide the cash, let us consider our wager null and void. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Yet at that very moment, Lee Zakai, overwhelmed with emotion, called out, the celestial herb is far too valuable. You must raise the stakes. Indeed, Lee Zakai acquiesced, but he aimed to thoroughly extract every last bit from Su Chun. Little did he know, he was on the 3rd rung, while Su Chun stood firmly on the 5th. Thus, having Lee Zakai firmly in his grasp, Su Chun nodded with a smile and proposed, how does a wager of 5 billion sound? 5 billion? Are you serious? Upon hearing this figure, Lee Zakai, who had been previously conflicted, now appeared exuberant. After all, with 30 billion on the line, he was anxious about Su Chun's potential tricks. But with 5 billion, Lee Zakai felt entirely reassured. Indeed, I'm serious. If director Wu's film surpasses your Demon Slayer by 50 billion, will you dare to gamble? I am determined. I shall now venture into my home to stealthily procure the precious herb of immortality. Chapter 45. Annoyed, Zhao Lingyin inquired, what should we talk about? By the time the contract was signed, it was already 4 in the afternoon. On the way back to the Su group, Zhao Lingyin, feeling somewhat lost, could not help but ask, Su Chun, that film is merely a war-themed movie. Can it really gross $5 billion at the box office? In response to her question, Soo Chun, who was sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed in feigned slumber, slowly opened his eyes and replied with an air of indifference, "Rest assured. Merely a phrase, no matter where you are, your homeland will always bring you back home, is sufficient to garner $5 billion. But I don't see that phrase in my passport. Can it really work?" Zhao Lingyin remained skeptical. At this point, Soo Chun understood that Zhao Lingyin, coming from a privileged background, was entirely oblivious to the lives of the lower classes. She could not fathom that approximately 13 billion people in the scorching summer had no passports. They would not care whether that phrase was inscribed on the document. They would simply think, wow, that and Oppos. That's impressive. Therefore, with unwavering confidence in the film and Oppos as commercial success, Soo Chun earnestly grasped Zhao Lingyin and Oppos as hand and declared, "Fear not, there will be no missteps. Wu Jing and Oppos. S film is destined for greatness. If you're still concerned, stay awake until midnight to check the pre-sale box office. You'll see I speak the truth." All right. Though Zhao Lingyin felt a twinge of anxiety at Soo Chun's words, she refrained from expressing her doubts further. Instead, she shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, there's something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Soo Chun raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "My father has invited you to our home to chat." At this point, Zhao Lingyin's cheeks flushed slightly. Noticing her reaction, Soo Chun feigned ignorance and asked, "What are we going to talk about?" "Ugh, I'm already yours. What do you think we should talk about?" Zhao Lingyin rolled her eyes in playful annoyance. "Hee, I have no idea." Soo Chun shook his head with a mischievous grin. "If you keep pretending, I might just pretend not to know what 3 flowers gather at the top means." Zhao Lingyin puffed her cheeks in mock indignation. Upon hearing this, Soo Chun quickly conceded, No, 3 flowers gather at the top is something to be taken seriously. Then can we go to my house tonight?" By the end of her sentence, Zhao Lingyin's voice had dropped to a mere whisper. Her flushed cheeks, coupled with her bashful demeanor, hinted to Soo Chun that there was a surprise awaiting him at her home. However, Soo Chun had prior engagements that evening to meet with individuals seeking his organs, which left him feeling a pang of regret. "I truly wish to go, but I have matters to attend to tonight. What could be more important than amp? Oppos. 3 flowers gather at the top and amp. Oppos." Zhao Lingyin looked at Soo Chun with surprise. At the mention of 3 flowers gather at the top, Soo Chun and amp, Oppos, as fists clenched, the matter was one of life and death, and he could not afford to neglect it. All right. Seeing Soo Chun and amp, Oppos, as firm stance, Zhao Lingyin was at a loss for words. She could only nod obediently. "Then please be careful. Yes, rest assured. I am but a disciple of a master. Who would dare to lay a hand on me?" Soo Chun replied with a cheerful smile, uttering a white lie to ease her concern. Upon returning to the company, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Gu Shanshan, who had been promoted to Soo Chun's secretary, was waiting in the lobby. As soon as she saw Soo Chun enter, she rushed up to greet him. "Young master, you have arrived." In response to Gu Shanshan's inquiry, Soo Chun pulled her into an embrace, grinning mischievously. "Did you miss me?" Feeling the radiant warmth of the sun, Gu Shanshan and Oppos' body momentarily weakened as she replied, "Young master, is still working hours. ISN and Oppos. Tee that what your job entails." With that, Soo Chun lifted Gu Shanshan into his arms, intending to head to the office for some and amp. Oppos, overtime and amp. Oppos. While his time with Zhao Lingyin was delightful, Soo Chun found himself preferring a wilder encounter with Gu Shanshan. However, just as he lifted her, Gu Shanshan grew anxious and exclaimed, "Young master, wait. There is a beautiful woman waiting in your office. She seems to have urgent matters to discuss." "Huh? A beautiful woman?" Soo Chun and amp, Oppos' brows furrowed slightly at her words. "She seems even more beautiful than a star." Gu Shanshan pondered for a moment before providing a candid assessment. "More beautiful than a star?" Soo Chun is curiously piqued. "What's her name?" "I didn't ask, but judging by her demeanor, she doesn't seem ordinary." Moreover, Gu Shanshan trailed off mid-sentence. Soo Chun raised an eyebrow and playfully smacked her backside. "Don't leave me hanging." "What else?" "And she seems to look down on you. She has been inside the office cursing," Gu Shanshan said, rubbing her backside in a slightly aggrieved manner. "Oh, This revelation intrigued Su Chun even more. He playfully patted Gu Shanshan's backside and said, "I'll go check it out. You wait for me," without allowing Gu Shanshan to say another word. He strode directly toward his office. Yet, before Su Chun could reach his office, a furious roar emanated from within. "You bastard. How dare you make me protect a damn wastrel? That old fool has completely lost her mind. Just wait until I get back to pull her hair out. Why the hell hasn't Amp, Oppos, he returned yet? I and Amp, Oppos, am going to be late. Forget it. Let that idiot die. I have my own business to attend to." At that moment, the door to the office was flung open, revealing a woman with a curvaceous figure and a sweet appearance, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Glaring furiously at Su Chun. As their eyes met, the expression on by Sijia's face shifted from surprise to anger, and she then yelled, "Bastard. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Where the hell have you been?" In light of by Sijia's inquiry, Su Chun could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had deduced her identity from her self-talk. She was the bodyguard mentioned by the master. However, her tone was rather displeasing to him, prompting Su Chun to respond with equal sharpness. "Did I ask you to wait here? You are free to leave. No one is stopping you. Bastard, how dare you be displeased with me?" Bai Sijie retorted. As the saying goes, waiting is the most excruciating punishment in the world. After waiting the entire afternoon at the Su group, Bai Sijie and Oppos, as patience had long since evaporated. Upon seeing Su Chun audaciously retort, she extended her hand toward him, intending to teach him a lesson. However, just as she reached out, she was taken aback to find that Su Chun was far from the simpleton she had assumed. Not only did he evade her attack, but he also countered with force. But the location of that counterattack. "Bastard, you shameless rogue. How dare you touch me? I'll kill you." Chapter 46. Young master, please. If you dare, let go of me, and we shall settle this one-on-one. 5 minutes later, in the CEO's office, Bai Sijie struggled beneath Su Chen's hold, shouting defiantly. Observing her predicament, Su Chun swung his arm and playfully smacked her bottom, stating earnestly, "Stay still, or I cannot guarantee what may follow." Indeed, when confronting an arrogant woman, the most effective strategy is to outmatch her in audacity. As Su Chen's serious words echoed, Bai Sijie promptly yielded, despite the somewhat intimate position they found themselves in. She dared not move. After all, during their 5-minute duel, she had not gained the slightest upper hand and was instead left feeling utterly flustered by Su Chun's teasing. She began to question whether her master had intended for her to protect Su Chun or merely to provide him with warmth. Lost in thought, the clock struck the hour, snapping Bai Sijie back to reality. "Su Chun, let me go. I have important matters to attend to today. Are you telling me to fight and then just let go? Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me?" Su Chun replied nonchalantly. "Stop messing around. I genuinely have significant business to deal with," Bai Sijie exclaimed, becoming increasingly agitated. Unfazed, Su Chun retorted, "It's just a matter of capturing a group of petty thieves. Do you think I can't manage without you?" Bai Sijie fell silent, unable to respond. The truth was, she knew very well that Su Chun and Oppos' prowess was far from that of a mere peak master. He was, in fact, a formidable expert, stronger than herself. Such a person could certainly handle the situation without her assistance. Determined to leave and fulfill her own obligations, Bai Sijie adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, "Su Chun, I'll be frank with you. My primary task is not to protect you." "Oh, then what is your main task?" Su Chun inquired with curiosity. "My main task is to acquire a crucial item at tonight's auction on Gue Street in Nanxing and ensure its safe return. Thus, I cannot afford to waste time here. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing this, Su Chun suddenly grasped the situation. He had previously wondered why this bodyguard assigned by the Pingyang master was so impatient. Now, understanding that she had her own mission, he found it reasonable. However, his curiosity remained piqued. What task could possibly be more important than safeguarding his future? "May I ask what task is more significant than protecting me?" he inquired, genuinely intrigued. "The list of underground personnel for the Sakura event in Yansha," Bai Sijie replied, taking a deep breath and speaking deliberately. "What?" Su Chun and Amp, Oppos' expression turned grave upon hearing this. How could such a critical item be up for auction here? The details were complex and could not be explained in a moment. But one thing was certain. That item must not fall into the wrong hands, or else. Baisijia trailed off, her meaning clear. Realizing this, Su Chan abandoned his earlier intention of teasing her, releasing her instead. Then hurry and go. That item truly cannot be left unattended. You and Appos, are you not going with me? Baisijia, now standing, looked at him in surprise. Su Chan glanced at Gu Shanshan, who was gazing at him from the doorway, and replied, "It's only 6 o'clock. I've scheduled a meeting for 12. If I go now, it will raise alarms. Then you should focus on your own matters. I don't need your protection here." "All right then." Baisijia, initially wanting to persuade Su Chan to join her, found herself at a loss for words and reluctantly turned to leave. As she departed, Gu Shanshan entered with a curious expression, softly asking, "Young master, that woman seemed eager to recruit you to help protect that list. Why didn't you accompany her?" In response, Su Chen's eyes glimmered with seriousness as he slowly spoke. As the saying goes, one should act within their means. "I am merely a frivolous young master, and cannot bear such a heavy burden." Indeed, Su Chen also recognized the implication behind Baisijia's words. However, after their encounter, Su Chan had come to truly understand what the Pingyang master meant when he said he was not yet significant in Yansha. Just Baisijia alone matched him in strength. Had it not been for his gender advantage, the outcome of their confrontation could have been quite uncertain. Thus, Su Chan was unwilling to risk undertaking endeavors beyond his current capabilities without first enhancing his strength. His goal was to achieve victory through stability upon his return to this life. Yet, just as Su Chan was about to remove Gu Shanshan's clothing, she resisted, exclaiming, "Young master, please don't." "What?" Su Chen's expression darkened at her rejection. "Are you displeased that I'm not engaging in that activity?" "No, it's not that, young master. It's just that old Yang is in the reception area waiting to meet with you." Gu Shanshan explained, her face filled with panic. "Yang Tianqi is here?" Su Chan was momentarily taken aback before excitement washed over him. "Why are you still standing here? Hurry and invite old Yang in." "Wait, I will personally greet him." With that, Su Chan adjusted his attire and walked out with a serious demeanor. However, as soon as he entered the reception area, his gaze was immediately captivated. A woman with skin as smooth as white jade appeared, illuminated by the setting sun, reminiscent of a celestial being stepping out from a painting. Stirring his heart, just as Su Chan was about to approach her for a closer look, a cheerful voice cut through the air. "Mr. Su, are you finished with your business?" Awakened by the voice, Su Chan quickly donned a smile. "My apologies for keeping old Yang waiting. It is I who intruded. The fault lies with me." Yang Tianqi responded with a jovial compliment. Su Chan, not one to foolishly agree, deftly redirected the conversation. "Old Yang, have the medicinal materials been gathered? Should I come to you?" Upon hearing Su Chan address the matter at hand, Yang Tianqi's smile faded, and he replied with earnestness. "We are almost there, but we are still missing a crucial main ingredient, and I have no leads." "What main ingredient?" Su Chan raised an eyebrow. "Dragon tongue grass." Yang Tianqi's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Clearly, this herb had troubled him for quite some time. Su Chan's expression darkened upon hearing this. The dragon tongue grass was an essential herb needed for him to progress to the second level of qi cultivation. Thus, he immediately adopted a serious tone. "This herb is irreplaceable and cannot be overlooked. I ask for your utmost diligence, old Yang." "I understand, which is why I came to seek your help." Yang Tianxi replied solemnly. "I have learned that there will be a dragon tongue grass auction tonight at Guay Street in Nancheng. So I intend to ask you to accompany my daughter, Yang Ying, to ensure that the herb is indeed dragon tongue grass." "Absolutely. I can head over right now." Upon hearing that Yang Tianqi's destination was also Nancheng Guijia, Su Chan readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. After all, man dies for wealth, and birds perish for sustenance. The dragon tongue grass was an indispensable tool for his promotion, and he could not allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise. Chapter 47. Where there is light, there must be darkness. As the saying goes, where there is light, there must be darkness. Nancheng Street, as a melting pot in Hangzhou, is a place where a myriad of characters converge, creating a veritable tapestry of chaos. In his previous life, Su Chen often brought various women here to flaunt his status. But the women accompanying him this time were of an entirely different caliber. Consequently, while driving, he couldn't help but caution when we get to Nanchungue Street. Be sure not to buy anything haphazardly. Everything is counterfeit. And don't trust just anyone. There are many deceivers around. Also, do not stray from my line of sight. Be wary of being led away by unscrupulous individuals. Are you even listening? He asked, noticing Yang Ying's unwavering gaze upon him. Caught in her thoughts, she resembled a startled ostrich, swiftly burying her head in her chest and murmuring an apology. I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought. Seeing her pitiable demeanor, Su Chan found it hard to voice his earlier admonitions. After all, what man could resist the charm of a delicate and refined young lady? Thus, he relented, saying, all right, just remember, when we enter, you must stay within my sight. Is that clear? Of course. Yang Ying replied bashfully, lifting her head. Observing her demeanor, Su Chan's heart raced as he inquired, is this how you usually communicate with others? Not really. I was just curious. Yang Ying replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Curious about what? Su Chen asked as he drove. Why do people say that you, Mr. Su, are a wastrel incapable of achieving anything? Yang Ying slowly articulated the question that had been weighing on her mind. Su Chen, taken aback by the question, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, unsure of how to respond. He could only muster a cryptic reply. As the saying goes, the world laughs at my madness, while I laugh at their inability to see through it. Don't you think that human nature becomes clearer only when one is in a vulnerable position? Upon hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Yang Ying and Appo's face as she murmured, yes, ever since my mother was diagnosed with bone cancer, many of our former friends have distanced themselves. They believe that without my mother, my father and Appo's career is but a fleeting moment. Mr. Su, do you think that without any vested interest, one cannot truly be friends? Faced with Yang Ying's poignant inquiry, Su Chan was momentarily at a loss for words. He simply took her trembling hand into his own and reassured her, don't worry. I will help your mother, and everything will return to how it was. Thank you, Mr. Su. You are a good person. Suddenly receiving such praise, Su Chan found himself in a state of amused disbelief. Was he truly a good person? He could not say. He merely wished to survive in this tumultuous world while protecting his family. Thus, on this path, he remained indifferent to whether he was deemed a hero or a villain. All that mattered was his survival and that of his loved ones. With this thought in mind, Su Chan gazed towards Nanchungue Street, a glint of determination in his eyes. We've arrived. Let us go inside. At that moment, within a shop on Nanchungue Street, Yi Kai observed the throngs of people outside and slowly spoke. Father, have you heard the recent rumors? Are you referring to the one about Su Chan being a disciple of the Pingyang master? Yi Nantian, who was handling a piece of blue and white porcelain, replied nonchalantly. Yes. If Su Chan truly is a disciple of the Pingyang master, could our hired assassin from the dark web? Yi Kai trailed off. The implications of his unfinished thought clear to anyone listening, as he expressed his concern over the potential complications of their upcoming transaction. Yi Nantian, discerning his son's apprehension, chuckled. That assassin is already dead. Then why do you still agree to meet tonight at Nanchungue Street? Yi Kai asked nervously. Isn't that inviting disaster? Disaster? Are you certain it is we who are courting peril, or is it Su Chan and his associates? Yi Nantian replied with a bemused smile. What do you mean, father? Yi Kai inquired, his curiosity piqued. They intend to use Su Chan as bait to draw us out, but we can simply deploy 2 master-level fighters. What do you think? Yi Nantian proposed with a mischievous glint in his eyes. At these words, excitement illuminated Yi Kai and Appo's face as he exclaimed, brilliant, truly brilliant. As expected of you, father. They think they can use Su Chan to lure us out, unaware that we are waiting for him to walk right into our trap. Indeed, as long as Su Chan dares to show up today, his organs will no longer belong to him. Yi Nantian pushed the blue and white porcelain vase toward Yi Kai, instructing, take this to Xiao Siuni Lang and have him sell it for a handsome price. Yi Kai, taken aback, asked, Father, is this piece not a fake? As long as the appraisers are our people, if I say it's real, then it is. Yi Nantian replied with amusement. Impressive. It seems I still have much to learn. Yi Kai said, genuinely admiring his father. Yes, you are my son, and I will teach you everything. Now hurry and deliver it. Don't delay our opportunity to make a fortune. Yi Nantian urged with a nod. Understood. With that, Yi Kai wasted no time, carefully wrapping the blue and white porcelain and hastening to the inn where Xiao Cun Lang was staying. However, just as he stepped outside, he was unexpectedly bumped into, causing the precious porcelain vase to slip from his grasp. With a crash, the blue and white porcelain shattered on the ground, and the previously bustling Nan Changgue Street fell into an eerie silence. Everyone instinctively began to search for the unfortunate soul who had collided with the priceless artifact. Yi Kai stood in shock, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Just as he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, a stunning figure captured his full attention. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. How much is this worth? I will compensate you. Gulping at Yang Ying's words, Yi Kai felt as if fortune had knocked at his door. He stammered, well, since you are willing to compensate, I want to extort you. Just 3 million would suffice. What? Upon hearing the figure of 3 million, Yang Ying and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, and she timidly asked, why is it so expensive? Unfortunately, this is a genuine piece of blue and white porcelain, Yi Kai replied, unveiling the shattered remains within the wrapping. At this revelation, both Yang Ying and the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Those with a modicum of knowledge whispered in disbelief, this is outrageous. To use such an item to swindle someone? Swindle? Are you unaware of whom you speak? That is Yi Kai, the heir of the Yi family, a leader in the antique business. While others may deceive with fakes, he would never. As soon as Yi Kai's identity was revealed, the onlookers regarded Yang Ying with pity. Clearly, she had not anticipated such misfortune. With a troubled expression, she implored, Yi Xiao, I do not have that much money. Could you possibly lower the amount? Upon hearing the words, Yi Kai gazed greedily at Yang Ying, remarking, a little less is acceptable, but let us see how you perform tonight. As he reached out to grasp Yang Ying's arm, his hand could advance no further, as if an invisible barrier held him back. Yi Xiao, to deceive with a counterfeit is one thing, but to covet another's form is truly excessive, is it not? Su Chun, Chapter 48. Mr. Su, I seem to have gotten into trouble. At this moment, as Su Chun made his entrance, both Yi Kai and Yang Ying couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, especially Yang Ying, who, upon seeing Su Chun, rushed into his embrace with tear-filled eyes, choked with emotion. Mr. Su, I seem to have gotten into trouble. Sensing Yang Ying's inner panic, Su Chun, brimming with protective instinct, confidently reassured her, it's all right with me here. The sky won't fall. The reason Su Chun felt so assured at this moment was primarily due to his memories from past life, where he was renowned as the greatest appraiser of antiques in the realm. With just a glance, he could discern the authenticity of any ancient artifact or jade. In contrast, Yi Kai, harboring resentment due to the incident involving Yu Wei, was now glaring at Su Chun with palpable hostility. His expression darkened further as he coldly retorted, Su Chun, are you prepared to compensate? If so, it will be at least 300 million, not a penny less. What nonsense is this? Su Chun slowly raised his head, regarding Yi Kai as if he were a fool. Have you been drinking counterfeit liquor? You expect me to compensate you 300 million for a fake? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Fake. Yi Kai's face darkened further. In Nanxing Guijia, who doesn't it amp? Appo's, to know that the Yi family conducts business with integrity and never sells counterfeit goods? You think you can shirk your responsibilities with baseless accusations? Do you believe the Yi family is easy to bully? As Yi Kai and Appo's words echoed, a dozen men clad in black emerged from the crowd, surrounding Su Chun and Yang Ying. Witnessing this scene, Yang Ying, who had never encountered such a situation, trembled and asked, Mr. Su, what should we do? Just a minor situation. Su Chun first comforted Yang Ying, then turned his displeasure towards Yi Kai, casually inquiring, Yi Xiao, are you feeling guilty and planning to resort to outright robbery? Is this how your Yi family conducts business? With Su Chen's words, murmurs rippled through the crowd. After all, it was common knowledge that the antique trade was rife with scams, especially the notorious smash and claim schemes. Thus, despite Yi Kai's family name, many in attendance began to suspect that he was attempting to extort Su Chen. The whispers grew louder, especially upon seeing Yang Yingying and Amp Oppo's delicate demeanor. Yet, regardless of the growing voices, Yi Kai maintained an impassive facade. Remaining unfazed by the doubts cast upon him was a fundamental skill in their industry. There was even a saying, if you don an Amp Oppo's believe in the authenticity of the items you sell, how can you convince others? As tensions escalated, Yi Kai discreetly signaled an elder in the crowd, who promptly approached with a grave expression. What has happened here? It's Elder Qin. Everyone, step aside and let Elder Qin handle this. At that moment, upon the elder's arrival, those who recognized him immediately voiced their respect, parting the crowd. Yifan Yang Yingying, her excitement palpable, exclaimed, Mr. Su, it and Oppo's Elder Qin, you should be able to prove that you are right. Yang Yingying and Amp Oppo's trust in Elder Qin stemmed from his esteemed reputation in the antique circle of Hangqing. He had even appeared on a national appraisal show, and to date, none of his appraisals had ever been wrong. Thus, in many eyes, Elder Qin represented authority. If he declared something authentic, it was indeed genuine. Su Chen was aware of Elder Qin's significance, but his perspective differed from others. Upon seeing Elder Qin's arrival, he felt even more certain that the shattered yuan blue and white vase was a counterfeit. At this moment, Yi Kai remained oblivious to Su Chen's insight regarding his alliance with Elder Qin. He continued, Elder Qin, you arrived just in time. I was about to present this yuan vase to a customer when it was accidentally shattered by them. Not only will they not compensate, but they also accuse our Yi family of selling fakes. I implore you, Elder Qin, to speak a word of justice. Oh, then I must examine it closely. Elder Qin feigned seriousness as he approached the shattered vase, meticulously inspecting each piece. The crowd held their breath, afraid that even their slightest exhale would disrupt Elder Qin's evaluation. Fortunately, this process did not drag on for long, and Elder Qin stood up with a grave expression. Yang Yingying, eagerly awaiting the verdict, asked Elder Qin, May I inquire if that porcelain is authentic? Elder Qin, instinctively sizing up Yang Yingying, noted that he did not recognize her. He then lamented, Oh, what a splendid Yuan dynasty official kiln blue and white vase. Such a loss. It will be rare to see another piece of such exquisite quality. With Elder Qin and Amp Oppo's declaration, Yang Yingying collapsed into Su Chen and Amp Oppo's arms, her body going limp. The surrounding spectators gasped in disbelief. Yi Kai, witnessing the scene, sneered triumphantly, Su Chen, do you have anything to say now? Either pay me 300 million or hand over the woman in your arms. Otherwise, you won't leave here today. With Yi Kai's threat, the black-clad men surrounding Su Chen brandished their weapons, clearly indicating that compliance was in Su Chen's best interest, or the consequences would be dire. However, such tactics might intimidate an average person, but they were far from sufficient to daunt Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen, with an air of indifference, retrieved a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the sweat from Yang Yingying's forehead. He then coldly remarked, Old man, how much has the Yi family paid you? How dare you utter such nonsensical threats? Aren't and Oppo's you afraid of divine retribution? Chapter 49. Let the performance begin. At this moment, as Su Chen and Oppo's inquiry resonated in the air, before Elder Qin could utter a word, Yi Kai interjected, reprimanding, Enough, Su Chen. The facts are laid bare before you. How long do you intend to persist in this farce? Farce. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, asking with indifference, Do I not have the right to question? Question? Yi Kai replied coldly, Elder Qin is a titan in the antique realm. His appraisals have never been erroneous. What qualifications do you, a mere playboy, possess to challenge him? A murmur rippled through the crowd. Many familiar with Su Chen's reputation could not help but whisper amongst themselves. Clearly, in their eyes, Su Chen was behaving like a rogue. The esteemed Elder Qin had personally verified the authenticity, yet Su Chen still dared to question. Was this not the very definition of audacity? Su Chun understood that to shift the tide of public opinion, he needed to dismantle the invincible reputation of Elder Qin. Thus, recalling a sensational blunder from his past life in Nanjing South Guay Street, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Elder Qin's appraisals have never been wrong? Ye Kai, your assertion seems rather hasty. I find it hard to believe that such a flawless individual exists in this world. Saying, su gens obstinati, iki retorted coldly. Your disbelief stems from your narrow vision. You ought to investigate Elder Qin's credentials before making such reckless claims. Having anticipated this response, Su Chun promptly waved his hand. No need for inquiries. I prefer to see for myself. Here's what we'll do. I'll select an item from this street. And if Elder Qin can accurately appraise it, I shall concede. How's that sound? With this proclamation, Su Chun's words fell like a heavy stone into a tranquil pond, startling not only the onlookers, but also catching Ye Kai off guard. Without hesitation, he turned to Elder Qin and asked with a smile, Elder Qin, what do you think? Without a moment's pause, the confident Elder Qin replied, of course. There is no problem. Young friend, choose at will. If I cannot provide a definitive appraisal, I shall gouge out my own eyes and kick them to you like a ball. Excellent. Su Chun responded nonchalantly. Then let us commence. With that, Su Chun began to survey the various stalls around him. The crowd instinctively parted to clear a path for him. Soon, guided by memories from his previous life, he approached a middle-aged vendor with a trustworthy demeanor and picked up an aged Qianlong Tongbao coin, inquiring, how much for this copper coin? 1,000. The amiable vendor smiled. Su Chun immediately tossed the coin back, retorting, are you trying to swindle me? For 1,000, I could buy 1,000 pounds. Do you believe me? Realizing his scheme had been exposed, the vendor maintained his facade of sincerity, chuckling, hee hee, that's the price. Please don't joke with me, sir. Spare me the theatrics. I've been deceived by you people before, and it cost me dearly. Now, tell me, how much for this snuff bottle? As Su Chun lifted a snuff bottle crafted just last week, the vendor boldly declared 3,000. Damn! Su Chun exclaimed, flinging the bottle back at the vendor and scolding. You antique sellers are truly unscrupulous. For such a trinket, you dare to ask 3,000? Then tell me, what is the price for this black cat? In response to Su Chun's query, the vendor, now visibly agitated, retorted 10,000. Not a penny less. Very well, 10,000 it is. Su Chun replied, turning to Yang Yingying with a smile. My dear, do you have 10,000 in cash? Yes, I do, startled by her sudden address. Yang Yingying hurriedly retrieved a bundle of crisp bills from her bag, her cheeks flushing deeply as she handed them to Su Chun. Seeing this, Su Chun felt a surge of joy. He promptly placed the 10,000 in front of the vendor, stating, a fair exchange. No issues, correct? Of course, no issues. The vendor, fearing Su Chun might reconsider, hurriedly pocketed the money and handed over the battered iron cat he had acquired from a peasant for 200. However, Su Chun did not accept it. Instead, he called out to Elder Qin, old man, come and examine this item. Can you appraise it accurately? With that, all eyes converged on the black cat Su Chun had purchased. Most spectators initially perceived him as a fool with too much money, for from any angle, it appeared to be merely a cast iron object, worth at most a few dozen dollars. Yet, Elder Qin, a true master of antiques, could not help but express intrigue as he observed it. Quite interesting. Without hesitation, he approached the stall, crouching down to meticulously examine the cat's vibrant green eyes. As this unfolded, many faces in the crowd turned grave, particularly the vendor who had sold the cat, who nervously asked, Elder Qin, I can't possibly have misjudged it. Can I? Elder Qin, with a solemn expression, replied, Brother, I fear you may face a considerable loss. If I am not mistaken, those eyes are genuine imperial green. Its market value could easily exceed $1 million. At this revelation, the vendor and Appo's face paled dramatically. He hastily crouched down to scrutinize the cat and Appo's eyes, then slapped himself twice in disbelief, exclaiming, Indeed, it truly is imperial green. Master Su, what a brilliant maneuver. Indeed, the vendor, despite his previous naivety, now comprehended that Su Chun's earlier inquiries were merely a prelude to his true objective centered on the cat. At this moment, Su Chun revealed nothing, merely smiling at Elder Qin as he inquired, Elder, How would you estimate the value of this cat? If your estimation does not exceed a 20% margin of error, I shall concede. A collective gasp filled the air as the majority present deemed Su Chen utterly mad for proposing such a lenient condition. After all, a 20% variance could be easily navigated, even by an amateur. Elder Qin, shocked by Su Chen's audacity, raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Indeed. Should 20% prove insufficient, I can extend it to 30. Su Chen replied with a playful grin. It is said that pride is akin to a tree's bark. Elder Qin, being a top expert in the antique field, found himself incensed by Su Chen's provocation and declared, no need for that. If my estimation exceeds 10%, it shall be counted as my loss. Very well. Su Chen smirked, recognizing Elder Qin's unwillingness to back down. Then let the performance commence. Chapter 50. Is it possible to give face and yet be faceless? With the conclusion of Su Chen and Amp, Oppo's words, all eyes in the room were drawn to Elder Qin. After all, the realm of antiques and collectibles is fundamentally a vast arena of profit. In this trade, the primary concern for everyone is the value of their trinkets. Thus, the true measure of an expert's prowess is not the accuracy of their appraisals, but rather whether the prices they announce are acknowledged by others. As a seasoned expert in this field, Elder Qin was acutely aware of its unspoken rules. Upon witnessing Su Chen and Oppo's ostentatious display, he smirked and said, very well. Since you wish to test my expertise, I shall oblige. The eyes of this black cat are crafted from imperial green jade. However, due to their diminutive size, they can only be fashioned into delicate jewelry, which inevitably limits their worth. I estimate these two jade eyes could be fashioned into a pair of earrings, valued at approximately 1.8 million. Does anyone concur? Upon hearing Elder Qin and Oppo's appraisal, several merchants in the jewelry and jade industry could not help but nod in agreement. Some even stood forth, sincerely inquiring, young Master Su, congratulations on your fortunate find. Would you consider selling these jade eyes for 1.8 million? In response to the merchant's inquiry, Su Chen gently shook his head. I shall not sell them individually. The merchant, assuming Su Chen intended to raise the price, frowned and replied, young Master Su, Elder Qin and Amp, Oppo's offer is already at the pinnacle of the industry. Any increase would be a mere fluctuation of a few thousand. If you doubt this, feel free to consult the market. Understanding the merchant's misunderstanding, Su Chen chuckled. You misinterpret my intention. I'm not disputing the 1.8 million valuation. Rather, I wish to sell the entire piece as a whole. I sought Elder Qin's appraisal for the complete collection. Might I inquire, Elder Qin, for an overall price? Upon hearing Su Chen's request for an overall price, a hint of mockery flickered across Elder Qin's face. He perceived Su Chen's inquiry as an attempt to ensnare him, deliberately including the black cat to provoke a misjudgment. Thus, with a sardonic tone, Elder Qin remarked, it seems young Master Su believes he has uncovered a great treasure and is still unsatisfied, thinking he can strike it rich. In that case, allow me to provide you with a comprehensive valuation, but do not take offense at the figure. Speak freely. I can handle it. Su Chen responded with a smile. Very well. My overall quotation stands at 799,800 yuan. With this announcement, an uproar ensued in the room. Observing the commotion, Yi Kai chimed in with a grin. Elder Qin, why is it still 200 short? Alas, young Master Su insisted on selling the whole, and one must account for the labor cost of 200. No? Elder Qin replied with a playful smirk. Laughter erupted among the audience, who perceived Su Chen's actions as a sincere invitation for humiliation. To find 2 imperial green gems was already a stroke of luck. To expect that dilapidated black cat to be valued as treasure was pure folly. Su Chen, do you concede now? At that moment, Yi Kai, observing the ridicule directed at Su Chen, posed the question with a bemused expression. However, Su Chen exhibited no signs of anxiety. Instead, he calmly retorted, are you certain? The atmosphere fell silent at Su Chen's mere 5 words. Confusion spread as everyone wondered how he could remain so composed under the circumstances. As they pondered, Su Chen pressed, I ask again, are you certain? Absolutely certain. Elder Qin replied, his tone stern. This entire item is worth that price. Very well. Then let me show you just how blind your eyes truly are. With that declaration, Su Chan squatted before the tattered, rusted black cat and began to scrape the rust from its surface with a key. This unexpected action left many onlookers puzzled. Elder Qin, unable to suppress his laughter, taunted, "What? Young Master Su believes there is something hidden within that black cat. Let me assure you, it is a solid cat, as real as your own heart." The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Yang Ying, standing nearby, felt a pang of distress and urged Mr. Su, "Perhaps it would be best to let it go. If it's 30 million, then let it be 30 million. Just settle with them." Settle? Nonsense. They are merely preying upon your naivety. I shall stand up for all women and expose the hypocrisy of these individuals. As Su Chun continued his performance, Yi Kai, growing impatient, snapped, "How long do you intend to drag out this farce? Do you think everyone has the luxury of time to indulge your antics? Now I ask you, who will compensate for this amount? You or this woman?" As Yi Kai and Amp, Appo's words echoed, his subordinates moved to encircle Su Chun. But just as they approached, Su Chun stood up lazily and remarked, "You bring in a blind accomplice to deceive us. How can we possibly compensate? Would 20 suffice? Do you think that's excessive?" Still defiant, "Are you? You young fool. Do you think I lack patience?" At that moment, Elder Qin's irritation flared. He, too, had a reputation to uphold, and being questioned so publicly in the bustling streets of Nan City was intolerable. Yet to Elder Qin and Amp, Appo's astonishment, the moment he spoke, Su Chun and Amp, Appo's voice boomed even louder. "You, old man, are clearly advancing in years. I have given you repeated chances to admit your mistake, yet you remain obstinate. Since you have chosen this path, open your eyes wide and witness just how blind you truly are." With that, Su Chun stepped aside, allowing a glimmer of golden light to emanate from the black cat's nose. Chapter 51. True gold fears no fire. Could this possibly be gold? At that moment, as the crowd witnessed a glimmer of golden light emanating from the tip of the black cat and Appo's nose, some knowledgeable individuals could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, their voices were swiftly silenced by Elder Qin and Appo's scolding. "No, it cannot be gold. It must be some other substance. It is absolutely impossible for it to be gold." Upon hearing Elder Qin's frantic rebuttal, the expressions of those present turned to one of pity. The reason for this was clear. Even the most naive could discern that if the cat's body was crafted from gold, then Elder Qin would face a significant embarrassment today. After all, the price of gold is quite substantial, and that cat weighed at least 10 kilograms. Su Chun, too, understood Elder Qin's reluctance to concede. Therefore, he did not grant him an ounce of dignity and directly asked, "Since you insist it is not gold, then please enlighten me. What metal could possibly match the imperial green of its eyes?" Faced with Su Chun and Appo's inquiry, Elder Qin found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. For he, too, had discerned that the exposed cat's nose was indeed made of gold. Yet, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "That is merely a tiny amount. It does not prove that my valuation was incorrect. After all, you claimed there was a 30% margin of error." As Elder Qin uttered these shameless words, the crowd gazed at him with disdain. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Elder Qin's character would be so lacking. Unwilling to accept his loss, Su Chun had long anticipated that Elder Qin would not concede easily. Thus, upon seeing his obstinacy, Su Chun intriguingly remarked, "All right, since you are still not convinced, let me clarify this for you." With that, Su Chun single-handedly lifted the black cat and walked towards the central fire pit of Guajia in South City. The onlookers watched as Su Chun placed the black cat on the fire pit's platform, allowing the flames to scorch it. Uncertain of Su Chun's intentions, Yang Ying could not help but ask, "Mr. Su, what are you doing with that cat over the fire?" True gold fears no fire. Whether it is gold or scrap iron will be evident. With these words, the atmosphere surged to an exhilarating climax. Countless gazes converged upon the black cat atop the fire pit. Within mere minutes, the once pitch-black cat was scorched to a brilliant red. Its imperial green eyes, illuminated by the flames, emitted an eerie glow that sent shivers down the spine. However, to the crowd's bewilderment, the cat retained its dark form and did not exhibit the golden sheen seen at its nose. This led many to question whether Su Chun was indeed making a grave error. Similarly, Elder Qin believed that Su Chun had indeed overstepped his bounds. Feeling emboldened, Elder Qin laughed heartily. "Young Su, it seems I am still the superior one. You need to practice more." "Oh, really?" Upon hearing this, Su Qin merely smiled coldly. "Then I suggest you open your eyes wide and see what this is." With that, Su Qin picked up an iron rod from a nearby stall and struck the black cat with it. In the next moment, the layer of dark rust clinging to the cat began to fall away, revealing a dazzling golden cat beneath. "My heavens, it is truly made of pure gold. This is an astonishing discovery. Oh dear, I bought it for 10,000, and now it's worth at least 700,000. What a remarkable profit. I wanted to buy this cat too. The vendor offered it to me for 3,000, but I thought he was trying to scam me. Now, it seems he was genuinely honest." As the crowd grew increasingly envious of Su Chen's fortune, the vendor who had sold the cat could not help but weep. He had never imagined that a seemingly shabby black cat held such hidden treasures. Yet, despite the overwhelming regret, the vendor had no intention of reclaiming the money. In the world of antiques, it is understood that once a deal is made, both parties must accept the outcome. Whether one profits or misjudges, one must accept their fate. Thus, the vendor's focus shifted to Elder Qin, eager to see how this esteemed expert, known for his infallibility, would explain the situation. Similarly, not only the vendor's gaze was fixed upon Elder Qin, the surrounding onlookers also regarded him with a mix of curiosity and amusement. After a long silence, knowing he could not escape this predicament, Elder Qin was compelled to concede, "I apologize, everyone. I did not anticipate that someone would sell a golden cat. So I have inadvertently made a fool of myself. I, Qin Sanghai, bow an apology to you all." As Elder Qin began to bow in contrition, those who had initially gathered to witness his embarrassment began to retract their amusement. Instead, they found Elder Qin to be a true man, willing to take responsibility for his words. However, only Su Chun understood that this old fellow was merely using a tactical retreat to regain composure. Therefore, to completely strip away Elder Qin's hypocritical facade, Su Chun calmly inquired, "Since you have admitted defeat, may I then assert that the yuan blue and white porcelain is counterfeit? That should pose no issue, correct?" Upon hearing Su Chun and Amp, Oppo's words, Elder Qin and Amp, Oppo's countenance hardened as he responded, "A is A, and B is B. I admit I lost in our duel, but that does not imply that the yuan blue and white porcelain is also fake. Please understand this distinction." Upon hearing Elder Qin and Amp, Oppo's declaration, the crowd and Amp, Oppo's expressions grew increasingly peculiar. Conversely, Ye Kai seemed to regain his vigor, laughing heartily. "Indeed, Su Chun, you must understand that the golden cat and the yuan blue and white porcelain are not the same item. Your treasure might have gain value, but that does not mean my Yi family's item is counterfeit. Therefore, you still owe us compensation." Hearing that they were still expected to pay, young Ying and Amp, Oppo's expression turned grim as she asked, "Mr. Su, what should we do now?" In response to her inquiry, Su Chun remained unperturbed. "It is simple. If someone is sincerely seeking their demise, we shall bury them." After uttering these words, Su Chun nonchalantly approached the remnants of the yuan blue and white porcelain. He picked up a shard and smiled at Elder Qin, saying, "I shall give you one last chance. Kneel and admit your mistake, and I may grant you a path of retreat. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face the consequences of your earlier statements." Upon hearing Su Chen's cold words, Elder Qin felt a flicker of panic within. Yet, recalling that this batch of blue and white porcelain was merely a high-quality imitation, painstakingly crafted from Yuan dynasty fragments, he gritted his teeth and declared, "What is true is true. Even if you were to present it at an auction, it is genuine. There is no need for you to bluff here." "Very well. Since you are sincerely courting disaster, allow me to ask you, how many years has it been since the Yuan dynasty?" Elder Qin gritted his teeth and replied, "Over 700 years. "Good. Then tell me, why does this so-called yuan blue and white porcelain have the scent of hydrofluoric acid?" Chapter 52. Be cautious, for the night is dark and slippery. Hydrofluoric acid is a clear, colorless, fuming liquid that emits a pungent odor. Its corrosive properties enable it to erode metals, glass, and silica-containing objects, making it a common choice in the antique trade for aging materials. However, the process of acid etching is easily detectable, resulting in the aged materials typically being of inferior quality. The situation is quite different when it comes to counterfeit Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, as the raw materials consist of authentic Yuan-era fragments. With a mere refiring and aging process, combined with endorsements from experts, such pieces can be deemed genuine. Collectors of such antiques, often affluent, seldom purchase for aesthetic appreciation. Rather, their primary concern lies in market validation. If the market deems a piece authentic, then it is, indeed, authentic. To put it bluntly, had this Yuan porcelain not shattered here, but instead been taken overseas for gilding, it would have been accepted as genuine. However, Suchan would certainly not regard it as authentic for compensation. He intended to seize this opportunity to admonish the Yi family, reminding them that any ambitions they harbored regarding the woman he desired would not end favorably. Yi Kai and Elder Qin were caught off guard by Suchan's direct identification of the most significant flaw in the Yuan porcelain, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, as they fell silent, Suchan wore a disdainful smile, taunting, "Have you gone mute? Just a moment ago, you were so confident." He turned to Elder Qin, demanding now, "Tell me, what does this smell like?" Elder Qin's face turned ashen as he sought help from Yi Kai with his eyes. Yi Kai, realizing that persuading Suchan to pay up was implausible, adopted a stern demeanor and said, "Suchan, enough is enough. Everyone has their off days, don't they?" Upon hearing Yi Kai's attempt at reconciliation, Suchan slowly raised his gaze, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, and asked, "Are you admitting that this item is counterfeit?" Yi Kai, with a flicker of profound insight in his eyes, replied, "In the antique trade, there is no absolute distinction between genuine and counterfeit. What is recognized by the community is deemed genuine, while that which is not is considered a forgery. Therefore, Mr. Su, let's part ways here, as if nothing had transpired. Would that be agreeable?" "Ah, what if I say it is not?" Suchan ritorti coldly, passing Suchan amp appas, obstinacy. Yi Kai's tone turned icy. "Mr. Su, this is Guajia in Nancheng, a gathering place for all sorts of people. No one can guarantee that those here do not have criminal backgrounds. So, I advise you to think carefully." With Yi Kai's words echoing in the air, a dozen henchmen once again surrounded Suchan. Observing this, Suchan maintained an indifferent expression and remarked, "If you wish for me to relent, it is simple. This old fool is blind and has caused great harm. I shall take his eyes as recompense. After all, he had bested him." Boom! Upon hearing Suchan's intent to gouge out Elder Qin's eyes, Yi Kai's expression changed dramatically. Elder Qin was far too significant to the Yi family. Many fakes could only be sold at exorbitant prices with his endorsement. If his eyes were taken, it would be akin to severing an arm from the Yi family. Thus, Yi Kai firmly refused. "No way. Elder Qin is a guest of the Yi family. No one can harm him. What if I insist?" Suchan asked blandly. "Then you shall die." At that moment, Yi Kai could no longer restrain himself. He was eager to send Suchan to the operating room and have all his organs removed so that he could no longer pose a threat. However, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the larger the disappointment. Suchan was no longer the feeble figure he once was. He had transformed into a formidable cultivator of significant prowess. Therefore, upon hearing Yi Kai and Amp oppose as threats, he felt no fear, only amusement. "You wish to kill me? Do you think you're worthy?" Slap! The sound of a crisp slap resonated through the air, plunging the room in a stunned silence. Everyone stared at Suchan, incredulous that he dared to strike Yi Kai in Guajia. Yi Kai, equally astonished, could hardly contain his rage and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Seize him. I intend to make him suffer." With Yi Kai and Amp oppose as command given, the henchmen lunged towards Suchan. However, these thugs, most of whom were mere gym enthusiasts, could intimidate ordinary folk, but were far from a match for Suchan. Before they could close in, Suchan dispatched them effortlessly, sending them flying with a single kick each. Witnessing this, The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, particularly Yi Kai, who could not help but exclaim, "Why, you are a martial artist?" "Correct. Here, as a reward for your answer," Su Chen replied, swiftly reappearing before Yi Kai and delivering a hard slap across his face. A fitting retribution for his insolence. Just as Su Chen approached Elder Qin, intending to carry out his grim task, a chilling voice interrupted from behind him. "Mr. Su, please spare him." "HM?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Chen instinctively turned to see the head of the Yi family, Yi Nantian, approaching. Maintaining a detached expression, Su Chen inquired, "Give me a reason." "The reason is that enemies should be reconciled rather than resolved through conflict. If you gouge out Elder Qin's eyes today, it would mean an unending feud with the Yi family. Do you truly believe it wise to offend us over such a trivial matter?" As Yi Nantian's indifferent words settled in the air, the atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Yang Yingying, experiencing such circumstances for the first time, nervously cautioned Mr. Su, "Do not act impulsively. The Yi family is not a minor one." Su Chen was well aware that the Yi family was formidable. Yet, he was no longer the Su Chen of old. He had endured the excruciating trials of refining his soul through medicinal means, all for the purpose of no longer being trampled upon. If he quietly withdrew today, who would ever regard him with respect again? After careful consideration, Su Chen firmly declared, "I value integrity above all. Elder Qin wagered his eyes against me, and thus I shall claim them. No one's words can sway me." Boom! At Su Chen's resolute declaration, Yi Nantian's expression darkened. "Are you truly willing to offend the Yi family over such a trivial matter? If you wish to make an enemy of me, I am not afraid." Su Chen replied coldly, enunciating each word with conviction. "Very well, Mr. Su, I appreciate your candor. Today, the Yi family concedes, but beware, the night is dark and slippery, so tread carefully." Chapter 53. What money, young master, get lost. "Father, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take people to eliminate that dog." Su Chen, upon returning to the Yi family, Yi Kai, who had never experienced such humiliation, was filled with rage and was heading toward the backyard. However, before he could take 2 steps, Yi Nantian sternly commanded, "Do not go." Rejected, Yi Kai turned around in indignation, bewildered as he exclaimed, "Father, Su Chen has humiliated our Yi family, and you remain so composed?" In response to Yi Kai and Oppo's inquiry, a chilling glint flickered in Yi Nantian and Oppo's eyes. "We must maintain our composure. Tonight, there is an auction at the Zhang family in Nanshan Guijia, which may attract formidable individuals from the realm of the in-class. I fear Su Chen's ostentatious behavior may be a ploy to lure out the snakes. After all, there are not many families in Hang City capable of manipulating such large affairs." This upon hearing Yi Nantian's words. The previously agitated Yi Kai could not help but gasp. He understood the hierarchy of the martial world, where the saying goes there are 9 classes, and before entering the first, all are but ants. Thus, he recognized the dire consequences of attracting the attention of an in-class powerhouse. Clenching his fists, he begrudgingly asked, "So we just let Su Chen off the hook?" "Of course not." Yinan Tian replied coldly. "Then, father, what do you mean?" Ye Kai intrigued. "I have information that many factions are eyeing the item being auctioned by the Zhang family tonight. After the auction, there will surely be a scramble for it. That will be our opportunity to act." With Yinan Tian's menacing words, a glimmer of cold determination shone in Yi Kai's eyes as he declared, "All right, I will ensure that Su Chen suffers and begs for mercy." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Zhang family auction, Yang Yingying, awaiting her turn to enter, anxiously asked Mr. Su, "Are you really sure you don't want my father to send someone to protect you?" With unwavering confidence, Su Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need. The Yi family cannot stir up any significant trouble." Indeed, Su Chen held a profound disdain for the 4 great families. In his eyes, had it not been to lure out those who wished to exploit him, he would have already swept the Jiang family aside. He would not allow any members of the Jiang family to prance about before him. However, upon hearing Su Chen and Oppo's dismissal, Yang Yingying instinctively wanted to say more. Yet, before she could utter a word, A sarcastic voice interrupted. "Oh, Su-chun, have you changed girlfriends again?" Both Su-chun and Yang Ying turned instinctively toward the source of the voice. At a mere glance, Su-chan's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't anticipated encountering Jiang Yuner here. Thus, Su-chun, who was never one to be outdone, retorted, "Haven't you changed men too? Why should I not throw caution to the wind?" You Jiang Yuner, caught off guard by Su-chun and Appo's accusation, exclaimed angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I change men? Come now, we are all adults, and we exist within the same circles. Why conceal the truth?" Su-chun replied with a playful grin. Jiang Yuner found herself at a loss for words, as she was accustomed to overpowering others with her domineering demeanor. She had never encountered a verbal sparring match like this. Sensing the man beside her growing increasingly displeased, she hurriedly explained, "Qian Xiao, he is slandering me. You know I was untouched when I was with you." "I know." The young man, Qian Yu, nodded with an air of superiority. His demeanor piqued Su-chun's curiosity. After all, while Jiang Yuner might not be his cup of tea, Su-chun recognized her as a true heiress of a prestigious family. Such a woman was typically beyond the reach of ordinary men. As Su-chun pondered the identity of this Qian Yu, he suddenly spoke, "Slap yourself." "Huh?" Su-chun, taken aback, pointed at himself as he slowly asked, "You want me to slap myself?" "Indeed, anyone who insults my woman deserves to be punished," Qian Yu said coldly, enunciating each word deliberately. Upon hearing this, Su-chun couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. He finally understood the saying that birds of a feather flock together. He had initially thought Jiang Yuner was arrogant, yet her boyfriend proved to be even more insufferable. Damn it. Su-chun narrowed his eyes and countered, "What if I refuse? Then I'll have to end you right here." With that, a middle-aged man standing behind Qian Yu approached Su-chun with a grim expression. With a single glance, Su-chun recognized him as a master-level expert, which sparked his intrigue about Qian Yu's true identity. After all, it was uncommon for someone to have a master as a bodyguard. As he contemplated this, the bodyguard stepped forward and addressed Su-chun earnestly. "Su-chun, I have ties with Wang Pingyang. I advise you to heed young Master Qian's words and avoid provoking him." Young Master Qian. Upon hearing this name, Yang Ying gasped in surprise. Noticing her reaction, Su-chun asked indifferently, "So, this young Master Qian is quite formidable?" "He is the second son of the Qian family, one of the 4 great families in Hang City." Yang Ying replied earnestly. "Oh." Realizing that Qian Yu belonged to one of the 4 great families, Su-chun's regard for him diminished somewhat. It seemed that Yang Ying sensed Su-chun's thoughts, as she hastily warned Mr. Su, "My father has told me that among the 4 great families, the Zhang and Qian families are significantly more powerful than the Yi and Jiang families. They are not to be trifled with." "Oh." Su-chun raised an eyebrow at Yang Ying's additional commentary. He was aware of Yang Tianqi, a man of considerable cunning and capability. Anything or anyone he esteemed was undoubtedly exceptional. Thus, Su-chun realized that he might not fully grasp the intricacies of the 4 great families. At least, prior to his encounter with Qian Yu, he had never considered that even the second son of a family could afford a master-level bodyguard. But as the saying goes, the brave are bold. Leaving aside the fact that Su-chun was about to utilize Yang Tianqi's medicinal materials to elevate his cultivation to the 2nd level, he already possessed first-class strength, which was sufficient to look down upon numerous aristocratic heirs. Therefore, when he noticed Qian Yu and his entourage gazing at him with amusement, Su-chun coolly declared, "What a ridiculous young Master Qian. What are you pretending for in my presence? Get lost." Chapter 54. Who among us does not yearn for spring? Boom. The seemingly innocuous words spoken by Su-chun were akin to a heavy bomb being dropped into a tranquil lake. Almost instantaneously, they rendered everyone speechless. After a prolonged silence, it was Qian Yu, with a grim expression, who finally uttered, "This fool must be eliminated." Upon hearing Qian Yu's words, many in attendance cast sympathetic glances toward Su-chun, convinced that he was merely posturing, completely oblivious to who truly held power. Similarly, the Master Guardian, incensed by Su-chun and Appo's audacity, coldly remarked, "Su-chun, I extend to you a chance for repentance, considering you are a disciple of Wang Pingyang. Yet, your lack of humility is disheartening. Very well, I shall send you on your way." As he spoke, the Master Guardian, known by his real name Pei Jin, prepared to strike Su Chun with a lethal blow. However, at that very moment, a chilling voice interjected. "The lady has decreed that no violence is permitted within the Zhang family's territory, or will result in death." With this proclamation, the attention of everyone in the room immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Even Su Chun found his pupils constricting in surprise, for he realized the speaker was a formidable first-tier warrior. This revelation led Su Chun to fully believe in Yang Yingying and Amp Appo's assertion regarding the Zhang family and Amp Appo's extraordinary stature. With a member of the Zhang family intervening, Pei Jin hesitated and turned a serious gaze toward Qianyu, silently inquiring what course of action to take. Qianyu, taken aback by the unexpected interference from the Zhang family, quickly asserted, "I am Qianyu of the Qian family. This insolent youth requires a lesson. I request the Zhang family to allow us some leniency." As Qianyu proclaimed his lineage, many spectators believed Su Chun and Appo's fate was sealed, considering both the Qian and Zhang families were among the four prominent clans of Hangcheng. Yet, to everyone in Amp Appo's astonishment, the Zhang family and Amp Appo's reply was chillingly indifferent. "The lady has spoken. It is not permitted. Leave." Upon hearing such a humiliating retort, Qianyu's face darkened to an extreme. He yearned to voice his grievances, but the weight of the Zhang family's influence stifled his anger. Instead, he cast a menacing glare at Su Chun and growled, "You wretched thing, await your retribution." In response to Qianyu's impotent threats, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in Su Chen's eyes as he scoffed, "I shall eagerly anticipate your revenge." With that, Su Chun disregarded Qianyu and Jiang Yuner, confidently leading Yang Yingying into the auction hall. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was meticulously recorded by surveillance. At that moment, in an opulently decorated office, a striking woman with alluring long legs observed Su Chun on the monitor with a smile. She then inquired Uncle Wu, "What do you suppose gives this Su Chun the audacity to disregard the Qian family?" In response to her query, a middle-aged man, resembling a statue beside her, slowly replied, "I cannot fathom his depths." "Oh." The woman, named Zhang Zi, appeared intrigued and pressed. "What do you mean by that?" "He exudes a dangerous aura that I cannot quite comprehend," Uncle Wu replied solemnly. "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi's expression shifted dramatically. "He poses a danger to you? Surely. You don't know. If this youth survives today, you might wish to meet him. After all, your ailment." Uncle Wu trailed off, but the implication was clear, revealing to Zhang Zi that Su Chun might possess the capability to heal her. As the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Zi understood the implications of his words. Surprised, she narrowed her eyes and declared, "To receive such high praise, I am indeed curious to meet him." With that, Zhang Zi rose and donned a bunny girl outfit, cheerfully striding toward the private box occupied by Su Chun and Yang Yingying. As the foremost family in Hangcheng, the Zhang family's power and resources far surpassed those of the other three clans. Consequently, despite Yang Tianqi's efforts to shield his daughter, they could not escape the Zhang family's scrutiny. Thus, when Yang Yingying and Su Chun entered the auction hall, a staff member promptly approached them, saying, "Miss Yang, Mr. Su, there's a private box reserved for you. Please follow me." Hearing this, Yang Yingying hesitated, instinctively glancing at Su Chun. Su Chun perceived no issue with the Zhang family's arrangements and readily agreed. "Going to the box sounds splendid. It spares me the jealousy of watching you." Suddenly, Yang Yingying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson at Su Chen's words. She playfully reproached, "Mr. Su, you are teasing me again." "Not at all. You are so kind, virtuous, and beautiful. I admire you immensely. How could I possibly jest?" Su Chun replied earnestly. "You, Yang Yingying and Appo's face turned beet red at his sincere compliments. After all, who among young women does not harbor romantic aspirations? Who among them does not dream of a towering figure as a future husband? And Su Chun, with his striking looks and myriad talents, was simply irresistible. Consequently, at a loss for words, Yang Yingying chose to link her arm with Su Chun and Appo's, bashfully exclaiming, "Oh, how embarrassing. I'm not nearly as wonderful as you say." Seeing Yang Yingying take the initiative to link arms with him, Su Chun and Appo's smile blossomed even brighter. He leaned closer to her ear, grinning mischievously, and whispered, "Once we reach the box, I shall reveal to you what makes you so special." With that, Su Chun led Yang Yingying toward the box. However, upon reaching the entrance, his heartbeat skipped a beat as his gaze was captivated by a pair of stunningly long legs, approximately 1.30 meters in length. Even Yang Yingying was momentarily stunned by the enchanting appearance of the bunny girl standing at the entrance. As both Su Chun and Yang Yingying were mesmerized by Zhang Zi and Appo's alluring figure, the staff member who had guided them smiled and introduced, "Miss Yang, Master Su. This is your exclusive guide for the box. You may call her Zhang Zi." Chapter 55. Do you think you can compete with me? I'll outplay you. At this moment, as the guide's words fell, Zhang Zi approached with a bright smile, cheerfully inquiring, "Miss Yang, young Master Su, good evening. I am Zhang Zi, your personal guide for tonight's auction. Is there anything in particular that piques your interest?" In response to Zhang Zi's question, Su Chun snapped back to reality and, somewhat astonished, asked, "Is there a guide like you for every private room?" "Certainly not. I am a premier guide, and with Mr. Yang and Appo's esteemed status, the Zhang family would not dare to be negligent." Hearing Zhang Zi's response, Su Chun nodded slowly, acknowledging the validity of her statement. Otherwise, if every room had a beauty of such caliber, he could hardly fathom the magnitude of the Zhang family's influence. Conversely, upon hearing Zhang Zi's words, Yang Yingying immediately clarified, "I am merely here to enjoy the evening with Mr. Su. My father has no connection to this. Therefore, regarding the guide, let's forego that, shall we?" With Yang Yingying's declaration, both Su Chun and Zhang Zi understood her underlying meaning. It was simply that with Yang Tianxi's high position, he attracted many eyes, and she wished to avoid unwarranted speculation. Thus, Zhang Zi, who had already made arrangements, first presented a sweet smile, bowing to Yang Yingying and Su Chun before departing. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when a formidable figure emerged from the end of the corridor, stating calmly, "Miss, there is an order. Mr. Su is an esteemed guest. Please continue to attend to him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi turned back slowly, feigning embarrassment as she looked at Su Chun and Yang Yingying. Su Chun was clearly taken aback by the Zhang family's regard for him. It filled him with a sense of pride as he said, "Very well. Since Ms. Zhang insists, let us proceed into the room. As the saying goes, professional matters should be left to the professionals." Although Zhang Zi came to serve Su Chun and Yang Yingying with an air of scrutiny, her professional demeanor was impeccable. At this moment, as the auction officially commenced, Zhang Zi accurately began to introduce the items. "Young Master Su, Miss Yang, the first item up for bidding today is Tang Yin Zinc of Leisure. Are you interested?" Upon hearing that the first item was such a magnificent piece, even Su Chun was somewhat astonished by the Zhang family and Appo's stature. However, being naturally indifferent to calligraphy and literature, Su Chun was not particularly interested. Just as he was about to decline, Yang Yingying timidly asked, "Mr. Su, how much do you think Tang Bohu and Appo's Appo's Ink of Leisure and Appo's would fetch?" Su Chun was initially taken aback by Yang Yingying's inquiry, but soon realized that as a refined young lady, she must have an appreciation for poetry and art. With this in mind, he confidently stated, "No matter the price, if you like it, I shall buy it for you." After saying this, Su Chun turned to Zhang Zi and said, "Please place a bid." Zhang Zi nodded with a smile and began to quote the price. However, calligraphy has always been a hard currency in the antiques market, and within just a few rounds, the price soared past 100 million. This left Yang Yingying, having never witnessed such scenes, feeling rather anxious. "Mr. Su, perhaps we should stop? It's too expensive. You can spend as much as you wish. I care not." As he said this, Su Chun gestured to Zhang Zi, quote, 300 million. Boom. Upon hearing Su Chun's bid, even Zhang Zi was momentarily stunned. Unable to hold back, She remarked, "Mr. Su, the painting is valued at around 200 million. Are you sure about that bid?" "Never mind, just quote what I said." Su Chen smiled as he waved his hand. Seeing Su Chen was serious, Zhang Zi, though puzzled, complied and quoted 300 million directly. Boom! As the figure of 300 million was announced, silence enveloped the auction venue. All eyes turned towards the private room, where Su Chen and his companions sat. The host, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "The esteemed guest in box 1 has bid 300 million. Is there anyone willing to bid further?" Silence. An eerie stillness followed Su Chen and Oppo's bid, as no one dared to increase their offer. The true market value of Tang Bohu and Oppo's Inc. of Leisure and Oppo's was less than 200 million, and with Su Chen's inflated bid, no one was foolish enough to take the plunge. Yet, as the saying goes, surprises abound. Just as the host prepared to bring down the gavel, a cold voice emerged from box 2. "Wait, I bid 300 million and won." With this declaration, excitement surged through the audience. Those who have attended auctions relish a competitive atmosphere, as such scenarios often lead to bids exceeding the item's actual worth. Zhang Zi did not expect that the first auction she assisted Su Chen with would lead to such a situation. Furrowing her brow, she could not help but ask Mr. Su, "A bidding war has begun. Will you continue?" "Of course," Su Chen replied without hesitation. However, Zhang Zi's expression grew serious as she cautioned, "But that bidder is the second young master of the Qian family." "And what of it?" "Continue bidding, 400 million. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi assumed Su Chen was strategizing against Qian Yu, so she promptly declared, "Mr. Su bids 400 million. Boom! The announcement of 400 million sent the crowd into a frenzy. Even Qian Yu, upon hearing Su Chen and Oppo's bid, was somewhat taken aback, seemingly not anticipating that Su Chen would dare to engage. He immediately sneered, "Then 400 million and won." Hearing Qian Yu's offer, his guide promptly donned a professional smile and announced, "Young Master Qian bids 400 million and won." "Mr. Su," Zhang Zi instinctively wanted to ask if Su Chen would continue, but before she could utter her question, she saw Su Chen rise from his seat, striding to the balcony, and shouted furiously, "Hey Qian, do you think you can challenge me?" Wow! Su Chen's unexpected outburst sent the atmosphere soaring to new heights. Yet Zhang Zi, from her vantage point, was puzzled, as it was clear to her that Su Chen was not genuinely enraged. It seemed intentional. This left Zhang Zi perplexed. What exactly did Su Chen intend to do? Similarly, Qian Yu was at a loss regarding Su Chen and Oppo's as planned, but he understood that as the second young master of the Qian family, he could not show weakness. He stepped onto the balcony, coldly stating, "You think you can compete with me? I'll outplay you. Watch closely. I'll show you who outplays whom. I bid 500 million. Do you dare to follow?" Chapter 56. You can end Oppo's catch a wolf without letting go of the child. 500 million and one. At this moment, as Su Chen and Oppo's boisterous declaration echoed in the air, Qian Yu, without a moment's hesitation, followed suit. After all, for someone of his affluent lineage, 500 million was but a mere drop in the ocean. In contrast, the two women in Su Chen and Oppo's private box were visibly unsettled. Zhang Zi remained relatively composed, faintly sensing Su Chen and Oppo's intentions. However, Yang Yingying was in a state of extreme anxiety and excitement. Upon witnessing Qian Yu take the plunge, she hurriedly approached Su Chen, clutching his sleeve with palpable tension. "Mr. Su, please don't add any more. It's too expensive." Indeed, there was no need for Mr. Su to engage in a bidding war with Qian Yu, a man who regarded hundreds of millions as mere trifles. Zhang Zi, unable to contain herself, also chimed in with a reminder. Su Chen was acutely aware that challenging Qian Yu was an unwise choice. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child. The primary reason Su Chen chose to be the first to make a move today was his covetous gaze fixed upon the second item up for auction, a rusty dagger. Su Chen recalled that in his previous life, this dagger was overlooked by many and subsequently acquired by individuals from the Sakura Nation. who then used it to eliminate numerous formidable practitioners from Yinxia. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Su Chun could not afford to let this divine weapon slip through his fingers. It was widely acknowledged that in an auction, the fear was not the rarity of the items, but rather the commonness of them. Therefore, to deter others from bidding against him, Su Chun needed to minimize the competition and utilize his limited resources to secure the rusty dagger. The most effective strategy, naturally, was to instigate conflict with others, thereby positioning himself as a fool in their eyes. Thus, with this plan in mind, upon hearing Yang Yingying's anxious words, Su Chun embraced her and earnestly assured her, "As long as you are pleased, what does it matter how much I spend? Rest assured, whether it's 10 billion or 20 billion, I shall secure it for you." Without waiting for Yang Yingying to respond, Su Chun pretended to be enraged and raised the bid. 600 million. 600 million and one. 700 million. 700 million and one. How dare you? 800 million. Are you bold enough to continue? Su Chun deliberately elevated his voice several octaves, adopting a posture that suggested he was out to ensnare someone. As expected, after Su Chun employed this tactic, Qianyu hesitated. After all, pride is a fragile thing. Money spent is one thing, but being made a fool of is quite another. Just as Qianyu was contemplating withdrawal and preparing to mock Su Chun, Jiang Yuner suddenly interjected, "Brother, you do not give up?" "Huh?" Qianyu, caught off guard by Jiang Yuner's words, inquired, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting we continue at 800 million? What if Su Chun, that worthless fool, decides to drop out? Wouldn't that make me look like a complete idiot? He will not back out." Jiang Yuner asserted confidently. "Why?" Qianyu queried, perplexed by her certainty. "Because that fool Su Chun has brought a new girlfriend today. He surely wishes to show off." Jiang Yun and Amp, Oppos, explained. "If you don't continue now, he may spend a fortune, gain face, and attract a woman, while you, on the other hand, would lose face. Wouldn't that be a significant loss?" Hiss. Upon hearing Jiang Yun and Amp, Oppos, analysis, Qianyu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He then pondered gravely, "So what are you suggesting?" "My suggestion is simple. Let's raise the price by 1 billion. Jiang Yun and Oppos, replied with a mischievous smile. "Raise it by 1 billion? Qianyu raised an eyebrow at her proposition. "That is quite a leap. What if he decides to drop out then?" "He absolutely will not." Jiang Yuner insisted with unwavering conviction. "Consider this. You've pressured him for several rounds, and now he has finally pressured you. Do you think he would forego this opportunity to show off?" "Huh. If it were me, I would certainly continue for a couple more rounds." Qianyu chuckled, fully entertained by the idea. "Exactly. Let him relish the sensation of having the upper hand for a moment. Once it surpasses 10 billion, he will surely retreat, and then he will be the true fool. All right, let us proceed as you suggest." Qianyu, finding Jiang Yun and Amp, Oppos, reasoning sound, made his move without hesitation, declaring, "I bid 900 million. Su Chun, you worthless fool, do you dare to follow?" With Qianyu's sudden increase of 1 billion, the atmosphere in the room erupted into a flurry of astonished gasps. Some seasoned veterans of the business world began to sense the undercurrents of intrigue. Likewise, Zhang Zi in Su Chen's box recognized Qianyu's malicious intent and urgently cautioned, "Mr. Su, do not proceed. Qianyu seeks to ensnare you. I'm aware, yet I shall proceed." Su Chun stated bluntly, 900 million and one. "Why?" Witnessing Su Chun actually raise the bid, Zhang Zi was utterly bewildered. "If you know Qianyu intends to deceive you, why continue?" "You shall see," Su Chun replied enigmatically, a playful smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his smile, Zhang Zi suddenly seemed to grasp something, exclaiming, "Are you orchestrating a trap?" "Shill." Su Chun silenced her with a finger to his lips, then feigned arrogance as he laughed. "Qianyu, I recently made a fortune in virtual currency. You think you can compete with me? 10 billion. Without a moment's thought, Qianyu blurted out his psychological limit upon hearing Su Chun and Oppos' audacious claim. Likewise, Su Chun, upon hearing this price, hesitated not at all and raised it again by 1. To perfect the ruse, he even added a particularly audacious line. "Qianyu, I've told you, if you wish to contend with me, you're still too inexperienced. Let us see how much you can muster." At this moment, completely oblivious to the scheme unfolding around him, Qianyu coldly retorted, Su Chun, our family is wealthy. But I'm not a fool. 10 billion for a worthless piece of art? That is something I would never do. As Qianyu's laughter rang out, many onlookers could not help but join in, convinced of his reasoning. After all, 10 billion and one for a piece of art that could neither be consumed nor utilized? Who would be foolish enough to do such a thing? Little did they know, at that moment, Su Chun was not in the frenzy they imagined. Instead, he sat on the sofa casually, munching on grapes while feigning a wild outburst. Qianyu, are you trying to trick me? You're the fool. And so what if you are? Unbeknownst to him, Qianyu, still in the dark, chuckled derisively. Just you wait. I will raise the next item by 3 billion. If you dare continue bidding. Host, hurry up and present the next item. Chapter 57. If you're willing to invest, Isu may yet save you. The atmosphere was electrifying as Su Chun, undeterred and resolute, faced the crowd. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, urged the host to proceed. The host, taken aback by the unexpected fervor of the auction, realized the potential for substantial commissions. Responding swiftly to Su Chun's remarks, the host pointed to a velvet box presented by the attendant, declaring, the second auction item is a rusted dagger. Gasps filled the room as the audience absorbed the revelation. The appearance of such an item at the Zhang family auction was indeed surprising. Curiosity sparked, and someone inquired, what is so special about this dagger? Well, its blade is sharp, does that count? The host replied playfully. However, this whimsical answer fell flat, and the host quickly adopted a serious tone, stating, this dagger is merely consigned by a local oddity. We have yet to ascertain its origins or who may have wielded it. What is certain is that this weapon is capable of cutting hair or even taking lives without bloodshed. For those who appreciate cold weapons, it may be worth bidding against young Master Su. Silence enveloped the room as the host initiated bidding for the second item. The atmosphere became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After all, a sharp dagger of unknown provenance could intrigue collectors. Yet, should the price soar to 300 million, none would wish to be the fool. Even Qianyu could not resist mocking. Su Chun, you truly are foolish. Spending 300 million on a mere broken dagger. Are you feeling anxious now? In response, Su Chun, desperate to deter others from competing for the treasure, cried out in feigned distress, Qianyu, Arn and Amp, Oppos, to you so impressive? Make a bid if you dare. Whoever bids is the fool. Host, please drop the gavel. No one here will bid on this. Qianyu, with a smirk, urged the host along. Echoing his sentiment, the spectators clamored for the host to hasten the proceedings. Indeed, drop the gavel. Let an Oppos. Let's move on to the third item. We live in an age of firearms. Who needs a dagger? Seeing the lack of further bids, the host felt a twinge of resignation. Yet, the thought of selling a broken dagger for 300 million spurred her resolve, and she decisively struck the gavel. Well, the second item belongs to Mr. Su. Now let us begin the bidding for the third item. In that moment, as the host confirmed Su Chun as the owner of the second item, he exhaled in relief. His demeanor did not escape the notice of the others. Zhang Zi, eager to uncover the truth behind the dagger, could not contain herself. Mr. Su, do you know what that dagger truly is? Of course. Otherwise, why would I bid on it? Su Chun replied with a smile. Could you enlighten me about its nature? Zhang Zi inquired, her expression turning serious. To her, Su Chun and Oppos' determination to acquire the item suggested its extraordinary significance. However, Zhang Zi momentarily forgot her position as a sales assistant. Her sudden question caused Su Chun to furrow his brow. Why do you ask? Realizing her misstep, Zhang Zi lowered her gaze and fabricated a half-truth. The Zhang family has rules. Anything that cannot be identified by them allows for a request to be made. I suffer from a rare illness and hope the Zhang family could assist me in treatment. Oh, Su Chun and Oppos' interest piqued as he scrutinized Zhang Zi. He nodded gravely. Indeed, it is quite a rare condition. It is a miracle you are alive today. Zhang Zi's heart trembled at his words. Mr. Su, can you discern what ailment I suffer from? If I am not mistaken, you must be suffering from the ghost infant condition, Su Chun replied earnestly. Before Zhang Zi could respond, Yang Yingying, hearing this term for the first time, Interjected Mr. Su. What does an amp, oppos, ghost infant and amp, oppos mean? Without hesitation, Su Chun elucidated, as the saying goes. A child is born after 10 months of gestation. Yet, life is unpredictable. Each day, children born prematurely enter our world. To survive, they must be at least 6 months old. However, exceptions exist. Some children, born just weeks short of 6 months, manage to live. Such individuals are referred to as ghost infants. I see. Young Ying nodded slowly. But this sister appears quite healthy. Not at all like she is ill. That is because someone has extended her life using 1,000-year-old ginseng. Su Chen remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Zi. Tell me, young lady, what does your family do? You seem quite affluent. Taken aback by Su Chen's perceptive observation, Zhang Zi's trust in him deepened significantly, though she refrained from revealing her true identity. Instead, she offered a benevolent fib. My family is actually a branch of the Zhang family, akin to a distant relative. Oh, that explains your prolonged vitality. Su Chen responded with feigned seriousness. He believed that her condition required not only wealth, but also resources, as only a prominent family could sustain her. Zhang Zi was acutely aware of her fortunate existence. She understood her delicate health. Her veins were too frail to support her body as she aged. As she grew taller, her body could no longer cope, and she faced the imminent threat of fatal vascular rupture. Reflecting on her grim fate, Zhang Zi sighed. Indeed, I have lived for quite a while, but I fear this time I may not escape. Not necessarily. If you are willing to invest, I, Su, may yet possess a method to save you. Chapter 58. My treatment method is quite unique. Would you like to try? Suddenly, upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Zi's heart trembled, unable to suppress her quivering voice. She asked, Mr. Su, you are not joking, are you? In response to her inquiry, Su Chen's demeanor turned profoundly serious as he stated, I do not jest regarding the life and death of my patients. That is my unwavering principle as a healer. However, my treatment method is somewhat unconventional, and it requires a considerable amount of time. If you wish to pursue this treatment, you must be mentally prepared. Not a problem. As long as it can cure my ailment, I am willing to accept whatever unique methods you may have. Zhang Zi exclaimed with palpable excitement. After all, this was the first time in her 25 years of life that someone claimed they could heal her condition. Thus, in her eyes, the nature of the method mattered little. She was eager to give it a try. Very well. Upon hearing Zhang Zi's consent, Su Chen exhibited no hesitation and straightforwardly stated, the root of your ailment lies in insufficient blood vessels to sustain your life. To treat it, I must employ my exclusive massage technique to expand and reinforce your meridians. Are you certain you can accept this method? Witnessing Su Chen and Appo's earnest demeanor as he reached out into the void, Zhang Zi felt her cheeks flush. Unable to contain her curiosity, she queried, Mr. Su, can you assure me that this method is effective? Place your hand in mine. In response to her skepticism, Su Chen extended his hand toward her. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Zi complied, recognizing that regardless of Su Chen's intentions, he had offered her hope. Even if it meant allowing him to touch her, she felt it was a small price to pay. However, Zhang Zi's thoughts were perhaps overly elaborate. Su Chen genuinely intended to treat her. He held a high regard for Zhang Zi and Appo's ability to search for medicinal herbs and sought her assistance in locating critical materials for his own advancement. Thus, when Zhang Zi placed her hand in his, Su Chen displayed no sinister intentions. Instead, he earnestly utilized his massage technique to channel the refined spiritual energy into her body. As this energy coursed through her, Zhang Zi instantly felt a tingling sensation in her fingers. She couldn't in Appo's. He helped but exclaim, my goodness, the nerves in my fingers are responding. Mr. Su, how did you achieve this? This is my massage technique. Su Chen replied with a smile. Would you like to experience the sensation in other areas? At this remark, Zhang Zi's cheeks flushed deeply. Lowering her head in extreme shyness, she replied, then I must trouble you. Mr. Su, not at all. It is but a small matter. As a healer, if I do not descend into the depths of hell, who will? Su Chen laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi observed the unspoken understanding in Su Chen's expression and chose not to confront it. Instead, she shyly lowered her head, biting her lip, and allowed him to continue her treatment. At this moment, the auction continued unabated, yet within Su Chen's private room, the atmosphere was imbued with a sense of budding romance. Su Chen's massage technique was indeed remarkable, yet Zhang Zi, being an innocent young woman, had never experienced such treatment from a man. Although she understood that Su Chen was helping her, the inexplicable embarrassment and the urge to excuse herself made her cheeks feel as if they might bleed. Just as Zhang Zi was on the verge of losing her composure, there was a sudden knock at the door of their private room, accompanied by a serious voice declaring, "Mr. Su, greetings. We are from the Zhang family, here to deliver the auction items." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi, unable to contain herself, immediately said, "Mr. Su, I will fetch the auction items for you." Without waiting for Su Chen and Appo's response, she rushed to open the door, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Uncle Five, you have arrived. You." Upon hearing Zhang Zi and Appo's words, Zhang family and Appo's fifth elder stood in stunned silence. Never before had he witnessed such a demure expression for Zhang Zi. Unable to suppress his concern, he asked, "You have not been mistreated, have you?" In response, Zhang Zi and Appo's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. After all, massage techniques often involved touching sensitive areas. Yet, Su Chen and Appo's method was undeniably effective, so it could not be deemed mistreatment. Not wishing to prolong the awkward topic, Zhang Zi quickly explained, "Mr. Su was merely treating my ailment. Please do not overthink it. Now, let us hasten to deliver the dagger that Mr. Su has been waiting for." Oh, upon hearing the phrase, "waiting for a long time," Zhang family's fifth elder instantly understood Zhang Zi's implication. He smiled broadly and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Su for uncovering a hidden treasure. I wonder if you could enlighten our Zhang family regarding the nature of this dagger. In return, we shall waive all of your expenses for this evening." In truth, Su Chen had already contemplated revealing the dagger and Appo's nature when Zhang Zi inquired earlier. Now that Zhang Zi was effectively within his grasp, he felt no need to conceal the truth and stated directly, "This dagger is a spiritual artifact." What? As Su Chen uttered the words spiritual artifact, both Zhang family's fifth elder and Zhang Zi could not contain their astonishment. Especially Zhang Zi, who questioned incredulously, "Mr. Su, are you certain? If it were a spiritual artifact, our family's appraisers would have recognized it. Indeed, if it were a spiritual artifact, our family would never consider selling it." Zhang family's fifth elder added with a serious expression. However, after they spoke, Su Chen smiled and inquired, "Do you truly understand what a spiritual artifact is?" This question left both Zhang Zi and Zhang family and Appo's fifth elder momentarily speechless. Do they understand? The Zhang family was a commercial giant. What had they not seen? In fact, the necklace adorning Zhang Zi's neck was itself a spiritual artifact. Thus, perplexed by Su Chen's words, Zhang family's fifth elder replied earnestly, "Of course we know what a spiritual artifact is. It is a treasure that can autonomously protect its owner. Is it not?" Incorrect. What you describe is a magical treasure and cannot be classified as a spiritual artifact. Su Chen slowly shook his head. A magical treasure? Zhang Zi asked with keen curiosity. Then what precisely is a spiritual artifact? A spiritual artifact is an item endowed with its own consciousness. Su Chen articulated each word distinctly. Endowed with consciousness? Upon hearing this, both Zhang family and Appo's fifth elder and Zhang Zi furrowed their brows in disbelief. Clearly, they found Su Chen and Appo's assertions a bit far-fetched. Yet, due to his esteemed status, they hesitated to voice their doubts. Just as they were at a loss for words, young Ying could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Mr. Su, do you mean that this dagger possesses its own consciousness?" Indeed, it is a proud divine weapon that looks down upon its bearers, thus sealing itself away to avoid desecration. And how might one awaken it? Young Ying inquired once more, her curiosity piqued. Just like this. Chapter 59. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Su Chun, speaking with an air of gravity, drew a dagger and cut across his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the blade. This shocking scene caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. Particularly, Yang Yingying hastily produced a silk handkerchief, her voice laced with urgency. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Let me bandage your hand. However, before Yang Yingying could approach Su Chun, he solemnly declared, I know you are unwilling to remain hidden from the world. Today I, Su Chun, swear by my blood. If you acknowledge me as your master, you shall one day become the king of 1,000 warriors. With the weight of Su Chen's words, a profound stillness enveloped the room. Zhang Zi, Yang Yingying, and the fifth member of the Zhang family witnessed an extraordinary spectacle they had never encountered before. The dagger, which had previously rested on the table, began to tremble violently in response to Su Chen's proclamation. Miraculously, both the blood and rust on the dagger vanished without a trace. The fifth member of the Zhang family, unable to contain his astonishment, inquired, Is this the legendary blood oath of allegiance? To which Su Chun, casting a glance at the formidable Zhang family member, nodded with a smile. Indeed, a spiritual weapon requires a master. It is not merely about your desire. It must also desire you, else it will revert to a state of rust. I stand enlightened. The fifth member of the Zhang family replied respectfully, bowing deeply to Su Chun. He then added, With utmost seriousness, Mr. Su, the Zhang family stands by its word. All expenses incurred tonight will be covered by us. Z, ensure that you provide Mr. Su with exemplary service. Rest assured, Uncle Wu, I understand. Zhang Zi affirmed earnestly. Very well. I shall take my leave and not disrupt Mr. Su's enjoyment any further. Farewell. At that moment, as the fifth member of the Zhang family departed, Zhang Zi turned to Su Chun, who was engrossed in examining the dagger, and curiously asked, Mr. Su, the rumors suggest that you are a notorious playboy. How do you possess such knowledge? Ha! As you mentioned, they are merely rumors, the veracity of which remains to be questioned. Su Chun replied, his smile tinged with awkwardness. Those who spread falsehoods should be silenced. A man as erudite as Mr. Su being labeled a nefarious rogue is utterly absurd. Yang Yingying chimed in, indignantly advocating for Su Chun. Mr. Su, do not worry. I will speak to my father upon my return and have him send someone to apprehend those who spread these rumors. They must learn that the internet is not beyond the law. Hearing the praises from the two young women, Su Chun felt a slight blush creep across his cheeks. For the gossip had not been entirely unfounded. He had merely been reborn, carrying the memories of 10 lifetimes. Desiring to avoid dwelling on such embarrassing matters, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Let us not linger on this topic. We are about to bid on something of great significance. Something of great significance? What could it be? Yang Yingying inquired, her curiosity piqued. It is likely the list of personnel from Yinxia and AMP, Oppo's, S underground network in Sakura country. Zhang Zi responded, her expression grave. What? How could such a thing be here? Yang Yingying exclaimed, incredulity etched on her face. This query mirrored Su Chun and Oppo's own thoughts, prompting him to look at Zhang Zi with keen interest. Zhang Zi, seeing his curiosity, replied candidly, this item was consigned by someone else. Our family has already reported it to the authorities. However, the consignor seems quite knowledgeable and has alerted various factions to contend for it. The Zhang family, under pressure, can only engage in a fair transaction. Listening to Zhang Zi's explanation, Su Chun nodded slowly, acknowledging her words. Yang Yingying, being familiar with the workings of the system, understood the gravity of the situation. Realizing the potential fallout if this information were to leak, she earnestly stated, Mr. Su, we must secure this item. It cannot fall into the wrong hands. No. Both Su Chun and Zhang Zi responded in unison, their voices firm. Surprised by their simultaneous rejection, Yang Yingying stared blankly. Why can't we? Because the individuals vying for this item are not to be trifled with. If you acquire it, it could put your life in jeopardy. Zhang Zi explained earnestly. Well, I see. Though reluctant, Yang Yingying chose to acquiesce, recognizing Su Chun and Oppo's significance to her and her family. Noticing her despondent expression, Su Chun, aware of certain insider information, reassured her with a smile. Do not worry. Yinxiao has dispatched experts to protect that information. We need not concern ourselves excessively. Really? Yang Yingying asked, her excitement rekindled. Certainly. If you doubt me, you may inquire with your father. You should be aware of this matter. Su Chen responded with a grin. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Yingying's smile radiated even brighter. Su Chen, equally delighted, casually fiddled with the tablet before him, checking for additional auction items. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment. The reason for his shock lay in the appearance of an item at the auction that was absent from his memories. Moreover, this item was exceedingly significant. Unable to contain his disbelief, Su Chen blurted out, "Has this item always been listed in the auction catalog?" In response to his query, Zhang Zi instinctively glanced at the tablet in front of Su Chen. Just one look left her equally stunned. When did this item get added? Yudon and Appos, Tino? Su Chen inquired, surprised. I genuinely do not know. After all, such underground auctions permit last-minute additions. Does Mr. Su have an interest in this item? Zhang Zi replied. At this, Su Chen felt his heart race, for this item was immensely important to him. Possessing it would not signify an end to his journey, but rather a new beginning. Fully aware of its significance, Su Chen nodded decisively. Yes, I must have this item, no matter the cost. I would go so far as to take lives if necessary. Chapter 60. In order to bring about its destruction, one must first drive it to madness. As the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. Having returned to this world, Su Chen understands the significance of strength more than anyone else. Therefore, in order not to become a mere fish on the chopping block, Su Chen does not hesitate to plunge into the depths of hell. Fortunately, although Zhang Zi and Yang Yingying possess contrasting personalities, they are not oblivious to the realities of their circumstances. On the contrary, their noble backgrounds allow them to comprehend the brutal law of the jungle that governs high society. Thus, upon hearing Su Chen's almost frenzied declaration, Zhang Zi instantly nodded in agreement, stating that the Zhang family would certainly exert every effort to assist Mr. Su in acquiring this item. Before long, the auction item that contained the list of underground personnel was successfully traded. By a stroke of fortune, the victor was still Bai Sijia. However, what astonished Su Chen was that the coveted auction item was not a letter, but a person. In retrospect, this was quite reasonable. A mere letter could not command such a high price. Only the individual who penned those letters would be the true object of pursuit. With this thought, Su Chen chose not to dwell further on the matter, as the item he sought was also slated for auction. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received word that the Zhang family has decided to introduce another item to spice things up, the host announced. This item is the legendary Higanbana, said to bridge the realms of life and death. A collective gasp resonated through the room. At that moment, as the host and Appos, as passionate voice echoed, the atmosphere was reignited. The Higanbana was renowned as a miraculous herb, rumored to grant life to the deceased. As soon as the host finished speaking, a voice called out, "What is the starting bid? I am willing to offer 100 million. Another shouted, 100 million for the Higanbana, which promises longevity and resurrection. Do you not value life? I bid 500 million. My son recently suffered a cerebral hemorrhage while out drinking. Please, let me save him. I can go as high as 800 million. I am 73 this year, and a fortune teller told me I would and Appos to survive unless I obtain the Higanbana. Enough chatter. I, Qianyu, will take the Higanbana no matter the cost." With Qianyu and Appos' sudden proclamation, the previously raucous auction hall fell silent as if a hand had choked its throat. All eyes turned toward Qianyu's box, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. The auction was ultimately a realm where wealth dictated dominance, and the Qian family was undeniably a titan in this regard, perhaps even surpassing the Zhang family. Consequently, many attendees believed that the Higanbana would inevitably fall into Qianyu and Appos' hands. Even Qianyu himself felt assured that he would fulfill his purpose for attending that day. He impatiently urged the host to announce the price without delay. The host, sensing Qianyu and Appos' arrogance, wore a slightly troubled expression. She could foresee that with Qianyu and Appos' involvement, The Higginbana might not fetch a high price. Yet, adhering to protocol, she dutifully declared, the starting price for the Higginbana is 0, with no limit on subsequent bids. Anyone interested may begin bidding. Strangely, after the host's announcement, not a single person offered bid. All gazes turned toward Qianyu, seemingly awaiting his response. Witnessing this, the host and Appo's expression darkened as she contemplated declaring the auction void. But before she could utter the words, Qianyu, with a mischievous grin, declared, since no one else bids, I will make the first offer, 100 yuan. This scoundrel is mocking the Zhang family. As Qianyu uttered those 4 words, Zhang Zi, seated in Su Chen's box, could no longer contain her indignation. Su Chen, noticing her reaction, smiled and remarked, to bring about his demise, one must first drive him to madness. Why bother arguing with a fool? I am not arguing with him. I simply find his behavior intolerable. Zhang Zi retorted. She understood that Qianyu could never acquire the Higginbana for a mere 100 yuan, but his antics were akin to flies buzzing around a person, annoying despite their harmlessness. Su Chen grasped the essence of Zhang Zi's words. He smiled knowingly and said, rest assured, he will soon be silenced. With that, Su Chen slowly rose and approached the window, casually stating, you think you can buy the Higginbana for 100 yuan? Are you here to embarrass yourself, Qianyu? Boom. Su Chen and Appo's sudden declaration was akin to dropping a bomb into tranquil waters, instantly stirring the auction hall into a frenzy. Many began to point and murmur about Su Chen and Qianyu. The host, brimming with excitement, turned to Su Chen and inquired, Mr. Su, are you interested in the Higginbana as well? Indeed, the Higginbana is a necessity for me. Su Chen di blaidi emphatically. Su Chen, are you here to stir up trouble? Qianyu snapped, his temper flaring. After all, the Higginbana was intended for the Qian family's elder, a means to extend his life, and a pivotal element in Qianyu and Appo's ascent to power. He could not tolerate anyone jeopardizing his plans. Yet, Su Chen was indifferent to Qianyu and Appo's intentions. He recognized that the Higginbana was crucial for his own foundational advancement. Without hesitation, he affirmed, yes, are you displeased? You. As Qianyu listened to Su Chen's brazen words, his expression darkened with fury. He gritted his teeth and spat. Do you know the consequences of opposing me, Qianyu? Unfazed by the threat, Su Chen retorted dismissively, I neither know nor care. I only know that I am willing to bid 100 billion for the Higginbana. Hiss. Upon hearing Su Chen and Appo's initial bid of 100 billion, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Qianyu and Appo's face turned ashen, realizing that his plan to acquire the Higginbana at a bargain was now futile. However, just as he prepared to counter with his own bid, Jiang Yin'er stood up and questioned, Su Chen, your Su Group is merely a small company worth only a few billion. After spending 13 billion, you must have exhausted your resources. Where do you find 100 billion to come here and act like a big shot? The crowd in Appo's attention shifted to Su Chen, eager to witness his explanation. Chapter 61. Su Chen cares not for wealth, but for fate. After all, those who could gather here today were either extraordinarily wealthy or held significant power. The Su Group, while impressive in the eyes of ordinary folk, paled in comparison to their stature. At this moment, Qianyu realized that he had nearly been deceived by Su Chen. He sarcastically retorted, you nearly had me fooled. You mutt. Your Su family was on the brink of collapse not long ago. Where do you claim to have money from? Don't tell me you're just a pawn of the Zhang family. One must admit, although Qianyu was somewhat arrogant, as the second son of a prestigious family, his intellect was not lacking. To prevent any support from the Zhang family behind Su Chen, he deliberately dragged their name into the fray. This provoked Zhang Zi to stand in anger, ready to interject. However, before she could speak, Su Chen gestured for her to let him handle it. Zhang Zi was taken aback, seemingly unsure how Su Chen intended to address such a tricky situation. As all eyes turned to Su Chen, he calmly stated, wealth is merely an external possession. Indeed, our Su family does not possess the fortune your family does. However, I'm not boasting. Should I desire money, countless individuals would go to great lengths to offer it to me. Do you believe that? With Su Chan's declaration, the entire room fell silent. Soon after, Qian Yu and Jiang Yuner erupted in laughter. Have you been drinking fake wine? Do you even comprehend your own words? You think that if you want money, it will simply be given to you? Are you their son? They mocked. Their ridicule caused many others to chuckle, as they too felt Su Chan was being delusional. After all, they toiled for their wealth. Why would they simply hand it over to Su Chan? Just as they were convinced Su Chan was lost in fantasy. His next words sent a jolt through the crowd. I earn my living through skill, unlike you who beg for money with servility. Today I, Su Chan, declare that anyone willing to part with 10 billion can have the opportunity for me to treat their ailments. Who among you is willing? It is said that one's final destination is the hospital. No one can guarantee a life free of illness or misfortune, nor can anyone ensure that their afflictions will be cured. Thus, the chance to meet a renowned physician has always been a coveted pursuit among the affluent. Though Su Chan may be perceived as arrogant with a less than stellar reputation, it is undeniable that his medical prowess is recognized within the elite circles of Hangzhou. Particularly after rumors of his ability to treat cancer spread, many sought his assistance. However, they were met with closed doors through numerous intermediaries. According to Su Chen's secretary, Gu Shanshan, he does not attend to wealth but rather to fate. If he is willing, he will treat you for free. If not, even if you kneel and call him father, he remains indifferent. Consequently, the elite gradually abandoned their hopes of befriending Su Chan. Now, with Su Chan lifting his restrictions for a mere 10 billion, many genuinely needing medical attention were suddenly electrified. Particularly, a wealthy individual whose son had suffered a brain hemorrhage from drinking could hardly contain his trembling voice as he asked, Mr. Su, is this true? Indeed, but only for 10 minutes. After that, the opportunity is lost. Su Chan replied with an air of arrogance. I willingly offer you 10 billion. The wealthy man declared without hesitation. With this declaration, others in need of treatment quickly followed suit. After all, health is the foundation of all. Without it, wealth is of little value. Thus, the affluent, recognizing the priority of health, rushed to present their funds to Su Chan. In the span of just 10 minutes, Su Chan amassed 280 billion. He then turned to Qian Yu and Jiang Yun and opposed, coolly inquiring, do you still doubt whether Su has money? In the face of Su Chan's rapid accumulation of wealth, both Qian Yu and Jiang Yuner found themselves at a loss for words. After all, even their family could not hope to generate 280 billion in such a brief time. At that moment, Qian Yu realized that if he continued to compete with Su Chan, the coveted flower would slip from his grasp. To secure the flower and establish himself as the heir of the Qian family, Qian Yu began to pressure the host. I've heard the Zhang family auction only allows 5 minutes for bidding after the lantern is lit, correct? What do you mean? The host asked, his expression growing serious. Qian Yu did not hesitate to clarify. My intention is simple. I must acquire this flower, so I am lighting the lantern. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in surprise. The host cautioned, young Master Qian, you must think carefully. Lighting the lantern means bidding at the highest price set by the audience, and you cannot retract your offer. Otherwise, the Zhang family will demand repayment from your family. Are you certain? Qian Yu, brimming with confidence, responded, of course I am certain. Just light it for me. To Qian Yu, 5 minutes was ample time for Su Chan to earn a meager sum. For a family with $1 trillion valuation, this was merely a drop in the bucket. What Qian Yu did not realize was that Su Chan had been waiting for this moment. As the lantern was ignited, the host announced, now, the second son of the Qian family has lit the lantern in hopes of acquiring the flower. According to our estimates, the Qian family's assets are around 20 trillion. Is there anyone willing to surpass this price? Upon hearing the figure, most attendees fell silent. Even Su Chan was taken aback, surprised by the immense wealth of the aristocracy. However, given the historical context of the prominent families in the region, it was not entirely unexpected. Thus, Su Chan relinquished any thoughts of competing with them financially for the flower, instead opting to provoke Qian Yu into willingly handing it over to him. Chapter 62. The mute eats bitter herbs, suffering in silence. At this very moment, Qian Yu was blissfully unaware that he had fallen into Su Chan and Appo's scheme, basking in his own cleverness. He even took the opportunity to mock Su Chan, saying, "Su-chun, do you see? No matter your abilities, what does it matter? The affluent class is beyond the reach of you common folk." After delivering his haughty proclamation, Qian surveyed the crowd with arrogance, declaring, "Feel free to bid as you wish. The Qian family fears no provocation." The audience, consisting mostly of company owners and chairpersons, felt a wave of displeasure wash over them. After all, they managed hundreds, if not thousands, of employees, and being reprimanded by someone scarcely older than their own children was hardly agreeable. Yet they understood that, despite their discontent, they were powerless, as they could not match the resources Su-chan was capable of presenting. The prospect of challenging the Qian family, a behemoth in its own right, seemed audaciously futile. However, just as everyone assumed Qian had the upper hand, Su-chan calmly interjected, "Indeed, we common folk cannot shake your foundation. Yet, we can ensure that you, a fool, return home to face reprimands and punishment." "What do you mean?" Qian, sensing an ominous turn, could not help but inquire. In response, Su-chun, with a playful smile, replied, "It and amp, oppose, s nothing significant. I merely wish to shamelessly ask the esteemed uncles and aunts present for a loan. I am curious to see if I can challenge our Qian family and oppose. S 2 trillion. Boom. As Su-chun and amp, oppose, s words echoed through the hall, expressions of intrigue flickered across many faces, while Qian and amp, oppose, s countenance turned ashen. He had lit the lantern, and regardless of the bids made tonight, both he and the Qian family would be bound to accept. Thus, if Su-chan were to borrow money, he would find himself in a position of silent suffering. In a panic, Qian threatened, "Anyone who dares lend money to Su-chan will be considered our enemy. I promise retribution will follow." Hearing this, many potential lenders hesitated, understanding that the Qian family and oppo's vengeance was a burden they could not bear. They were not foolish enough to risk their fortunes and lives over a mere matter of pride. Su-chun, fully aware of human nature, narrowed his eyes upon hearing Qian and oppo's threats and asked slowly, "Host, could you assist me in distributing this QR code to each esteemed guest?" "A QR code?" The host appeared taken aback. "This is a WeChat group I just established. Anyone who joins can ask me medical-related questions, and I shall do my utmost to respond." "That is certainly not an issue." The host, being shrewd and astute, immediately grasped Su-chen's intentions. Without hesitation, she sent the QR code to every individual present on their tablets. Soon after, Su-chen and amp, oppo's phone buzzed incessantly. Within mere moments, dozens expressed their desire to join the group, with some even offering to lend substantial amounts as part of their application. Observing this, Su-chan recognized that these individuals were certain of their inability to defeat him and thus chose to extend a helping hand, seeking favor. He did not expose their motives, but instead accepted all those who wished to lend. 5 minutes swiftly passed, and the number of participants in Su-chan and amp, oppo's WeChat group surged to an astonishing 88, with the total amount pledged reaching a staggering 180 billion. As the time came, Su-chun, with a smile, addressed the witnesses from the Zhang family, saying, "The affluent truly live up to their reputation. I have struggled to gather 180 billion. Yet it remains insufficient to shake the Qian family. Congratulations, young Master Qian. You have acquired a beautiful flower of the other shore worth 180 billion. Su-chun, I swear I will kill you." Qian was nearly driven to madness upon hearing that Su-chun had amassed 180 billion. Despite being the young master of the Qian family, he was merely the second son, not the heir, and his resources did not reach such astronomical levels. The realization that Su-chan had outdone him ignited his fury. Unbeknownst to Qian, Su-chan and amp, oppo's intent was to provoke him further. To deepen his irritation, Su-chan replied dismissively, "This is a lawful society. Your boastful threats hold no weight. You ought to consider how to explain to your family that you were made to look foolish by me." With that, Su-chan drew the curtains on the balcony, no longer wishing to engage with Qian. "I will kill him. I must kill him." A furious Qian commanded his bodyguard, "Pei Jin, bring him to me. I want him to suffer endlessly." Yet, Pei Jin, with a grim expression, cautioned, "Young master, this is the Zhang family. Causing a scene here will only complicate matters further. Calm down, you go. That Su-chan fellow won't escape. It's not worth jeopardizing your health over this. Jiang Yun chimed in. However, as soon as she spoke, Qianyu lashed out, striking her across the face in a fit of rage. In Oppos, that's all your fault for provoking Su-chan. Had you not, I wouldn't in Oppos, TB the laughingstock. Nor would I have to spend so much money. I tell you, the Zhang family must cover this expense, or I will not hold back. Stung by the slap, Jiang Yun and Amp, Oppos, displayed a hurt expression, contemplating why she couldn't and Amp, Oppos, TB as capable as Su-chan. However, recalling the Qian family and Amp, Oppos, as penchant for vengeance, she resigned herself and replied, Very well, the Zhang family will bear this cost, but I want that Su-chan fellow dead tonight. Did you even say that? Qianyu snarled, his expression malevolent. That scoundrel will not survive if he steps outside Nan City, Guajia tonight. Meanwhile, within Su-chan and Amp, Oppos, as private room, he couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T suppress his sneeze. Zhang Zi, witnessing this, laughed and remarked, Mr. Su, I suspect Qianyu must be cursing you right now. Indeed, he certainly is. For even a family as wealthy as the Qians finds 180 billion to be no trifling sum. Su-chan chuckled, rubbing his nose. Zhang Zi's smile brightened at this, as she realized that, according to her estimates, the flower of the other shore should only be worth 1 or 200 billion. Yet, through Su-chan and Oppos' maneuvering, the Zhang family had profited an incredible 180 billion. It was impossible not to feel joyful. However, knowing Qianyu would not let this go easily, Zhang Zi asked Mr. Su, where do you plan to head next? Do you require protection from the Zhang family? No need. Simply escort Miss Yang home, Su-chan replied with a grave demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yang Yingying was momentarily taken aback and could not help but inquire, Mr. Su, are you not coming back with me? I still have a few matters to attend to. You go home first and prepare a secret room, boiling 2 large barrels of hot water. I will come later to treat your mother. Although Yang Yingying wished to ask more, upon seeing Su-chan and Amp, Oppos' serious demeanor, she ultimately refrained and said, All right, I will wait for you at home. At that moment, as Yang Yingying departed, Zhang Zi looked earnestly at Su-chan and asked once more, Mr. Su, do you truly not require the protection of the Zhang family? After all, the Qian family is not to be underestimated. One must not play with fire. Rest assured, I am not as weak as others might presume. With that, Su-chan, exuding confidence, walked out the door without waiting for Zhang Zi to respond. However, as he reached the threshold, his once confident expression turned exceedingly cold. After all, the primary purpose of his visit was to rendezvous with the individual intent on purchasing his organs. With only 10 minutes remaining until midnight, it was time to unearth this insidious parasite. Chapter 63. I didn't in Oppos. Expect you to be so skilled at playing the fool. At this moment, in a parking lot where a meeting with the assassin was arranged, Yi Kai, seated in an Alfred luxury vehicle, glanced at his Vacheron Constantine watch and could not help but inquire, Dad, do you think that scoundrel Su-chan has sent something and is too afraid to show up? In response to this question, Yi Nantian, who was feigning sleep with his eyes closed, did not even bother to open them and replied straightforwardly, Rest assured, he will definitely come. Why? Yi Kai, seeing his father and Oppos' unwavering confidence, was filled with curiosity. Yi Nantian did not conceal his thoughts and replied with a playful tone, Because it is not the thief who is feared, but rather the thief who is fixated. If you knew someone wanted to take your organs, wouldn't you want to dig them out? Hiss. Yi Kai, not lacking in intelligence, instantly grasped the implication of Yi Nantian's words. Indeed, if he were aware that someone was after his organs, he would certainly find ways to unearth that individual. With this thought, Yi Kai settled back into the car, waiting. Merely 10 seconds later, the intercom within the vehicle suddenly crackled to life. Sir, Su-chan has arrived, but it appears he is alone. Alone? Yi Kai was taken aback upon hearing the report through the intercom. He could not help but ask again, Dad, how could Su-chan dare to come here by himself? Perhaps he believes that as an ancient martial artist, he fears no one, Yi Nantian mused, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, Yi Kai felt that this was indeed the case. After all, ancient martial artists often possess an inexplicable confidence in their own abilities. Su Chan likely thought that his prowess as an ancient martial artist would suffice to handle any situation. With this, Ye Kai, anticipating his revenge on Su Chan, could not help but smirk with a cold, mischievous smile. He was eager to witness Su Chan and Appo's reaction upon encountering two masters. Let us go see, after tonight. This fellow will never be seen again. With that, Yi Nantian coldly opened the car door and stepped out, harboring a deep-seated rage towards Su Chan, yearning to eliminate him at once. Simultaneously, Su Chan, having arrived at the parking lot at the designated time, was scanning his surroundings. After finding nothing, he pondered whether the other party had sensed something. Suddenly, he heard a familiar yet icy voice. Su Chan, when did you start working as a killer? Turning slowly toward the source of the voice, Su Chan and Appo's brow furrowed with seriousness. So was you all along one of my organs? Seeing that Su Chan was indeed aware of their intentions, Ye Kai, who had longed to rid himself of Su Chan, sneered, Indeed, we desire your organs. But I never expected you to be so adept at playing the fool. Almost fooled by you, you scoundrel. Ye Kai and Appo's admission caused a flicker of confusion in Su Chan and Appo's eyes. Ignoring Ye Kai and Appo's taunts, he asked with a grave tone, You're not ill. Why on earth would you want my organs? Ye Kai, incensed by Su Chan's disregard, shouted, What is wrong with me finding you displeasing? With a hint of dissatisfaction, Su Chan raised an eyebrow. I and Appo's am asking you a question. You better be honest. Don and Appo's provoke my wrath, or I want hold back. Huh? Ye Kai scoffed at Su Chan's threat. What can you do if you're not polite? With that, Su Chan raised his hand to strike. But just as his palm was about to connect with Ye Kai's face, his wrist was suddenly seized. Following this, Yi Nanshan's cold voice cut through the air. Su Chan, one must understand respect. Do not act recklessly just because you possess some minor skills. You must know that there are always greater forces beyond your own. With that, Yi Nantian forcefully threw Su Chan's hand aside and declared with haughty authority, Su Chan, you have tarnished the reputation of the Yi family. It is only reasonable that I seek your life. So do not blame me for being ruthless. This is all you're doing. Do you understand? Listening to Yi Nantian and Appo's admonition. For once, Su Chan did not retort. Instead, he adopted a serious demeanor and stated, The moment I saw you, I knew I wouldn't be leaving tonight. So, can you tell me who exactly wants my organs, considering I'm on the verge of death? Seeing Su Chan back down, Ye Kai, who had just lost face, immediately cursed, Damn, do you think you're worthy to know? Realizing that his alternative approach had failed and fueled by rage, Su Chan and Appo's expression turned cold as he rebuked. Don't push your luck. I did not ask a question twice. Tell me who wants my organs. I'll never tell you. Smack. Before Ye Kai could finish his sentence, Su Chan's slap struck his face fiercely. The sudden turn of events left both Ye Kai and Yi Nantian stunned. Particularly Yi Nantian, who possessed the strength of an ancient martial artist, was taken aback, having failed to sense Su Chan's intent to strike. This prompted Yi Nantian to inquire, How is your speed so astonishing? Before Su Chan could respond, two elderly figures, a man and a woman, emerged from a BMW X7, their expressions grave. What? Upon hearing the words of the two elders, Yi Nantian and Ye Kai's expressions changed dramatically. They could hardly believe that Su Chan was indeed a master. However, given the solemn demeanor of the two masters, they had no choice but to accept this reality. Meanwhile, Su Chan was disinterested in lingering on these questions. He took out the dagger he had captured with icy indifference and declared, I will ask one last time. Who wants my organs? If you do not tell me, I will sever an arm. Boom! Upon hearing Su Chan's chilling words, Ye Kai felt his heart leap into his throat. However, before he could seek assistance, the male and female elders, known in the martial world as the Twin Fiends, spoke calmly, Young friend, you are being a bit presumptuous. Upon hearing the male master and Appo's words, Su Chan and Appo's expression turned frosty as he retorted, This matter is none of your concern. Before I become enraged, you'd best vacate the area. However, As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a dead man. Before the male master could respond, the female master erupted in fury. Presumptuous. At such a young age, do you think that achieving the rank of master grants you the freedom to act as you please? Let me tell you, we have slain countless like you in our lifetime. Now, kneel and admit your wrongs or else. The female master paused, waiting for Su-chan to ask for forgiveness. However, instead of a plea for mercy, Su-chan coldly replied, "Since you refuse to heed my warning, prepare to meet your demise." Chapter 64. You are not qualified to bargain with me. With a voice devoid of any emotion, Su-chan's words reverberated through the air, followed by a swift sound of something slicing through the void. Accompanying this was an enraged head that fell to the ground, a sight that plunged the parking lot into an eerie silence. After a long pause, the formidable martial master, Tian Fugue, appeared as if he had encountered a specter, collapsing to the ground in shock, exclaiming, "He is not merely a master. He is an entry-level powerhouse." Boom! With the revelation of the term entry-level powerhouse, Ye Kai, unable to fathom the reality before him, erupted in disbelief. Impossible. He is known as the infamous waste of Hang City. He may possess medical skills, but how could he possibly be an entry-level powerhouse? Surely, you must have misjudged him? Tian Fugue, paralyzed by fear, paid no heed to the accusations. Instead, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Su-chan, pleading, "Senior, I was deceived. I implore you to spare my life, considering I am also a victim. Begone." Su-chan dismissed Tian Fugue with a wave of his hand. Hearing these words, Tian Fugue felt as if he had heard a divine command and fled in a panic. Once he departed, Su-chan cast a cold gaze upon the Yi family duo, speaking in an indifferent tone. "Now, do you wish to speak?" Swallowing hard, both men instinctively tried to alleviate their mounting anxiety. They were utterly intimidated by Su-chan's presence. Yi Nantian, resigned to his fate, asked with a grim expression, "If I tell you, will you spare the Yi family?" Indeed, Yi Nantian had accepted his fate. He intended to negotiate with Su-chan using his secret. Unfortunately, Su-chan was not one to be easily swayed. Witnessing Yi Nantian daring to bargain at such a moment, he coldly replied, "You have no right to negotiate with me now. Either you disclose the information, or you shall perish." Boom! As his words hung in the air, Su-chan pressed the sword he had acquired during the auction against Yi Nantian and Amp, Appo's throat, making it clear that he was not jesting. However, Yi Nantian was not one to yield easily. Faced with imminent death, he defiantly shouted, "Either you let us go, or you will never extract even the slightest information from me. If you dare kill me, we and Amp, Appo's LLC, who suffers more. Very well, if you divulge the information, I may consider sparing you." At this moment, Su-chan recognized Yi Nantian and Amp, Appo's tenacity and strategically chose Chapter 65, resentment towards the indifference of heaven, the uncontrollable nature of reunion and separation. If one were to encapsulate the psychological state of the family members of cancer patients in a single phrase, it would be this: resentment towards the indifference of heaven, the uncontrollable nature of reunion and separation. The nature of cancer is capricious. It randomly chooses its victims. Once one has been targeted, life and death slip beyond human control. Therefore, even though Su-chan personally undertakes the treatment, outside the chamber, Yang Yinging anxiously inquires, "Father, do you think Mr. Su can cure Mother?" In response to Yang Yinging and Amp, Appo's question, Yang Tianxi, renowned as the foremost figure in Hangzhou, finds himself sweating nervously, admitting, "I do not know, but I believe Mr. Su would not dare to toy with me." Upon catching a glimpse of a flicker of menace in her father's eyes, Yang Yinging, feeling indignant, shakes his arm and retorts, "Father, Mr. Su is here to help Mother. Why do you have to display such an expression? Is Mr. Su guilty if he fails to cure her? You are being too unreasonable." Suddenly chastised by his daughter, Yang Tianxi's face reflects a look of astonishment. After a moment of incredulity, he questions, "You Haven and Appo's fallen for Su-chan after spending just one night with him, have you?" Yang Yinging, undeterred, earnestly replies, "Is it wrong to admire someone as exceptional as Mr. Su?" Caught off guard by his daughter's unwavering stance in favor of Su-chun, Yang Tianxi feels a sense of impending loss. With his wife's fate uncertain and his daughter seemingly captivated by Su-chun, he contemplates how he would confront this young man if his wife were not to recover. Perhaps it is due to the depth of Yang Tianxi's resentment that Su-chun, who had fainted from pain, suddenly awakens in the wooden tub. Upon realizing the significant enhancement in his body, consciousness, and internal energy reserves, his eyes gleam with astonishment. However, he refrains from celebrating his newfound strength. Instead, he shifts his focus to another wooden tub nearby, checking on Yang Tianxi's wife, Yin Yuhong. After all, his advancement is largely thanks to the Yang family. Without them, he would have been unable to gather such an abundance of medicinal herbs. Thus, upon detecting a foul odor of purification in the air, Su-chun unseals Yin Yuhong's acupoints, restoring her consciousness. He then calls out to Yang Tianxi outside the door. "Old Yang, you may come in." With Su-chun's words, the door to the chamber swings open. Yang Tianxi, visibly agitated, asks, "Mr. Su, is the treatment over? How's my wife?" Observing Yang Tianxi's fervent demeanor, Su-chun candidly responds, "The cancer cells within her should be eradicated. Now, she merely requires a restorative tonic to recuperate her health." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianxi and Appo's face lights up with unrestrained joy. Yang Yingying, overwhelmed with emotion, clutches Su-chun's arm and implores, "Mr. Su, is it true? Has my mother's bone cancer truly been cured?" "Indeed," Su-chun affirms confidently. "If you doubt my words, you may take your mother for a PET CT scan, which will accurately reveal whether any cancer cells remain within her." His confidence stems from the potent concoction he prepared for Yin Yuhong. Treating mere bone cancer is well within his capabilities. Yang Tianxi, enjoyed I get by Su-chun's assurance, beams with delight. However, as the foremost figure in Hangzhou, his concerns extend far beyond those of Yang Yingying. After confirming his wife and Appo's recovery, he addresses Yang Yingying directly, saying, "Yingying, please take your mother to see Uncle Chun at the hospital. Gather more of the tonic prescribed by Mr. Su. I still have matters to discuss with him." "Understood." Yang Yingying responds dutifully, gently ushering her mother out of the chamber. Yet before departing, the lingering sorrow in her gaze causes both men within the chamber to feel a pang of empathy. Nonetheless, men are inherently destined for greater pursuits. They must not be hindered by familial attachments. Thus, neither Yang Tianxi nor Su-chun attempts to stop Yang Yingying. Once she has left, Su-chun takes the initiative to inquire, "Old Yang, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Indeed. I would like to ask your perspective on the four great families." Yang Tianxi inquires earnestly. Upon hearing this question, Su-chun slightly raises an eyebrow. He understands that Yang Tianxi must have learned of the demise of the Yi family's patriarchs. After pondering briefly, Su-chun offers a straightforward assessment. "As for the four great families, I find the Zhang and Qian families to be quite formidable, while the Yi and Jiang families differ significantly. Particularly the Yi family, which should now be a leaderless clan. Are you contemplating action against them?" "Indeed, Yinxia intends to take action against the noble families." Yang Tianxi and Appo's tone grows more serious. Su-chun, taken aback, exclaims, "Yinxia plans to take action?" "Precisely. The noble families have monopolized too many resources, treating the common populace as mere livestock for their exploitation. You may come from a wealthy background and be oblivious to the plight of the majority. But many citizens in Yinxia earn only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per month, while struggling to repay housing loans of 5,000 to 6,000. Moreover, the relentless tide of ailments forces the populace to seek medical attention at the slightest sign of illness. If this continues, I fear." Yang Tianxi trails off, leaving unspoken the implications of his words. Yet Su-chun comprehends the underlying message. After all, he is aware of the hardships faced by the common people. He has even heard his father mention that wages are dictated by the noble families, leaving no room for businesses to raise salaries independently. They must ensure that labor is procured at the lowest possible cost. Previously, Su-chun lacked a comprehensive understanding of these matters. However, having experienced 10 lifetimes, he now recognizes that if things persist in this manner, It may lead to the fulfillment of the proverb, water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. With this thought in mind, Su Chun, seeking to accumulate merit, inquires with utmost seriousness. So, Yinxiao wishes for me to be the scapegoat? Indeed, Yinxiao cannot directly confront the noble families, but you, Mr. Su, are in a position to do so. After all, your family is a commercial one, and it would be entirely justifiable to take action against the noble families. Thus, the individual in the capital wishes to enlist you as a whistleblower, initiating the campaign against the noble families. Gasping at the mention of the capital, Su Chun cannot help but be taken aback. That individual has been alarmed? Indeed, it is that individual who instructed me to speak with you, Yang Tianqi affirms earnestly. At this moment, Su Chun feels a shiver run down his spine. If even that individual has taken notice, it is evident that Yinxiao's ambitions extend beyond just the four great families of Hangzhou. They aim to make him the catalyst for a broader upheaval. However, with high risks come high rewards. Currently, Su Chun finds himself lacking resources and foundational support. With Yinxia and Appo's backing, he feels emboldened, armed with the wisdom of 10 lifetimes, to confront any adversary. Resolving to seize this opportunity, the audacious Su Chun nods. Very well. I shall take on this task. However, I must insist that all policies be tilted in my favor. This is natural. Yang Tianxi confidently declared. We assure you that you will experience the exhilarating sensation of standing at the forefront of opportunity. Well then, I actually have a matter I would like to seek your assistance with. Chapter 66. Who gave you permission to shout at me? What is it? Whatever you need. We will definitely assist you. Upon hearing that Su Chun had a request, Yang Tianqi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Su Chun, noticing this, smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing significant. You need not be so anxious." As he spoke, Su Chun opened his phone and scanned through the more than 10 desperate messages sent by Zhao Lingyin. Smiling as he said, "I recently invested in a patriotic film called Wolf Warrior 2, but unfortunately, some interference has hindered the pre-sale box office." At this point, Su Chun paused, leaving the implication of his words clear to anyone listening. Yang Tianqi, being the foremost figure in Hangzhou, understood Su Chun's meaning immediately and replied with a smile. "Since it's a patriotic film, it certainly warrants extensive promotion. Rest assured, we will handle it." "Thank you, Yang." With Yang Tianqi's promise, Su Chun felt a sense of relief. After all, losing money was trivial. But the precious ascension herb from the Li family had long captivated his desires. He could not allow anything to obstruct his path to advancement. In that moment, the Yang family affair concluded. Su Chun declined Yang Tianqi and Appo's offer to drive him home, opting to walk instead. Today, he had received an overwhelming amount of information. Even he needed to ponder and contemplate his next steps late into the night. However, as Su Chun reached the shores of West Lake, he felt his brow furrow deeply. The reason for this was the sound of cries and chaos that did not belong to the people of the fiery summer. Unable to resist, Su Chun turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Yet, with a mere glance, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way toward the source of the uproar. Before he could approach, a bloodied woman suddenly collapsed into his arms, whispering, "Abin, take this back. I may not return." Hearing the name Abin, Su Chun's brow furrowed even tighter, and he could not help but correct her. "I am Su Chun, not Abin." However, Bai Sijia was evidently gravely injured. No matter how much Su Chun tried to explain, her response remained the same. Just as he intended to apply some medical knowledge to rouse Bai Sijia from her stupor, an infuriating voice interrupted. "Fiery summer person, let that woman go and scram. Be quiet." As the saying goes, national grievances and familial hatred must not be forgotten. In the fiery summer, there exists a hatred ingrained in the bones of every citizen. Thus, when Su Chun heard the taunting words, he retorted angrily, "Who the hell gave you permission to shout at me in Hangzhou?" Suddenly, facing Su Chun and Appo's reprimand, the group of cherry blossom ninjas pursuing Bai Sijia wore expressions of bewilderment. One of the ninjas, gripping a blade, pointed at himself in disbelief, asking, "Are you talking to me?" "No, I am addressing the beasts." The moment the ninja heard Su-chan and Amp Appo's near-insulting words, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "How dare you disrespect the great ninja? You fiery summer person, do you seek death?" With that, witnessing the ninja's audacity, Su-chan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "On the territory of my fiery summer, you dare act so arrogantly? You truly believe there is no one here? As the saying goes, there's a limit to what one can endure." Initially, Su-chan had thought to find a place to test the improvement from the first to the second layer of chi. Yet, upon encountering these beasts, he wasted no time, immediately commanding his flying sword to shoot toward the cherry blossom ninjas. In an instant, one of them was decapitated. This terrifying scene left the previously dismissive cherry blossom ninjas in shock. One of the intermediate ninjas, possessing first-tier strength, could not help but exclaim, "Such speed! He must be at least a second-tier expert. Flee, quickly." With that, the intermediate ninja was the first to attempt an escape. However, his fleeing speed was akin to crawling before the supersonic flying sword. In the blink of an eye, Su-chan's sword severed his head. Like a deity of death, he swiftly annihilated all the ninjas pursuing Baisijia. In that moment, as calm returned to the shores of West Lake, Su-chan gazed at Baisijia, who lay unconscious on a bench, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. He had not anticipated that Baisijia had borne such a heavy burden alone. This realization stirred a sense of guilt within Su-chan, who had previously refused her. He pondered whether, had he been with her, she might not have been injured so severely. However, just as this thought arose, he cast it aside, knowing that had he been with her earlier, they both might have perished that day, for he had not possessed second-tier strength at the time. With this in mind, Su-chan took out his phone and called Yang Tianxi, saying, "At Westlake, a group of cherry blossom ninjas was pursuing our fiery summer people, and I have dealt with them. Please send someone to handle the aftermath." After speaking, he did not wait for Yang Tianxi and Amp Appo's response, swiftly scooping up Baisijia and heading to the nearest hotel. After all, Baisijia was gravely injured and required treatment. However, unbeknownst to Su-chan, shortly after he entered the hotel, Qianyu, who was indulging in his pleasures at a high-end club, received news of him. "Young master, we have located that scoundrel Su-chan." "Oh, where is he?" Upon hearing his subordinate and Amp Appo's report, Qianyu immediately rose, excitement coursing through him. Even Jiang Yin and Amp Appo's, whom he had been with, perked up at the news. They had lost track of Su-chan after the auction, which had deeply dissatisfied them. Now, finding him was intolerable. He seems to have picked up a woman on the way, currently at the Marriott Hotel, room 888. At this report, rage ignited in Qianyu and Appo's eyes. "That bastard still has the leisure to chase women. I'm going to castrate him right now. I and Appo's LL go with you today. I must make that dog Su-chan kneel and beg me for mercy." Jiang Yinner chimed in, her face set in anger. "All right, let's go together." With that, Qianyu and Jiang Yin and Appo's donned their clothes, their expressions icy, and climbed into the car, heading toward the Marriott Hotel where Su-chan was located. Chapter 67. Trouble. "Kneel first, while I handle some matters. Bin, we are not suited for each other. Please stop pursuing me." Meanwhile, in room 888 of the Marriott Hotel, Su-chan, who was attending to Baisijia and Amp Appo's injuries, remained unaware that Qianyu and his entourage were hastening toward him. Had he been informed, he certainly would not have endured Baisijia and Appo's torment. After all, any man hearing the names Baisijia and Bin would inevitably let his imagination run wild. Thus, unable to tolerate it any longer, Su-chan lightly slapped Baisijia's cheek and declared, "I say, Baisijia, if you call me Bin one more time, I will not be so polite." As he spoke, he also playfully smacked her rear, signaling her to behave herself. Yet, whether it was due to Su-chan and Appo's medical skills or the implied threat in his words, Baisijia, who had previously been unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. At that moment, she grasped Su-chan and Appo's wrist, which he was bandaging, and coldly inquired, "How did you end up here?" Shooting her a glance of exasperation, Su-chan replied, "If I weren't here, you would be dead, wouldn't you? Let go. You're bleeding. Can't you show some respect for my hard work?" Jia was momentarily taken aback by his words. However, upon noticing that Su Chan was holding a bandage, she gradually relaxed. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a sudden chill at her chest. Instinctively glancing down, a piercing scream echoed throughout the room. "You pervert! Are you stripping me?" As Su Chan rubbed his ears, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he lamented, "Sister, this is a knife wound. How else am I supposed to bandage you? Should I just watch you bleed to death? You could take me to the hospital," Jia exclaimed, her emotions flaring as she shielded her chest. "They would just cut your clothes off there anyway," Su Chan retorted indifferently. "But hospitals have female doctors. Can an a female doctor treat me?" Jia countered defensively. Growing impatient, Su Chan tossed the bandage onto the bed and said, "Fine, go find your female doctor. I am done here. After a whole night of work, I haven't gained a thing, and I still have to listen to your complaints. Do you think I'm just idly sitting here?" Without waiting for Jia to respond, he strode over to the minibar and retrieved a can of beer, drinking it down in one go. Observing Su Chan and Appo's displeased expression and the expertly wrapped bandage around her injury, Jia felt she had been a bit excessive. To ease the awkward atmosphere, she took the initiative to apologize. "I'm sorry, I overreacted just now. May I ask where you found me? Did you see any Sakura ninjas?" "I killed them all," Su Chan replied bluntly. Jia gasped, "You killed them all? You must be joking. Believe it or not." Su Chan mantanda esteren diminer. Jia, sensing his coldness, pouted like a petulant child. "Why are you being like this? I'm a girl. Can't you be a little accommodating? Now you remember you're a girl? Knowing you were about to be hunted, why didn't you call for backup?" Indeed, Su Chan felt no resentment towards Jia. He merely reproached her for being foolish, not understanding the importance of seeking protection from stronger allies. Why should she, a woman, face a horde of beasts alone during such perilous times? Jia, perceptive to the undertones of his reproach, flashed a sheepish smile and explained, "The situation escalated quickly. I didn't Appo's. T realized the person at the auction was merely a decoy. Their SA group secretly trying to sell our core secrets from Yinxia." Suddenly recalling something, she eagerly inquired, "Oh, by the way, have you seen a black metal box? Is this what you mean?" Su Chan slowly retrieved the metal box Jia had previously handed him from the table. "Yes, that and Appo's, the one. I'm so relieved it's still here." Jia sighed in relief upon seeing the box. Curious, Su Chan asked, "What's inside that has you so anxious?" Jia responded earnestly, "It contains the defense plans for Dongfeng Express. If the enemy gets their hands on this." Her voice trailed off as Su Chan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Even a fool could comprehend the catastrophic consequences if such sensitive information fell into the wrong hands. "Why do you always find yourself in these difficult situations?" He couldn't help but remark. "I can't help it. It's what I do," Jia replied, standing up with a serious expression and extending her hand towards Su Chan. "Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Jia, the leader of the Special Operations Group in Hangqin. Is Bin one of your team members?" Su Chan shook her hand, instinctively asking. To his surprise, Jia's previously pale complexion flushed with color. She appeared flustered and stammered. "How do you know Bin?" "Just a guess." Su Chan is mirked knowingly. At this, Jia's cheeks reddened further, and she shyly replied, "Bin is the leader of the second team. We are classmates. So please, don't misunderstand." Seeing her bashful demeanor, Su Chan found Jia unexpectedly endearing. Just as he was about to tease her, a loud thud echoed as someone kicked open the door. Following this, Qianyu and Appo's irate voice boomed. "Are your eyes blind? Hurry up and kick this damn door open for me." With a crash, Pei Yijin forcefully opened the door, and Qianyu swaggered in, accompanied by Jiang Yuner, declaring, "Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting your little TT. Trouble. Kneel first. Let me handle some matters." Chapter 68. Enter not without wealth. And do not advise lightly. How outrageous. Qianyu, what nonsense are you spouting here? At that moment, as Qianyu's arrogant words echoed, Su Chan had not yet had the chance to comment when Jia could no longer contain her fury and rebuked him. Upon hearing her words, both Qianyu and Su Chan were taken aback, particularly Qianyu, who could not help but exclaim, "Jia, How could you be here with that scoundrel Su Chun? Mind your own business and get lost. Baisijia reprimanded coldly. However, her words displeased not only Qianyu, but also Su Chun, who promptly questioned her in a frigid tone. Do you know him? Sensing the chill in Su Chen's voice, Baisijia felt a tremor in her heart and hastily explained. He is Qian Bin's younger brother, Qianyu, the second son of the Qian family. I've met him a few times during visits to the Qian household. Oh, the brother of Bin. Upon hearing Baisijia's explanation, a flicker of coldness sparked in Su Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Bin she referred to was indeed the eldest son of the Qian family, Qian Bin. This revelation bestowed upon Su Chen a renewed understanding of the Qian family's stature. After a brief moment of shock, Qianyu seemed to accept this fact and, with Baisijia present, grew even more audacious. You, Su Chen, are nothing but a dog. How dare you address Bin like that? You should call him father. Understand? Hearing Qianyu and Appo's brazen remarks, Su Chen let out a sardonic laugh. Baisijia, who was aware of the formidable presence Su Chen truly represented, appeared reluctant to witness any hostility between him and the Qian family. Thus, upon detecting a glimmer of malice in Su Chen and Appo's eyes, she swiftly turned to Qianyu and scolded, Qianyu, how can you speak to Mr. Su in such a manner? Apologize to him immediately. As the saying goes, one's reputation is as crucial as one's very life. In a man named Appo's eyes, sometimes maintaining face is more vital than existence itself. Therefore, had Baisijia not intervened, Qianyu might not have felt insulted. Yet, her words ignited within him a sense of humiliation regarding his dignity. Consequently, valuing his pride above all else, a furious Qianyu shouted, What did you say? Apologize to this dog. Su Chen, have you had too much to drink? He insisted, I must punish this dog today, and no one can stop me. With that, Qianyu gestured for Pei Jin to step forward and subdue Su Chen. Pei Jin had always regarded Su Chen as a mere laughable martial artist. Thus, upon receiving Qianyu's command, he approached Su Chen menacingly without hesitation. Seeing Qianyu careening further down the path of destruction, Baisijia and Appo's face turned a deep shade of anger. To prevent Qianyu from making a grave mistake, she positioned herself in front of Su Chen and warned sternly, Qianyu, stop this nonsense and leave immediately. How dare you help Su Chen? Qianyu was incensed. Baisijia, what do you mean? Have you forgotten your place? If you continue to aid this dog, do not blame the Qian family for turning against you. In that moment, Baisijia was at a loss for words. Just as she was about to respond, Su Chen inquired seriously, Do you have leverage against the Qian family? Faced with Su Chen and Appo's question, Baisijia initially sought to sidestep the topic. But upon seeing the coldness in Su Chen and Appo's curious gaze, she realized he was not seeking a heartfelt conversation, but rather assessing whether she was an adversary. Realizing this, Baisijia hesitated no longer and responded earnestly, Yes. My brother is suffering from severe uremia and is waiting for a kidney transplant. The Qian family has claimed to have found a donor, but we need time for their consent. Baisijia and Appo's words trailed off, yet the emotions of unwillingness, helplessness, and anger in her eyes were palpable to Su Chen. He had not anticipated that Baisijia, too, was constrained by familial illness. Wishing to assist this strong-willed girl, Su Chen spoke softly. Then do not concern yourself with the Qian family. I will treat your brother in Appo's illness. You? Baisijia was momentarily taken aback. After all, she did not know much about Su Chen. She only understood that she had been assigned to protect him, and that he possessed remarkable martial prowess. However, she was completely unaware of his medical skills. Nevertheless, while she was uninformed, Su Chen was brimming with confidence in his abilities. When she questioned him, he responded with a self-assured smile, Yes, it is I. Even that fool would have to admit my skills are exceptional. Wood and Appo's. Teehee. Su Chen, stop being so arrogant. No matter how skilled you are, what good does it do? You are nothing but a useless weakling. At this point, fearing that Baisijia might support Su Chen, Qianyu emphatically warned, Baisijia, I advise you not to associate with a wanted criminal of the Qian family. Otherwise, you will become a target of our pursuit as well. You should know well just how terrifying the Qian family is, right? Listening to Qianyu and Apos, as self-satisfied words. Bai Sijia felt utterly speechless. Yet, she had to concede that he was not wrong about the Qian family's formidable influence. Hence, realizing she could not sway Qianyu, Bai Sijia turned to Su Chun and urged, Su Chun, do not stoop to Qianyu's level. He is merely an ignorant fool. If he has wronged you, I will have his brother, Qian Bin, apologize to you. Hearing this, Su Chun could not suppress a laugh. Bai Sijia, witnessing his reaction, asked with a hint of displeasure, what are you laughing at? Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Turn not without wealth, and do not advise lightly. Do you truly believe the Qian family would take your words to heart? Faced with Su Chun and Apos' cutting retort by Sijia and Apos', expression darkened considerably. She wished to counter his statement. Yet as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself at a loss. Ultimately, Su Chun placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said, all right, go find your brother and bring him to me. This matter no longer concerns you. With that, an overwhelming aura of menace emanated from Su Chun. Bai Sijia's face paled instantly as she hastily warned, Su Chun, this will make you a mortal enemy of the Qian family. And so what? If the Qian family cannot recognize a good deed, let them perish. With those words, Su Chun suddenly struck, eliminating Pei Jin, who had been poised to ambush him. Then, with an expression of sardonic amusement, he turned to Qianyu and Jiang Yun and Apos, and pronounced, now, how do you both intend to meet your end? Chapter 69. The temper of my ancestor is quite fearsome. With a thunderous echo, the chilling words fell. Qianyu and Jiang Yun's faces turned as pale as paper. They could hardly believe the terrifying prowess of Su Chun. Pei Jin, a formidable master guard, was rendered powerless before Su Chun, meeting his end without even a fight. In that moment, they finally grasped why Su Chun had always looked down upon them. It was because they were simply not in the same league. Realizing he had kicked a steel plate, Qianyu immediately stammered, it's a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. Mr. Su, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Chun replied indifferently, raising an eyebrow. What exactly is misunderstood? Pray tell. I faced with Su Chun's relentless questioning. Qianyu was at a loss for words. After all, he had never imagined such an outcome before arriving. Therefore, in his desperation, he hastily shifted all the blame onto Jiang Yun, exclaiming, it was that vile woman Jiang Yun who deceived me. I am innocent. Qianyu, how could you say such a thing? Jiang Yun panicked, hurriedly defending herself. You were the one who couldn't accept your humiliating loss at the auction and deliberately sought trouble with Mr. Su. This has nothing to do with me. Vile woman, if you hadn't provoked Mr. Su, why would I be at odds with him? In an effort to extricate himself from the predicament, Qianyu adopted a pleading tone and implored Su Chun, Mr. Su, I beg you to see the truth. It was really that vile woman Jiang Yun who incited me to act against you. Enough. Growing impatient at the back and forth between Qianyu and Jiang Yun, Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. Whether you are innocent or not, I have my own judgment. Now, hand over the bind Apos and flour, and you may live. Otherwise, death awaits. What upon hearing that Su Chun desired the buy and flour, Qianyu's expression shifted dramatically. He, not wanting his efforts to go to waste, grimaced and cautioned. The buy and flour is something my ancestor requires. Mr. Su, it may not be wise to take it. After all, my ancestor has quite the temper. Indeed, Qianyu intended to leverage the reputation of his ancestor to intimidate Su Chun. Unfortunately, Su Chun was unaware of the true nature of Qianyu's ancestor. He only knew that possessing the buy and flour would greatly enhance his future prospects. Thus, the audacious Su Chun, undeterred by Qianyu's veiled threat, responded coldly. What does that have to do with me? I ask you, will you give me the buy and Apos and flour, or shall you perish? Witnessing Su Chun's formidable demeanor, Qianyu's expression darkened further. Realizing he could not reason with Su Chun alone, he desperately turned his gaze to Bai Sijia, earnestly reminding her, Sijia, you are friends with Mr. Su, correct? Surely he does not understand the power of my ancestor. Do you not know either? If my ancestor becomes angry, you two will not escape unscathed. As it turned out, the higher one stood, the more timid one became. Bai Sijia, despite her considerable standing among the younger generation, was acutely aware of her family and Appo's limitations. Hence, from a young age, she had learned the meaning of fear. Thus, upon hearing Qianyu and Appo's words, she too became anxious and urgently cautioned. Su Chun, Qianyu and Appo's ancestor, is a third-rank powerhouse. This is serious. We should not escalate the situation unnecessarily. A third-rank powerhouse? Su Chan was momentarily taken aback by Sijia's revelation. He had not anticipated that such a small family as the Qians could possess a third-rank powerhouse. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Seeing Su Chan hesitate and show signs of concern, Qianyu felt emboldened. With a tone laced with condescension, he remarked, "Su Chun, the martial world is divided into 9 ranks, each a realm unto itself. You must understand the concept of disparity. Do not act impulsively, for there is no remedy for regret. Damn it, are you still pretending? Hand over the Bayan flower at once, or face death." As the saying goes, a man of honor has his principles. Su Chen's nature was that of a reckless scion, unfazed by threats. Initially, he had felt some trepidation upon learning of the Qian family's third-rank powerhouse. However, after hearing Qianyu and Appo's arrogant remarks, he promptly dismissed it from his mind. After all, he had also acquired the ascension herb from the Li family, which was a third-rank powerhouse. What did he have to fear? Yu Qianyu was clearly unprepared for Su Chun's sudden shift to aggression. He immediately revived the topic. "Aren't you afraid of my ancestor's wrath? I warn you, if the Qian family dares to trouble me, I will kill every single one of them, just as I am about to do now." At this point, Su Chun's flying sword had already reached Qianyu's neck, the frigid intent of death instantaneously extinguishing any lingering defiance within Qianyu. Ultimately, Qianyu was merely a second-generation heir nurtured by a wealthy family. His sole purpose was to ensure the family legacy continued. Why did he have to challenge someone like Su Chun, a martial practitioner? As death loomed closer, panic seized Qianyu, who hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me. I will give you the Bayan flower." With that, Qianyu retrieved a brocade box from his bosom and presented it to Su Chun. Observing this, Su Chun's smile blossomed, for with the Bayan Appo's and flower in hand, he was one step closer to transcending boundaries. In a buoyant mood, he waved them away as if swatting at flies, declaring, "You may leave." Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Qianyu and Jiang Yuner dared not hesitate, hurriedly fleeing towards the exit. However, once they departed, Baisijia and Appo's brows furrowed deeply. Noticing her troubled expression, Su Chun inquired with curiosity, "Why do you look at me with such eyes? Do you think I am too handsome and wish to engage in something delightful?" Baisijia's countenance darkened further as she sternly questioned, "Why did you let the tiger return to the mountain? Do you not realize that allowing Qianyu and the others to return will bring you trouble in the future? This is concern for you, is it not?" Seeing Baisijia's serious demeanor, Su Chun cheerfully replied, "Are you genuinely worried about me?" However, before he could finish, Baisijia urgently interjected, "Be serious. I am not joking with you. You must pursue them immediately. You can still turn this into a pending case. Otherwise, the Qian family's retaliation will leave you in despair." Taken aback by Baisijia's fervent words, Su Chun's initial surprise faded, replaced by a grave expression. "I was waiting for the Qian family's retaliation. Do you not think there are too many aristocratic families in Yanxia?" Chapter 70. You think you can still do bad things after being hurt like this? Indeed, Su Chun allowed Qianyu to leave, ostensibly to respond to Yang Tianxi, or perhaps to the request of the enigmatic figure from Yanxia. After all, nothing is more conducive to the downfall of a noble family than a private conflict. Baisijia was no fool. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, she suddenly realized, her face reflecting astonishment, "You two are a person on mission?" What do you think?" In response to Baisijia's inquiry, Su Chun smiled enigmatically, leaving his intentions unspoken. Nonetheless, Baisijia and Appo's gaze towards him grew increasingly intricate. After all, how could she fathom the true nature of Su Chun? Was he merely a frivolous wastrel? Yet, he possessed extraordinary medical skills. Was he merely a hopeless case? Yet, His martial prowess was unparalleled. Was he devoid of ambition? Yet, he bore the weight of the nation's destiny. This left by Sijia curious as to how Su Chan managed to navigate such multifaceted personalities. Perhaps her gaze was imbued with a mature allure, causing Su Chan to feel a flush of heat. To avoid stirring up a violent conflict in the dead of night, Su Chan promptly fabricated an excuse, stating, "It's getting late. I must return to rest. If you believe in my medical skills, just bring your brother to me." With that, he feigned profundity as he exited the hotel. Bai Sijia watched his receding figure and suddenly burst into laughter, then chided playfully, "What a rogue. Even in such a state, he still thinks of doing mischief. However, I must admit, he does possess quite the talents." At that moment, Su Chan was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in by Sijia's mind after his departure. All he knew was that he was feeling quite irate. Thus, after leaving the hotel, he wasted no time in pulling out his phone and calling Gu Shanshan, intending to vent his frustrations. However, as soon as the call connected, before he could express anything exhilarating, Gu Shanshan interjected, "Young master, something has happened. Where are you now? What happened?" Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Gu Shanshan, unable to conceal the gravity of the situation, replied earnestly, "It's Miss Zhao. Li Zikai has come to demand payment. Miss Zhao couldn't reach you, so she asked me to tell you to hurry and save her." Damn! Upon hearing that Li Zikai was demanding payment, a glint of coldness flickered in Su Chen and Damp, Oppo's, his eyes. He understood that Li Zikai and Oppo's audacity stemmed from an error in his projected pre-sale box office. Su Chen recalled that in his previous life, the success of Wolf Warrior 2 was largely due to the investment from Beihai Entertainment. However, in this life, he had embarked on a perilous gamble with Beihai Entertainment. It was only natural for them to throw obstacles in his way. Thus, the underwhelming pre-sale box office was to be expected. Yet, he had not anticipated Li Zikai and Amp, Oppo's brazen visit to Zhao Lingyin and Amp, Oppo's home at such a late hour. Concerned for Zhao Lingyin and Amp, Oppo's safety, Su Chan cursed under his breath and immediately made his way to the Zhao residence. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family's living room, the atmosphere was decidedly tense. All eyes were fixed on Zhao Lingyin, awaiting her response. Perhaps the wait had stretched on just a tad too long, as Zhao Lingyin's cousin, Zhao Lingyu, could no longer contain herself and urged, "Zhao Lingyin, have you considered your options? This is your last chance. If you don't compromise, your family will face the wrath of the Zhang family. Can you withstand that?" Facing Zhao Lingyu's pressure, Zhao Lingyin defiantly raised her head and retorted, "The movie hasn't even been released yet. Who has to say who will win or lose? On what grounds do you declare me defeated?" Observing Zhao Lingyin and Oppo's attempt to turn the tide, Zhao Lingyu scoffed derisively. Beihai Entertainment subsidizes each movie ticket by 9. The pre-sale box office is bound to exceed 100 million. What do you have to contest against Beihai Entertainment? Your paltry few hundred thousand in pre-sales? Listening to Zhao Lingyu and Oppo's scornful remarks, Zhao Lingyin found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After all, it was Su Chun who had urged her to invest in Wolf Warrior 2. She had no clarity on how the situation would unfold. She could only pull out her phone once more, hoping for a message from Su Chun. Unfortunately, upon glancing at her screen, she found no response from him. This behavior did not escape the notice of everyone present, particularly Zhao Lingyu. Upon seeing Zhao Lingyin check her phone again, mocked, "Is that good-for-nothing Su Chun unreachable? I warned you, he is nothing but a useless waste. And now look, you're left alone to face this." Such pity, such sadness, such lamentation. As Zhao Lingyu's taunts faded, even Zhao Lingyin's parents began to lose their composure, especially her mother, Lu Rushi, who anxiously questioned, "Is that Su Chun still reliable? He wouldn't be trying to set us up, would he?" Hearing her mother's words, Zhao Lingyin quickly shook her head, insisting, "Mom, how could Su Chun possibly betray us? If you're trying to deceive us, why would he save my father? He came for the money owed to our family." Lu Rushi was far from pleased with this response. After all, due to Su Chen's involvement, their family's current situation was quite dire. She had often contemplated whether things would have been simpler had Zhao Lingyin married into the Jiang family directly. Thus, witnessing Su Chan cause yet another upheaval. Pushing their family to the brink, Lu Rushi was thoroughly exasperated. She declared sternly, "Zhao Lingyin, perhaps you should just marry into the Jiang family. After all, women marry whoever. Why must you complicate things for your parents?" Mom. Hearing Lu Rushi's serious words, Zhao Lingyin felt her eyes welling with tears. She wished to defend Su Chan, asserting he was not that kind of person. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts, Lu Rushi's anger flared. "Don't call me Mom. If you truly consider me your mother, then submit to Jiang Shao. Can we truly contend with him?" Zhao Lingyin, you should have heeded the elder and Appo's advice. Opposing Jiang Shao will only lead to ruin. Zhao Lingyu further fueled the fire, while Li Zikai, standing nearby, arrogantly proclaimed, "Make your decision quickly. There are only 20 minutes left before the pre-sale closes. If you lose, there will be no chance to become Jiang Shao as wife, only to be a plaything. I advise you to think carefully." As the pressure mounted from all sides, tears of frustration streamed down Zhao Lingyin's cheeks. She could not comprehend what was wrong with pursuing her own happiness. Why was everyone forcing her to marry someone she did not love? Just as Zhao Lingyin descended into despair, a cold voice echoed from outside. "You know the pre-sale ends in 20 minutes. What are you doing here flaunting your power? If you lose later, how embarrassing will that be?" Su Chun. Chapter 71. Why do you smell of 3 different women and Appo's as perfumes? At this moment, as Su Chan and Appo's voice resonated, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Among them, the most affected was Zhao Lingyin. Like a wounded bird, she leaped into Su Chan and Appo's embrace, her small fists pounding against his chest as she choked out, "You scoundrel, why did you only come now?" Observing Zhao Lingyin's pitiful demeanor, Su Chan felt a pang of sympathy. He gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, apologizing softly. "I'm sorry, I was caught up in something. What are you busy with? Do you know how long we've been looking for you?" At this moment, as Su Chan and Appo's words fell, Zhao Lingyin had yet to respond when Lu Rushi voiced her dissatisfaction first. After all, as a mother, she only wished for her child to live a safe and happy life, not to be engulfed in daily fears. Su Chan naturally understood Lu Rushi and Appo's discontent, and thus, in an effort to alleviate the tension, he prepared to reveal some hidden cards. However, before he could utter a word, Zhao Lingyu's sarcastic voice pierced through. What else could he be busy with? Naturally, he and Appo's gallivanting with women. With that, Zhao Lingyu stepped closer to Su Chan, inhaling the air around him. She then playfully remarked, "You carry the scents of 3 different perfumes, which clearly indicates that you've been intimately close with at least 3 women. Su Chan, am I correct?" As Zhao Lingyu's words echoed, a look of surprise flickered across Su Chen's face. He had not anticipated that Zhao Lingyu possessed such perceptive skills. Just as he instinctively raised his arm to smell if indeed he bore the fragrances of 3 women, Lu Rushi was utterly incensed. "Enough, Zhao Lingyin. I will never allow you to be with such a scoundrel. Pack your things. You're coming with me to the Jiang family to apologize." With that, Lu Rushi stormed upstairs, her expression furious. At this moment, however, Su Chan calmly interjected, "And even if you gave Jiang Tao 1,000 chances, he wouldn't dare covet Zhao Lingyin. So why make a fruitless trip? Boom. As the saying goes, a single stone stirs up 1,000 waves." Su Chen's words fell like a bombshell, instantly altering the atmosphere in the living room. Lu Rushi looked at Su Chan in utter astonishment, instinctively asking, "What did you say?" "I said, even if you gave Jiang Tao 100,000 chances, he wouldn't dare compete with me for Lingyin." Su Chan replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Yet, upon hearing his response, a chorus of laughter erupted in the living room. The most exaggerated laughter came from Zhao Lingyu, who seemed to have heard the biggest joke of the century. "You think Jiang Shao wouldn't dare compete with you for Zhao Lingyin? What do you think you are, to even consider contending with Jiang Shao? Huh, a clown remains a clown, truly ignorant to think that just because you have some abilities, you can disregard the scions of affluent families." At this moment, Li Zikai also let out a cold laugh. He believed that gambling with someone like Su Chun was merely lowering his own status. After all, what was the point of winning against a fool? Lu Rushi, too, felt a deep sense of disappointment in Su Chun. With a repulsed expression, she turned to him, saying, "Zhao Lingyin, do you see? This is the kind of person you admire, full of nonsense. What future could you possibly have with someone like him?" "Mom, Su Chun is not someone who spouts nonsense." Seeing her mother's grave misunderstanding of Su Chun, Zhao Lingyin quickly defended him. However, before she could finish, Lu Rushi sharply retorted, "What are you defending him for? Look at this guy. Aside from his medical skills, what else can he do? He claims Jiang Tao wouldn't dare compete with him. You should take a good look in a mirror and see who he really is." "All right, let us keep this brief." At this moment, perhaps Zhao Shanhe felt that Lu Rushi's words were a bit harsh, or perhaps he intended to personally conclude this farce. Thus, after Lu Rushi's reprimand, he finally spoke. "Su Chun, I apologize for putting you in an awkward position. His mother only wishes for Zhao Lingyin to have a happy future. I trust you understand?" Facing Zhao Shanhe and Amp, Oppo's inquiry, Su Chun smiled and nodded. And Amp, Oppo's intentions for Lingyin and Amp, Oppo's well-being are entirely understandable. After all, the love parents have for their children is irrefutable. Indeed, I find your perspective commendable. However, if your reasoning is so clear, why utter such nonsensical words earlier? Dad, as Zhao Shanhe and Oppo's words settled, Su Chun had yet to respond when Zhao Lingyin, feeling the harshness of the conversation, could not help but interject. But just as she opened her mouth, Zhao Shanhe waved his hand to silence her. Clearly, he wished to thoroughly assess whether Su Chun was worthy of Zhao Lingyin and Amp, Oppo's lifelong devotion. Understanding Zhao Shanhe's intent, Su Chun cheerfully inquired, "Does anyone have Jiang Tao's phone number? What do you need Jiang Tao's number for?" Zhao Shanhe squinted, questioning. "To call him and confirm things personally." Su Chun replied with a serious demeanor. "What?" Upon hearing Su Chun's words, everyone present, including Zhao Shanhe, was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that Su Chun would utter such audacious remarks. At this moment, even Zhao Lingyin began to feel anxious, unable to resist asking, "Su Chun, don't you think calling Jiang Tao is a bit too arrogant?" "Arrogant? Just make the call, and you'll see if what I said is true," Su Chun asserted with unwavering confidence. Seeing Su Chun's firm demeanor, everyone in the room was at a loss for how to react. After a long pause, Zhao Shanhe took on the authoritative tone of the head of the family, saying, "Lingyin, call Jiang Tao and tell him I want to have a word with him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingyin instinctively glanced at Su Chun. When she saw the encouraging look in his eyes, she boldly replied, "All right, I'll do it right now." With that, Zhao Lingyin pulled out her phone and dialed Jiang Tao and Oppo's number. Soon, the call was connected. However, Jiang Tao and Oppo's highly tense voice made everyone present furrow their brows in concern. "Zhao Lingyin, what do you want to talk to me about? Are you trying to tell me how great your taste is?" Chapter 72. Here comes the sweltering summer. Do you doubt my victory? Confronted with Jiang Tao and Amp, Oppo's frantic inquiry, Zhao Lingyin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she had never witnessed such a desperate demeanor from him before. Just as she was grappling with how to respond, Su Chun interjected calmly, "It is Uncle Zhao who wishes for you to come to the Zhao family and discuss matters between you and Zhao Lingyin. After all, do you not have a fondness for her? It would be an opportune moment for us to converse." Boom! The moment Jiang Tao heard Su Chun and Oppo's words, his expression shifted dramatically. He had already learned from Jiang Yuner that Su Chun was a formidable practitioner. Furthermore, he had received a directive from the head of the Jiang family to refrain from opposing Su Chun. Thus, in a bid to avoid offending him, Jiang Tao hastily clarified, "This is all a misunderstanding. How could I, Xiao Jiang, dare to contend with Mr. Su over a woman? I implore you to see reason." As Jiang Tao spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the Zhao family. Everyone present struggled to comprehend what they had just heard. Particularly, Lu Rushi could not contain her disbelief as she asked, "Xiao Jiang, what has happened to you? Were you not quite enamored with Lingyin before?" Under the scrutinizing gazes of his family, Jiang Tao, feeling aggrieved, responded, "I was young and foolish. I have offended you all. From this day forth, I, Jiang Tao, concede. I ask Mr. Su and everyone to show mercy. Spare me. Boom, boom, boom. At this revelation, the onlookers were rendered speechless, especially Li Zikai, who had been aiding Jiang Tao in pursuing Zhao Lingyin, was utterly bewildered. Unable to hold back, he exclaimed, Jiang Tao, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you been kidnapped by Su Chun? If so, just say the word, and I will rush to rescue you. Upon hearing Li Zikai and Appo's words, Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback. Then, he comprehended why Su Chun had contacted him at such a moment. Thus, wishing to avoid offending the formidable practitioner, Jiang Tao solemnly warned, Li Zikai, I have not been kidnapped. I advise you to promptly apologize to Mr. Su. He is not someone you can provoke. Upon hearing this, Li Zikai and Appo's expression darkened considerably. Just as he instinctively opened his mouth to retort, Su Chun preemptively hung up the phone. Then, with an impassive demeanor, he turned to Lu Rushi and Zhao Shanhe, asking, Uncle, Andy, do you now believe what I have said? This query left the elderly couple feeling as though they were still in a dream. After all, the Jiang family was one of the 4 great clans. The fact that such a formidable entity had bowed before Su Chun was astonishing. Zhao Shanhe, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, How did you manage this? In response, Su Chun exhibited no hesitation, boasting, It is simply that I am far more formidable than they. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanhe felt as though the world had shifted after a grave illness. The Su family, which had previously borrowed money from his own family to sustain itself, now appeared to eclipse the illustrious Jiang family? Was this not a jest? Yet, the evidence lay before him, and despite his disbelief, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. However, while Zhao Shanhe remained speechless, Li Zikai was convinced that Su Chun had indeed kidnapped Jiang Tao. After all, how could Jiang Tao, known for his temperament, utter such disgraceful words? Thus, convinced of this reality, Li Zikai angrily retorted, Su Chun, how dare you kidnap the young master of the Jiang family? Do you have any idea how significant the Jiang family's influence is? In response to Li Zikai's inquiry, Su Chun scoffed disdainfully, I neither know nor care. All I know is that you wagered the immortal herb against me. When do you plan to deliver it? Still craving the immortal herb? At that moment, as Su Chun's words fell, Li Zikai had yet to respond when Zhao Lingyu could no longer suppress her derision, exclaiming, Your wager against young master, Li, was a complete disaster. And now you still have the audacity to demand the immortal herb? You should be contemplating how to hand over 20 billion. A complete disaster, you say? Are you certain? Su Chun replied, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Unbeknownst to Zhao Lingyu, Su Chun harbored an unshakable confidence. Witnessing his audacity, she immediately pulled out her phone and displayed the pre-sale platform, mocking, There are only 5 minutes left until the pre-sale ends. The pre-sale box office for Beihai Entertainment's film has exceeded 80 million, while yours barely scraped 30,000. Are you sure of your certainty? Only 5 minutes remain. How can you be so certain I will lose? Su Chun countered with a smile. Seeing Su Chun still attempting to argue at such a juncture, Li Zikai's irritation peaked. Su Chun, while I may not know how you coerced young Master Jiang into saying those words, I can assure you that you are bound to lose this time. So stop trying to fool me and prepare to hand over the wager before the wrath of the Zhang family descends upon you. With Li Zikai mentioning the Zhang family, the hearts of Zhao Lingyin and the others sank once more. After all, having been deceived by Zhao Lingyu, they had already signed a betting agreement with the Zhang family. If they lost, the retribution from the Zhang family would be far more terrifying than that of the Jiang family. In a state of uncertainty, Zhao Lingyin instinctively glanced at Su Chun, unable to contain her worry as she asked, Su Chun, what should we do? Seeing the concern etched on Zhao Lingyin's face, Su Chun nonchalantly laughed. We are bound to win, so why fret? But Zhao Lingyin began, poised to voice her apprehensions further. But before she could articulate her thoughts, Zhao Lingyu interjected with a mocking tone, There are only 2 minutes left. Tell me, what makes you think you can win? Shall we make a bet? Faced with Zhao Lingyu's repeated taunts, Su Chun's expression turned stern as he inquired, What do you wish to wager? Zhao Lingyu, her demeanor dripping with disdain, replied, Let us wager that we will still win. If you lose, you will kneel and apologize. Su Chan retorted coldly, and if I lose? Zhao Lingyu, her pride evident, declared, if you lose, I shall do as I please. Very well. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Zhao Lingyu, feeling assured of her victory, arrogantly proclaimed, I accept your wager. When I win, I shall take you out shopping. At Zhao Lingyu's malicious words, a fierce look crossed Su Chen's face as he replied, rest assured, you shall not win. Prepare to kneel and apologize. Witnessing Su Chen se defianstens, lidzikais nird. Su Chen, I do not know what pretense you are maintaining, but there is only 1 minute left until the pre-sale concludes. The pre-sale will determine the screening arrangements for the film. If your pre-sale does not perform well, the theaters will not show your movie. You are not unaware of this. Are you? Here comes the sweltering summer. How could you possibly be ignorant of this? Su Chen countered with a smile. What do you mean by that? Chapter 73. One should not be overly conceited. There is little significance in this. I merely wish to convey that one should not be overly self-assured. To eliminate you is as effortless as crushing an ant. Boom! Upon hearing Su Chan and amp, oppose, as playful words Lizakai and amp, oppose, as heart trembled violently. A wave of foreboding surged within him. After all, anyone engaged in commerce understands that they earn only meager profits. The individuals who truly amass wealth are those who align themselves with policy. Thus, filled with apprehension, he immediately opened his phone to check the latest policies. When he discovered that no new policies had emerged, a cold smirk crept onto his face. Su Chen, your ability to create illusions is indeed impressive. What, do you think you can dominate this summer all by yourself? While Su Chen might not be able to single-handedly rule the world, he certainly could ensure that patriotic educational films spread across the vast expanse of the nation. At this juncture, Su Chen glanced at the text message from Yang Tianxi on his phone. Then, turning to Zhao Lingyin, he cheerfully inquired, Lingyin, it is now 8 in the morning. Shall we take a look at the morning news? Although Zhao Lingyin was uncertain of Su Chen's intentions, she instinctively sensed that his counterattack was meticulously prepared. Eager to vent her frustrations, Zhao Lingyin promptly nodded, of course. She approached the television and pressed the remote. As the familiar sound of the news broadcast filled the room, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the Zhao household. All eyes were fixated on the familiar host, awaiting their forthcoming words. Hello, dear viewers. It is now 8 in the morning in the capital. Let's first delve into the political news. Last night, tourists from a land of cherry blossoms disregarded warnings and swam in West Lake, tragically drowning. The Foreign Affairs Department has expressed their condolences. As the news transitioned to footage of ambulances retrieving bodies from Westlake, Su Chen could not suppress a laugh. He had not anticipated that the treatment of those cherry blossom ninjas he had eliminated the previous night would unfold in such a manner. However, he had to concede that this method seemed most fitting. As he pondered, Zhao Lingyu's sarcastic voice broke in, Su Chen, how can you still find this amusing? Is this what you wanted us to see? Are you here to entertain us? With her question, every gaze in the living room turned toward Su Chen. Zhao Lingyin, visibly anxious, implored, Su Chen, please don and oppose. Be reckless. We cannot afford to lose. Observing Zhao Lingyin and oppose distress, Su Chen chuckled reassuringly. Why the rush? Just keep watching. Though Zhao Lingyin was filled with confusion, she could only comply upon witnessing Su Chen's unwavering confidence. However, her willingness to cooperate was not shared by the others, particularly Li Zikai, who impatiently remarked, Su Chen, I do not have time to indulge in your antics. The pre-sale period has ended. You have lost. Now transfer the 2 billion to me, or do not blame me. Next, we turn to the second news item. The new film and oppose, Wolf Warrior 2 and oppose, has been deemed the best patriotic film of the year, and the authorities have mandated that all departments and units actively organize personnel to view it. Boom, boom, boom. Before Li Zikai could finish his tirade, the host and oppose, as subsequent statements sent chills down the spines of everyone present, except for Su Chen. For anyone not lacking in common sense could discern the astonishing implications of the host's words. Thus, a startled Li Zikai stammered, no, it can't be. How could the state endorse that film? This news must have been pre-recorded by you, right? In response to Li Zikai's accusations, Su Chen looked on disdainfully. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to deal with you? You overestimate your own importance. I refuse to believe this. You are deliberately trying to mislead me with fabricated news. Roaring this, Li Zikai pulled out his phone to confirm. However, just as he was about to dial, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, which belonged to the president of the Nation and Oppo's largest cinema chain, Happiness Blue Ocean, Li Zikai did not hesitate to answer. Before he could utter a word, the other party spoke apologetically. Li Xiao, I apologize, but we just received a notice that director Wu Jing's film has been designated as a patriotic promotional film. All units are required to arrange for viewings, including ourselves. So the previously promised screening schedule is no longer valid. Your film can only be released at midnight. Upon hearing this, Li Zikai was thrown into a state of panic, urgently pleading, no, this cannot be. Lei, we have been friends for years. You must help me. I do not ask for much. Just one screening during prime time. One screening will suffice. Indeed, Li Zikai now comprehended that Su Chen and Oppo's methods were far more formidable than he had imagined. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat, believing that securing just one primetime screening would guarantee his victory. However, Lei's next words plunged his heart into despair. What on earth are you thinking? During prime time, the leaders will have left work. Who would watch your pathetic film? You lack any political acumen. How do you expect to survive in this industry? You should just quit. As Lei's furious reprimand echoed in his ears, all that remained on Li Zikai's phone was a dial tone. Listening to that incessant sound, Li Zikai felt as though his very soul was being stripped away. He had never anticipated such a complete and utter defeat, leaving him without even the opportunity to resist. Desperate, he turned to Su Chen and trembled. How on earth did you accomplish this? This question instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. They all yearned to understand how Su Chen had orchestrated such an astonishing turn of events. Unfortunately, upon hearing the inquiry, Su Chen chose to remain silent, slowly extending his hand towards Li Zikai and stating, the immortal herb. Upon hearing those three words, Li Zikai's heart seized. Then, as if a realization struck him, he gritted his teeth and replied, I do not have the immortal herb with me, but you may retrieve it from my home later. For now, please tell me how you accomplished this. Realizing Li Zikai's reluctance to comply, Su Chen understood that he was not to be trusted. Nevertheless, with his audacity, he regarded the Li family with indifference. Instead, he focused his gaze on Zhao Lingyu and pronounced with deliberation, you are not yet worthy to know this matter. What you need to understand now is that she must kneel and apologize. Chapter 74. Either kneel and admit your mistake, or I shall shatter your mouth. Boom. Upon hearing Su Chen's chilling words, Zhao Lingyu's countenance soured to the utmost degree. Before the wager, she never dreamt that she would lose in her contest against Su Chen. Now, as the moment arrived for her to fulfill her end of the bargain, she felt averse to the idea. After all, regardless of the circumstances, she considered herself a woman of high esteem. What does it mean to kneel and bow before Su Chen? Thus, reluctant to honor the wager, she awkwardly exclaimed, Su Chen, our bet was merely a jest. As a gentleman, why must you take it so seriously? Ayest. The moment Su Chen heard that term, an icy glint flickered in his eyes. He retorted, visibly displeased. Your repeated mockery towards me is a jest? You conspired against Ling Yin, signing a wager with the Zhang family, intending to ruin her family. Is that a jest? You came here to coerce Ling Yin into marrying that good-for-nothing Jiang Tao. Is that also a jest? Why do you revel in such jokes? Zhao Lingyu found herself at a loss for words in the face of his relentless questioning. To avoid humiliation, she could only muster the courage to say, I have acknowledged my mistake. Why must you insist on my kneeling and degrading me? Degrading you? Seeing Zhao Lingyu still seeking excuses at that moment, Su Chen pointed to her disgruntled face and cooed in Oppo's. He helped but slap her hard, scolding, that is entirely your doing. Now, either kneel and admit your mistake, or I shall shatter your mouth. Boom. Witnessing Su Chen's domineering demeanor, Zhao Lingyu, who had never encountered such a scene, became flustered. She instinctively glanced at Li Zikai, hoping he would intercede on her behalf. However, to her astonishment, As soon as her gaze fell upon Li Zikai, he coldly reminded her, "A bet is a bet. Kneel and apologize." Li Xiao, Zhao Lingyu could hardly comprehend that Li Zikai would demand she kneel before Su Chun. Yet, Li Zikai offered no further explanation, merely fixing his deep gaze on Su Chun and stating, "If you are told to apologize, then do so. There is no need for all this unnecessary chatter." Though filled with confusion at Li Zikai and Appo's somewhat irate words, Zhao Lingyu dared not oppose him. With great reluctance, she knelt before Su Chun and said, "I and Appo's, am sorry. Speak louder." Su Chun and Appo's expression remained unchanged as he coldly urged, "Su Chun, do not go too far. Do not think that just because you won one round, you will continue to win. I assure you, we have numerous methods to deal with you." At that moment, Zhao Lingyu, witnessing Su Chen's deliberate torment of her, finally erupted. But her threats yielded not Su Chen's fearful apologies, but rather a sharp slap and an emotionless retort. "I told you to speak louder. Are your ears deaf?" After being struck again, Zhao Lingyu's eyes reddened with fury. She instinctively wanted to curse, but upon seeing Su Chun raise his hand once more, she could only begrudgingly exclaim, I'm sorry. Is that sufficient?" Ignoring her plea, Su Chen's gaze shifted to Zhao Lingyin as he softly inquired, "What do you think?" After all, they had once been family. Seeing Zhao Lingyu's pitiful state, Zhao Lingyin felt a twinge of compassion and said, "Let it go, allow them to leave." Upon hearing Zhao Lingyin and Appo's words, Su Chen smiled but offered no further comment. Instead, his expression cold, he gestured to Zhao Lingyu and Li Zikai, saying, "Return and prepare the immortal herb. I shall collect it shortly." "Very well. I shall await your arrival at the Li residence." Li Zikai replied without hesitation, promptly turning to leave. Zhao Lingyu cast a resentful glance at Su Chun and Zhao Lingyin before following suit. Once they departed, Zhao Lingyin could not help but ask, "Are you truly going to the Li residence?" "Indeed, if I do not go, the immortal herb will likely not be bestowed upon me." However, Zhao Lingyin's expression grew serious. Noticing her concern, Su Chen curiously asked, "But what? The Li family is not a small clan. Their patriarch, Li Dongfeng, is not an easy man to deal with. Acquiring their possessions may not be that simple." Zhao Lingyin warned gravely. Hearing her worry, Su Chun dismissed it with a chuckle, saying, "Oh, it matters not. I am not an easy person to deal with either." Zhao Lingyin was at a loss for words at Su Chen's confidence. Meanwhile, Zhao Shanhe, who had remained silent, earnestly cautioned Su Chun, "Exercise caution. After all, Li Dongfeng has good relations with many masters. Do not fall into a trap." "Uncle Zhao, rest assured. The traps meant to ensnare me have yet to materialize." Su Chen grinned confidently, seeing Su Chun and Appo's unwavering self-assurance. Zhao Shanhe ceased his warnings and merely nodded. However, at that moment, Lu Rushi, who had been quiet, suddenly asked, as if assessing a potential son-in-law, "Little Su, do you have someone backing you?" In response to Lu Rushi and Appo's inquiry, Su Chun did not conceal the truth, smiling as he nodded. "I met some people while practicing medicine." Gasp! Upon hearing Su Chen's admission, Lu Rushi involuntarily inhaled sharply, then nervously inquired, "May I ask to what extent your connections reach? Can you navigate well in Hangzhou?" This question momentarily left Su Chun speechless. After all, he was uncertain about the depth of his connections. Yet, when it came to his standing in Hangzhou, he certainly had a solid footing, especially since Yang Tianxi was close to becoming his father-in-law, not wanting Lu Rushi to create complications for him in the future. Su Chun directly stated, "Of course, I am well regarded." "Wonderful. Can you help us reclaim the Jinshui Bay project?" Lu Rushi eagerly asked. However, before Su Chen could respond, Zhao Shanhe reprimanded, "Why are you discussing this with Su Chen? Do not cause him trouble." "What trouble? You constantly indulge your sister. Now our family is on the brink of ruin due to her actions, and you still protect her. Are you hoping that Lingyin and I end up in dire straits before you feel satisfied?" Lu Rushi retorted angrily. Zhao Shanhe and Appo's expression darkened further at her words. He immediately admonished, "What would you, a mere woman, understand? My sister and Amp, Appo's daughter, is currently dating the eldest son of the Wei family from Odu. Do you not grasp the significance of that family? Do not jeopardize your life over a trifling amount of money." As he spoke, as if recalling something, Zhao Shanha turned to Su Chun and warned earnestly, "Little Su, I heard Ling Yi mention that the contractor for the Jinshui Bay project has already become your family and Amp. Appo's, correct? I advise you to voluntarily relinquish that opportunity. Do not entangle yourself in the Jinshui Bay project. It is a bottomless pit." Upon hearing Zhao Shanha's impassioned words, Su Chun could not help but raise an eyebrow. To speak candidly, had it not been for Zhao Shanha and his associates mentioning the Jinshui Bay project today, Su Chun would have nearly forgotten about it altogether. However, since it has been brought to light, Su Chun recalled a matter of great significance. In his previous life, during the excavation of the Jinshui Bay project, it appeared that a tomb had been unearthed, leading to a closure that lasted for 6 months. Now, as Su Chun returned to this life, he felt that this tomb was no ordinary burial site. In his past existence, he frequently heard whispers of hauntings at Jinshui Bay, with chilling cries echoing through the night and sightings of individuals clad in ancient attire. Thus, increasingly convinced that the Jinshui Bay project might harbor treasures, Su Chun spoke with utmost seriousness. "Uncle Zhao, since Ling Yin has chosen to accompany me, we are now family, regardless of the origins of any entity. What belongs to us shall remain ours, and what does not belong to us, if we desire it, will also be claimed. Therefore, rest assured, not only will the Jinshui Bay project be in our possession, but everything you have lost shall be restored. No one can thwart us." Chapter 75. The Wicked Complain First. Upon hearing Su Chen's audacious declaration, even Zhao Shanha felt a tremor in his heart. As a former tycoon, he could distinctly sense that Su Chun was not merely boasting. He possessed genuine confidence that emboldened him to utter such words. Consequently, Zhao Shanha, who already harbored a favorable impression of Su Chun, now regarded him with even greater satisfaction. Beside them, Lu Rushi, seemingly anxious that Su Chun might depart, urgently urged Zhao Lingyin, "Ling Yin, Su has been busy all night. He must be exhausted. Don and Amp, Appo's, just stand there. Take him to rest." Observing her parents' contrasting demeanor, Zhao Lingyin felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Having completely fallen for Su Chun, her gaze was now suffused with affection. She yearned to plunge into his embrace, exploring the mysteries of existence together. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhao Lingyin disregarded her parents' presence and directly linked her arm with Su Chen's, asking meaningfully, "Mr. Su, may we go to the Li family later? I wish to take you to rest." Su Chen, keenly aware of the intention behind Zhao Lingyin's tender eyes, feigned difficulty in response. "It's not that I'm unwilling, but I'm uncertain where you intend to take me to rest. Follow me." Without heeding her parents' astonished expressions, Zhao Lingyin took Su Chun straight to her room on the second floor. Once inside, she cranked up the volume of the speakers to the maximum, ensuring no other sounds would reach her parents and Appo's ears. As fate would have it, while Zhao Lingyin sang joyfully in her room, Zhao Lingyu, having departed from the Zhao residence, was in the car, screaming in rage, "Li Xiao, why must I kneel before that worthless Su Chen? He is a good-for-nothing. How dare he expect me to kneel before him? Do you know how humiliating it would be for me?" Confronted with Zhao Lingyu's inquiries, Li Zikai, seated in the car, wore an expression of icy disdain. He was acutely aware of the disgrace associated with Zhao Lingyu kneeling before Su Chun. However, Li Zikai had his own schemes. With a chilling tone, he replied, "The reason I want you to kneel and apologize is that it is not appropriate to kill him within the Zhao family." "What?" Zhao Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously asked, "You intend to kill Su Chun, don't you?" Li Zikai coldly retorted. "I." Caught off guard by the question, Zhao Lingyu found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was merely a capricious rich girl. She could verbally abuse, scold, or even strike others. But the thought of taking a life made her uneasy. Unable to suppress her concern, she asked, "ISN and Amp, Appo's, that against the law?" "Law." Li Zikai and Amp, Appo's, ruthlessness surpassed Zhao Lingyu and Amp Oppo's understanding. He sneered dismissively at her question. What can be captured is called law. What cannot be captured simply disappears. That worthless Su Chun is a disciple of the Pingyang master. If he remains alive, I must offer him the ascension herb. At that point, my grandfather will not be able to ascend in rank, and our Li family will not become a prominent clan. Losing the bet, I would likely be beaten to death by my family. Thus, it became clear to Zhao Lingyu that Su Chun must not survive. With an unyielding resolve, she asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I intend to be the villain who complains first." A glint of cold malice flickered in Li Zikai's eyes as he continued. "I will return and inform my grandfather that Su Chun, believing himself to be above others as a disciple of the Pingyang master, is extorting me for the ascension herb. If I refuse, he threatens to kill me. What do you think of this plan?" "Brilliant." Zhao Lingyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm upon hearing Li Zikai's scheme. "If we frame Su Chun as the aggressor, should he dare confront us, we shall eliminate him, and when he disappears, no one will have the right to accuse us." "Indeed, that is precisely what I was thinking. So make haste to admit defeat. Do not delay my plan to eliminate him." Li Zikai's expression was equally sinister. Realizing the truth, Zhao Lingyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, leaning against Li Zikai in a bid for his forgiveness. Seeing her demeanor, he wasted no time. Tearing her clothing as he declared, "Those who err must face punishment. We still have some time before we reach home. Let me demonstrate how I shall punish you." As time slipped away, the hour had swiftly approached 7 in the evening. Perhaps due to Su Chun and Amp Oppo's formidable second-tier prowess, Zhao Lingyin found herself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed and unable to move. Observing this, Su Chun raised an eyebrow and suggested, "You ought to strengthen your physique. It has only been a few hours, and you cannot endure? This simply will not do." Hearing this, Zhao Lingyin cast a resentful glance back at him. She was, after all, a woman of considerable discipline, accustomed to daily workouts at the gym. Yet, despite her efforts, she had been utterly subdued by Su Chun. Recognizing that this wild stallion was beyond her control, she weakly urged, "But you still need to go to the Li family. Hurry along. What if they use the ascension herb beforehand? That would be disastrous." Acknowledging her words, Su Chun realized it was indeed time to retreat. After all, the ascension herb held significant implications for his advancement to the 3rd tier, a matter of great consequence. Most importantly, he noted Zhao Lingyin's apparent fatigue. Continuing this way could leave her perilously breathless. Thus, for the sake of Zhao Lingyin's well-being and his own aspirations for advancement, Su Chun solemnly rose from the bed, dressed, and with a proud demeanor, departed the Zhao residence, making his way toward the Li family. Chapter 76. You truly dare to come here. The Li family, as a prominent faction in Hangzhou, often displayed an audacious arrogance. Their hubris stemmed largely from the presence of the venerable patriarch, Li Dongfeng, a peak master on the verge of transcending to a higher realm. Upon receiving a report from his grandson, Li Zikai, Li Dongfeng's anger erupted. "That little rascal Wang Pingyang has some nerve. How dare he come to us for extortion? Is he tired of living? Zikai, did you inform that worthless Su Chun that he is dealing with the grandson of Li Dongfeng?" Faced with his grandfather and Oppo's ire, Li Zikai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feigning a sense of grievance. "I did mention it, but Su Chun not only dismissed it, he also said." "What did he say?" Li Dongfeng pressed, his expression darkening. He said, "What are you worth? If you don't give him the ascension herb, he'll destroy our family. He'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball." The moment those words escaped his lips, Li Dongfeng slammed his palm on the coffee table, his fury reaching a boiling point. "Outrageous. Truly outrageous. A worthless piece of filth dares to insult me so. I must eliminate him today." With that declaration, Li Dongfeng seized Li Zikai and Oppo's arm and strode toward the door, eager to confront Su Chun and witness how he intended to carry out such threats. However, just as they approached the entrance, a solemn middle-aged man blocked their path. "Father, your friend, Master Tian, is about to arrive. If you leave now, what will happen when he comes looking for you? He mentioned he has significant matters to discuss. Let him wait. I'll be back shortly." Li Dongfeng replied coldly, yet his son, Li Jianjun, remained unyielding, urging him, "Father, Master Tian is a formidable figure in the martial world. If we keep him waiting, it could reflect poorly on us. Moreover, considering your stature, do you really want to lower yourself to seek out that Su Chun?" Li Dongfeng begrudgingly acknowledged the wisdom in his son's words. Yet the indignation stirred within him was hard to quell. That little wretch spoke so insolently. "I've navigated these waters for decades, and never has anyone dared to utter such threats. How could I not seek retribution?" Understanding the gravity of Su Chen's words, Li Jianjun pressed on. "Since he dares to extort us, it's clear he is just a fool new to the world of martial arts. I assure you, he will come to our doorstep, foolishly confident because of his master. Why lower your dignity to confront him? We can simply wait for him to come to us. Perhaps you're right. I'll wait here and see how that little wretch intends to twist my head off." Li Dongfeng conceded, recognizing the merit in his son's advice. He settled back down to sip his tea, but just as he lifted the cup, a voice boomed from outside. "Who are you? Who allowed you to intrude upon the Li family?" "I am Su Chun, here to claim what is rightfully mine. Please inform them." With Su Chen's voice reverberating through the tea room, Li Dongfeng's cup shattered on the floor as fury coursed through him. "What audacity! I was just planning to find that little wretch, and now he has the gall to show up." With a scowl, Li Dongfeng stormed towards the door, followed closely by Li Zikai and Li Jianjun. Yet, a smirk of satisfaction danced on Li Zikai's face, oblivious to the impending doom his scheme was bringing upon the Li family. At that moment, Li Dongfeng was unaware that most of what Li Zikai had previously stated was a fabrication. Upon exiting the tea room, he assumed Su Chan was merely a fool seeking to extort them. "So, you're the little wretch demanding the ascension her for my family?" Hearing the term little wretch, Su Chan's brow arched slightly. However, recognizing the latter part of the statement aligned with his purpose, he nodded. "Indeed, I have come for the ascension herb. How bold!" Li Dongfeng, incensed at Su Chen's admission, glared with fiery eyes. "So, you're the one who threatened that if my family does not provide the herb, you would twist my head off and kick it?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen paused momentarily. Yet, upon seeing Li Zikai's amused expression, he discerned that a trick had been played. However, bold and unconcerned, he stated plainly, "Indeed, if you do not give me the ascension herb, not only will I claim your head, but none of your family shall escape alive." "Very well. You truly have some gall, little wretch. I have traversed the martial world for decades, and have never encountered such a reckless fool. Today, I shall teach you the consequences of your words." With that, Li Dongfeng picked up a branch from the ground, channeling his energy into it, ready to unleash a fierce blow upon Su Chun. However, before he could act, a voice, aged and indifferent, echoed, "Old Li, I heard your fury from afar. Who has provoked you? Tell me, and I shall help you eliminate him." Chapter 77. That senior seems to be Su Chun. At this moment, upon recognizing the visitor as one of the infamous duo Tian Fugui, Li Dongfeng's demeanor transformed drastically, shifting 180 degrees. He momentarily set aside any intention to reprimand Su Chun and instead approached the entrance with a welcoming smile, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Merely a reckless little beast. Brother Tian has certainly overestimated him." As he spoke, Li Dongfeng noticed that Tian Fugui had come alone, prompting his curiosity to bubble forth. "By the way, where is Madam? Why didn't it oppose? Did she accompany you?" The reason for Li Dongfeng's audacity in inquiring about another man's wife stemmed from the well-known fact that the duo was inseparable in the underworld. It seemed implausible for one to visit without the other. Tian Fugui, understanding the implication behind Li Dongfeng's question, did not conceal the truth. With a sorrowful sigh, he replied, "Alas, Xiaowan was on a mission last night and met her demise." "What?" At Tian Fugui's words, the entire Li family, including Li Dongfeng, was struck with alarm. After all, the duo was renowned in the assassin world for their caution, never undertaking jobs that could lead to their downfall. The sudden death of one member left Li Dongfeng astonished as he pressed for details. Could it be that she encountered someone from the authorities? "No," Tian Fugui retorted. "It was that scoundrel Yi Nan Tian who led us astray." He claimed the target was merely an ancient martial artist. But during the confrontation, The target turned out to be a formidable opponent, and Xiaowan was annihilated before she could even resist. The bitterness in Tian Fugue's eyes was palpable, as he believed that had it not been for Yinan Tian and Appo's false intelligence, their duo would never have faced such a calamity. Li Dongfeng, caught off guard by Tian Fugue's tragic tale, couldn't help but scoff. An ancient martial artist turning into a formidable opponent? Yinan Tian has truly deceived you. We must hold him accountable and demand compensation. Compensation? It's too late for that. She is gone. Tian Fugue cursed in despair. What? You mean Yinan Tian is dead? Li Dongfeng exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. I came to inform you that the Yi family has been eradicated. If your Li family wishes to ascend to prominence, now is the time. In that moment, Tian Fugue revealed the shocking news he had received, hoping to leverage the opportunity to acquire the Li family and Appo's precious ascension herbs. However, Li Dongfeng was taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Who possesses such immense power? It is a young man, even if you become a prominent family. Remember to keep a low profile in Hangzhou, for he is of a similar age to your grandson," Tian Fugue cautioned earnestly. Hiss! Upon learning that the individual in question was a young man, and roughly the same age as Li Zikai, the Li family collectively gasped in disbelief. Youth was a testament to the extraordinary might of this person, and to avoid inadvertently provoking such a formidable entity, the young Li Zikai could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Grandpa Tian, do you know the name of this young man? I should avoid him." Yes. Brother Tian, please inform us of his name. We cannot afford to provoke someone so terrifying. Li Dongfeng akua seriously. After contemplating, I believe he is called Su Chun, Tian Fugue replied earnestly, recalling what he had heard from the Yi family. Who? The name Su Chun elicited a startled gasp from Li Zikai, while Li Jianjun and Li Dongfeng's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to Tian Fugue. Tian Fugue, confused by their reaction, was about to repeat Su Chen's name when suddenly, a calm yet chilling voice interjected, "He is referring to me." Boom! The moment they heard that familiar and fearsome voice, Tian Fugue and Appo's shot past the Li family and landed on Su Chen. In an instant, his complexion turned as pale as a ghost, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Su Chen observed this and remarked indifferently, "Oh, what a surprise to meet you here again. Are you truly seeking death?" Thud! At Su Chen and Appo's words, the terrified Tian Fugue fell to his knees before him, trembling as he stammered, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I was merely passing through. Please see the truth." Huh? Hearing Tian Fugue's panicked plea, Su Chen let out a cold laugh, uttering no further words as he shifted his gaze to Li Dongfeng, stating flatly, "So, what will it be? Shall I take action, or will you hand over the ascension herbs?" Boom! Upon hearing Su Chen's emotionless declaration, the expressions of the Li family darkened considerably, particularly for Li Zikai, who struggled to believe that Su Chen was a formidable opponent. As the members of the Li family found themselves at a loss, a thought suddenly sparked in Li Zikai's mind. He suspected that Su Chen and Tian Fugue were merely attempting to swindle the Li family's ascension herbs. After all, if Su Chen possessed such incredible power, why had he not revealed it sooner, instead enduring ridicule for over 20 years? The only conclusion was that Su Chen was still a worthless fool, albeit one skilled in deception. With this realization, Li Zikai became increasingly convinced of his theory. He boldly called out to the haughty Su Chen, "Su Chen, cease your charade. Do you think we, the Li family, cannot see through your scheme with Tian Fugue to deceive us out of our ascension herbs?" The room fell silent in shock as Li Zikai's words echoed. Even Li Dongfeng could not suppress his inquiry. "Grandson, what do you mean by that?" "Grandpa, it is widely known in Hangzhou that Su Chen is a waste. If he were truly a formidable opponent, why has he endured such ridicule? And if I recall correctly, you mentioned that Grandpa Tian was soon to become a formidable opponent as well, right?" Hiss! As the saying goes, those embroiled in the matter are blind, while those observing see clearly. Li Zikai and Appo's words ignited a storm of disbelief. Li Dongfeng, who had been reluctant to accept Su Chen and Appo's status as a formidable opponent, suddenly found a glimmer of doubt in his beliefs. If Su Chun were truly powerful, why had he lived in Hangzhou for so many years without anyone knowing? The truth was becoming increasingly evident. Su Chun and Tian Fugui were indeed acting. With this realization, Li Dongfeng cast a cold, piercing gaze at Tian Fugui, declaring, "Brother Tian, I never imagined you would go so far as to feign your wife's death just to deceive me. You truly are audacious." "I did not," Tian Fugui protested, his face contorted with grievance. "Then why did you suddenly come to our Li family? Do not dare say it is for a visit. We have only collaborated a few times and are not well acquainted," Li Dongfeng replied, his tone grave and deliberate. At Li Dongfeng's questioning, Tian Fugui found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had indeed come to the Li family with the intention of acquiring the Ascension herbs. He intends to elevate his prowess to the next level and enter the esteemed first-tier ranks. At that point, he plans to confront Su Chun. Unbeknownst to Tian Fugui, however, Su Chun harbors the same intentions, leaving Tian Fugui with an overwhelming sense of dismay. "Grandfather, didn't it oppose, I tell you? These two are merely performing. As for the so-called first-tier experts, Su Chun, a mere waste, is unworthy even to carry their shoes." At this moment, upon noticing Tian Fugui's silence, Li Zikai became increasingly convinced of his stance. Li Dongfeng, hearing this, nodded sagely in acknowledgement of Li Zikai's assertions. Subsequently, his expression turned icy as he declared, "Enough of this charade. Su, kneel and beg for my forgiveness, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise." Li Dongfeng's words trailed off, yet the implication was clear to everyone present. However, understanding does not equate to fear. Su Chun, upon hearing Li Dongfeng's relentless tirade and his utter lack of remorse, lost all patience. With palpable irritation, he exclaimed, "This is beyond tedious. You dare to gamble, but lack the courage to fulfill your end, even resorting to slander. If that is the case, then, as you suggested, let your head serve as my kicking ball." Chapter 78. Either give me what I want, or you shall perish. With the final syllable of Su Chen's command echoing in the air, a sudden flash of black light severed Li Dongfeng's neck, sending his massive head tumbling away. The shocking scene rendered the Li family utterly silent, as all gazes fixated on the headless body that still stood erect, disbelief etched into their expressions. Particularly, Li Zikai struggled to comprehend the reality of his grandfather, once a figure of invincibility, being so swiftly annihilated. After a moment of stunned silence, he could no longer contain his shock, exclaiming, "No, it cannot be. He was merely a debauched fool. How could he possess such power?" At the sound of Li Zikai and Oppo's words, every eye turned towards Su Chun, eager for an explanation. Alas, Su Chun had no inclination to indulge their curiosity. Sensing Li Zikai's lingering defiance, he stepped forward, forcefully stomping his foot onto the marble floor, shattering it into fragments. Commanding the swirling debris with an icy demeanor, he declared, "I have no time for your nonsense. You will either provide me with the immortal herb, or your entire family shall ascend to the heavens. Which will it be?" As the storm of stone dust soared like arrows aimed at them, the Li family members were gripped by sheer panic. Even the staunch Li Zikai found himself subdued in that moment. His father, Li Jianjun, hastily shouted, "Do not act rashly. I will fetch the immortal herb right away." With that, he rushed inside to retrieve the precious herb. Seeing this, Su Chun breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the herb was crucial for his ascension to the third rank. With the item now secured, he had no desire to linger and promptly turned to leave. However, Tian Fugui, who had been kneeling before the Li family, collapsed onto the ground in utter despair. He helplessly shook his head before departing, realizing that in the world of martial arts, one could be wrongfully punished for possessing something valuable without the ability to protect it. He understood that it would be wise to remain low-key. As he prepared to retreat into obscurity, he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. At the street corner, a handsome young man sat casually on the railing, idly tossing a flying sword while observing him with a playful expression. Recognizing that Su Chun had business with him, Tian Fugui hurriedly approached, bowing in respect. "What is your command, esteemed senior. I have heard you are an assassin, correct? Su Chun cut straight to the chase. What do you wish for? Tian Fugue stammered, his anxiety palpable. Su Chun leaped down from the railing with a smile, saying, "It's not a command per se, but rather a business proposition. Your life is payment." What do you think? The gravity of Su Chun and Amp, Appo's words made Tian Fugue tremble uncontrollably. He realized Su Chun was aware of his intentions at the Li household, a clear warning that left him thoroughly intimidated. He knelt once more, fearfully bowing his head. "I am willing to serve you, esteemed Su." You are indeed a clever one," Su Chun responded, a glint of cold amusement in his eyes. He had been waiting for Tian Fugue, contemplating the recruitment of an assassin. After all, in the realm of existence, one often encounters misfortunes that require discreet handling. It appeared that Tian Fugue was a fitting candidate. Without further ado, Su Chun withdrew a porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Tian Fugue, instructing, "Consume this." "What is this?" Tian Fugue asked, his face a mask of trepidation. "It is a poison I concocted," Su Chun replied flatly. "It will take effect in 7 days. But as long as you take the antidote within that time frame, you shall live." "Surely you jest." Tian Fugue's expression darkened at Su Chun's words. He had not anticipated such ruthlessness in Su Chun and Appo's dealings. To pledge loyalty only to be coerced into taking poison was deeply unsettling. Yet, Su Chun was not inclined to entertain his hesitations. He stepped forward, grasped Tian Fugue's jaw, and forced the vial's contents down his throat, stating, "I have no fondness for the Li family. Let them leave no legacy." Without waiting for Tian Fugue to respond, Su Chun vanished into the night, leaving him alone in the darkness, desperately gagging in an attempt to expel the poison he had just ingested. Meanwhile, within the Li family's living room, an infuriated Li Zikai raged. "Father, we cannot let that scoundrel Su Chun go unpunished. We must avenge grandfather." "Vengeance? How do you propose we achieve that?" Li Jianjun raturta angrily. "Su Chun is an elite, and our strongest member is dead. How can we possibly seek revenge now?" He was clearly more consumed by rage than Li Zikai. However, Li Zikai, undeterred, sensed an opportunity. "Father, I have heard that the immortal herb was originally intended as tribute to Elder Qing Feng in exchange for our ascension to the upper echelons, correct? What are you implying?" Li Jianjun's expression darkened, cautioning, "Do not act recklessly. Su Chun is not one to be trifled with. Father, if we cannot handle him, surely the Qing sect, with its centuries-old legacy, can?" Li Zikai insista. "We can inform Elder Qing Feng that Su Chun has seized the immortal herb meant for tribute. Then, he will not escape justice." Li Jianjun fell into contemplative silence, realizing the merit in his son and Appo's proposal. Elder Qing Feng was one of the 10 elders of the Qing sect, a figure of considerable stature in both the dark underworld of Magic City and the broader realm of Yinxia. If such an individual were to take action against Su Chun, it would undoubtedly be effective, and they had little to lose at this point. Finally, Li Jianjun nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will call Elder Qing Feng at once." He promptly took out his phone, relaying the events that transpired in their household to Elder Qing Feng's subordinate. Yet, before he could receive a response, a sinister figure, reminiscent of a malevolent specter, slowly entered through the door. Upon seeing this, Li Zikai and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, and he stammered in fear, "What are you doing back here?" "To eradicate the root of the problem." Chapter 79. You are the doctor. What you desire shall prevail. "Handsome, shall we indulge in some leisure together?" At this moment, as the massacre orchestrated by the Li family commenced, Su Chun, observing from a distant overpass, was suddenly captivated by an enticing voice that echoed from behind him. He turned slowly, and upon seeing the speaker, a mischievous smile spread across his face. "What do you wish to take me to do?" "You shall discover upon arrival." With that, Zhangzi opened the door of a luxury vehicle, gesturing for Su Chun to enter. Without further inquiry, he elegantly complied. However, once inside, Su Chun was taken aback by Zhangzi's formal attire. The exquisite evening gown prompted him to raise an eyebrow and jest. "Is this to suggest that I am to play the role of your boyfriend?" With a playful chuckle, Zhang Zi feigned shyness and asked, "Is that permissible?" "Indeed, it is permissible, but my appearance fee is rather substantial. How do you intend to settle the bill?" Su Chen responded, not refusing the proposition of acting as Zhang Zi and Appo's boyfriend. Yet, as he agreed, his gaze wandered over her alluring figure. Perhaps a thin veil of unspoken understanding lay between them at this moment. Thus, despite her apparent shyness, Zhang Zi refrained from uttering anything that might dampen the mood. Instead, she provocatively remarked, "You are the doctor, and I am the patient. If you were to administer a shot, could I possibly refuse?" Upon hearing this, the intensity in Su Chen's gaze ignited. He could not deny that Zhang Zi was indeed a bewitching enchantress, a fairy lost in the mundane world. Her every glance and smile was utterly captivating. With a nod, he responded, "I was so preoccupied today that I nearly overlooked the necessity of treating your ailment. Gulme, lean a little closer. Allow this esteemed physician to personally examine your condition." At this juncture, what transpired within the confines of the luxury vehicle remained a mystery to all. However, the actions of that day incited considerable ire among many, particularly the members of the Qian family. The matter of the ghost flower was of utmost significance to the elder Qian's longevity, and thus, Qian Yu, who had lost the precious bloom, became the family's greatest scapegoat. Perhaps due to the severity of Qian Yu's injuries, or perhaps due to his incessant wails awakening the conscience of some, a whip crack echoed through the Qian residence. Quietly, Qian Bin, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Father, Xiaoyu could not have anticipated that Su Chen was a formidable figure. Thus, his loss of the ghost flower is somewhat excusable. After all, who would expect a wayward son to conceal such depth?" Upon hearing Qian Bin and Appo's defense, Qian Donglai, Qian Yu's father, scoffed and rebuked. Then why did he not return the ghost flower immediately upon obtaining it? "We, the Qian family, are a prestigious clan. It is only natural for Xiaoyu to seek to reclaim our family and Appo's honor after being mocked by that wretch." Qian Bin continued to advocate for his brother. "Indeed, father. The affluent of Hang City attended the auction. If I do not eliminate that waste of space, our family's reputation shall suffer immensely. You are unaware. That scoundrel even borrowed money from me." Qian Donglai's anger flared. "Ultimately, it is your failure that lies at the heart of this. If only you possessed even a fraction of your brother's abilities, I would sleep with a smile." As his frustration mounted, Qian Donglai lashed out again. Witnessing this, Qian Bin stepped forward to intervene. "Enough, father. There is no point in dwelling on this. We must consider how to retrieve the ghost flower for our great-grandfather." "Retrieve it? How?" "Su Chen is also a formidable figure. If he chooses to ignore our authority, what can we do?" Qian Donglai exclaimed, his indignation palpable. After all, with Su Chen's strength and status, he belonged to an elite echelon. Such individuals are beyond the reach of conventional means of justice. Only the underworld can handle matters among themselves. Thus, Qian Donglai realized that addressing Su Chen was a challenging endeavor. However, Qian Bin, as a person of considerable strength, possessed a broader perspective than Qian Donglai. Upon hearing his father and Appo's ineffectual words, he narrowed his eyes and replied, "Father, while it is true that Su Chen is powerful, not all formidable figures are equal. You wish to confront him?" Qian Donglai inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. "Indeed, I have practiced martial arts since I was 3, delved into ancient techniques by 9, and attained mastery by 20. Now, at 32, I have become a formidable presence. I find it entirely reasonable to eliminate Su Chen and reclaim the ghost flower," Qian Bin declared with conviction. Yet, his assertion was met with immediate rejection from Qian Donglai, who firmly stated, "Absolutely not. You are the future of our family, and with our grand plans unfolding, we must not attract undue attention. Do not risk our family's century-long legacy for a fleeting moment of pride." Understanding his father's rationale, Qian Bin recognized the precariousness of their situation. Despite the allure of the summer lands, they remained significantly underdeveloped, and those in power were not easily able to control them. Thus, their aspiration to leave and establish dominance in a different nation was paramount. Now, as their dream neared realization, Allowing one Su Chun to thwart their ambitions was unthinkable. Yet, if they failed to address Su Chun, where would their family and Appo's dignity reside? As he pondered their next course of action, a sudden flurry of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. The butler rushed in to report, "Master, a messenger from the Wei family has arrived." The Wei family? Qian Donglai gasped. "You mean the Wei family from the Magic City?" "Indeed. The eldest son, Wei Yin, intends to commence a project in Hang City and has just arrived this evening, inviting the Qian family to discuss a grand collaboration." The butler replied, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Excellent. Inform the messenger that we shall be there shortly," Qian Donglai commanded, eager for the opportunity. However, before he could utter another word, Qian Yu cheerfully interjected his agreement. Yet once the butler departed, Qian Donglai scolded, "Qian Bin, do you grasp the implications of the Wei family's visit? You simply agreed to attend? Are you not concerned they might encroach upon our interests?" In response to Qian Donglai's inquiry, Qian Bin smirked wryly, "I am uncertain. However, I suspect that the arrival of the Wei family may allow us to reclaim the ghost flower from Su Chun with minimal effort." "Oh, pray tell, how so?" Qian Donglai inquired, curiosity piqued. Chapter 80. How could Su Chun possibly qualify to attend such a high-end banquet? It is, of course, a scheme to suppress him. In response to Qian Donglai and Appo's inquiry, Qian Bin did not hold back and replied candidly. "Based on the intelligence I've gathered, it is evident that Su Chun has suddenly acquired wealth without the requisite understanding. We can take advantage of his ignorance regarding the Wei family and Appo's stature, allowing Xiao Yu to challenge that young man in a contest, and then reclaim the Bian flower. What do you think?" "Excellent." Upon hearing Qian Bin's proposal, Qian Donglai nodded in satisfaction. However, at that moment, Qian Yu had a doubt and could not help but ask, "But today is the Wei family's prestigious banquet. Does Su Chun truly have the qualifications to join?" With a serious expression, Qian Donglai turned to Qian Bin upon hearing Qian Yu and Appo's question. After all, Qian Bin's plan was exceptionally well-crafted. Yet, if Su Chun were to remain uninvolved, all would be for naught. Qian Bin, aware of their concerns, smiled and assured them, "Rest assured, according to the information I obtained from Yin Xia, the Wei family and Appo's eldest son and Appo's woman is Zhao Lingyin and Appo's cousin. The reason the Wei family's eldest son is interested in that ordinary woman is actually due to the Jin Shui Bei project in Hangqin. However, that project is currently in the hands of the Su family. Do you think the Wei family's eldest son would miss this opportunity to make Su Chun retreat?" Hiss. Upon hearing Qian Bin's analysis, both Qian Yu and Qian Donglai could not help but gasp. Subsequently, Qian Donglai angrily kicked Qian Yu and exclaimed, "Look at you. You are of my blood. Yet how vast is the gap between you and your brother. Xiao Bin, you must guide this unaccomplished brother of yours." "Do not worry, Dad. We are brothers. If I do not take him along, who will I take?" After saying this, Qian Bin turned to Qian Yu and instructed, "Go select a gift. We're setting off now." At this moment, Su Chun was unaware that a colossal conspiracy was looming over him. Inside the vehicle, as he assisted Zhang Zi in her recovery, he was just about to administer an injection when his phone suddenly rang. This abrupt change rendered the previously vibrant atmosphere of the car and Appo's rear seat instantly subdued. Zhang Zi, who was beneath him, blushed and pushed him away, saying, "There's still a driver. Let us discuss this after the banquet." Upon hearing this, Su Chun recognized that recreating the earlier ambience was now impossible. Therefore, he refrained from continuing and took out his phone to see who was interrupting at such a critical moment. However, when he saw that the caller was Su Xiao, his displeasure dissipated in an instant. After all, family occupies the tenderest corner of his heart, and he could forgive any transgression. "I said, sister, what brings you to call me at this hour? Are you missing your dearest brother?" "Su Chun, could you not be more serious?" Su Xiao, sitting at home, questioned him somewhat displeased. "Where are you now? Hurry back. There's something at home." "What is the matter?" Upon hearing that there was an issue at home, the smile that had adorned Su Chen's face vanished abruptly, replaced by an overwhelming chill. A terrifying aura even caused Zhang Zi, who was nearby, to shiver involuntarily. Su Xiao detected the seriousness in Su Chen's tone. Fearing that he might overthink, she quickly replied, "The Wei family from Modu has invited our Su family to the Marriott Hotel to discuss the Jinshui Bay project. Dad asked me to inquire about your thoughts." The Wei family from Modu? The Jinshui Bay project? At the mention of these terms, a glint of indifference flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He had previously learned from the Zhao family that the Wei family was the family of Zhao Lingyin and Apos, as cousin and Apos, as partner. Now that he realized they were indeed coming for the Jinshui Bay project, Su Chen decisively stated, "You all need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it." "Brother, is that all right?" Dad said that the Wei family from Modu is a formidable presence, even more so than the Jiang family. Hearing Su Zhao's worried words warmed Su Chen's heart. Instantly filled with confidence, he replied, "Do not worry. Your brother possesses considerable capabilities." After concluding the call, Su Chen raised his phone and, with an apologetic expression toward Zhang Zi, said, "I may not be able to fulfill my role as your boyfriend. There is an issue with the family business that I must attend to." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi immediately took his arm and said with a grin, "I was worried that your sudden appearance would draw ridicule. But now, our entry together is entirely justified." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Then, as if realizing something, he displayed a look of intrigue and asked, "The event you are attending is not the Wei family's banquet, is it?" "Indeed. The Wei family intends to invest in Hangsheng and aims to assert their dominance. We cannot afford to miss it." Zhang Zi responded with a hint of regret. "Is the Wei family truly that powerful?" Upon hearing Zhang Zi and Apos' words, Su Chen and Apos' face revealed an expression of astonishment. After all, he had witnessed the scale of the Zhang family. The fact that Zhang Zi spoke so highly of the Wei family piqued his curiosity. Zhang Zi, fully aware of Su Chen's thoughts, earnestly reminded him, "The Wei family is indeed formidable. Let me put it this way. Our Zhang family could not thrive in Modu, which is why we relocated to Hangsheng. Compared to a family like the Wei family that can establish a foothold in Modu, we are still lacking in stature." Hiss. Upon hearing Zhang Zi's words, even Su Chen could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The Zhang family had relocated to Hangsheng because they could not survive in Modu. This revelation was genuinely alarming. Thus, concerned about the magnitude of the challenge before him, Su Chen earnestly inquired, "What level of strength does the strongest member of the Wei family possess?" "At least a fifth-tier powerhouse is required to maintain a foothold in Modu." Damn! Upon hearing that it was a fifth tier, Su Chen could not help but curse. He had not anticipated that this time, the adversary would be so formidable. Just as Su Chen pondered how to confront such a colossal entity, the vehicle he was in suddenly began to sway. Sensing a hint of murderous intent, Su Chen immediately embraced Zhang Zi and leaped out of the vehicle. However, upon landing, his pupils constricted in shock. For there, across the road, stood two middle-aged men, each holding a medical freezing cabinet in hand. Chapter 81. Let us see whether your defiance is stronger than my methods. In that moment, as Su Chen beheld the medical cryogenic cabinet in the hands of his adversaries, clarity dawned upon him. The confidence exuded by them was palpable, and they approached him directly without any pretense. One of them even mockingly remarked, "TSK, TSK. No wonder you faltered. It turns out you are indeed a first-tier expert. But does being a first-tier truly signify strength?" With that, the two flanked Su Chen, a knowing smirk adorning their faces as they blocked his escape route. Zhang Zi, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of panic and could not resist asking, "What's going on, Su Chen?" "Someone has set their sights on my organs. They intend to harvest them." Su Chen replied candidly, without a hint of concealment. "What?" Zhang Zi was momentarily taken aback. However, being from a prestigious family, she quickly regained her composure. After all, she had witnessed the darker sides of society that many ordinary people had never encountered. To put it frankly, those without money would wait a lifetime for an organ transplant, while the affluent could arrange for surgery as swiftly as the next day if they were willing to pay a premium. Yet, Zhang Zi never anticipated that someone would target a first-tier expert. Realizing Su Chen might be in peril, she urgently whispered, "My car has GPS tracking. If you stall for a moment, The Zhang family will likely come to our aid. Do not engage with them, understand? Su Chen regarded her with surprise, not expecting this young lady to maintain such composure in a crisis. However, if he truly were a first-tier expert, he might indeed feel a tinge of apprehension. Yet, he was not merely a first-tier, he was a second-tier. Thus, as Zhang Zi reached for her phone to contact someone, Su Chen coolly interjected, "There is no need for that. They are simply courting death." Huh? Zhang Zi was taken aback. She could scarcely believe Su Chen dared to utter such words, particularly given that his opponents were two first-tier experts. Such strength should not be underestimated. Similarly, the duo, Wang Chao and Ma Han, who had come to extract Su Chen's organs, were equally bewildered upon hearing his audacious declaration. Wang Chao, astonished, pointed at himself, incredulous as he questioned, "Do you not regard us as worthy? You two are sent by whom?" Su Chen, ignoring Wang Chao and Apos, as provocation, gravely inquired, concerned about the unseen figure lurking with intentions towards his organs, a thought that haunted him daily. Yet, as the saying goes, the more one covets something, the more elusive it becomes. Su Chen longed to unearth the identity of that hidden schemer. However, Wang Chao and Ma Han, upon hearing Su Chen's words, were not only unresponsive but also irately retorted, "You insolent wretch, we are questioning you, not the other way around." With a breath of exasperation, Su Chen exhaled deeply. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity as he stated, "Very well. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall have to take matters into my own hands." With that, Su Chen and Apos' expression hardened as he approached Wang Chao and Ma Han, intent on subduing them and extracting information through his own methods. Yet, just as he took a step forward, his arm was seized by Zhang Zi. "Su Chen, do not act rashly. I know you wish to discover who is plotting against you, but they are two individuals," she urged, her voice laced with anxiety. "And what of it?" Su Chen's demeanor radiated an overwhelming aura of menace as he declared, "Even if there were 20 of them, they would remain mere ants." "How audacious!" Wang Chao exclaimed. "A mere fledgling first-tier dares to be so brazen. Do you not realize my brother and I are both mid-tier first-tier experts?" Indeed, the reason Wang Chao and Ma Han looked down upon Su Chen was their belief that, given his age, he could only be a newly initiated first-tier expert, far inferior to their mid-tier prowess. Zhang Zi was keenly aware of this disparity, hence her attempts to dissuade Su Chen from taking risks. Little did they know, Su Chen's ascension was unlike theirs. He required only to gather the necessary materials for promotion, bypassing the conventional training time and thresholds. Thus, upon learning they were merely mid-tier first-tier experts, Su Chen regarded them with utter disdain, his tone icy as he remarked, "Mid-tier first-tier, and yet you dare to boast? How utterly foolish! How dare you persist in your insolence? I'll make you pay." At that moment, Ma Han, known for his fiery temper, charged at Su Chen, intent on subduing him before demanding answers. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Chen harbored the same intent. When he saw Ma Han rushing towards him, he eschewed his flying sword and instead adopted the stance of Bajiquan. Ma Han, disdainful, scoffed, "In a life-and-death struggle, you dare use fitness techniques? You are courting your own demise. Kneel before me." With that, Ma Han's fist, akin to a sandbag, descended upon Su Chen and Apos' jaw. Zhang Zi instinctively considered revealing her identity to deter him, but before she could speak, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Just as Ma Han's fist was about to strike Su Chen's head, Su Chen executed a move that effortlessly neutralized Ma Han's arm. In the same motion, he delivered an elbow strike that sent Ma Han crashing to the ground. The sight of this left Wang Chao's face ashen. A true expert's prowess revealed itself in an instant. Upon observing Su Chen's effortless defeat of Ma Han, a grave expression overtook him as he questioned, "Were you not just a fledgling first-tier expert?" To Wang Chao's inquiry, Su Chen, now fully in command over Ma Han, replied with a playful smile, "Did I ever claim to be merely a novice? How could you still be so arrogant?" Wang Chao's expression darkened, realizing he had hit a brick wall. As Ma Han lay beneath Su Chen and Apos' foot, he cried out, "Don't worry about me. Hurry and inform the captain. The intel was wrong." The captain? Su Chun's killing intent intensified. You are part of the team? Would you be so kind as to reveal the identity of your captain? You wretched fool, dream on. Mahan retorted without a second thought. Su Chun, unfazed, merely chuckled. I do enjoy those who are defiant. Let us see whether your bravado holds true against my resolve. With that, he applied pressure with his foot, eliciting a series of anguished cries from Mahan. Wang Chao, witnessing this, urgently shouted, "Release my brother. I will tell you who our captain is." "Huh, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. Refuse to speak, and face your demise." As Su Chen's words fell, his flying sword had already reached the neck of Wang Chao, clearly indicating the choice he ought to make. You are not a first tier." Wang Chao's face turned increasingly grim as he sensed the impending death. He realized that their intelligence was grossly erroneous. Su Chan was far from a mere novice in the first tier. He was, in fact, a formidable second-tier expert at the very least. Su Chan discerned the turmoil within Wang Chao and Appo's heart. Thus, in order to ascertain who sought his organs, he coaxingly said, "Grievances have their origins, and debts have their masters. You are merely acting on behalf of others. I shall not make things difficult for you. Just tell me who desires my organs, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Is this true?" Wang Chao gritted his teeth and inquired. "Indeed, it is true. Su Chan can swear to it." Su Chan replied earnestly. However, beneath him, Mahan, upon hearing this, shouted excitedly, "Wang Chao cannot speak." Silence. Su Chan suddenly kicked Man unconscious. He then turned his piercing gaze towards Wang Chao and pronounced, "Speak. If you do, you shall be safe." Seeing that Su Chan had completely seized control of the situation, Wang Chao realized he had no options left. Therefore, in order to survive, he took a deep breath and slowly began, "The one who desires your organs is." But just as Wang Chao was about to finish his sentence, he suddenly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply, cursing, "Damn it," as he rushed towards Wang Chao to check if he could still be saved. Yet at that moment, Mahan's body also erupted with a copious spurt of blood. Chapter 82. Women tremble at the sight of his legs. What is this? As Mahan's body erupted with a torrent of blood, Zhang Zi could not suppress her gasp. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Chan instinctively turned his head. Just a fleeting glance caused his pupils to constrict sharply. He immediately commanded his flying sword to impale the creature that had emerged from Mahan's body onto a nearby locust tree. Seeing this, Zhang Zi, with a look of terror, inquired, "Su Chen, what is this?" "Goo worms," Su Chen responded gravely. "Goo worms?" Zhang Zi and Appo's mouth fell open in shock. After all, the goo worms of Miaojiang had long been an enigmatic symbol in the realm of fantasy. She could scarcely believe she encountered one here. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Isn't it usually just stomach pain when the goo worms act up? Why did the one in him tear through his heart to escape?" In response to her question, Su Chen's expression darkened further. The stomach pain is merely a portrayal from television. As for why it tore through his heart, that is likely a method of control employed by the organization we are up against. Hiss! Zhang Zi, being exceptionally astute, inhaled sharply. She comprehended that Mahan was not merely a heartless betrayer as depicted in dramas, but rather a victim controlled by a nefarious organization. If they were to divulge the organization's secrets, the repercussions would be dire. Realizing the precarious situation Su Chan was in, Zhang Zi instinctively grasped his arm and cautioned, "Su Chan, you must be cautious. The adversary's capabilities are formidable." "I am aware," Su Chan declared, his fists clenched in anger. He had no intention of being prey. He yearned to be the hunter, to make them aware of the consequences of treating him as a target. Yet, these adversaries were akin to hidden rodents, occasionally harassing without revealing their whereabouts. Frustrated, Su Chan pulled out his phone and called Pingyang Master. "I've been attacked again today. They've sent 2 mid-tier experts. Please send someone to the 32 kilometers mark on Welcome Avenue to collect the bodies." After conveying this, he ended the call. Noticing Su Chen's grim demeanor, Zhang Zi stepped closer, taking his hand, and comforted him. As the saying goes, sounds linger after the wind, and traces remain after the geese. "Su Chan, I believe as long as you are alive, they will eventually expose themselves. You must not act impulsively. Understanding her implied meaning, Su Chun enveloped Zhang Zi in his embrace, his face serious. Rest assured, I will not act foolishly. Zhang Zi, hearing this, nestled against him like a gentle rabbit. After a moment, she cautiously asked, "Shall we still attend the Wei family's banquet?" "Of course we shall. The Jinshui Bay project is not something I intend to concede to anyone." As he spoke, a chilling resolve filled Su Chen's eyes. Mahan's appearance had made him acutely aware that those who desired his organs possessed a terrifying strength beyond imagination. If he wished to avoid a fate akin to his previous life, where he was left hollowed out and tormented, he needed to grow stronger. The Jinshui Bay project was his opportunity for that growth, and he could not abandon it. With that thought, Su Chun and Zhang Zi made their way towards the Marriott Hotel. At the same time, within the Marriott Hotel, it was a scene where women trembled at the sight of his legs, and men wished to linger. Wei Yan, the eldest grandson of the Wei family from the magical city, enjoyed a kingly reception upon his arrival in Hangzhou. Had there not been a film crew present, one could easily liken him to a modern-day tyrant. Look at the pool teeming with beautiful women, and the scattered clothing around, accompanied by distant sounds of pleasure. Even Qianyu, a scion of a wealthy family, could not help but exclaim, "No wonder he is the young master from the magical city. His lifestyle is just extravagant. What is this? The true big shots of the imperial capital know how to indulge. You have yet to witness enough." As Qianyu spoke, Wei Yan, who was playing hide-and-seek with the beautiful women in the pool, laughed heartily. Hearing this, Qianbin stepped forward to flatter him. "Welcome, young Master Wei, to Hangzhou. I am Qianbin from the Qian family, at your service." "Ha ha, young Master Qian, the second in command of the Hangzhou Special Investigation Team. There is no need to be so formal. Feel free to treat this place as your home," Wei Yan replied, rising to embrace Qianbin in a jovial manner. Realizing Wei Yan was asserting dominance, Qianbin understood that the Wei family had the upper hand in Hangzhou. Internally, he scoffed but maintained a facade of humility, nodding. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to." With that, Wei Yan dismissed Qianbin, clearly regarding him as inconsequential. This arrogance drew an annoyed retort from Qianyu. "Brother, that guy is so arrogant, thinking he could be the boss just because he arrived in Hangzhou. His arrogance is backed by capital. Did you not notice the line of suited men by the pool?" Qianbin inquired, his expression serious. "Yes, what of it?" Qianyu asked, puzzled. "They're all mid-tier experts," Qianbin replied, his tone grave. "Hiss!" Qianyu gasped in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the 20 or so security personnel by the pool were all formidable experts. Wow, is this the foundation of the wealthy elite in a magical city? Truly terrifying. Indeed, so when Su Chen arrives, you know what to do, right? Qianbin narrowed his eyes and asked slowly. "Of course." Qianyu confidently patted his chest. Just then, the receptionist at the door announced, "The Zhang family from Hangzhou has arrived. Representatives of the Su Corporation are here." At this, all eyes turned toward the entrance for today. Both of Wei Yan's targets had arrived. Chapter 83 Little Red, who are you with? "Ha ha, Miss Zhang, it has been years since we last met in this magical city. Come, let your brother Wei give you a hug." At that moment, as the welcoming words fell, Wei Yan, who was embracing two women, suddenly opened his arms and laughed heartily as he approached Zhang Zi. Seeing this, Zhang Zi's expression darkened, and she reprimanded, "Young Master Wei, please show some restraint." As she spoke, Zhang Zi instinctively stepped back behind Su Chun. However, it seemed as if Wei Yan had not heard her words at all. He adopted an insolent posture, saying, "Don't be so shy. A hug from your brother won't cost you anything." With that, Wei Yan reached out his hand to pull Zhang Zi closer. Just as he extended his arm, he realized there was an unwelcome figure standing in front of her. This made Wei Yan somewhat displeased as he remarked, "What are you still doing here? Don't you see I have matters to attend to? Get your hands off." Su Chen showed no signs of yielding, coldly retorting, Wei Yan, taken aback by this unexpected response, was momentarily stunned. Yet, he was still seething with anger and couldn't he help but scold Su Chun. "Su Chun, how dare you speak to young Master Wei like that? Hurry up, and kneeled down to apologize. With that, Qian Yu's furious rebuke seemed to unleash Pandora's box, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present to Su Chun. Yet, Su Chun appeared oblivious to the gazes upon him. He simply asked with indifference, "So, you haven't been beaten to death by your family yet?" The members of the Qian family are truly merciful. Had it been me, I would have certainly dealt with you, the prodigal. You. Upon hearing Su Chun expose his wound, Qian Yu was so enraged that he was rendered speechless. Beside him, Qian Bin coldly interjected, "Su Chun, this is young Master Wei's territory, and your outrageous words are truly audacious." "And you are?" Su Chun squinted his eyes, directing a question at Qian Bin. "Qian Bin of the Qian family." Qian Bin replied sternly, "Oh, so you're Ah Bin. That name is rather unfortunate. You should change it," Su Chun said with a serious demeanor. "What did you say?" Qian Bin, taken aback by the remark, was momentarily at a loss for words. "You want me to change my name?" "Indeed." Su Chun nodded affirmatively. "Why?" Qian Bin was thoroughly bewildered. He simply could not comprehend what offense his name had caused. Fortunately, Su Chun was straightforward, stating, "Because Su, do not appreciate anyone calling me Ah Bin. How dare you? As the saying goes, a man of stature can endure much. But there are limits." Qian Bin had initially intended to watch the spectacle, relishing the moment when Su Chun would be thoroughly humiliated. Yet, he never anticipated that Su Chun would be far more audacious than he had imagined. Not only did he disregard Wei Yin, but he also audaciously suggested a name change. What nonsense was this? The more he thought about it, the more furious he became, prompting him to seek Wei Yin's assistance. "Young Master Wei, please deal with this ungrateful fellow and teach him a lesson so he understands the consequences of his words." Wei Yin, having already been humiliated by Su Chun, was not in the mood to act as a henchman. He coldly questioned, "Are you instructing me on what to do?" I'm not." Qian Bin trembled at the sudden interrogation from Wei Yin. He realized that Wei Yin was not someone to be trifled with. Attempting to scheme against him would be quite difficult. As he pondered this, Wei Yin reached out, tousling Qian Bin's meticulously styled hair, and remarked with a smirk, "That's the best. I have no liking for self-important individuals." After saying this, Wei Yin shoved the now disheveled Qian Bin aside. He then took a deep breath and began to scrutinize Su Chun from head to toe. After a long pause, he chuckled. "It has been years since someone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. You are the representative of the Su Corporation, Su Chun, correct?" "That's me." Su Chun replied with a calm nod. "Excellent." Seeing Su Chun and Appo's composed admission, Wei Yin extended his hand, preparing to pat Su Chun on the shoulder, adopting a superior tone. However, before his hand could make contact, Su Chun swiftly blocked it, stating, "Speak if you must, but do not lay your hands on me. I do not appreciate being touched by men." As Su Chun's words fell, a burly man, reminiscent of a leader, angrily shouted, "Little Red, who are you with? Are you tired of living?" At this, the suited men by the pool turned their heads towards Su Chun, ready to teach him a lesson. But just as they took a step forward, they found Wei Yin raising his hand to halt their advance. Then, before everyone, he burst into laughter, saying, "How amusing. Su Chun, you are the most interesting man I have encountered in my life. I, Wei Yin, wish to be friends with you. What do you say? And the conditions?" Su Chun replied indifferently. "How straightforward." Wei Yin attempted to pat Su Chun again, but upon seeing the coldness in Su Chun's gaze, he withdrew his hand. Adopting a serious tone, "Let us be candid. My family wishes to develop the Jinshui Bay project in Hangshan. We would like you to relinquish it." Seeing that Wei Yin truly aimed for the Jinshui Bay project, Su Chun shook his head, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Not happening." "What?" Upon hearing Su Chun's response, the exaggerated smile that had adorned Wei Yin and Appo's face suddenly froze. Following that was a chilling inquiry. "What did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch that." "I said, the Jinshui Bay project is non-negotiable." Su Chun replied slowly and distinctly. "Ha ha ha." In that moment, after hearing Su Chun's answer, Wei Yin pointed at the crowd, displaying an exaggerated expression. "He actually thinks I'm negotiating with him. What an interesting individual." Laughter erupted among the onlookers, who found Su Chun's audacity to bargain with Wei Yin utterly foolish. Even Zhang Zi instinctively tugged at Su Chun, urging him not to be so reckless. However, regardless of Zhang Zi's warnings, Su Chun continued to regard Wei Yin with indifference, as if the latter were nothing more than a triviality. Perhaps it was Su Chun's arrogance that provoked Qianyu, who had previously suffered at Su Chun's hands. He could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Young Master Wei, this dog, Su Chun, has become accustomed to his arrogance in Hangcheng due to his single-grade strength. If you treat him politely, he will only take it for granted." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall demonstrate what it means to be unyielding." With Wei Yin's proclamation, all the first-grade powerhouses by the pool surged toward Su Chen's position, encircling him in an instant. Then, with an icy tone, Wei Yin declared, "I am not negotiating with you. Relinquish the Jinshui Bay project or face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Su Chun slowly raised his head and inquired in a calm manner, "Is that so?" Chapter 84. "Young man, mind your language." How audacious! Su Chen's disdainful words ignited a fiery rage within Wei Yin, known for his amiable fa-ade. He could hardly believe that Su Chun would display such ingratitude when offered an opportunity. Infuriated, Wei Yin raised his hand, intending to teach Su Chun a lesson, to make him aware of his current situation before continuing their conversation. However, just as his henchman prepared to strike, a cold and serious voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." The atmosphere shifted as all present turned towards the source of the voice. A glance was enough to instill a sense of trepidation in many, including Wei Yin, who raised an eyebrow and approached with a solemn demeanor. "Old Master Wu, what brings you here?" The elderly man, known as Wu Tongtian, stroked his beard and replied with a smile. "Elder Yang mentioned that the Wei family is coming to Hangzhou to invest. I thought it was a significant matter, so I accompanied Elder Yang to see if anyone required my protection." Upon hearing Wu Tongtian's words, the initial reaction of everyone present was to suspect deceit. Yet, Wu Tongtian held a formidable reputation as the overseer of martial affairs in Hangzhou. Regardless of his prowess, few dared to offend him, given his official status in the government. Thus, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated into a chilly silence. Once the situation stabilized, Yang Tianxi turned to Su Chun with a serious expression and inquired, "Are you all right?" Su Chun grinned and responded, "A pack of insignificant rodents cannot possibly intimidate me." The arrogance of the Wei family, entrenched in their disdain for others, was palpable. As Su Chen's words lingered in the air, Wei Yan's expression darkened ominously. His subordinate, Ma Shidong, without needing a prompt from Wei Yan, reached for Su Chen's collar, eager to strike first. However, before his hand could graze Su Chun, an overwhelming aura sent him flying back. A thunderous voice boomed, "Impudence! Did you not hear me say to stop?" In response to Wu Tongtian's admonition, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. All present, including Su Chun, felt a shiver of apprehension at Wu Tongtian's indifferent demeanor. They were all martial artists and could discern the sheer terror of Wu Tongtian's displayed strength. Even Wei Yin, who had previously been unyielding, adopted a serious expression and said, "Old Master Wu, please calm your anger. It is not my family and Appo's servant seeking to challenge your authority. It is merely Su Chun and Appo's unpleasant remarks that provoked him." Wu Tongtian and Appo's expression darkened upon hearing the term Martial Force Tribunal. This institution served as a global avenue for martial artists to lodge complaints and grievances. Should a martial artist file a complaint, the accused would face scrutiny from an investigative team composed of martial artists from multiple nations, leading to potentially endless troubles. Realizing that Wei Yin was not to be trifled with, Wu Tongtian slowly turned his gaze to Su Chun, imparting a cautionary reminder. "Young man, you are still quite young. Mind your words. Otherwise, if someone retaliates, I shall not intervene. Do you understand?" Surprised by Wu Tongtian and Appo's warning, Su Chun acknowledged, "Old Master Wu, it is not my intention to insult them. Rather, they are simply too arrogant. Our Su group is developing the Jinshui Bay project quite successfully. Yet this individual threatened me here, claiming that if I did not hand over the project, he would end my life. Shouldn't such a person be reprimanded?" "Oh." Wu Tongtian, relieved by Su Chun and Appo's articulate defense recognized the Wei family and Appo's interest in the Jinshui Bay project. However, they required a legitimate pretext to thwart the Wei family and Appo's encroachment. Su Qian's demeanor aligned perfectly with their needs. Thus, feigning sternness, Wu Tongtian queried, "Young Master Wei, is there any truth to this?" As Wu Tongtian's words echoed, a collective realization struck everyone present. Wei Yan's attempt to seize the Jinshui Bay project was poised for failure. It was evident from Wu Tongtian and Appo's demeanor that the local authorities were not inclined to welcome the Wei family. Just as the crowd anticipated Wei Yin and Appo's retreat, he solemnly affirmed, "Indeed, there is truth to it." The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned, including Su Qian, who had not anticipated such audacity from his opponent. Previously, Wei Yan's intimidation of Su Qian could merely be classified as private coercion. Yet, with Yang Tianqi and Wu Tongtian present, Wei Yan and Appo's blatant admission was a brazen challenge to the law itself, potentially leading to dire consequences. Seizing the moment, Yang Tianqi solemnly interrogated, "Is the Wei family contemplating rebellion?" The word rebellion sent a tremor through the hearts of all present, as none had expected Yang Tianqi to escalate the situation to such heights. Even Wei Yan, emboldened by his backing, remained unfazed and retorted, "Elder Yang, do not speak so ominously. After all, it is not the Wei family that covets the Jinshui Bay project." "Who else but your family?" Yang Tianqi queried, his expression grave. "It is young Master Qin who desires this project," Wei Yan declared with an air of arrogance. "What?" The mention of young Master Qin elicited gasps of disbelief from both Yang Tianqi and Wu Tongtian, who could not suppress their astonishment. Wu Tongtian pressed further, "Are you referring to that young Master Qin? Who else in the magic capital would dare to be called young Master Qin?" Chapter 85. The dog's eye sees the human below. Tuition must be paid. Hiss. Upon witnessing Wei Yan's acknowledgement, both Yang Tianqi and Wu Tongtian could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even the onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines. However, Su Qian, due to his previous life's limitations, could only grasp a fragment of the situation and could not restrain his curiosity. "Old Yang, who is this young Master Qin?" In response to the inquiry, Yang Tianqi did not hold back, but his tone was exceptionally grave. "Young Master Qin, known in the martial world as the Little Tyrant of Magic City. His strength and background are formidable beyond measure. Thus, if the Su Corporation perceives any difficulties with the Jinshuan project, in truth," Yang Tianqi's words trailed off, leaving his implication clear for all to discern. Su Qian understood that Yang Tianqi was subtly advising him to relinquish the Jinshuan project. Yet, as the sage saying goes, a man of virtue knows when to act and when to refrain. Having returned to this life, Su Qian was acutely aware of the potential that lay hidden within the Jinshuan project. To put it bluntly, if Su Qian were in a comfortable position, he would not hesitate to let go of the Jinshuan project without a second thought. However, the harsh reality was that a colossal force had set its sights on him. Should he fail to grow stronger, only death awaited him. Thus, in the face of death, all threats appeared to Su Qian as mere jest. Regardless of whether it was young Master Qin or even Qin Shi Huang rising from his tomb, Su Qian would unhesitatingly cast him down from his throne. With this determination in mind, Su Qian broke his silence and resolutely declared, "I will not yield the Jinshuan project." But as soon as his words fell, Qian Bin, who had previously been humiliated by Su Qian, erupted in fury. "Impudence! That is a project desired by young Master Qin. Do you dare to refuse?" Confronted by Qian Bin's enraged inquiry, Su Qian retorted with equal fervor, "This is Hangsheng, not Magic City. If you wish to take the project from me, have the audacity to try." Hearing Su Qian and Appo's audacious words, Qian Bin was left speechless. He could not fathom how to comment on Su Qian and Appo's reckless and irrational behavior. In his eyes, it was merely a real estate project. Who would dare to oppose the little tyrant of Magic City? Just as Qian Bin pondered whether Su Qian had lost his mind, Wei Yan suddenly began to clap. The sound echoed, capturing everyone in Appo's attention. With an expression of admiration, Wei Yan exclaimed, "In my 30 years of life, This is the first time I have seen someone dare to disregard young Master Qin's authority. Very well. Since you wish to confront young Master Qin, I shall represent him today and show you the true meaning of disparity. Is that acceptable? In response to Wei Yan's severe inquiry, Su Chun unabashedly countered, How do you propose to confront me? Quite simply, we will abide by the rules of the martial world. The victor takes all. Do you dare? Wei Yan and Appo's expression was cold as he questioned. Upon hearing this, a flicker of coldness passed through Su Chen's eyes as he slowly inquired, You wish to battle me? Huh, how naive. You do not possess the qualifications to challenge me. Even my dog could handle you. As Wei Yin spoke, Ma Shidong, who had earlier been sent flying by Wu Tongtian, now strode forward, displaying his muscular physique with a fierce expression. Wu Tongtian frowned at the sight, instinctively wanting to intervene. However, before he could utter a word, Wei Yin preemptively asked, Old Wu, do you wish to meddle in young Master Qin's affairs? Suddenly confronted by Wei Yan's question, Wu Tongtian's heart trembled. Realizing the formidable nature of the Qin family, he gradually retreated, refraining from further comment. After all, he had no intention of losing his life over a mere outsider. Conversely, Yang Tianxi, who shared a close relationship with Su Chun both personally and professionally, pulled Su Chun aside as he saw Ma Shidong approach. Su Chun, a man must know his limits and understand discretion. Trust me, let go of the Jinshuan project, and I will ensure that the Su Corporation receives an even better project as compensation. All right? Touched by Yang Tianxi's genuine concern, Su Chun felt warmth in his heart. However, as previously stated, his circumstances necessitated relentless effort. Thus, upon hearing Yang Tianxi and Appo's advice, Su Chun revealed a confident smile and replied, Old Yang, rest assured, I, Su Chun, am not someone to be trifled with. Therefore, the Jinshuan project shall remain firmly in the hands of the Su Corporation. Seeing Su Chun and Appo's stubbornness, Yang Tianxi was momentarily at a loss for words. To him, it appeared that Su Chun was courting disaster. Not only had he offended the Wei family, but he also harbored delusions of contending with the little tyrant of Magic City. Was this not akin to the old man consuming arsenic, weary of life? With such thoughts, Yang Tianxi, feeling a pang of sympathy for Su Chun, stepped forward to act as a mediator. In martial contests, one must know where to draw the line. I shall serve as the judge. The victor shall claim the Jinshuan project, if that is agreeable. I have no objections, but does he agree? Wei Yin gazed at Su Chun with a playful expression. Yang Tianxi, upon hearing this, turned his serious gaze towards Su Chun and inquired solemnly, Su Chun, you have no issues with this arrangement, correct? Seeing Yang Tianxi and Appo's worried demeanor, Su Chun, not wishing to embarrass him, nodded affirmatively. I also agree. The victor shall claim the Jinshuan. However, in martial contests, there are always stakes involved. My stake is the Jinshuan project. What stake does the opponent offer? Indeed, Su Chun insisted on not entering a battle without stakes. He needed to make it clear that looking down on others would come at a price. At that moment, Wei Yin, unaware of Su Chen's intentions, burst into laughter upon hearing Su Chen's demand for stakes. What? Do you still think you can win? In response to this inquiry, Su Chun chose to remain calm and simply stated, If you wish to contend for the Jinshuan project through martial prowess, then present your stakes. If not, be gone. Very well, since you wish to play, I shall oblige. At this moment, seeing Su Chen's willingness to play for stakes, Wei Yin believed he was merely saving face and thus casually remarked, What stakes do you desire from me? Just name it, and it shall be yours. Without hesitation, Su Chun extended his hand, pointed at Wei Yin, and pronounced deliberately, If I win, I want one of your hands. Chapter 86. If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. What did you say? Upon hearing those words, Wei Yin, who had initially displayed indifference, suddenly turned cold. Su Chun, however, maintained his composed demeanor, devoid of any sorrow or joy, reiterating, If I win, I shall claim one of your hands. Do you wish to escalate this? As Su Chen's words resonated, a glint of coldness flickered in Wei Yan's eyes. If you are afraid, you may leave, Su Chun declared with an air of arrogance. You are courting death. Wei Yan's words echoed the ancient adage. A lord's humiliation leads to a minister's death. The aristocracy has historically enjoyed employing fierce dogs to do their bidding. Ma Shidong was the hound of the Wei family. At that moment, witnessing Su Chen's audacity, he was thoroughly enraged. However, before he could act, Wei Yin raised his hand, halting him, without allowing Ma Shidong to speak. Wei Yin coldly regarded Su Chen and pronounced deliberately, as a scion of a noble family, I do not engage in gambles I cannot afford. I only disdain those that do not pique my interest. You wish to bet my hand? The stakes are too trivial. Shall we raise the ante? Su Chen shall serve as the banker. As long as you can furnish the wager, I am prepared to risk anything. Su Chen stated bluntly, brimming with confidence in his abilities. Very well. Wei Yin, incensed by Su Chen's arrogance, retorted, if I win, I shall not only claim the Jinshui Bay project, but I will ensure you can no longer call yourself a man. Do you dare accept? What if you lose? Su Chen queried, his expression unperturbed. I cannot possibly lose. Wei Yin proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Yet, there are exceptions. What if you were to lose? If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. Wei Yin scoffed dismissively. Agreed, with Wei Yin and Amp, oppose, as self-destructive declaration. Su Chen nodded without hesitation. I accept this wager. With that, Su Chen assumed the initial stance of Tai Chi and beckoned to Wei Yin. Come, let us duel. Wei Yin, undeterred, prepared to summon his men to engage. Just then, an abrupt voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Wait, huh? At the sound, every gaze turned toward its source. A mere glance revealed Wei Yan's displeasure, as the interrupter was none other than Qian Bin's younger brother, Qian Yu. Irritated by the disruption, Wei Yin coldly inquired, What do you want? Sensing Wei Yan's displeasure, Qian Yu hastily adopted a sycophantic stance. Young Master Wei, I believe since Su Chen dares to be the banker, we should also have a chance to partake. Should we not? After all, an opportunity to earn money without effort is not to be missed. Oh, hearing Qian Yu and Oppo's intent to join the wager, Wei Yin and Oppo's mood lightened considerably. He replied with a knowing smile. If you wish to pick up money, you must ask that little brat if he dares accept. I am indifferent. Relieved by Wei Yan's consent, Qian Yu turned to Su Chen with a playful expression. Su Chen, since you are so audacious, surely adding me to the wager poses no issue? Of course, if you are too timid, you may disregard my words. Seeing an opportunity for profit, Su Chen promptly inquired, What do you wish to wager? I want to stake the flower of the other shore that you stole from me. Qian Yu responded through clenched teeth. Very well. What do you have to offer? Su Chen replied with a smile. How about this? Qian Yu revealed a brocade box he had brought from home. Upon seeing it, Su Chen's pupils constricted. The item before him was none other than the legendary dragon beard grass. While it might merely serve to clear one's vision for ordinary individuals, for Su Chen, it was the primary herb he needed to ascend to the 4th level of qi refinement. Good heavens, he understands me too well. Su Chen thought. To honor Qian Yu and Oppo's thoughtfulness, he nodded decisively. I accept the wager. Excellent. Qian Yu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. To inflict further damage on Su Chen, he called out to the other guests of the banquet. Ladies and gentlemen, though the Su group may not be large, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Should we not seize this opportunity to profit? With Qian Yu's prompt, many local dignitaries' eyes gleamed with interest. After all, in their view, even if Su Chen had gained some footing, he could not possibly rival the Wei family due to his youth and lack of foundation. Thus, believing Wei Yin would undoubtedly prevail, they hastily signed betting agreements with Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen welcomed them all. After all, refusing free money would invite divine retribution. Soon, numerous betting agreements were finalized. Su Chen scanned the room with a piercing gaze and coldly inquired, Is there no one else wishing to wager with me? If so, hurry up. If it comes to it, notify your friends and family to join the profit. With that, many who had signed agreements with Su Chen deemed him utterly mad. Several even contemplated notifying their acquaintances to capitalize on the opportunity. However, before they could make a call, Yang Tianxi, startled by Su Chen and Oppo's audacity, interjected, Enough. Let us not prolong this. Begin the fight already. Upon hearing Yang Tianqi and Appo's words, Wei Yin, who understood Yang Tianqi was trying to protect Su Chun, smirked and teased. Oh? Is Elder Yang feeling anxious? Yang Tianqi remained silent, his expression stern as he turned to Su Chun, stating emphatically, do not act recklessly. Recognizing Yang Tianqi's frustration stemmed from a misunderstanding of his capabilities, Su Chun, eager to avoid straining their relationship, responded with a smile, Fine, fine. Since Elder Yang is upset, I shall refrain from taking your profits. Now that big fellow, come forward. Let's settle this swiftly. I can hardly wait to collect my dues. At this, Ma Shidong, unable to contain himself any longer, approached Su Chun with a menacing expression. I shall ensure you lose even your undergarments. However, just as Ma Shidong was about to close the distance to Su Chun, a middle-aged man who had remained silent until now stepped in front of him and calmly stated, You may leave. I shall take on this duel. Chapter 87. Never have I encountered anyone more pretentious than you. Very well, please proceed. At that moment, as the middle-aged man's words echoed in the air, Ma Shidong dared not hesitate for a moment. He immediately adopted a humble demeanor and bowed respectfully to the man known as Wei San. Wei San, upon witnessing this, smiled and nodded. He then turned to Su Chun, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, I am but a dog raised by the Wei family. May I be your opponent? In response to Wei San's question, Su Chun did not immediately reply. Instead, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Wei San intently. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming eerily tense. The onlookers held their breath, fearful of disturbing the palpable tension between the two. After a prolonged silence, it was Wei Yin, with an amused expression, who broke the oppressive quiet. Su Chun, my dog is addressing you. Is he fit to be your opponent? In the face of this inquiry, Su Chun slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as he regarded Wei Yin, enunciating each word deliberately. Is there no third-grade dog among your ranks? Upon hearing this, the arrogant expression on Wei Yan's face froze. He then questioned sternly, What do you mean by that? Nothing much, merely inquiring if your dog possesses the third-grade status. I suspect a second-grade one might still fall short. What did you say? Wei Yin felt a sudden disbelief wash over him, unable to comprehend Su Chen's words. He pressed on. Did you just imply that a second grade could not contend with you? Indeed, facing a second-grade opponent would be akin to courting death. I suggest you send forth a few third-grade dogs. Perhaps then, there might be a chance of victory. Su Chen replied with a smile. Damn, I and Amp, Appo's, encountered many pretentious individuals in my life, yet none can rival your audacity. Wei Yin, unable to contain his fury, commanded, Wei San, teach him a lesson. Let him understand the consequences of arrogance. In that moment, upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wei Yin finally unleashed his wrath. Wei San glared at Su Chun, his eyes aflame. After all, Wei San had traversed the martial world for many years, and never had anyone dared to belittle him as Su Chun had. Infuriated, he spoke without an ounce of mercy. You insolent wretch, come forth and let me see what gives you the audacity to look down upon second-grade warriors. Why Don and Appo's, you strike first. If I were to act, you would scarcely have a chance to retaliate. Su Chen replied, his demeanor entirely unfazed. How utterly arrogant. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has some temper. Though Wei San served as Wei Yan's personal bodyguard in the bustling city, his mid-second-grade prowess commanded respect wherever he went, earning him the title of Third Master. How could he endure such casual treatment from Su Chun? Thus, with his anger ignited, he charged at Su Chun, intent on delivering a resounding slap to his face to teach him a lesson in humility. Old Wu, if things take a turn for the worse, please intervene immediately. At that moment, as Wei San commenced his assault, Yang Tianqi could not help but call out to Wu Tongtian. However, Wu Tongtian merely raised an eyebrow and uttered words that left Yang Tianqi in shock. Old Yang, even a cunning fox like you can become flustered under pressure. What do you mean? Yang Tianqi asked, momentarily taken aback. Do you truly believe that Su Chun is a fool? Wu Tongtian countered with a smile. A fool? Yang Tianqi reflected on Su Chun and Amp, Appo's actions, shaking his head vehemently. Impossible. If Su Chan were a fool, there would be no wise men in this world. Precisely, Wu Tongtian remarked nonchalantly. Since that lad is no fool, why do you think he dares to accept any wager? At this sudden revelation, the astute Yang Tianxi grasped the implication. He is fully confident in his abilities, but his opponent is a mid-second grade expert. And what of it? Wu Tongtian observed Su Chan with admiration, enunciating clearly, there is still a distinction between mid-tier and peak strength. Peak. Upon hearing this term, Yang Tianxi was momentarily taken aback. Just as he began to process this, a crisp sound of a slap resonated throughout the venue. In the next instant, a deafening silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes, save for those of Wu Tongtian and Zhang Zi, were fixated on Wei San. More precisely, they were transfixed by the vivid red imprint of a hand upon his cheek. After an indeterminate period, a voice emerged from the crowd, one of those who had signed a wager with Su Chan, shouting in disbelief, "How is this possible? That is a second-grade powerhouse." The sudden outburst was akin to opening Pandora's box. The previously greedy merchants and nobles began to panic, particularly Qianyu, who cried out in a state of distress. Wei Gongzi, ISN and Oppos, that a second-grade warrior from your family? How could he be struck by that little wretch, Su Chen? In response to Qianyu and Oppos' inquiry, Wei Yan, equally stunned, lashed out, striking Qianyu across the face. You ask me? Who the hell should I ask? Feeling the impending crisis, Wei Yan directed his voice toward Wei San. Wei San, cease your games and take this seriously. If you dare to strike me, I will take your life. At that moment, Wei Yan's words jolted Wei San from his shock and confusion. He then charged at Su Chan like a feral beast, but this time, he approached with the utmost seriousness. He could no longer afford to underestimate Su Chan. Yet, as the old adage goes, there can be no top in literature, nor a second in martial prowess. Setting aside the fact that Su Chen's strength surpassed Wei San's by a small margin. Su Chen's physique had undergone rigorous refinement through relentless training. In a physical confrontation, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that if Su Chan were to compete in boxing, even heavyweight champions would concede defeat. Thus, Wei San's renewed charge was fated to end in tragedy from the outset. Smack! Another resounding slap echoed, and at that moment, the world fell into an uncanny silence. A fresh red handprint appeared on Wei San's cheek, but that was not the sole reason for the gathering stunned silence. The true cause lay in the sight of Wei San's face being twisted grotesquely, as if struck by an unseen force, leading to his immediate demise. Such a horrifying scene was the ultimate catalyst for the spectators and Oppos' silence. Yet, amidst their stillness, Su Chan appeared wholly unfazed, continuing to address Wei Yan with a cheerful demeanor. I told you second-grade warriors were lacking. Did you not believe me? Just look at how miserably you've lost. Chapter 88. Benevolence emerges from the rods. No, it is impossible. At such a tender age, how could you possibly be a match for Wei San? You must have acted in secret, right? At this moment, with Su Chen's playful words hanging in the air, the agitated Wei Yan pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Tongtian, unable to accept defeat. He believed that Wei San's demise was orchestrated by Wu Tongtian's covert intervention. After all, how could a mere youth in his 20s have the capability to eliminate his personal bodyguard? Wu Tongtian, taken aback, had not anticipated being drawn into this unfolding drama while merely observing from the sidelines. With a darkened expression, he retorted, "Young Master Wei, one may indulge in a variety of meals, but one must not speak recklessly. The individual you dispatched was simply outmatched. Do you hold me responsible for that? Is it not a tad unreasonable?" However, Wu Tongtian's attempt at clarification only further incited Wei Yan's ire. If you're not to blame, then who is? Without your underhanded machinations, how could Su Chan possibly be a rival to Wei San? I swear I shall take this matter to the martial authority. Realizing that Wei Yan was indeed intent on implicating him, Wu Tongtian felt a surge of frustration. Just as he instinctively sought to explain further, Su Chan interjected, "Old Wu. Correcting him is futile. What then is effective?" Wu Tongtian, feeling somewhat aggrieved, inquired. After all, he had come merely to support Su Chan. yet found himself embroiled in chaos without reaping any benefits. It was only natural for him to be discontented. Understanding Wu Tongtian's predicament, Su Chun smiled broadly. Why? The age-old method employed by our ancestors is most effective. What method is that? Wu Tongtian asked, his expression one of confusion. Benevolence emerges from the rods. For those ungrateful descendants, verbal admonishments are of no avail. You must administer discipline for them to heed your words. Upon concluding, Su Chun seized a nearby golf club and struck Wei Yan's right hand with force. The pain elicited a visceral, anguished scream from Wei Yan. You little brat. I will kill you. This abrupt scene jolted Ma Shidong and his subordinates back to reality as they rushed towards Su Chun, weapons in hand. However, rather than panicking, Su Chun grasped a straw from the table, adopting a playful demeanor as he flung the straws like arrows, piercing the thighs of Ma Shidong and his men. Kaosi Chapter 89. The path one chooses must be walked to the end, even on one's knees. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald something sinister. Su Chen's tenacious grip on the Jinshui Bay project was evidently contrary to his interests, prompting Yang Tianxi, who sensed something amiss, to inquire directly after Su Chun entered the guest room. Su Chun, please tell me honestly, is there a problem with the Jinshui Bay project? Faced with the question and realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Su Chun nodded earnestly. Yes. Hiss. The revelation that there was indeed an issue with the Jinshui Bay project left Yang Tianxi and Wu Tongtian exchanging glances. Before Yang Tianxi pressed on, what kind of problem could attract the attention of the elite in Modu? A grave, Su Chun replied seriously without reservation. A grave? The response sparked astonishment on both Yang Tianxi's and Wu Tongtian's faces. They had not anticipated that Su Chen's fervor stemmed from something as grave as a tomb. Curiosity piqued. Yang Tianxi could not help but ask, whose grave is it? I do not know. Su Chun shook his head. Do not know? This answer left Yang Tianxi momentarily stunned, a feeling of being toyed with washing over him. What madness drives you to cling so fiercely to something whose occupant you are unaware of? As Yang Tianxi pondered further questions, Wu Tongtian suddenly interjected with a grave demeanor. Su Chun, you're not implying that this grave belongs to some formidable entity, are you? Aside from such graves, what else could possibly warrant the interest of the elite? Su Chun countered with a serious expression. Hiss. The realization that it could indeed be a tomb of a powerful figure caused both Wu Tongtian and Yang Tianxi to draw in their breath sharply. Being affiliated with the Yinxia officials, they possessed knowledge far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. They fully understood that archaeology in Yinxia was no simple task. For beneath its soil lay not only the remains of dignitaries from various dynasties, but also the graves of extraordinary individuals unknown to the common man. The treasures unearthed from such graves often rivaled those of emperors. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Tianxi pressed further. Do you know the classification of this tomb? Indeed. Su Chun replied. Yinxia classifies tombs by their danger levels, with SSS being the most perilous and D the least. However, in my previous life, I was merely a reckless youth, and I had only overheard discussions regarding the Jinshui Bay project. Therefore, I lack knowledge about its classification. Nevertheless, to maintain his FAAD, Su Chun feigned seriousness and added, I am not certain of the exact level, but it must possess considerable significance to attract the attention of the local tyrants. You are correct. The fact that the Qin family is vying for it indicates that the tomb beneath Jinshui Bay is certainly extraordinary. Wu Tongtian nodded gravely. He then turned to Yang Tianxi and said, Old Yang, this matter is quite serious. I suggest we report it to the capital. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianxi furrowed his brow, not immediately responding to Wu Tongtian's suggestion. Instead, he turned his serious gaze to Su Chun and asked Su Chun, as we are now akin to family, may I ask you a question without reservation? Understanding the direction of the inquiry, Su Chun nodded solemnly. Of course. Then, I must ask, how do you know there is a powerful grave below Jinshui Bay when the demolition work by your Su group has yet to commence? As soon as Yang Tianxi's words fell, Wu Tongtian's gaze also bore down on Su Chun, clearly interested in how he had acquired such information. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Su Chun realized that failing to provide a satisfactory answer would lead to further suspicion. Thus, in order to avoid being misjudged, he fabricated a harmless lie. Actually, my master informed me of this. Master? Both Yang Tianxi and Wu Tongtian were momentarily taken aback. Noticing their surprise, Su Chun exaggeratedly questioned, "You don't think I'll lack a master, do you?" Yang Tianxi and Wu Tongtian awkwardly scratched their heads, having not previously considered the matter of Su Chun and Apos as master. They had assumed Su Chun was a prodigy with innate talent. However, upon reflection, they realized that it was improbable for someone of his age to possess such capabilities without guidance. Realizing he had overlooked this detail, Yang Tianxi displayed an expression of bemusement. "I truly hadn't considered that. By the way, who is your master? Would it be possible for me to meet him? After all, there are regulations in Yinxia that require assessing the intensity of such unknown graves before entering." Seeing Yang Tianxi's belief, Su Chun promptly adopted a serious demeanor and fabricated gravely, "My master is the esteemed Piao Miao Zhenren. If you wish to meet him, it may be quite challenging, as he usually seeks me out, and I do not know his whereabouts." However, to Su Chun and Apos' astonishment, as soon as his words left his lips, Yang Tianxi exclaimed, "My heavens, your master is Piao Miao Zhenren? Why didn't you tell us sooner? You had us worried for so long. You truly are thoughtless, having such a powerful backing and not sharing it with us." Wu Tongtian joined in with a smile, chiding, "Indeed, you should have informed us sooner." Su Chun was left utterly bewildered, unable to contain his confusion. Piao Miao Zhenren? Of course. Who in the political and business circles of Yinxia does not know Piao Miao Zhenren? Yang Tianxi replied, his excitement palpable. Seeing the fervor in Yang Tianxi and Apos' expression, Su Chun and Apos' mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had merely been making casual remarks, yet had led to the emergence of a real figure. This was indeed a stroke of misfortune. However, Su Chun recognized that the path he had chosen must be traversed, even if it meant doing so on his knees. Thus, despite feeling internally fraught, he maintained a serious fa and stated, "Now that you are aware of my master, you should trust my words, correct? Indeed, as a disciple of Piao Miao Zhenren, you are practically exempt from scrutiny in Yinxia. If there is anyone to trust, it is undoubtedly Piao Miao Zhenren." Yang Tianxi affirmed solemnly. Observing Yang Tianxi and Apos' unwavering faith in Piao Miao Zhenren, Su Chun felt an acute sense of guilt. To mask his embarrassment from Yang Tianxi and Wu Tongtian, he quickly sought an excuse to leave the guest room. Upon noticing that Zhang Zi had not yet departed, he seized her hand and drew her into a secluded corner, pressing her against the wall. Chapter 90. In Pursuit of Love, Mr. Su. "This is my first time. Can we go to the room?" As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman through layers of mountains, while a woman pursues a man through layers of gauze. Suddenly, a wall slam jolted Zhang Zi's heart, causing it to leap to her throat. She thought that if Su Chun desired her, she would be willing to fulfill his needs. However, she was still an innocent maiden, and the idea of engaging in activities in the wild left her feeling somewhat bashful. Observing Zhang Zi and Apos' flirtatious yet bashful demeanor, Su Chun immediately realized she had misunderstood his intentions. With a bemused smile, he brushed aside the loose strands of hair that had fallen from her anxious state and said, "What are you thinking? I brought you here to ask you something." Upon hearing that he only wished to inquire about something, Zhang Zi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself and earnestly replied, "You can ask me anything that I know." "Do you know who the mysterious master is?" Su Chun inquired with seriousness. "Indeed," Zhang Zi responded, surprised that Su Chun was unaware of such a figure. "I have many things to learn every day. I hardly have the leisure to ponder other matters." Su Chun feigned solemnity in his reply. Zhang Zi acknowledged the validity of his statement. After all, in her eyes, Su Chun was a polymath, proficient in martial arts, medicine, and even treasure appraisal. It was not unreasonable for someone of his caliber to be oblivious to certain societal elites. With that thought in mind, Zhang Zi earnestly explained, The mysterious master is our guardian deity in the western regions, a veritable god of war for our country. It is said that his power has transcended ranks, elevating him to the realm of the Xian level. Wow! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, realizing why Yang Tianxi and Wu Tongtian were so excited. It dawned on him that he had unwittingly conjured a formidable name out of thin air. Zhang Zi, unaware of Su Chen and Oppo's inner thoughts, was intrigued by his reaction and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have a grievance with the mysterious master?" No. Su Chen shook his head. Then why? Zhang Zi pointed at Su Chen and Oppo's face, which bore an expression akin to stepping in something unpleasant, bewildered by his demeanor. I merely heard Elder Yang mention that finding him would alleviate any fears regarding young Master Qin, so I came to inquire. Su Chen provided an explanation, albeit surprised by the mysterious master and Oppo's impressive reputation. I see. Zhang Zi nodded gravely. Elder Yang is correct. If you could enlist the mysterious master and Oppo's assistance, young Master Qin would indeed think twice before confronting you. After all, the mysterious master is known for his notoriously bad temper. Hearing this, Su Chen felt as though he was digging his own grave. Observing Su Chen's exclamations, Zhang Zi grew more curious and asked, "Mr. Su, what is going on? You seem a bit off." Feigning seriousness, Su Chen retorted, "Off? I simply believe that relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. Instead of risking my fate on the mysterious master's whims, I would rather confront that young Master Qin directly." Zhang Zi was momentarily at a loss for words. She was uncertain whether to label Su Chen as overconfident or question his mental faculties. Young Master Qin, being a prominent figure in the metropolis, belonged to a family of immense power, one that Su Chen could not hope to contend with. Yet, out of courtesy, she refrained from voicing her concerns and instead offered her support. "Is there anything I can assist you with? Do you have any of these herbs?" Su Chen presented 2 prepared lists of herbs to Zhang Zi. After a brief glance, Zhang Zi focused on a list of rare herbs required for his advancement and stated, "This list contains herbs that are far too precious. We have none in the Zhang family. However, we do possess all the herbs except for the celestial ascension herb." "Great. Could you sell them to me?" Su Chen's heart lifted at her response. "Mr. Su, you are too polite. I will provide you with whatever you need," Zhang Zi said without hesitation. "Can this also be arranged?" Su Chen, relieved, pointed at Zhang Zi's cherry lips. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Zhang Zi gave him a playful glare and retorted, "Mr. Su, how mischievous. Have you charmed all your lovely companions as well?" "Perhaps," Su Chen replied with a cheeky grin. "Aye. If they can, then I can too." Zhang Zi blushed even deeper. "All right, let us first procure the herbs, and later I will tell you how they managed it." With that, Su Chen playfully took Zhang Zi's hand and led her towards the car. However, as they drove away from the Marriott Hotel, Su Chen's expression darkened. In the rearview mirror, he spotted 2 suspicious vehicles trailing them. "Fasten your seatbelt tightly," he instructed Zhang Zi, whose cheeks were still flushed, her confusion evident. "What's wrong?" she asked, looking up at him. "We're being followed." Su Chen's pupils dilated as he spoke, shocked to see a figure in the passenger seat of a BMW X5 aiming an RPG at their vehicle. Damn it. Chapter 91. A girl grows up beyond control. With a thunderous explosion, the vehicle driven by Su Chen suddenly soared into the air, illuminating the night with a brilliant blaze. In the wake of this spectacle, the world seemed to fall silent. After a prolonged pause, 2 BMW X5s came to a halt beside Su Chen's Bentley, revealing 8 ninjas, clad in dark attire. However, instead of inspecting the car, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The reason for their caution was evident. The Bentley was now utterly vacant. Clearly, the recent explosion had not harmed Su Chen or Zhang Zi. Despite this, Zhang Zi, who stood atop the bridge, could not suppress a trembling inquiry. "Mr. Su, are they the ninjas from Sakura?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and replied deliberately, "Indeed." "What? The Sakura ninjas? Why are they pursuing you?" Zhang Zi questioned, her face pale with shock. In response, Su Chen furrowed his brows, seriousness etched across his face as he confessed, "I do not know." "Indeed." Su-chan was genuinely perplexed as to how the Sakura ninjas had tracked him down. After all, it was a Yinxia who had helped him eliminate that group of ninjas. Logically, he could only be found if Baisijia or Yinxia had betrayed him. Yet, Su-chan was confident that neither would ever sell him out. Thus, he too was eager to uncover the source of this betrayal, just as Su-chan instinctively pondered who might have revealed him. When the searching ninjas suddenly pointed skyward and shouted, "Baka, they are above." With those words, all 8 ninjas fixated their gazes upon Su-chan. In turn, Su-chan's penetrating gaze met theirs. He discerned that these ninjas were all second-tier warriors. Sensing an opportunity to strike, he reassured Zhangzi, whose arm trembled with anxiety, before brandishing an unknown-grade flying sword, preparing for battle. However, just as Su-chan leapt down to engage, an overwhelmingly dangerous aura caused his expression to shift dramatically, compelling him to instinctively shift his position in midair. At that moment, a terrifying flash of sword light shot past his chest, severing a steel cable on the bridge. Zhangzi, witnessing this, instinctively covered her mouth in shock. Su-chan, feeling the warmth of blood seeping from his chest, turned his intense gaze toward the last ninja emerging from the BMW, murmuring, "A third-tier warrior? Do you know your crimes, Su-chan?" At that moment, the ninja who had inflicted injury upon him questioned arrogantly. Yet, Su-chan's eyes glimmered with icy resolve. He had anticipated being hunted by those of third-tier strength, but he had never expected the first to pursue him would be a ninja from Sakura. Anger surged within him as he retorted through clenched teeth. "What crime have I committed? To kill our Sakura ninjas, and yet you claim ignorance of your crimes?" The third-tier ninja responded emotionlessly. "Do you possess any evidence of my supposed crime?" Su-chan pressed further, eager to identify the traitor among them. Unfortunately, it seemed that even in a story of triumph, the intelligence of the antagonist had been elevated. The third-tier ninja merely scoffed. "We do not require evidence to eliminate you." Enraged by the ninja's arrogance, Su-chan tightened his grip on the flying sword, readying himself for combat. The third-tier ninja, seeing this, wasted no time in directing his long sword at Su-chan, bellowing, "Die!" With 8 second-tier ninjas converging upon him, Su-chan felt no fear. Instead, he charged forward. His formidable strength had been honed through countless trials. Against opponents of equal rank, he knew no trepidation. "Die, you fools!" It must be acknowledged that with the memory of 10 lifetimes at his disposal, Su-chan had no chance of losing against foes of lesser rank. The moment he clashed with the Sakura ninjas, they fell as easily as paper before his flying sword, and within mere moments, he had dispatched 4 of them. Witnessing this from the bridge, Zhangzi was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly losing control as she shouted, "Excellent! Mr. Su, defeat them, Baka!" Perhaps influenced by Zhangzi and Appo's cry, the Sakura ninjas felt their pride wounded. Or perhaps the third-tier ninja realized that his subordinates alone could not subdue Su-chan. With a furious curse, he joined the fray. It was undeniable that the adage of 1 tier above makes all the difference was no mere saying. Even as Su-chan showcased his extraordinary prowess, the entrance of the third-tier ninja brought an immediate escalation of pressure. The once dominant Su-chan found himself shifting from offense to defense. This shift not only caused Zhangzi on the bridge to grow anxious, but also a woman lurking in the shadows to exclaim, "Master, what are you waiting for? Hurry and assist Su-chan." Hearing his beloved disciple's words, an elderly man with flowing white hair smiled and waved dismissively. "No need to rush. That young man is maintaining his composure and balance, clearly not yet at his limit. When he reaches his limit, I shall intervene." Upon hearing this, Baisijia expressed her dissatisfaction. "What if he reaches his limit too late? If he gets hurt, don't blame me for being angry with you." Feigning innocence, the elder teased, "Ah, it seems the girl has grown beyond control. What is it about that young man that has captured your attention so? Just say whether you will help him or not." Baisijia retorted, exasperated. "Very well, I shall assist that young man. Is that satisfactory?" The elder, seeing Baisijia genuinely upset, ceased his teasing. However, just as he prepared to emerge from the shadows to lend aid, Su-chan and Appo's performance prompted him to exclaim, "What in the world? Is this young man even human? Chapter 92. Young man, from whom did you acquire such skills? Master, how can you speak like that? Isn't Mr. Su a person? Upon suddenly hearing her master criticize Su Chun yet again, Bai Sijia retorted with a hint of displeasure. The old man, surprisingly, did not engage in playful banter with Bai Sijia this time. Instead, he inquired with an unusually grave tone, Little Bai Jia, you have followed me for many years. Do you know what is most essential for a martial artist? Confronted with her master and Appo's seriousness, Bai Sijia was momentarily taken aback. She then solemnly replied, It must be martial skills. After all, most martial arts techniques are in the hands of noble families, and for an ordinary martial artist to obtain them is exceedingly difficult. Indeed, it is martial skills. The old man nodded gravely. Seeing this, Bai Sijia, perplexed, asked, Master, why are you bringing this up? Look at Su Chun. Isn't he using martial skills right now? With a serious expression, the old man questioned, Bai Sijia, do you see what he is doing? Upon hearing this, Bai Sijia immediately turned her gaze towards Su Chun. Just a glance revealed a look of astonishment on her face. My goodness, that really is martial skills. Who did he learn this from? It looks formidable, at least a yellow-level technique. Indeed, the old man and Appo's eyes flickered with a hint of solemnity. His martial skills are indeed at the yellow level. However, they are not learned from others. He created them himself. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Sijia felt as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, Are you saying his martial skills are self-created? Yes. I can tell that the martial skills of that young man are indeed self-developed. The old man responded with a serious tone. Bai Sijia, unable to contain her shock, exclaimed, This is outrageous. Where do you find the time to delve into this? Faced with Bai Sijia and Appo's question, the old man found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had traversed the martial world for decades and had never encountered someone as remarkable as Su Chun. Unable to fathom it, he could only muster a response. Perhaps he is one of those rare super geniuses. Hearing the old man and Appo's lament, Bai Sijia urged, Then why aren't Appo's you hurrying to save Mr. Su? If he dies, it would be a tremendous loss for Yinxia. Seeing his precious disciple urging him once more, the old man felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. However, he acknowledged the validity of Bai Sijia's point. A talent like Su Chun was indeed irreplaceable for Yinxia. Thus, the old man slowly picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it towards the third-grade ninja amidst the cherry blossoms. The next moment, as a terrifying sound of air being split echoed, both Su Chun and the third-grade ninja's expressions changed drastically. However, when Su Chun noticed the stone hurtling towards the ninja, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was distracted, he thrust his flying sword into the ninja's heart with lightning speed, extinguishing his life. With a thud, the third-grade ninja's lifeless body fell to the ground in defeat. Su Chun, not daring to relax for a moment, quickly turned to the direction from which the stone had come and shouted, Who goes there? Show yourself. Ah, young one. Who taught you such combat techniques? Quite impressive. At that moment, as Su Chin's voice echoed, the old man's playful tone floated out from the darkness. Upon hearing this, Su Chin's expression turned even more serious. However, when he saw the figure standing beside the old man, his tension dissipated instantly. He feigned ignorance, saying, What do you mean? Old sir? I don't understand. Do you not understand? Or are you pretending not to? The old man smiled at Su Chun. I truly do not understand. Su Chun admenti di naive. But I believe you are pretending. The old man continued to question with a smile. Before Su Chun could respond, Bai Sijia interjected, Master, since Mr. Su does not wish to speak. Why must you press him? Doesn't everyone have their own secrets? You little girl. The old man, momentarily a loss for words due to Bai Sijia's defense of Su Chun, could only concede, all right, since you are on Yinxia's side. I shall not pry any further. With the old man refraining from questioning, Su Chun couldn't and Appo's help but exhale in relief. He could distinctly sense that the old man before him possessed immense power. If this old fellow were to forcefully take him away, Su Chun doubted he could withstand it. Thus, with the old man no longer inquiring, Su Chun respectfully bowed and said, Thank you, sir. The old man, pleased with Su Chen's politeness, felt even more satisfied. After all, every strong individual yearns for a disciple who not only can inherit their legacy, but also understands the importance of respect. Therefore, the old man, looking at Su Chen, cheerfully proposed, "Young man, I see your strength and talent are commendable. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" "Take you as my master?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. He quickly realized that the old man must have recognized the martial arts techniques he had created, prompting his desire to take him as a disciple. However, having returned to this life, Su Chen was filled with wariness towards the unknown, especially regarding matters beyond his control. He preferred to avoid them rather than take risks. Thus, even though he could sense the old man and Appo's sincerity in wanting to accept him, he was unwilling to gamble his life on it. He could only muster a reason. "I'm sorry, sir. I already have a master." "Oh, which fortunate old fellow is it?" the old man inquired, somewhat surprised. "It's the immortal of the misty realm. Do you know him?" Su Chen fabricating a tale regarding the immortal of the misty realm. To Su Chen's astonishment, before the old man could respond, Sijia exclaimed, "Who? The immortal of the misty realm? What is the matter?" Confused, Su Chen pressed, "What do you mean?" "You." Sijia instinctively wanted to call Su Chen's claim nonsense, but before she could voice it, the old man burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. So it's that old codger of the misty realm. You've indeed chosen a fine master." "Indeed, I believe so too," Su Chen replied with an honest smile. In a bid to expedite his departure from this perilous place, Su Chen proactively asked, "So, Elder, may I take my leave now? I have matters to attend to." Glancing in the direction Su Chen pointed, the old man chuckled. "All right, go along with your young lady friend and attend to your affairs. I will handle things here." "Thank you." With that, Su Chen wasted no time, promptly taking Zhang Ziyi and leaving. However, this time, rather than feeling jovial, Su Chen was preoccupied with the desire to elevate his strength. After all, the events of the day had placed immense pressure upon him. He did not wish to perish before achieving his goals. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, after his departure, dozens of powerful figures knelt before the old man. Bowing humbly as they greeted, "We welcome the immortal of the misty realm, who graces Hang City." Chapter 93. Do not blame us. You can only fault your own lack of foresight. Investigate. I must discover who has leaked Su Chen and Appo's information. I demand to know who has facilitated these beasts. At this moment, with the command issued by the ethereal master, the entire city of Hangzhou was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. Meanwhile, one of the involved parties, Su Chen, remained oblivious to the impending storm his rise would unleash upon Hangzhou. All he comprehended was that following this assassination attempt, his yearning for strength had intensified. Thus, upon returning to the Zhang family estate with Zhang Zi, he refrained from engaging in any romantic entanglements and promptly sought a secluded chamber to commence his advancement preparations. Simultaneously, outside the emergency room of Ruijin Hospital in the Magic City, a throng of anxious relatives gathered as the doors swung open. Among them stood a robust woman adorned with glimmering jewels, her face etched with worry as she urgently inquired of an elderly man clad in a white coat, Director Li. "How is my son Wei Yan?" In response to her inquiry, the head of urology, Li Weimin, gravely shook his head and earnestly replied, "I am sorry. We have done our utmost, but it seems we cannot save young Master Wei's manhood." No sooner had Li Weimin's words fallen than Wei Yan's mother, Qin Hong, erupted in a frenzy, her voice laden with desperation. "Impossible. You're the finest urologist in all of Yansha. How could you fail? Is it because I did not offer you a bribe that you lack the will to operate? I will pay you whatever it takes to preserve my son's dignity. Just save him." With that, Qin Hong produced a large sum of cash from her bag, attempting to thrust it into Li Weimin's hands. Li Weimin's expression darkened considerably at the sight. He refused to accept the money, his demeanor exceedingly serious as he cautioned, "I am sorry, Mrs. Qin, but his injuries are severe. Preserving his life is already a significant achievement. Please understand." Having said this, he intended to leave, yet Qin Hong seized his collar, shouting frantically, "I do not care. You must heal my son, or I will demolish this hospital." Upon hearing her words, Li Weimin's countenance grew even more grim. The surrounding doctors and nurses dared not voice their concerns, acutely aware that the Wei family, while not the most powerful in the Magic City, was not one to be trifled with. Just as they found themselves at a loss, an unyielding voice rang out. "Nanny, do not trouble Director Lee. He has done all he can." Upon hearing this voice, all eyes turned towards its source. Many felt a wave of relief wash over them, except for Qin Hong, whose distress escalated as she cried, "Young master, my son has been ruined by that scoundrel Su Chun. You must take vengeance for him." Gazing at Qin Hong's anguished expression, Qin Xuan, the local tyrant of the Magic City, glanced at the stretcher carrying Wei Yan, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. "Nanny, rest assured, I will not spare that scoundrel Su Chun. I have already enlisted the services of Elder Qin Feng from the Qin faction to capture him. Yes, you. It will not be long before that scoundrel is brought before you." As he spoke, a look of deep malice flickered in Qin Xuan's eyes. After all, his reputation as the local tyrant stemmed not only from his family's formidable power, but also from his relentless pursuit of retribution. Thus, upon witnessing Wei Yan's plight at the hands of Su Chun, his fury ignited. He perceived this as a challenge to his authority and aimed to demonstrate the consequences of provoking him through decisive action. At this moment, within a Rolls-Royce en route to Hangzhou, the elderly Elder Qin Feng, donned in traditional attire and a small red hat, casually inquired, "Child, is this Su Chun the same rascal who pilfered my transcendent herb?" In response, the driver, Qing Wan, earnestly affirmed, "Indeed, grandfather. He did seize the transcendent herb from the Li family. However, had he not taken it, it is likely the Li family would not have offered it to you. That is inconsequential." Elder Qin Feng chuckled dismissively. "I am aware that the Li family has expressed their willingness to present the transcendent herb to me. Yet that young rascal appropriated it. Therefore, reclaiming it is entirely justifiable." Upon hearing this, Qing Wan smiled and refrained from further debate, acknowledging her grandfather's perspective. Noticing her silence, Elder Qin Feng shifted topics, asking, "By the way, has anyone discovered the whereabouts of that young rascal? I believe he is at the Zhang residence. Should we wait for him to emerge?" "The Zhang family?" Elder Qin Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name. "Is it the second-rate family struggling to survive in the Magic City?" "Indeed," Qing Wan confirmed with a nod. "Then there is no need to wait outside. Let us proceed directly to his home and retrieve him," Elder Qin Feng declared nonchalantly. However, Qing Wan hesitated, voicing her concerns. "But I received word that a significant figure from Yinsha has been dispatched to oversee Hangzhou. If we are so ostentatious, might we provoke this individual?" "Preposterous," Elder Qin Feng scoffed, his disdain evident. "They are merely larger ruffians. Furthermore, we are merely inviting this Su Chun to the Magic City. We mean no harm. Even if a war god were to appear, they could not hinder us." "Very well." With her grandfather's conviction, Qing Wan ceased her hesitations. After all, her grandfather's late-night endeavors were not for himself, but for her health. Thus, should Su Chun encounter misfortune today, it could only be attributed to his own folly in crossing the wrong individuals and seizing that which did not belong to him. Chapter 94. More terrifying than the King of Heaven. "Mr. Su, wake up, wake up. Time flies and the years slip by." In a daze, Su Chun heard a series of urgent voices nearby. Unable to resist, he opened his eyes and turned toward the source of the sound. However, just one glance instantly cleared his mind. He instinctively wrapped his arms around his body and, with a somewhat grim expression, questioned, "You, how did you get in? Did I not tell you not to enter without my permission?" In response to his inquiry, Zhang Zi provided little explanation. Instead, she swiftly tossed a bathrobe at Su Chun, urging, "Hurry, put on your clothes and come with me." "Where to?" Su Chun asked, putting on the garment while feeling curious. "Leaving the Zhang family," Zhang Zi replied, her expression grave as she handed him his shoes. Upon hearing this, Su Chun did not reach for the shoes. His curiosity piqued. "Why are we leaving the Zhang family?" "Someone is here for you. Our Zhang family cannot afford to offend them," Zhang Zi answered earnestly. Upon learning the reason, Su Chun, now possessing the strength of a third-tier practitioner, scoffed dismissively. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. Is someone just here to trouble me?" "Rest assured, Even if the king of heaven were to arrive today, I, Su Chun, would not be afraid. Su Chun, don't joke around. The person coming is even more terrifying than the king of heaven. Zhang Zi exclaimed, her emotions heightened. What? Su Chun and Appo's face registered surprise at Zhang Zi and Appo's statement. After all, he had a glimpse of the Zhang family's stature, which led him to understand that, to put it mildly, he could not walk freely within their domain with his current strength. Thus, hearing Zhang Zi utter such words left him compelled to ask, who could possibly be more fearsome than the king of heaven? It is I. At that moment, before Zhang Zi could respond, the voice of Elder Qing Feng echoed within the room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi's expression changed dramatically, while Su Chun stared in astonishment toward the direction of the voice. Just a glance made his heart race. An ominous thought surged within him, as he sensed a palpable threat emanating from Elder Qing Feng that could spell his doom. Realizing that the newcomer was not someone he could provoke, Su Chun forced a calm demeanor and smiled. Senior, may I ask who you are? I am Elder Qing of the Qing sect. Boom. Upon hearing Elder Qing and Appo's introduction, Su Chun and Appo's heart quivered once more. After all, while the people of Yinsha might be unaware of the historical tales tied to the Magic City, there was no one in Yinsha who did not know of the legendary power, the Qing sect. Thus, upon learning the identity of his visitor, Su Chun instantly comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Yet, with the memories of 10 lifetimes, he did not panic upon knowing the elder and damp Appo's identity. Instead, he responded with an air of indifference. Elder of the Qing sect, may I inquire if you seek me for medical consultation or perhaps for geomantic divination? Huh, you seem to possess quite a few skills. Pray tell, what do you think is the reason for my visit? Elder Qing Feng replied with a bemused smile. Recognizing the elder's intentions were not benevolent, Su Chun no longer concealed his seriousness, responding gravely. I presume you have come regarding Wei Yan. Am I correct? Did that Qin Chuan fellow send you? Upon realizing Su Chun had guessed correctly, Elder Qing Feng did not attempt to obscure the truth. He calmly corrected, the term and amp, Appo's, send and amp, Appo's, is inaccurate. It should be in Appo's, invite, and Appo's, I and Appo's. I'll offer 10 times. Su Chun replied almost immediately, without a moment in Appo's thought. What do you mean by 10 times? Elder Qing Feng asked, taken aback. What benefits did Qin Chuan or the Wei family provide you? I will offer 10 times that amount. Come find me in 2 hours. Su Chun answered earnestly. He had already resolved that if the elder agreed, he would promptly flee Hang City with his family, seeking refuge in a place where no one knew him. Once his strength grew formidable, he would return to exact vengeance against those who had wronged him. However, while Su Chun and Appo's plan was commendable, Elder Qing Feng found amusement in his words. Laughing heartily, you wish to offer me 10 times the reward to spare you? Do you have any idea what they have provided me? I do not know, but whatever they can offer, I, Su Chun, can match or even exceed. Su Chun replied with unwavering confidence. Is that so? Very well. If you can procure 10 blood droplets, I will let you go. But tell me, do you even know what blood droplets are? Elder Qing Feng's eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly viewing Su Chun's words as a jest. Yet, to Elder Qing Feng's astonishment, Su Chun responded with genuine confusion. Blood droplets? Why would you want something that treats women's ailments? Is your wife ill? You know what blood droplets are used for? Elder Qing Feng asked, eyes wide with surprise. Of course, they are remarkably effective for treating women and Appo's blood circulation issues. If a woman suffers from polycystic ovary syndrome, a single drop can cure it. Su Chun replied promptly. Is that so? What else? Elder Qing Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Additionally, blood droplets can be used to support pregnancy. Just 1 drop per month, and even an elderly woman can give birth to a healthy child. Su Chun continued earnestly. And what else? Elder Qing Feng pressed, visibly excited. Moreover, they can detoxify. This remedy can eliminate the yang poison from practitioners. Although using such a divine medicine for that purpose is somewhat extravagant, Su Chun explained thoughtfully. You know methods that do not require blood droplets to detoxify yang poison? Elder Qing Feng asked, his enthusiasm mounting. Of course. Su Chun definitively. Then come with me to treat my granddaughter. Elder Qing Feng exclaimed, grasping Su Chen's hand, eager to take him to heal his granddaughter, Qing Wan. After all, his quest for the immortal herb and his late-night journey to Hang City were all aimed at curing her ailment. Now that he had finally found someone capable of treating her, how could he not be elated? However, to Elder Qing Feng and Appo's surprise, as he pulled Su Chen away, he found he could not budge him. This left him utterly perplexed as he turned to Su Chen, asking slowly, "What do you mean by this?" "Nothing much. I merely wish to convey to you, Senior, that my medical skills are not so inexpensive. You cannot threaten me one moment and then expect me to serve you the next." Su Chen stated firmly. "Are you setting conditions with me?" Elder Qing Feng's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You are correct. I, Su Chen, am indeed setting conditions." Chapter 95, A Contest of Ruthlessness. Are you not afraid of death? Upon encountering Su Chen, who audaciously presented conditions, Elder Qing Feng and Appo's expression darkened instantly. Zhang Zi, witnessing this scene, felt her heart leap into her throat. Instinctively, she reached out to tug at Su Chen and Appo's sleeve, cautioning him against reckless actions. After all, from Zhang Zi and Appo's perspective, Su Chen's opportunity to earn Elder Qing Feng's favor was akin to a stroke of good fortune from the heavens. If he successfully healed Elder Qing Feng's granddaughter, would the elders still consider turning him over? However, unbeknownst to Zhang Zi, Su Chen possessed the memories of 10 lifetimes. His grasp of human nature had reached a masterful level. Thus, when he learned from Elder Qing Feng that he required the blood-dropping child for treatment, he knew he had secured his position. After all, a person in such desperation would resort to remedies of dubious reputation. Hence, upon hearing Elder Qing Feng's chilling words, Su Chen remained unfazed and replied with a calm demeanor. "Everyone fears death, but I am certain you would not dare to kill me." "Huh, you have wagered incorrectly." Hearing Su Chen and Appo's retort, Elder Qing Feng lunged forward, seizing Su Chen by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Zhang Zi, alarmed by the sight, urgently exclaimed, "Su Chen, quickly apologize to Elder Qing Feng." In response to Zhang Zi's frantic shout, Su Chen looked down at Elder Qing Feng with disdain, his expression unwavering as he enunciated, "If you have the courage, then kill me. I shall grant you that." Elder Qing Feng, witnessing Su Chen and Appo's refusal to back down, tightened his grip once more. Yet, despite the growing difficulty in Su Chen and Appo's breathing, he maintained a victorious demeanor, as if he had the elder completely at his mercy. This scene left Elder Qing Feng and Appo's face grim, for in his lifetime of navigating the martial world, he had never encountered such a resolute young man. Frankly speaking, had it not been for his granddaughter being his only kin, he might have relished the chance to match wills with Su Chen and see who is truly more ruthless. But in this world, how many live solely for themselves? Thus, with a plea directed at Su Chen, Elder Qing Feng, recognizing Su Chen and Appo's exceptional resolve, chose to concede. "Young man, you possess courage. State your terms." Upon witnessing Elder Qing Feng and Appo's concession, Su Chen, now back on solid ground, could not help but exhale in relief. After all, despite his understanding of human nature, the unpredictable nature of people remained a constant. Who could guarantee complete comprehension of humanity? Yet now, Su Chen had emerged victorious. He would not squander this fortuitous opportunity. "My terms are simple. From now on, you shall work for me." "Impossible." Before Elder Qing Feng could respond, a young woman with an innocent appearance entered the room, her demeanor serious. Upon seeing her, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He could discern the presence of a form of yang poison afflicting her, a result of martial arts practice. Thus, he refrained from arguing and turned his attention back to Elder Qing Feng, awaiting his response. Elder Qing Feng was evidently taken aback by Su Chen's audacity. His expression darkened instantly. Initially, he believed Su Chen aimed merely to buy time for escape. He had not anticipated Su Chen's boldness in seeking his servitude. This shift in perspective prompted Elder Qing Feng to regard Su Chen with a more hostile gaze, his tone growing cold. "That condition is excessive. You are not worthy of my loyalty. In that case, let's not discuss it further. Take me to obtain the blood-dropping child. I hope your granddaughter can endure the pain for 3 days, Su Chun replied languidly. What do you mean? Hearing Su Chen's words, Elder Qingfeng's expression soured. After all, Qing Wan was his cherished granddaughter, and he would rather endure immense suffering himself than see her harmed in any way. Thus, Su Chen's statement sent him into a panic. Su Chun unreservedly stated, "Your granddaughter is afflicted with yang poison. If I'm not mistaken, it was likely caused by the fiery palm technique, correct?" The realization that Su Chun could discern the nature of Qing Wan's affliction deepened Elder Qingfeng's concern. Su Chun continued without hesitation. The blood-dropping child is a substance of utmost evil. If her vital energy is depleted, consuming such a remedy may yield temporary relief. However, using it to counteract poison is akin to dousing a blazing iron plate with cold water. What do you think the outcome would be? Gasping in understanding, Elder Qingfeng recognized the validity of Su Chen's argument. If Qing Wan were to ingest the blood-dropping child directly to counter the poison, the best-case scenario would be extinguishing of the flames. Yet even if successful, her body would sustain unimaginable damage. Realizing that employing the blood-dropping child was merely a last resort, Elder Qingfeng could not suppress his inquiry. If you were to treat her, will my granddaughter have to endure suffering? Of course not. I will utilize acupuncture to gradually remove the heat and poison from her body. Not only will she remain unharmed, but she will also be guided to transcend her current limitations. Excellent. Hearing Su Chen's promise, Elder Qingfeng's heart stirred. After all, he had sought the help of many physicians for Qing Wan and Appo's condition, only to receive responses steeped in despair. Su Chen and Appo's words resonated with those of a renowned healer he once consulted, leading Elder Qingfeng to believe Su Chun was not jesting. Yet, just as Elder Qingfeng was about to agree, Qing Wan resolutely declared, "No, I do not consent to treatment." Upon hearing Qing Wan and Appo's refusal, Elder Qingfeng grew anxious. "Qing Wan, what are you talking about?" Facing his inquiry, Qing Wan shook her head solemnly. "Grandfather, I am not being irrational. If the price of my recovery is your servitude, it will be better for me to perish. After all, I have always seen you as my pride, which is why I risk my life to save you. I cannot accept you becoming someone else's pawn." Hearing his granddaughter's words, Elder Qingfeng was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He had long sought redemption for past mistakes, yet Qing Wan clearly had her own convictions. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Elder Qingfeng could only sigh in resignation. Perhaps this is simply our fate. Young man, I regret to inform you that I must still turn to you for the blood-dropping child. Upon hearing this, Su Chun and Appo's expression changed drastically. He hastily interjected, "Wait, what if you were to protect me for 3 months instead?" Chapter 96. Let that woman attend to me tonight. 3 months? Upon hearing this condition, Elder Qingfeng and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, for 3 months you shall protect me, and I shall heal your granddaughter." Su Chen responded earnestly. "What do you think, Waner?" Elder Qingfeng turned his gaze, beaming, towards Qing Wan. Upon hearing this, Qing Wan slowly shifted her attention to Su Chun. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of mischief in his gaze. However, if it meant curing her ailment, she had no desire to endure suffering any longer. Thus, after careful contemplation, Qing Wan inquired seriously, "Just protection, right?" "Yes, merely protection. Just protect me for 3 months. And during that time, I will not ask Elder Qingfeng to do anything." Su Chun replied with utmost sincerity. He believed that, given 3 months, he would attain strength akin to Elder Qingfeng and Appo's. At that point, he would end Appo's fear any turmoil that Elder Qingfeng might incite. Unaware of Su Chun and Appo's thoughts, Qing Wan, upon seeing his earnestness, nodded without hesitation, saying, "All right, if it's just 3 months of protection, then that is acceptable." With Qing Wan's agreement, both Su Chun and Elder Qingfeng sighed in relief. After all, while Elder Qingfeng feared nothing in the martial world, he was particularly concerned about his granddaughter. Now that Su Chun and Qing Wan had reached an agreement, Elder Qingfeng earnestly asked, When will you begin treating my granddaughter? Today, if you wish. However, since her condition stems from an injury caused by martial arts, we may need some medicinal herbs to assist in her treatment. Su Chen replied with a serious expression. What herbs are needed? Upon hearing that herbs were required, Elder Qingfeng's brows furrowed. After all, if he had the herbs, he would have treated Qingwan himself long ago. Su Chen, sensing Elder Qingfeng and Appo's thoughts, smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, they are not particularly expensive herbs. Here is the list for your perusal. Saying this, Su Chen picked up a piece of paper and began to list the auxiliary herbs necessary for advancing to the 4th rank, handing it over to Elder Qingfeng. Upon receiving it and glancing at the contents, Elder Qingfeng immediately exclaimed, I have all these herbs. I will have someone bring them over right away. Excellent. I shall take your granddaughter back for preliminary treatment. After all, enduring the searing flames daily must be incredibly painful. As he spoke, a glimmer of compassion flickered in Su Chen's eyes. As a healer, he could perceive what others might overlook. For instance, although Qingwan appeared innocent and amiable, devoid of any temper, Su Chen understood that her purity was merely a facade. She endured unimaginable suffering daily. Yet she refrained from sharing this burden with her dearest loved ones, wishing not to add to their worries. As a 6th-rank powerhouse, Elder Qingfeng was well aware of the dangers posed by the flame palm technique. Thus, upon hearing Su Chen's words, he solemnly bowed to him, saying, I am most grateful. Mr. Su. At this moment, as Su Chen escorted Qingwan and Elder Qingfeng back to the Su residence, far away in Modu, Qingchuan received news of Elder Qingfeng and Appo's betrayal. This revelation ignited his fury, causing him to shatter several valuable jinjai ceramics in front of him. He couldn't and Appo's help but unleash a torrent of enraged roars. That treacherous Elder Qingfeng. I provided him with so much, and he dares to betray me. I must ensure his demise. Bring me Elder Qingfeng's family. I want that old man to kneel before me in repentance. However, following Qingchuan's furious outburst, not a single person in the room dared to accept his command. Ultimately, it was a middle-aged scholar, his expression grave, who cautiously approached and said, Young master, this course of action is ill-advised. What do you mean by ill-advised? Qingchuan retorted angrily. Young master, Elder Qingfeng is one of the 10 elders of the Qing sect, with over 100,000 disciples under his command. If we act against him, it will undoubtedly lead to a conflict with the Qing sect, and even a master would be unable to protect you. The middle-aged scholar earnestly analyzed. Qingchuan, taken aback by this, asked, A small faction possesses such influence? Indeed, young master, you must consider this carefully. The scholar urged once more with conviction. So, am I to lose face without recourse? Qingchuan questioned, clearly displeased. Naturally, we cannot allow that. However, I believe if martial confrontation is not feasible, we can engage in a battle of wits instead. The scholar replied with a knowing smile, waving his feather fan playfully. A battle of wits? Upon hearing this term, Qingchuan inquired, somewhat bewildered. What do you mean by a battle of wits? The Qing family possesses assets exceeding 10 trillion and in various industries. People bow in submission upon seeing you. I suggest supporting local enterprises in Hangzhou, competing for ownership of Jinshui Bay according to the rules of the game. The scholar suggested with a smile. Isn't ownership of Jinshui Bay already in the hands of that young man? Su Chen? Qingchuan asked, his tone somewhat hostile. Young master, every project has a time-sensitive nature. If the other party cannot even begin demolition, even if Yang Tianqi wishes to protect Su Chen, he will struggle to withstand the barrage from others. What do you think? The scholar's analysis sparked a glimmer of understanding in Qingchuan's eyes. He was no fool and could discern the brilliance of the scholar's strategy. Yet without rules, there could be no order. Even a family of our stature must adhere to certain protocols. Thus, after pondering deeply, Qingchuan voiced his concerns. Your proposal is indeed astute. However, in Yinsha, there are rules forbidding noble families from engaging in commercial competition. If we act rashly, it could be seen as inappropriate. That is precisely why I suggested supporting local enterprises in Hangzhou to contend with Su Chen. The scholar replied with a smile. who could steadfastly align with us without making a mistake. Qin Chuan pressed for further clarification. Wei Yin has a woman who is Su Chun and Amp, Appo's cousin. They have a history. Thus, I believe it would be prudent to have her openly compete against Su Chun. The scholar replied earnestly. Oh, upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue danced in Qin Chuan's eyes. I didn't expect that Wei Yin, that useless fellow, could still be of some use. In that case, let that woman come tonight to attend to me. I shall take the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Chapter 97. Su Chun. Why did you bring my homeroom teacher home? It was 7 in the evening. The moment Su Chun stepped into his house, a petite girl leaped into his arms, her face alight with excitement. Brother, you're back. Did we manage to save our project? Faced with her question, Su Chun looked at his adorable yet slightly manic sister and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Could you get down first? No, tell me quickly. Did we save our project? Su Xiao pleaded coquettishly. Su Chun, finding himself in a mix of amusement and helplessness, turned to Qingwan and said, I apologize for the spectacle. This is my sister, Su Xiao. Ah. Before Qingwan could respond, Su Xiao, as if a mouse had spotted a cat, hastily jumped out of Su Chun and Amp, Appo's embrace. Then, she couldn't and Amp, Appo's, help but reproach him, Su Chun, you and Amp, Appo's, awful. Our homeroom teacher is here for a home visit, and you didn't and Amp, Appo's, even warn me. Homeroom teacher? Hearing this, Su Chun was instantly taken aback. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, Qingwan, who had been silent until now, gently spoke. I am actually a high school English teacher. Your sister is my student. Holy crap. Hearing Qingwan's words, Su Chen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He had always felt that Qingwan was not as innocent as she appeared, but he never imagined that this sweet girl was actually an English teacher. This suddenly made Su Chun want to learn English from Qingwan. On the other hand, Su Xiao, upon seeing that Su Chun had brought her homeroom teacher home, immediately pulled Su Chun aside. Su Chun, I'm warning you. You can flirt all you want, but don't cause me any trouble. Otherwise, I'll expose all your embarrassing moments. Seeing his sister's threatening gestures, Su Chun, who had never seen Su Xiao like this before, couldn't help but laugh. I didn't know she was your homeroom teacher. Besides, don't you think having a homeroom teacher as a sister-in-law is pretty cool? What about that busted woman at home? You wouldn't want to double team, would you? Let me tell you, our teacher Qing might look young, but she is quite the temper. Be careful, she doesn't make things difficult for you. Su Xiao earnestly warned. Su Chun was completely bewildered upon hearing this. He subconsciously asked, what busted woman? That busted woman. She said she was your girlfriend and has been waiting for you at our house for a long time, Su Xiao said, pointing to the woman watching television on the sofa not far away. Huh. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression changed drastically. He immediately looked towards the sofa. With just one glance, Su Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips. Then, with a strange expression, he asked Bai Sijia, what are you doing here? Hearing Su Chen's voice, Bai Sijia, who was engrossed in empresses in the palace, slowly turned her head and said, I have something to discuss with you. And I didn't know where else to find you, so I could only wait here. You. Hearing Bai Sijia's words, Su Chen wanted to ask her, but you shouldn't say you're my girlfriend. However, upon seeing Bai Sijia's alluring figure, Su Chun swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. After all, who wouldn't and Appo's? Do you want such a woman waiting for them at home? With this thought in mind, Su Chen slowly turned his gaze to Qingwan and said, I have something to take care of for now. Why Don and Appo's? Till you two go upstairs to the guest room to freshen up. I and Appo's. I'll be there shortly, okay? Of course. No problem. But please hurry. I do want to discuss your sister's situation with you, Qingwan said before heading upstairs to the guest room with a serious expression. Su Chun and Appo's head was filled with question marks. He couldn't and Appo's to understand how a simple treatment had turned into a home visit. Of course, this confusion only lasted for a second before Su Chun dismissed it. After all, he enjoyed having deep conversations with visiting teachers late at night. Therefore, in order to achieve this goal as soon as possible, Su Chun immediately pulled Bai Sijia to a corner in the garden after seeing Qingwan go upstairs. He asked with some urgency, All right, what do you need to discuss with me? Seeing Su Chen's eagerness, Bai Sijia didn't hesitate and earnestly replied, I came to tell you that you have been put on a hit list by the Sakura Ninja. Oh, hearing that he had been put on a hit list by the Sakura Ninja, Su-chan raised his eyebrows and said, "It's normal to be put on a hit list. After all, I killed so many ninjas. It would be strange if they could tolerate it. But there aren't many people in Yinxia who know that you killed the ninjas." Bai Sijia suddenly said with a serious tone, "Have you found out who the traitor is?" Su-chan raised his eyebrows and asked. "No." Bai Sijia slowly shook her head. "Then what do you mean?" Su-chan looked at Bai Sijia with a suspicious expression and slowly asked. "We want to ask you to be bait again to lure out the double agent hiding in the dark," Bai Sijia said with an extremely solemn expression. Hearing that Bai Sijia had come here for this purpose, Su-chan's eyebrows furrowed. He couldn't help but ask, "Things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. If they target me again, they might send out an expert, right? Are you guys reliable?" Indeed, Su-chan maintained a skeptical attitude towards Bai Sijia and their combat abilities. If they couldn't protect him, and the Sakura ninja sent another super expert this time, wouldn't he be doomed? Su-chan was really unwilling to do such a dangerous thing now. Bai Sijia naturally knew Su-chan's concerns, but with the Misty True Man stationed in Hangzhou, Bai Sijia was very confident and said, "Don't worry, your safety is not a problem. Yinxia has sent a super expert to be stationed in Hangzhou this time. The purpose is to complete the development of the Jinshui Bay project and to eliminate the hostile elements lurking in Hangzhou." Oh, hearing Bai Sijia say that there was a super expert station there, Su-chan felt a lot more at ease. However, after experiencing Qing Feng Elder's visit, Su-chan was now even more eager for strength. Therefore, in order to become someone who could set the rules as soon as possible, Su-chan immediately put on a serious face and said, "It's not impossible for me to be bait again, but you have to help me find a medicinal herb." "What medicinal herb?" Bai Sijia asked very happily. "Spirit cave grass." Su-chan earnestly said the main ingredient he needed to advance to the 5th rank. Bai Sijia was stunned upon hearing this, and then asked with a strange expression, "What do you need spirit cave grass for? Ordinary people can't use that, right? You also know about spirit cave grass?" Su-chan looked at Bai Sijia with some surprise. "Yes, I wanted to get it before to save my brother's life. But my strength was too weak, and I was eliminated in the first round of the selection," Bai Sijia said self-deprecatingly. "Eliminated in the first round? In what competition was a spirit cave grass used as a prize?" Hearing Bai Sijia and Appo's words, Su-chan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Yes, do you know about White Horse Academy?" Chapter 98. Are you that thirsty? Upon hearing the name Bema Academy, Su-chan furrowed his brows in confusion and asked, "Is it the one in Luoyang?" "Yes. Bema Academy is located within Bema Temple." Bai Sijia nodded earnestly. "ISN and Appo's that a tourist attraction?" Su-chan raised an eyebrow and pressed for clarification. Noticing Su-chan's lack of understanding, Bai Sijia explained, "The development of tourism is merely a means for these prestigious sects to amass wealth. For instance, Wudong, Amei, and Shaolin all have their gates as tourist spots, yet that does not diminish their status as renowned sects. Do you comprehend what I am saying?" Upon hearing Bai Sijia and Appo's explanation, Su-chan and Appo's realization dawned upon him. Indeed, whether human, ghost, deity, or demon, the pursuit of survival necessitates financial gain. In a scorching summer, it seems no industry is as profitable as tourism. Thus, with a newfound understanding, Su-chan furrowed his brows and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I participate in the selection process to join Bema Academy and obtain the Dongming grass?" "Not quite," Bai Sijia quickly corrected him. "A disciple of Bema Academy has established a martial arts school in Hangzhou, challenging all young talents under the age of 35 in the summer. Anyone who can defeat his daughter will earn his treasured collection. However, due to the overwhelming number of applicants, a preliminary selection is required." "Ah, I see." As Su-chan absorbed this information, his expression brightened. After all, he was accustomed to freedom. The thought of joining a power-laden organization for advancement did not pique his interest. However, the idea of earning what he deserved through his own efforts was something Su-chan found appealing. Consequently, feeling that this opportunity was worthwhile, he earnestly asked, "When is the deadline for registration?" "There is no deadline. You can register now and wait for the competition to commence on the 10th of this month, which is the day after tomorrow," Bai Sijia stated with utmost seriousness. "No deadline?" Su-chan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend how a competition could lack a registration cutoff. Bai Sijia seemed to sense Su Chun and Appo's as confusion and clarified. Indeed, there is no deadline. Since the inception of this event, no one has been able to defeat his daughter. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Su Chen's eyes. What kind of strength does his daughter possess to be so formidable? I don't know, but at the very least, she is a third-tier powerhouse. Bai Sijia replied earnestly. Gasping slightly, Su Chun could not help but exclaim, at least a third tier? How old is she to have such power? I heard she is only 22 this year. Bai Sijia pondered for a moment. What? Just 22 and already at least a third tier? She must be incredibly powerful. Su Chun expressed his astonishment. You are only 24 this year. Are you any less impressive? Bai Sijia asked with a hint of melancholy. That's true. Seeing Bai Sijia's glum expression, Su Chun could not help but smile warmly. He felt that what Bai Sijia suggested was indeed a viable plan. After all, even if she were a fourth tier, he could certainly surpass her after his own advancement. Thus, feeling encouraged, Su Chun no longer hesitated and stated earnestly, I agree to act as bait once more. Just let me know when you are ready. Great. I will head back to prepare, Bai Sijia replied, no longer hesitating as she turned to leave Su and Appo's as residents. After all, Hangsheng was poised to become the epicenter of the summer. Numerous significant events were set to take place in the city, and if the hidden threats lurking in the shadows were not addressed, who could say how much trouble would arise in the future? However, just as Bai Sijia reached the entrance of the Su residence, she abruptly halted her steps. Su Chun, who was about to enter and have a good chat with Qingwan, looked at her in bewilderment and asked, Is there something else? Facing Su Chen's inquiry, Bai Sijia slowly turned her head, hesitating before asking, Are you very thirsty? Sudden caught off guard by her question, even Su Chun, a notorious flirt, was momentarily taken aback. He understood the adage that a woman pursuing a man is akin to a thin veil. Yet, he never imagined that this veil would be so sheer. This provoked Su Chun to respond, Please, don't say that. I'm not that kind of person. Then why are you involved with a woman from the Qing sect? Bai Sijia inquired, clearly displeased. Don and Appo's. Do you have any good women around you? Upon realizing Bai Sijia had seen Qingwan enter his home and was feeling jealous, Su Chun quickly clarified, You misunderstood. Qingwan is merely my patient. That and Appo's. As for the best, the Qing sect is currently unstable. You must not meddle, or you may find yourself in grave danger. Bai Sijia warned earnestly. All right, I understand. Su Chun nodded seriously in response. After all, he was not one to seek trouble. If danger loomed, he would surely distance himself. However, as the old saying goes, fate is shaped by one and Appo's as choices. From the moment Su Chun decided to treat Qingwan, the wheels of destiny had begun to turn. At this moment, within a certain estate of the Qing sect, a young man sat solemnly at a tea table, meticulously arranging his tea set. As a cup of fragrant tea filled to the brim, he nodded toward a serious-looking man nearby. The latter approached with a grave expression, kneeling to accept the cup of tea the young man had poured. He drank it in one gulp and lamented, Young master, I am sorry. It is my inadequacy. Please punish me. The young man, referred to as young master, responded with a calm demeanor, Do not blame yourself. No one could have anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant creature would turn out to be a true dragon in disguise. However, our client is relying on his organs for survival. I do not wish for you to falter again. Do you understand? A bitter smile crossed the face of the gaunt man as he replied, Young master, I must report something to you. Speak. The young man responded nonchalantly. That old fool Qing Feng has chosen to serve as Su Chen's bodyguard. If we wish to extract Su Chen's organs now, the cost will be even greater. What? The young man's expression darkened at this revelation. He then, visibly irritated, overturned the tea table before him and exclaimed, Damn it. That old fool Qing Feng is truly opposing me at every turn. It seems it is time to eliminate them. Otherwise, if the client becomes enraged, we shall all perish. Chapter 99. The ones who wound you most deeply are those you cherish most. It is often said that teachers hold a sacred position in the hearts of every man. Su Chun vaguely recalls his school days, where he relished the discussions with classmates about the colors of their teacher's attire. During his adolescence, He even entertained fantasies of unveiling the mysteries concealed beneath a layer of pink. However, as he matured, his interest in the rather ordinary-looking female teachers gradually waned, giving way to an attraction towards affluent young ladies. Yet, as time passed, Su Chun abruptly realized that his original affection had not faded. He still harbored an admiration for the teaching profession, particularly for beautiful instructors. Thus, after Baisija departed, Su Chun, without a moment into Appo's hesitation, donned the guise of a gentleman and knocked on Qing Wan's door. However, before he could utter any pleasantries, a slender hand suddenly pulled him into the room. The unexpected commotion left Su Chun momentarily bewildered, prompting him to exclaim, "Teacher Qing, I can cooperate. There's no need to rush. Su Chun, if you possess such capabilities, why not assist your sister?" The seriousness in Qing Wan's voice caused the playful demeanor on Su Chen's face to vanish, replaced by a chilling expression. What happened to Su Xiao? Is someone bullying her at school? Witnessing the terrifying coldness emanating from Su Chun and Appo's eyes, Qing Wan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Little did she know that her actions only heightened Su Chen's anxiety. He grasped Qing Wan's shoulders, shaking her slightly as he demanded, "I asked you a question. Is someone bullying my sister at school?" "No one is bullying your sister at school," Qing Wan finally responded, regaining her composure. "Then what did you mean by that earlier statement?" Su Chen inquired, his expression filled with suspicion. "I wanted to ask you, since you were so capable, why do you pretend to be poor? Why not support your sister in Appo's dreams?" Upon hearing this, Su Chun and Appo's face flushed with embarrassment. He found himself at a loss to explain why he feigned poverty, especially since, prior to his rebirth, he had squandered the Su family and Appo's fortune, leaving no resources to support Su Zhao's aspirations. Thus, in an effort to maintain his facade, he awkwardly replied, "I was afraid it would affect my studies. Your sister could get into Tsinghua or Peking University with her eyes closed. What studies would be affected?" "Su Chen, I must tell you, Su Xiao is an exceptionally talented singer. If nurtured properly, she could very well become a leading star in Yinxia. You cannot be like my grandfather, clinging to outdated ideas." Forcing her to learn martial arts. Realizing Su Zhao's remarkable potential, Su Chun felt an even deeper sense of guilt. He understood her dream of becoming a superstar. Yet in his past life, he had been too reckless, causing her aspirations to be stifled before they could even take flight. Even worse, she had suffered tragically as a result of his actions. But now, having returned to this life, it was time to prioritize Su Xiao and Appo's dreams. After all, it was a debt he owed as her brother. With that thought in mind, Su Chun sincerely promised, "Rest assured, I will spoil my sister to the heavens. If she wishes to become a superstar, I will elevate her to be the greatest star in the world. Tomorrow, I will arrange for her debut." With Su Chen's commitment to Suppo Chapter 100, "What nonsense are you talking about, you wretched girl?" Upon encountering Qing Wan's playful gaze fixed upon her waist, even the seasoned Su Chun felt his cheeks flush. After all, no one is perfect. Qing Wan's figure and beauty were indeed striking, despite Su Chen's unwavering focus on her treatment. The mere touch of skin could inadvertently awaken certain inclinations. Thus, in order to avoid tarnishing his own reputation, Su Chun steeled himself and declared, "Rest assured, even if he were the king of heaven, I would still help you deal with him." "Very well, I shall await that," Qing Wan replied, a mischievous smile gracing her innocent visage. Witnessing this, Su Chun felt an urge to teach her a lesson, to let her know the consequences of underestimating him. Yet, the thought of the old lamp lurking in the shadows made him resolutely continue with the treatment. That night felt exceptionally prolonged for Su Chun, leading to dark circles under his eyes by dawn. This sight piqued the curiosity of the gossip-loving Su Xiao, who inquired, "Brother, I understand that Teacher Qing is adorable, but you shouldn't Appo's overexert yourself, right? Be careful not to exhaust yourself." Upon hearing this, Su Chun and Appo's lips twitched involuntarily. "What nonsense are you spouting, you wretched girl? I was treating your teacher all night." However, to his surprise, his explanation only elicited a knowing expression from Su Xiao. I see. Teacher Qing must be suffering from an itch, and you are helping her relieve it?" Where on earth did you learn such things? Su Chen exclaimed, raising a hand to gently tap Su Xiao and Appo's head. Yet, she swiftly dodged, grinning mischievously, am I right? Are you plotting to silence your sister? Suddenly, Su Chen's raised hand froze at her words, and a grave expression flickered in his eyes. You silly girl, what are you saying? Even if I were to become a malevolent spirit, I would remain by your side to protect you. Brother, why are you speaking so seriously about this? Su Xiao asked, bewildered by his earnest demeanor. Nothing much. I just feel I haven't been attentive to you in the past. From now on, I shall pamper you to the heavens. With that, Su Chen beckoned to Su Xiao. Come, let's step outside for a moment. You're not planning to hit me in a different way, are you? Su Xiao regarded him with suspicion, sensing his unusual behavior. Su Chen, bemused, replied, what nonsense. Don't you wish to become a star? Zhao Lingyin runs a media company. I intend to make you the most famous celebrity in the world. Is that true, brother? Su Xiao and Appo's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she excitedly asked. You're not deceiving me, are you? If I deceive you, I shall be a little puppy. Su Chen swore earnestly. Upon hearing this, the tears that had been welling in Su Xiao and Appo's eyes could no longer be contained. She threw herself into Su Chen and Appo's embrace, overwhelmed with joy. Yea, I knew brother would treat me the best. Even if you marry 100 wives, you wouldn't forget your sister. Of course. Now, let us embark on this journey to stardom. With that, Su Chen led Su Xiao toward the Lingyin Media founded by Zhao Lingyin. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Lingyin Media, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. President Zhao Lingyin coldly surveyed the artists gathered, her teeth clenched in frustration. You have all been nurtured with great effort by the company. How can you simply walk away now? In response to her inquiry, a sweet-looking woman revealed a sharp expression. Retorting sarcastically, what is wrong with that? Haven't you profited handsomely from us? Besides, we are not leaving without compensation. Why must you take the moral high ground to scold us? The others chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Exactly. We are not leaving without offering you compensation. Zhao Lingyin and Appo's secretary, Luna, could no longer contain her anger and exclaimed, do you people even have brains? Tian Huang Entertainment is merely an emerging company. What prospects do you think you'll find there? Upon hearing Luna's clarification, a woman known as Yang smirked. We aspire to become stars to earn money, right? Now that Tian Huang Entertainment is willing to offer us substantial sums, why should we not leave? Of course, if you want to keep us, Tian Huang Entertainment is offering me 50 million a year. If you can match that, I might consider staying. Yes. If President Zhao can offer us the same salary, we would be willing to remain. The other artists eagerly agreed. Enough. Zhao Lingyin slammed her hand on the table, silencing the tumultuous conference room. Once calm was restored, she glared at her cousin, Chun Yui, seething with anger. You truly wish to escalate matters to this extent? Do you not feel any shred of familial affection? With the backing of Qin Xuan, Chun Yui replied haughtily, Zhao Lingyin, it is not I who wish to cause trouble, but rather you who fail to recognize your situation. I have already stated that if you compel Su Chen to abandon the Jinshui Bay project, I will not only spare you, but will also return your family's business to you. You must be dreaming, Zhao Lingyin shouted in fury. Then there is no other option. We shall proceed according to the contract. Just a friendly warning. If you do not comply, you will never sign another artist or earn a single cent in this industry. Seeing Chun Yui's arrogance, Zhao Lingyin stood up, ready to confront her cousin who had bullied her since childhood. However, at that very moment, a calm voice emerged from outside the door. Is that so? Why is it that Su Chen finds this hard to believe?